Chapter 61. Some of the tourists didn't want to stay and fight zombies. They'd been in the mountains for too long, and their accommodations were the worst. It wouldn't have been the case before. There were so many zombies in the ancient town that they wouldn't leave the mountain even if they were uncomfortable. But now, with a place like the inn, they couldn't wait to get there. Xiang Jingyao had already said he'd give them points, but they wouldn't give many, and they might not be able to stay in the inn. They didn't mind much. If they couldn't get a hotel, they could just stay in the surrounding houses. The houses in the county town were similar to the hotels in the ancient town, and they were much better than the houses in the mountains anyway. But no one on the rescue team wanted to go back. They just wanted to fight zombies for money, so they couldn't ask for a ride back. They were also afraid to walk on their own. They weren't locals, and they didn't have much luck finding their way. So they weren't very happy to stay. Xiang Jingyao saw their reluctance, so he asked the rescue team members. They understood the fear of those who had never fought zombies before, and they arranged logistical support for them. Logistical work also earns some points, but it's minimal. These people don't really care about the points, figuring they've been saved by the rescue team, so staying to help out is fine. The rescue team members, knowing they're willing to take on the logistics work, quickly handed it over to them. This frees up their time, allowing them to defeat even one more level 1 zombie, which is more profitable than just doing logistics work. The rescue team wasn't in vain. They were grateful for their help. They couldn't help but offer a few words of encouragement, reminding them that the points were very useful. These people also expressed their desire not to stay in the hotel, and the rescue team felt a bit foolish, a bit like how they had been when they heard the hotel required points and refused to go. They definitely regret it, but it wouldn't make sense now. They understand once they got to the hotel. After 5 days, the team had finally cleared the third village ancient town of zombies. Everyone was delighted, including the newly arrived third village residents and tourists. They spent the past 2 days helping to clear the zombies, donning protective gear, and some even wielding firearms, experiencing the wonders of the hotel merchandise. The points they earned were clearly stated, and the AI calculated them fairly, leaving everyone incredibly satisfied. After learning more about purchasing power, they were eagerly anticipating life in the hotel. After cleaning up the battlefield and packing up their belongings, the rescue team and the rescue people drove back to the county town. "We're almost there, almost there. You must see the hotel's skyscraper later." Everyone craned their necks, peering out the window with anticipation. Upon seeing the hotel's skyscraper, everyone gasped, then burst into a flurry of excitement and anticipation, chattering about it. Now that they had entered the county town, there weren't a single zombie on the road, and everyone was relaxed, speaking with less restraint. "Oh my god, there really is a skyscraper. It looks so new, it's obvious it was newly built. I don't know how it was built. It's the end of the world." Then a villager from the second village explained how the hotel suddenly became like this. This explanation was so bizarre and unbelievable that the villagers from the third village and the tourists pressed for details. How could the villagers of the second village know the details? They had only just arrived at the hotel, and had only heard about the amazing upgrades. Seeing these people asking, they relayed what they had learned. "Zhou Hui, do you know anything? Tell us, you must know, you know the owner." Xiang Jingyao and the others looked at Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui shook his head awkwardly. He didn't know either. Everyone then looked at the other rescue team members in the car. These members had originally been from the Happiness Base, and had never seen the hotel's major upgrades. Their knowledge was similar to Zhou Hui's. Pressing for details, they were at a loss for words. "So you don't know either?" The guests at the Happiness Base felt a little uncomfortable, remembering their regrets about not moving to the hotel sooner. "Although I never seen a hotel upgrade, I paid to have my room renovated. I turned the extra room into a simulated training ground. Do you know how it was done? We didn't do anything ourselves or have the robots do it. We just selected the upgrade, confirmed the payment of points, and the room instantly transformed." "Instantly, how did it change?" The crowd's curiosity piqued again, and they asked for details. It just changed as soon as I opened the door. Because it was so magical, it frightened them a little. So whenever he changed rooms, he would close the door and click confirm. Then the room would automatically change from the kitchen to the simulated training ground. In the end, they never actually saw how the hotel transformed. Without details, everyone was a little disappointed. "We're almost there." This voice interrupted everyone's questions, and they all looked towards the hotel. The grounds outside the hotel were immaculately clean, with tea tables and chairs set up. Many people were seated there, enjoying tea and chatting, some even playing mahjong. Beyond these leisure areas lay a patchwork of green lawns, forming a small garden. Behind the small garden stood a bright, clean skyscraper, a stark contrast to the dilapidated three-story building surrounding it, drawing a deep breath from those who first arrived. Oh my God, this is the hotel. So clean and beautiful. The houses around here look so shabby. Some of the tourists planned to stay in the surrounding houses, figuring they wouldn't be too bad. They were right. These houses were similar to those in the ancient town of the third village, the kind you find in a fourth-tier city. After the apocalypse, they had become somewhat eerie and dilapidated, a feeling of disgust and gloom. They thought it could be lived in after some tidying up, but now, with the hotel as a comparison, they suddenly felt the house next door was completely uninhabitable. After getting off the bus and entering the hotel and feeling the warmth, they felt even more strongly that with the hotel there, they didn't even want to look at the house next door. Then, villagers from the third village and tourists began lining up to check in. After seeing the hotel accommodation fee, their thoughts changed again. They had few points and didn't want to fight zombies, so the daily hotel fees were too much of a burden for them. So, they considered staying in their original houses in the nearby county town. This was the guests' freedom, and Tion didn't stop them. The hotel had enough guests now, and their daily income from various consumption was considerable. Rent wasn't a significant part of their income, so a few dozen people not wanting to stay wouldn't have much of an impact on the hotel's revenue. After everyone checked in, the system announced an upgrade. The hotel is about to be upgraded, and the lobby's size and layout will be adjusted. Please refrain from moving around. At this announcement, the guests paused, eager to take a closer look at the hotel's upgrades. Some were even about to return to their rooms to rest when, upon hearing the system's announcement of the upgrade and the notice of major lobby changes, they immediately ran to the elevator and shouted, "Hurry to the lobby! I want to see the hotel upgrades." In a split second, the hotel lobby transformed. It grew taller and larger, adding several floors, including a basement. These floors housed a variety of shops, and the shops originally on the ground floor were relocated to these floors, making it even larger and more spacious. Mission: upgrade the hotel to 8 stars. Requires 20 million points. Reward: shopping mall and food court. Completed. Everyone stared at the transformation in shock, unable to recover for a long time. Am I dreaming? Why has the hotel changed so much this time? The hotel has transformed like this. It's amazing. The Zhonglu couple and the Wu family, both grandparents and grandchildren, were the first guests. They witnessed every upgrade, but even so, they were always amazed, and this time was no exception. After being amazed, they were moved. The hotel was getting better and better, and their lives were getting better and better too. The guests at the happiness base felt the same way, but more with emotion. When they lived in the happiness community, they seen the hotel constantly changing, but because they hadn't lived there, the experience was futile. Now, seeing the changes firsthand, they recalled their previous resistance and their current happiness, and were deeply moved. The villagers from the 3 surrounding villages had recently arrived at the inn. The first village had only been there for a little over 10 days, and the second village had also recently moved in. When they first saw the inn, it resembled a skyscraper. Although they were shocked to see a skyscraper suddenly appear in the county town, they eventually became accustomed to it. As for changing the room layout or features, they had to spend additional points. They had only recently moved in, and their rooms had not yet been changed. They had never witnessed an upgrade before, and this time, they were truly astonished. They hadn't seen the upgrades themselves. The villagers from the third village, who had been rescued, were equally astonished. On their first day there, they witnessed the transformation of the inn. No matter how much they had heard about the inn's greatness, it was still as astonishing to see it with their own eyes. The upgrades were complete, and the inn had a 6-story commercial street with many empty shops. These shops definitely couldn't just sit there empty. Tion was busy putting the shops up for sale. Several restaurants were opened, divided into various categories: hot pot, barbecue, seafood, Japanese, Korean, French, various snacks, and even various beverage shops. The basement level had become a food court. The upper floors also featured numerous shops catering to everyone's daily needs. Leaving aside the daily necessities, the moment the food court opened, the rescue team members, who had been out and about eating boxed lunches for days, could no longer resist the sight of so much delicious food and rushed down. The villagers from the third village were also urged by their relatives from the second village to go out for a good meal. The tourists who had been rescued this time checked their points and, with a firm grip, decided to have a good meal as well. After their meal, they didn't plan to rest immediately, but instead wanted to browse the hotel's new shops. Many of them had earned a lot of points from the rescue, and with the hotel's upgrade, they were determined to spend some. Chapter 62. The villagers of the third village, and some tourists also had money. After touring the dazzling food court, they were even more excited about the other shops at the inn, so they joined in the fun, getting to know the inn and making plans for their future. Those who had previously been hesitant to fight zombies, and had only thought about eating at the inn and staying elsewhere regretted their decision after touring the inn shops. They regretted not saving more money by joining the zombie hunting fray, especially when they saw the power awakening potions in the pharmacy. These people regretted it to the core. Passing by, regular guests at the inn noticed their dismal expressions and, after understanding their situation, felt sympathetic. Some even offered to give them some points for emergency use, which they accepted. However, the points weren't much. After all, emergency aid isn't enough to save up for poverty. Kind-hearted donors wouldn't cover these people's food, clothing, and shelter for a month or a year. They really didn't want to move out, but if they didn't, their current points wouldn't be enough to stay for more than a few days. There weren't many zombies near the inn, so if they wanted to go out and fight zombies, they had to go with the others. The inn guests were now discussing how to make money in the future. The villagers of Village 1 had already killed many of the zombies in Village 1. Many of the zombies along the road had fled to the county town during the zombie wave, but they had also been nearly wiped out. The zombies near Village 3, needless to say, had all fled to Village 3. The rescue efforts were complete. The only areas left to be cleared were the shops and fields along the road from Village 2 to Village 3. These areas definitely needed to be visited. After all, they were close by and easy to clean up, while other areas were farther away. However, everyone had just earned a large sum of points and was still quite well off, so they weren't too anxious. Those who had refused to fight zombies and decided to move out, then later regretted their decision, felt even more regretful upon hearing this. Shuyu, are you staying in a hotel or moving out? Several girls stopped Shuyu and asked. Shuyu was the girl who had defied Lu Feng's group of psychics and taken the lead in seeking help from the locals. She was very opinionated, and the other girls kind of followed her lead. Of course, we're staying in a hotel. It's too unsafe outside. Shuyu stared at the psychic awakening potion in the pharmacy, her eyes full of determination, her tone unwavering and resolute. The girls followed her gaze towards the psychic awakening potion. Shuyu, what do you want to buy? Shuyu nodded firmly. Lu Feng is very proud of being a psychic. He even said that the future belongs to psychics, and us ordinary people are just ants. Psychics can do whatever they want. So, I must become a psychic. I will never let those people bully me again. The other girls agreed with his point, and felt a little more determined. However, the psychic awakening potion is so expensive, and we have so few points. If we have to stay in the hotel, I don't know when we can save enough to buy it. Shuyu frowned. This was a problem. Annie Wang and the others have decided to stay next door. Let's choose a place to move in tomorrow. The room was already booked for tonight, so tomorrow was the only day to move. But when they opened the door, saw the hotel room, and tried the bathroom, they all looked very reluctant. The hotel rooms were simply wonderful, and there was no need to worry about safety at all. There weren't many zombies near the hotel anymore, but there were still a few. They were found and led to the area by the guests, who stayed behind. They also witnessed the safety of the hotel's barrier firsthand. The girls were sharing a family room. After nearly being bullied by Lu Feng's group earlier, they almost always stayed together and slept together at night, even in the hotel. The family rooms were even better than single or double rooms. They came with drinks and food, free TV, and a warm and cozy decor. The floor was covered in rugs, and there were plants in the room. The style was fresh and artistic, and they loved it. It felt like home. Once they moved in, they didn't want to leave. Looking out the window, the house was dark and cold, with some black stains on it. It was creepy, and they really didn't want to stay there. The girl who made this suggestion also looked a little gloomy. What do you think? Shuyu, what do you think? I think we shouldn't move out. Shuyu looked around and said, that's not how you save money. Staying in a hotel is safer. But there aren't many zombies in the county town anymore. Even if it's cold outside, we can just buy a tent and some extra quilts. Then we can sleep well even inside the tent. No. Shuyu shook her head again. Why not? The awakening potion costs 10,000 points. How can we afford it if we don't save a little? No matter how much we save, we can't afford it. We need to increase revenue, not save money. It's really not safe outside. Don't forget, Lu Feng and his group are still alive. Everyone flinched at the mention of Lu Feng's name. Shuyu hadn't wanted to mention Lu Feng. Although no one had actually been assaulted, they had been terrified. No one wanted to recall or talk about these events. Is it safe in the hotel? There might be someone like Lu Feng out there. No, I just talked to the owner. He said there's absolutely no way someone like Lu Feng exists. If there were, they'd be blacklisted and never be allowed back into the hotel again, just like those zombies, shielded by the hotel's barrier. Everyone's eyes lit up at this. Really? Really? The owner is a woman too. She hates this kind of thing, so she wouldn't let such scum into the hotel. Then Lu Feng's group can't get in either? Xu Yu nodded affirmatively. She was worried Lu Feng's group might return and find the hotel's location. She had gone to see the owner after checking in today. After learning about this, she was even more determined to stay in the hotel. That's great. Living outside isn't safe. Zombies are nothing. People are the most important to guard against, Xu Yu concluded. The girls all nodded in agreement, but earning points was a major issue. We don't have many points, and we can't stay in a hotel for long. What should we do? Forget about the superpower potions. We don't even have enough for daily accommodations. Don't worry about that. I just talked to Brother Xiang. We can join their team and fight zombies during the day. Except for Xu Yu, no one in the room had ever fought zombies before, and everyone was a little scared. Don't worry. We can go to the simulation training ground for some training. We got Brother Xiang and a few superpower users, and the smart AI we bought at the hotel. It won't be dangerous. You saw there were teenage girls wielding weapons to fight zombies. You can definitely do it too. Believe me, living outside is even more dangerous and terrifying than fighting zombies. Xu Yu paused and continued, but if you insist on moving to the house next door, I won't stop you. Everyone is responsible for their own lives. Anyway, I'm going to stay in the hotel. As soon as Xu Yu finished speaking, the girls immediately said they didn't want to move. The last one also quickly said no. Just kidding, with only one person left, moving out would be terrifying. After discussing it, everyone washed up and went back to their rooms to rest. After a good night's sleep, everyone was even more reluctant to move. It was so comfortable. The next day, half of those who had originally planned to move next door changed their minds. The hotel rooms were simply too comfortable. But the remaining half still planned to move to the house next door, refusing to stay in the hotel no matter how much others tried to persuade them. When passing guests learned of their plans, they were shocked and impressed. These people were so brave, actually staying outside the hotel. They had no choice but to do this to save points. Plus, they always lived in the mountains, which was relatively safe, and now the conditions were better than before. We used to camp out a lot, but now it's much safer to set up tents in the house. Lu Feng and his group entered the mountains, having a very difficult time. While the daytime was fine, at night they were attacked by mutant animals and even mutant plants. The mutant plants deep in the mountains had become aggressive. After several people died, many more were injured. Although Lu Feng used his healing ability to treat them, his newly awakened healing ability was at a low level and soon exhausted, making it impossible to move forward. The only option was to retreat. Let's go back. Lu Feng made his decision. There are still level 5 zombies back there. Let's go back and see what's going on. Maybe we can find some luck. If not, once I reach level 5, I can take care of that level 5 zombie too. He couldn't be trapped here. Now that he had awakened his healing powers and could predict the future, he was definitely the chosen one, the hero in a novel. He would definitely do something big, build a large base, and become the most powerful person in it, but now, he had to find a way to get out of this hellhole. Lu Feng led his men back up the mountain. By then, the rescue team had retreated, and there was not a single zombie left in the ancient town. What's going on? Are we dreaming again? How come there aren't even any zombies left? Lu Feng's men blinked in disbelief. The houses in the ancient town were stained with traces of zombies, the black, viscous corpse fluid still looking disgusting. These traces also indicated that the ancient town once had many zombies. That rescue team killed all the zombies. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, pondering. That doesn't make sense. If they were all wiped out, why aren't there any bodies? Could they have hidden them? Because this was so strange, Lu Feng and his team hesitated to act rashly. They waited for a long time, and when they found nothing unusual in the ancient town, they sent their men to investigate. The group was shocked to find a single zombieless person. That level 5 zombie is gone too, and none of the zombies in the ancient town are left. Could it be haunted? Is that rescue team so powerful? Lu Feng carefully recalled Xiang Jingyo's words, and finally, through gritted teeth he said, "Let's go to the county town and take a look." Chapter 63. Qin Feng and his team drove straight into the county town, relying on their superior abilities to be more daring than the others. After entering the county town, the hotel skyscraper immediately caught the driver's eye. His hand shook with fear, and the car rammed into a nearby shop, shattering the windows with a loud crash. "Fuck you, Xiaojun. How are you driving? Aren't you looking at the road? Boss, look over there." Qin Feng, sitting in the back seat, turned and looked, his mouth wide open in shock. "What is that? A skyscraper? There's nothing like that in this county town. I spent 2 days there when I visited the ancient town, and there weren't any buildings like that back then." "Xiaojun, you're not mistaken, are you?" "Absolutely not. I can't forget a building this tall. And it doesn't blend in with the other buildings." "Then what's with this building? Did it appear after the apocalypse?" The members of Lu Feng's team exchanged glances, each with a look of surprise in their eyes. Lu Feng's heart was heavy. He had never seen skyscrapers like this in his premonitions. He felt a vague sense of unease, a nagging feeling that the Tian Hotel might be a hindrance. "Let's go, drive over and take a look." Xiaojun carefully started the car, but it was stuck in a shop window and couldn't be moved. He tried to get it out for a long time but couldn't. Lu Feng said irritably, "Get out and find another one." The group got out, ready to find a car on the street. In the apocalypse, they could find one anyway. But they drove several blocks and couldn't find one. What's going on in this county town? There's not a single drivable car. There were only broken and damaged cars that couldn't be driven. Lu Feng's face darkened. "Boss, are we still going to that hotel?" "Yes." After walking down another street, Lu Feng and his group encountered hotel guests. These people didn't recognize Lu Feng and even greeted him. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes and gestured for his men to go and asked them for information. After learning about the hotel's benefits, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. This hotel sounds magical, like the Golden Finger in novels. This coincided with Lu Feng's thoughts. This person named Tian must have been bound to the hotel system to be able to open a hotel in the apocalypse. This system was bound to this person named Tian. If Tian died, would someone else be bound to the hotel system? If so, he would definitely be chosen. He was the chosen one, otherwise he wouldn't have awakened 3 superpowers. Binding to a hotel system seemed possible. Now, the only thing to consider was how to get this woman named Tian to die. Lu Feng pondered carefully, and came up with a diabolical plan. He would make this woman named Tian fall head over heels in love with him, and then he would find an opportunity to kill her. Lu Feng stroked his handsome face, grinning a bit lewdly. Lu Feng was actually quite good-looking, and had been quite popular before the apocalypse. Some of the girls he had previously tried to rape had also liked him, and offered themselves to him, but he didn't like them. He only had his eye on Shuyu, and he simply gave the others to his men. Unexpectedly, Shuyu was so ungrateful that she actually resisted, leading the others to join in the resistance, which made him feel humiliated. However, he hadn't considered forcing her, believing that as the male protagonist of a novel, girls should offer themselves to him. He wouldn't force anyone who didn't want to. Shuyu, if she didn't want to, would naturally regret it when she learned of his abilities, and saw him become a renowned figure and hero in the apocalypse. Furthermore, he learned from a prophetic dream that he'd be surrounded by all sorts of women, all stunning beauties, all interested in him. Under such circumstances, a girl as tactless as Shuyu wouldn't be of much interest to him. How else could a mere ordinary person resist a superpowered person like him? He must take down the Tian Hotel, the landlady, and make her bow down before his genes. This hotel would be his. He would use this hotel to establish a base, where he would be the master, and then recruit the surrounding survivors, making it the largest base in the apocalypse. Lu Feng suddenly felt a sense of urgency and urged, "Hurry up." Just then, a car suddenly drove past Lu Feng and his group. The occupant's eyes met Lu Feng's, and the car drove past without stopping. When Lu Feng saw the occupants clearly, his expression darkened. These people had cars, but they had to walk across half the county to the hotel. Lu Feng had never been so embarrassed before. Just wait, when he became the hotel owner, these people wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly. The car that just drove by was none other than Xiang Jingya's group, along with Shu Yu and several other girls. Lu Feng, he actually came to the hotel. Xiang Jingya was a little worried. Lu Feng wasn't a good person. Who knew what would happen when he got to the hotel? Shu Yu was much more relieved. She knew Lu Feng wouldn't be able to get into the hotel. It was a pity she wouldn't see the scene. After a night of rest at the hotel, someone suggested establishing a base. The idea was to establish a base within the hotel, complete with a comprehensive set of rules and regulations to facilitate operations. These rules and regulations covered daily life, zombie hunting trips, rescue missions, attracting zombies to the hotel, and providing assistance to those unable or afraid to leave. As they discussed the matter, they asked Tian Tian for her opinion. Tian Tian had no objections. She was about to leave Pinkong County and head east to open her first branch. She planned to leave these matters to the intelligence system in Dr. Lee, an employee she hired because he felt bad about his current job being so easy. Tian Tian figured she could leave these matters to Dr. Lee once she went to the branch. Although there wasn't much to do, it was a good idea for someone to use it, and with the system in place, Dr. Lee wouldn't have to worry too much. As for the hotel guests who wanted to set up a base, she authorized the system to support them. They could handle it themselves, and it wouldn't be her business. Everyone was quite reluctant to hear that Tian Tian was leaving, and Tian Tian quickly promised to return often. At this moment, Lu Feng finally reached the hotel entrance. Seeing many elderly people and children playing in the hotel garden, Lu Feng's heart nearly leaped. "Boss, look at that weapon. It's a supernatural weapon. And there's a pharmacy." "A pharmacy? What a precious thing. Oh my god, there's also a restaurant. The food in that restaurant is so abundant. Is this really a dream?" The hotel guests fighting zombies nearby saw their shocked expressions and couldn't help but laugh. "Is this your first time at the hotel? Where are you from? Hey, don't you think Tian Tian's hotel is amazing? There's even more amazing things inside. You see once you check in." The man's tone was quite smug, evidently someone who took pride in staying at the inn. Lu Feng suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, feeling inferior to this inn. "Let's go in." He waved his hand, and his men followed him in a step. Lu Feng felt a little relieved. Just wait, this inn will be his sooner or later. Lu Feng held his head high and tried to step through the inn's barrier, but to his surprise, he was stopped outside. He couldn't get in. "Boss! What's going on? Why is there a wall in front?" Lu Feng's men also shouted. Others, still walking behind, rushed forward to try, but as expected, they were also stopped outside. "What's going on? What's that? Ouch! It hurts." The guests who were drinking tea and chatting in the inn heard these cries and looked over. Then, they saw Lu Feng and his men bumping into the wall outside the inn. It looked quite comical. "What's going on?" The hotel guests, unaware that Lu Feng and the others were blacklisted, found it incredibly strange. Were they blocked by the barrier? Could they be zombies instead of humans? That doesn't look like it. Could they be injured? But even if they were injured, they wouldn't be unable to get in. They don't look injured. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you coming in?" One of the bravest guests ran to the barrier, then carefully tried to step over it, then back in, unimpeded. "No problem, are you kidding?" Chai Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. Yes, this brave man was none other than Chai Xiaoyu. The hotel had resolved his psychological issues. He was no longer afraid of zombies. He dared to walk around and even fight them. He was like a normal person, even braver than before. Lu Feng immediately walked over to the place where the man had entered and exited, intending to imitate him, but was stopped again. "Huh? You can't, but I can?" "Strange. Little brother, come out for a moment." Lu Feng suppressed his anger and called out to Chai Xiaoyu. Chai Xiaoyu didn't think anything was wrong. The guests at the hotel were all very friendly, and he didn't think Lu Feng was a bad guy, so he walked out without any precautions. Lu Feng immediately grabbed him. "What are you doing?" Even after being caught, Chai Xiaoyu didn't panic. There were so many people here, he wasn't afraid of them. Lu Feng grabbed him and pushed him against the barrier. Chai Xiaoyu entered without any hindrance. Lu Feng, who had been holding on to Chai Xiaoyu's clothes, felt an electric shock when his hand touched the barrier, and the pain forced him to let go. "Boss, how's it going?" Lu Feng's face darkened as he stared at Chai Xiaoyu with a fierce look in his eyes. "You can't get in. You can't even get in after this?" Lu Feng's men looked at Chai Xiaoyu suspiciously, their eyes filled with eagerness. Chai Xiaoyu retreated silently within the barrier. These people were unlike the other guests in the hotel. They weren't good people. Tian Tian was reading in her room when the system displayed the scene outside. "Announce this to everyone." The system received the command and immediately made the announcement. "Lu Feng, Wang Jun. You have been blacklisted by the hotel for robbery and other crimes. Blacklisted users are prohibited from entering the hotel's barrier." Chapter 64. The hotel guests took a deep breath upon hearing this announcement, their gazes on Lu Feng and the others shifting from curiosity and confusion to contempt. I knew it. These people don't look like good people. They actually been blacklisted by the hotel. Lu Feng's face darkened even further, even turning red, and he felt incredibly embarrassed. He should have been someone respected and courted, but now being labeled a robber by this hotel, you can imagine how furious he was. Nonsense. We didn't rob anyone. Don't think you can just accuse people just because it's the end of the world. Lu Feng's men also looked unhappy. Yes, they're accusing us of robbery. Then show us the evidence. You didn't just listen to the villagers' complaints? They have a grudge against us and are deliberately accusing us. Yes, they are. The hotel guests, hearing these people's cries of injustice, hesitated. They feared the hotel would arbitrarily accuse them. No one could guarantee they wouldn't offend anyone in their lifetime. Although the hotel atmosphere was good now, with time, bumps and quarrels were inevitable. If someone falsely accused us because of a few quarrels, and the hotel believed them and blacklisted them, that would be a huge injustice. Seeing the hotel guests questioning the matter, Lu Feng couldn't help but curl his lips. He gave his men an appreciative look. Lu Feng's men raised their heads in relief. They were absolutely certain that the hotel had no real evidence. If only the villagers from the third village and the tourists were making the complaint, they would firmly deny it. If the hotel still doesn't let them in, don't blame them for crying out for justice near the hotel every day, and see if the people in the hotel can still be so united. These people are truly disgusting, Tian complained, then agreed to release the surveillance video of Lu Feng and his men looting. The next moment, a large light screen appeared out of nowhere in the hotel garden. Everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of the light. The hotel guests were fine, having learned the inn's mysteries and being accustomed to them. Lu Feng's men took a step back in fear, but Lu Feng remained undeterred. Instead, he gazed greedily at the light screen, his eyes gleaming with determination. Soon, the light screen began to play footage of Lu Feng and his men looting, and everyone's expressions changed again. They're really looting. How abhorrent. At this moment, tourists staying near the hotel rushed out, pointing at Lu Feng and his men and demanding, "Lu Feng, why are you here? Isn't it enough to rob the locals? Why are you all here?" The hotel guests inquired about the entire situation, and they recounted their despair in detail. After gaining a thorough understanding, the hotel guests began to drive the group away. "You're not welcome in the hotel. Get out." Lu Feng couldn't stand this kind of indignation, but they couldn't enter the hotel, and the video channel kept broadcasting their crimes. Lu Feng had no choice but to tell his men to leave. However, they didn't go far, retreating to a nearby building and hiding. The people living there didn't notice until they bought supplies at the hotel and were about to return, when the system alerted them that Lu Feng and his men were hiding in their quarters. They immediately became afraid to go back. It felt unsafe. Lu Feng and his men waited until nightfall, but when they didn't see the men return, he ordered his men to break into their rooms and collect their tents and scattered supplies into the space. The tents these people bought together were just ordinary tents, lacking insulation and space. Lu Feng and the others had never seen the hotel's amazing tents, nor did they dislike these ordinary tents. Instead, they felt they had made a good deal, as they were of excellent quality. That evening, Lu Feng and his group tried to enter the hotel again, but were still barred from entering. "Boss, what do we do now?" Lu Feng glanced at the hotel sign with resentment, and finally made a decision. He planned to go to Haicheng, where a large base would appear, one that honored those with special abilities. He would lead his men there to join and strive to become the most prominent figure within the base. As for this hotel, it couldn't move or expand, so it could only stand in this small area, sheltering those nearby. How many people could there be nearby? The county town and a few villages had a population of at most a few thousand, less than 10,000. Even if a base was established, it would still be small, and wouldn't even be considered a major presence in the apocalypse. In his prophetic dreams, no large base had appeared in this area, which clearly proved that this hotel was nothing to fear. After figuring it out, Lu Feng immediately led his men to Haicheng. The hotel guests breathed a sigh of relief when they learned the group had left. Everyone was worried about their presence. They always had to leave the hotel to fight zombies. If they didn't leave, they would be a major threat. Thankfully, they left. The people staying outside the hotel finally dared to go back, only to discover that the lock on the room they found was broken and their tent was missing. They couldn't help but feel angry and regretful. Someone with a clear mind said, "It's just lost." If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have stayed outside. They lost their tent and duvet for nothing. They bought them with points. Although they didn't use many points, they were still heartbroken. They were now more concerned with safety than losing things or points. It was safer to stay in a hotel, and paying the rent daily was reasonable. So, to stay in the hotel for a longer period, they joined Xiang Jingyao's team to fight zombies. The Pingkong base was also established by this time, and all the rules and regulations were implemented. Originally, everyone wanted to call it the Tian base, but Tian refused. In the end, they named the base after the county town. The day after the base was established, they began organizing teams to go out. Xiang Jingyao and his team encountered a car of survivors at a highway intersection. There were 7 people in the car, and it looked like a makeshift group: 2 young couples, 2 middle-aged couples with a child, and 2 siblings. 5 of the 7 people were psychics, and the leader of the team was the husband of the middle-aged couple, named Cui Wen. Cui Wen was 32 years old, a salesperson by trade, and was very smooth and intelligent. He and his wife were both from Haicheng, and they were here for the holidays. However, they weren't vacationing nearby, but in the next province. They'd driven for 2 months to get here. They were just passing through. Their destination was Haicheng. The others in the car were similarly on vacation, having encountered the apocalypse. They were all from Haicheng, strangers at first, but after fleeing together and discovering they were from the same hometown, they became familiar with each other. Afterward, they agreed to return home together, and that's how this group came to be. 2 of them had water abilities, so they had no shortage of water. They collected food along the way, which was how they managed to reach this point, crossing 3 provinces. Cui Wen hadn't wanted to reveal this information. People were relatively benign during the first month of the apocalypse, but in the second month, as food and water supplies dwindled, individuals with malicious intentions began to appear from time to time. If he hadn't wanted to exchange tents, quilts, and other supplies with Xiang Jingyao, he wouldn't have revealed their group's situation. Now that the supplies had been exchanged, they prepared to leave. Xiang Jingyao, remembering that the base needed to rescue nearby survivors, began to tell them about the hotel and persuaded them to move in. After just the first few words, Cui Wen refused without hesitation. "We need to go home. Our parents and relatives are all in Haicheng. We can't stay." "Then why don't you stay in the hotel for a night? The environment is great, and they sell a variety of medicines and weapons. They don't sell ordinary weapons, but supernatural weapons, which you won't find anywhere else." "No, we're anxious to get home, so we won't stay." Cui Wen and his group's expressions nearly faltered upon hearing this. There was definitely something fishy about this guy. He even made up some supernatural weapon to try to trick them into going to the Tian Inn. They wouldn't fall for it. Someone had tricked them like that before, promising clean water, but they followed him and been robbed. If their supernatural powers hadn't just reached level 2, they might still be held captive. They absolutely wouldn't go to that inn. "Thank you, but there's really no need." It was already late, and it was time to find a campsite. Xiang Jingyao hadn't been making such a random suggestion. But Cui Wen was insistent, and Xiang Jingyao felt bad for him. After 3 attempts at persuasion, he finally realized that the others were suspecting them of ulterior motives. Xiang Jingyao felt somewhat helpless, but he understood, and ultimately stopped trying to persuade him. Seeing Xiang Jingyao and his group leaving in the opposite direction, Cui Wen and his companions drove onto the highway. They decided not to rest tonight, and would take the highway all the way to Haicheng. When the apocalypse arrived, although it was a holiday, it was certainly during the holiday, not the peak departure and return times, so there were fewer zombies and stranded vehicles on the highway. Their decision wasn't considered risky. They felt it would be more dangerous to stop and find a base nearby. They firmly believed that Xiang Jingyao and his group had ulterior motives. If they stayed nearby to rest, they would be robbed by Xiang Jingyao and his group at night. Tian had collected enough points to open a branch and upgrade it to a 4-star hotel. In fact, she had already collected enough points to open the branch a day earlier. If she had clicked to open it then, the branch would have only been a 1-star hotel. The 1-star hotel's decor was shabby, the lobby was small, and there was no pharmacy, clothing store, or daily necessities store. Clothing stores and daily necessities stores are secondary. Pharmacies are essential. Since I can't wait another day or 2, I might as well save up enough points to upgrade the branch to 4 stars before opening it. Now it's finally open. Tian didn't have to worry about the branch's location. She clicked to confirm the opening, and in the blink of an eye, a hotel building called Tian Hotel First Branch suddenly appeared in the eastern coastal triangle. Tian confirmed the branch's opening in her room. After the system notified her of the successful opening, her room remained unchanged, the same as the main hotel. The lowering of the hotel's star rating didn't affect the room's rating. She opened the door and came out to check. Chapter 65. The environment outside had indeed changed, from a luxurious and spacious 8-star hotel to a 4-star one. It felt both strange and familiar, and Tian felt a little uneasy. The main problem was that the hotel was completely empty, not a single person in sight. Even though the branch's layout was the same as the main 4-star hotel, it still felt strange to her, especially because the familiar people were gone. Recalling the 4-star main hotel, the Wu family's grandparents and John Liu and his wife had always been there, while the Renwei team had moved in with dozens of their family members. The restaurant was overflowing with delicious food, and the guests were filled with laughter every night. But the branch was completely deserted, and it was unclear when the guests would arrive. She had just checked the surroundings using the optical frequency. This time, the branch wasn't in the city, nor in a village or county town, but rather a standalone building that had suddenly appeared. There were no other buildings around the branch. It was completely empty, and of course, no one was around, not even a few zombies. If she hadn't checked several times, looking out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the main road, Tian would have suspected that the branch had opened in the wrong place. Tian was very worried about the customer base. To open the next branch, the current one needs to be upgraded to level 8. Although branch upgrades can be earned using points from the main branch's revenue, the main branch's daily income is currently very fixed. It would take at least 2 or 3 months to accumulate enough points to open the next branch solely relying on the main branch's revenue. Tian felt that this time was too long. She still needed to rely on the branch's own revenue. Tian sat at the counter in the branch's lobby, staring out the floor-to-ceiling windows, hoping for a customer to arrive. She waited all morning, but no one showed up. After lunch and a nap, she waited again at 3 p.m., but still no one showed up. Until dark fell. Outside the branch was deserted. The streetlights in front of the branch were all off, leaving it completely dark. The hotel was surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows, and Tian, sitting in the lobby, felt a tinge of fear. Although she knew she was absolutely safe, not to mention the barrier surrounding the hotel, the loneliness made her feel terrified. Can I go back? Back to the main hotel? You can, but it will cost you points. Hearing that it would cost points, Tian hesitated. The host could consider hiring staff. Hire staff? Like Dr. Lee? But the branch had no customers right now, and there was no one to hire for her. You could hire someone through the system. The system said vaguely, host, do you want to hire? It doesn't cost points. Tian was confused, and the system repeatedly said it didn't require points. Without further ado, Tian agreed to the hiring. Then, a man suddenly appeared in front of Tian. The man had short, black hair, tucked neatly into his trousers. He stood tall and straight. The man turned, and Tian saw that the collar of his black shirt was undone, revealing his delicate collarbone and a voluptuous Adam's apple. Tian's gaze shifted upward, her gaze fixed on the man's features. Beneath his short black hair was a face as handsome as a fallen immortal. A perfect jawline exuded a noble air, and above his high nose bridge were a pair of deep, unfathomable eyes. Tian stared blankly into his deep eyes, only to see them suddenly filled with tenderness. Stupefied, Tian's heartbeat quickened. Where did this handsome guy come from? Her heart was racing, her mind racing, and her thoughts were racing. Tian couldn't react. Until Qinyi walked up to her and opened his thin lips. Nice to meet you, Tian. His voice was hoarse and magnetic, its tone possessing a unique charm. Tian couldn't describe the feeling. Her name seemed to come from the depths of his heart, held in his mouth like a treasure. Hello. May I ask? Your name? Tian raised her right hand nervously. This was how they shook hands, right? What kind of office handshake was this? My name is Qinyi. Qinyi gently raised the corner of his mouth, extending his slender fingers to grasp Tian's fleshy little hand. Tian felt a tingling sensation rising from her right hand, spreading throughout her body, nearly making her stagger. A dark glint flashed in Qinyi's eyes. Her face flushed. Qinyi? Yes. Ah. You're a clerk? Hired through the system? Yes. Qinyi's eyes lit up with a smile. Oh then, why don't you take a break? It's getting dark and I'm going back to my room. There shouldn't be any customers today. Tian was so nervous that her words stumbled. Okay. Qinyi responded, gave Tian a deep look, and with a smile, walked behind the counter. He then opened the door to Tian's room. Tian, still unaware of this, nearly jumped when Qinyi stepped inside. He entered her room. Weren't the doors to her room accessible only to her? How could this clerk open her door? Could it be that this clerk wasn't human? Just a lifelike robot sent by the system? Because it's a robot, its appearance and figure are imperfect, so it can freely enter her room? Master. Chun-Yi is a real person, a person from this world. The system, having almost said the wrong thing, guiltily corrected itself. Tian, still stunned by the handsome man's beauty, hadn't noticed what the system had said. After the door closed, Tian realized what was happening. She quickly ran to the door, took a deep breath, and opened it. The view inside the door wasn't her room. Instead, it was a hallway with 2 doors on either side. Chun-Yi was standing in the hallway, opening the door to the right. The room on the left should be her old room. Her room and Chun-Yi's room were facing each other. Tian thought Chun-Yi was going into the room, but he came out again. Tian had a puzzled look on her face. I wait until you get back to your room before going to my own. Oh! Tian replied, stunned. Then, realizing he was concerned, her face flushed even more. I go back to my room and rest now. You should rest too. Tian then walked towards her room. Chun-Yi didn't call her again. After entering the room, Tian covered her blushing face with her hands. Is he really human? Not a robot? Tian felt her heartbeat quicken. No, I had to calm down. I couldn't let beauty distract me. She patted her cheeks, trying to make the blush fade. It was a real person. Oh my god, he's so perfect. System, Its owner had once been the most handsome being in the world of immortal cultivation. Even the host's former fiancé, the supposedly destined child, couldn't compare to its owner's beauty. It took Tian a while to calm her heart, but soon, her heartbeat quickened again as she recalled Chun-Yi's appearance and demeanor. He was the most beautiful and well-built man she had ever seen, with perfect proportions in every way. He was infinitely more handsome than the handsome boys she had met at her old school. No, she was acting so strangely. Could she be attracted to him? Or perhaps she was thinking of falling in love. After being single for over 20 years, she did want to be in a relationship. It was the end of the world now, so a relationship wouldn't be appropriate, right? Tian pondered over it, but she still felt that it wasn't. Since she had made up her mind, she stopped overthinking it. She had to control herself, not blush, not stare, and act normal. Yes, that was the way to go. Tian had a good idea, but the system, being so troublesome, kept nagging her about Chun-Yi's situation. He was said to be incredibly powerful, so formidable that even the top human psychics were no match for him. He could help her watch the hotel, but that wasn't the most important thing. What mattered was that he could protect her and absolutely prevent her from coming to any harm. Isn't the hotel completely safe? Even if someone caused trouble, they could be blacklisted. Well, that's true. But there were always unexpected situations, like if someone started a disturbance outside the hotel. That would put the hotel's business at risk. Tian nodded, thinking there was some truth to that. In fact, there were signs that Lu Feng from the main hotel was planning to cause trouble. If the main hotel wasn't so crowded and Lu Feng's team wasn't so small, they might have dared to cause trouble. If a disturbance did occur, he would definitely protect you and wouldn't let you come to any harm. Why do you keep bringing this up? The mention of this reminded Tian of Chun-Yi's eyes just now, so gentle and affectionate that it made her blush and her heart beat fast. Affectionate? That must be her imagination, right? Anyway, don't say that again. Tian wrapped herself in the quilt. System, in Chun-Yi's room. If Tian had ever entered this room, she would have been utterly astonished. Chun-Yi's room was identical in layout and decor to hers. Chun-Yi sat in the bedroom chair, his thoughts unsettled. The lights were off, and Chun-Yi looked a little scary in the darkness. The system was a bit unaccustomed to entering. Master. Chun-Yi glanced at it sideways, a warning tinge in its voice. The system shuddered. I change my words later, when the fairy's memory returns. Chun-Yi remained silent. The system breathed a sigh of relief, then rather servilely informed him of Tian's reaction after returning to the room. Tian has a strong affection for the master. She even blushes and gets shy when she thinks of him, blah blah. If Tian knew that the system had just revealed her blushing struggles in the room, and the person she was blushing about knew about it, she would be furious and want to beat the system up. Chun-Yi didn't react to the system's words. His expression remained cold and indifferent, and only the gentle tapping of his fingers on the chair betrayed that his inner peace wasn't as apparent. The system had been with him longer than it had been with his proper master, and seeing this detail, it understood, and it couldn't help but feel a sense of joy, like having just eaten a melon. Get out. Chin Yi said coldly. The system shook its air-like body and flew out with a whoosh. Unable to support its master CP, it might as well go watch some TV. The next morning, Tian lingered in front of the mirror for a long time, giving herself many psychological hints before finally opening the door. As soon as she opened the door, she ran into Chin Yi. Had he just left too? What a coincidence. Ah, good morning. Tian was about to blush again, but she had to hold it back. Tian, you're definitely not a girl who's obsessed with looks. Good morning. Chin Yi raised his lips. He looked incredibly sexy. Besides being handsome, he also had a hint of mischief, which, paired with his affectionate eyes, was particularly alluring. Tian felt a little weak and blushed as she said, I'm going to work. Then she hurried to the counter. She ran to the counter and sat down, patting her face and sitting upright. Chin Yi also came out and sat next to Tian. Tian feigned indifference as she stared at the computer in front of her, checking one spreadsheet after another, worrying about the main store's revenue, then wondering why the branch hadn't seen any customers yet. The person next to her had such a strong aura that Tian felt as if someone was watching her closely. A customer is coming. Ah, a customer? Where is he? Chapter 66. Hearing a customer, Tian immediately stood up and ran to the door. As she walked, she mentally communicated with the system. Chin Yi looked so gentle, and he must be very nice to customers. Is that why you hired him as a clerk? System. Wang Kun was from the north, but he went to college in Haicheng, majoring in finance. After graduation, he found a finance-related job in Haicheng. He performed well at his job, and after a few years, he was promoted. By the age of 30, he had become the project general manager of a branch company. His future was bright. He even bought a house in Haicheng and was renovating it just before the apocalypse. Unexpectedly, before the apocalypse, everything in life came to a halt. Thankfully, Haicheng had many capable people, and someone quickly took control of the situation. 3 bases were established near Haicheng. He initially went to one, then to another. The reason for his repeated changes was, of course, to better survive, but none of them were satisfactory. He wanted to visit the 3rd base before the next zombie wave arrived. Unexpectedly, his car broke down along the way. After hiking for most of the day without seeing any buildings, he hadn't realized there was such an empty stretch of road northwest of Haicheng. This emptiness, with nowhere to hide, had both advantages and disadvantages. The good thing was that the road flowed smoothly downwards, but the bad was that there was no place to hide, and the zombies along the way were chasing him. At first, he didn't take it seriously, but as the zombies gradually increased in number, and even among them were level 2 zombies, he had no choice but to run. This was a significant challenge for Wang Kun, who spent a long time sitting in an office, hadn't awakened his superpowers, and had been walking for most of the day. No matter how challenging it was, he would take it. Otherwise, he would die. There was truly no one alive around here. As he ran, his strength dwindled, and he grew increasingly desperate. He was so dizzy and dazed that he didn't even see the hotel and ran in another direction. Tian stood at the edge of the hotel barrier and waved to Wang Kun. Come here. Wang Kun was stunned, then looked in Tian's direction. Seeing Tian, a living being, he almost cried. In an instant, his strength burst out, and he ran inside the barrier to Tian's side. Then he passed Tian and ran straight into the hotel. However, when Wang Kun rushed into the lobby and pulled the glass door closed, he turned around and found Tian still standing there. He immediately panicked. Don't just stand there. Come in. Seeing Tian still didn't move, Wang Kun gritted his teeth and rushed forward, intending to call Tian to dodge with him. However, before the person could even touch Tian, his eyes widened in shock. In front of him, the girl remained calm and composed, a sweet smile on her lips. Behind the girl, the ferocious zombies suddenly seemed to have hit an invisible wall of air, each one blocked at a distance. The stark contrast between the smiling girl and the ferocious zombies behind her left Wang Kun completely stunned, unable to recover for a long time. What shocked him even more was that, after hitting the wall of air, the zombies suddenly stopped and resumed their wandering state. The zombies showed no reaction to the girl so close. What the hell is going on? Wang Kun stuttered for a long time before uttering these words, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Tian. This girl had been incredibly calm the entire time. And it was she who had just called him over, could it be? Because of this girl? Did she have some special ability? Especially when he saw the smile on the girl's face, Wang Kun's belief became even more certain. The zombies' collision with the air wall and their refusal to attack them must have been because of this girl. Welcome to the hotel. The area within 2 meters of the hotel is an absolutely safe zone. Zombies cannot enter or attack. Tian finished her words slowly, then walked through the glass door. She smiled back. Would you like to come in and take a look? Without waiting for the man's response, she withdrew her gaze and entered the lobby. Wang Kun entered the hotel lobby. At this time, he finally saw what was happening in the hotel restaurant. The restaurant had a wide variety of food, an incredibly abundant spread, displayed on the counter. Just looking at it, even before smelling it, made one's mouth water. How long had it been since he had eaten a proper meal? The week after the apocalypse he had some food, but after that, he'd been eating bread, snacks, and junk food. Having this junk food was good enough. After entering the base, he could cook, but it was only rice and noodles with various sauces and pickled vegetables. There were no fresh vegetables or meat. The sauces became expensive, making them unaffordable for ordinary people. Only those with special abilities or the base's leaders could enjoy them. It's been 5 months since the apocalypse, and he's almost forgotten what fresh meat and vegetables taste like. Wang Kun looked at the food in the restaurant, feeling dazed and dreamy. How could there still be so much fresh food 5 months into the apocalypse? This restaurant next door has to be fake. It has to be. With this certainty, Wang Kun's confusion suddenly cleared up. This restaurant was just wallpaper. Otherwise, why was there no smell even with the glass door open? If there were so many delicious foods, the smell would have wafted through. So it has to be fake. Wang Kun's expression hardened, and he looked to his left. There was the weapons shop. The weapons shop displayed a variety of cold and hot weapons. Wang Kun was stunned again. He suspected the weapons shop was also fake. Would you like to check in? Tian asked. Check in? Wang Kun stared back blankly at Tian's face. Oh right, this seems to be a hotel? Check in. Does that mean I can stay here? Seeing him staring at Tian, Qinyi felt annoyed and moved in front of her, blocking Wang Kun's gaze. Wang Kun was startled. He hadn't noticed there was someone else in the hotel. He thought it was just that girl. When had she gotten here? Wang Kun took one look and didn't dare look again. Qinyi's aura was too overwhelming. He felt like he trembled and dropped to his knees. He didn't know why he had such a thought. Yes, the hotel is absolutely safe. Wang Kun looked at Tian and was instantly filled with warmth, as if he had returned from the underworld to the world of the living. Thinking of how this girl had saved him when he was escaping, his heart warmed even more. My name is Tian. Just call me by my name. I'm a clerk here. This is Qinyi. Hello, Tian. You're the owner of this hotel, right? Or the proprietress? Wang Kun didn't dare look at Qinyi, and only spoke to Tian. When he mentioned Tian's identity, he wanted to ask if she was the owner, but subconsciously sensing Qinyi's attentive gaze and protective actions toward her, as well as his overwhelming aura, he immediately changed his tune. Although the hotel was called the Tian Hotel, it's possible the owner simply loved the proprietress so much that he gave it that name. Wang Kun had this misconception because he felt Qinyi was too powerful. It was like facing down those high-level psychics dealing with ordinary people. But Qinyi hadn't even unleashed his powers at this moment. He felt this man was even more powerful than those psychics who unleashed their powers. If he hadn't had some experience, at least as a former company executive, he would have cowered in fear, daring to speak. What Wang Kun didn't know was that this was the result of Qinyi suppressing his aura to the lowest possible level. If he didn't restrain himself, he might not even be able to stand. Learning that he could check in using a crystal core, Wang Kun, under Tian's gentle gaze, and Qinyi's cold one, checked in a daze. He wasn't particularly surprised by the sudden appearance of the light frequency, and when he saw the implanted card and other things, he also ignored them. He took the card but didn't examine it carefully. His attention was half in the direction of the restaurant and half in the direction of the pharmacy. He looked down, saw the cut on his foot, and decided to go to the pharmacy to see if there was any medicine. The food in the restaurant is fake, but the medicine in the pharmacy can't be fake too, right? The food won't last, but the medicine should still be available. Can I go check the pharmacy? Wang Kun said nervously, looking at Tian while stealthily glancing at Qinyi. He felt that this magical inn must have been opened by the wealthy man next door, with the support of his girlfriend. Sure. Tian looked down and noticed the bleeding spots on Wang Kun's feet. Bleeding wounds can easily be infected with the zombie virus. Even if you don't need medicine, bandaging them with gauze will help. Wang Kun walked into the pharmacy, and the first thing he saw was the dazzling display of the Ability Awakening Potion, displayed in a separate display. He paused for a moment, then turned to look for the gauze and hemostatic potion. Tian followed him in and introduced him. There's a special potion over there. Take a look, guest. Originally, Tian didn't need to explain this. Guests could look it up on their own. If they didn't understand something, they could ask the system, which would be much better than her. But Xinyi was always by her side, glancing at her from time to time, which made Tian feel uneasy. She had a feeling he was interested in her. But they had only just met yesterday, which was strange. Wang Kun walked over to the special potion section, and saw a zombie antidote and a healing potion. He was completely stunned. There's actually a zombie antidote here? Is this potion really effective? Of course it is. There are no fakes produced by the hotel. The system quickly replied, offering a helpful explanation, its tone mirroring the one Tian used when she spoke to the system. Usually, the explanation system's voice is mechanical, pre-recorded and played when a guest asks. This time, the system saw Chinye's grim expression and quickly replied. Alas, after so many worlds, this always happens every time the master appears. He's used to it. Wang Kun's heart surged as he listened to the introduction. The base created by the Haicheng people is currently using zombie crystal cores to develop an antidote, though they haven't yet produced any results. But Wang Kun believes it will be developed sooner or later, given the government. If Minghai Base hadn't been facing increasingly difficult times, with signs of becoming like Shuguang Base, he wouldn't have run away. Chapter 67. Wang Kun had originally wanted to buy a healing ointment, but the price was too high, so he gave up. He didn't have many crystal cores. He put down the healing ointment, but he was still reluctant to part with the zombie antidote. It wasn't until the system introduced the best potion in the pharmacy, the Power Awakening Potion, that Wang Kun finally reacted. Is the Power Awakening Potion what he imagined? After confirming over and over again that the Power Awakening Potion really existed and was almost 100% effective, Wang Kun was so excited that he almost fainted. He hadn't even been this excited when he saw the zombie antidote. After confirming once again that he could purchase it as long as he had the points, Wang Kun made an unexpected move. He knelt before Tian and Chinyi. Tian was startled. Chinyi immediately reached out to protect her, then glared at Wang Kun with a cold gaze. Wang Kun's shoulders shook. A sturdy northern man, almost 1.8 to 1.9 meters tall, his voice choked with emotion. Boss, thank you so much. There's actually a miracle drug like the awakening potions. It's truly saved so many lives. Tian couldn't comprehend his excitement. It was too much. Thinking back to when the awakening potions were available at the main store, no customer had ever been as excited as Wang Kun. Customer calmed down. After a long while, Wang Kun finally regained control of his emotions and explained to Tian the reason for his excitement. Speaking of this, we have to mention the situation in Haicheng. Haicheng currently has 3 major bases. They are Dawn Base, Minghai Base, and the military base. Dawn Base was the first base established in Haicheng, and the first to accept survivors. Wang Kun also went to this base first. Dawn Base may be called Dawn Base, but it's truly the base with the least hope. Dawn Base was organized by psychics, with no government personnel to manage it. Initially, it was chaotic, and even more so afterward. It's not chaos, it's just that the apocalypse was too cruel. After the first zombie wave, Dawn Base realized that ordinary people were too weak to compete with psychics. So, their attitude towards ordinary people became harsher. He, a single man, tall and strong, lived a very hard life, being bullied by psychics every day. Those women, the elderly, children, and frail men who didn't have a psychic relative were in for a rough ride. Some were beaten half to death, and eventually died. Women were even more vulnerable, with ordinary women disappearing from time to time. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he left Dawn Base and headed for Minghai Base. Minghai Base was better than Dawn Base, but not much better. Minghai Base was established by former Haicheng government officials and some of Haicheng's wealthy, powerful, and prominent families. At first, Minghai Base treated ordinary people and psychics equally, but things gradually changed, partly due to that damn zombie wave, and partly due to Dawn Base. Because Dawn Base was the first base to be established, it initially had the largest number of survivors and a wealth of supplies. Survivors from Haicheng and surrounding cities generally went to Dawn Base first, and Dawn Base was also the first to organize psychics to plunder nearby supplies. As a result, Minghai Base's subsequent efforts to gather supplies yielded little. Minghai Base had a research institute, which, in addition to studying the zombie virus, primarily focused on cultivating crops, figuring out how to grow edible plants in winter. But after years of research, little progress was made. The base produced very little food, and continued to rely on previously collected supplies. As more and more people moved from Shuguang Base to Meihai Base, the base became overwhelmed and gradually began to favor those with special abilities. Ordinary people's lives became increasingly difficult, primarily due to a lack of food and clean water. Everyone was struggling. He still had some energy left, so he thought about visiting the military base. He wasn't familiar with the situation there, but he had heard that it was established by the military and might be kind to ordinary people. Perhaps they would even offer ordinary people the opportunity to become soldiers. After all, it was a military base. That's the situation. Life is tough for ordinary people in the apocalypse. I never expected the hotel to have a potion for awakening superpowers. Seeing this, I couldn't control myself. He was considered quite resilient, otherwise, he wouldn't have become a company leader. But the moment he saw the potion, he couldn't contain his emotions and burst into tears. Life is truly too hard for ordinary people, God knows. He used to often complain about the heavens, lamenting their unfairness. He was strong and healthy, and despite his busy work schedule, he always exercised, so his body was in excellent shape. Yet, he hadn't awakened any superpowers. This hotel is truly amazing. The food is so delicious. Eating the food in the hotel restaurant, Wang Kun felt like crying again. This restaurant was real. By this point, Wang Kun had completely given up on going to the military base and decided to settle down in the hotel. As for the idea of using crystal cores to stay in the hotel, Wang Kun had no objection. Meihai Base had already started using crystal cores as currency. Many people in the base would go out and kill zombies to earn them. Unfortunately, the exchange rates for crystal cores were very limited, and killing zombies to earn them for supplies wasn't very rewarding. Killing zombies was still quite dangerous for ordinary people. But at the hotel, the purchasing power of crystal cores was immense. Wang Kun enjoyed a hearty lunch and felt a surge of excitement when he saw that his points hadn't decreased much. After lunch, he immediately went to the weapons shop. After buying weapons, he immediately began to deal with the zombies outside. An hour ago, he had felt only fear and disgust towards these zombies. Now, he simply loved them. They were all money. Having earned nearly 1,000 points, Wang Kun finally returned to his room, feeling satisfied. He unlocked the door and went into the bathroom to shower. Wang Kun cried again. The big man from northeast China had cried several times in just one day, just because this was the first time since the apocalypse that he had such a comfortable bath. Comfortable, so comfortable. Tian was trying to find the right conversation with the system about the situation at the three bases. Next to her, Qin Yi was looking at her lovingly. Tian lamented for a moment about the poor conditions at the three bases, but finally, unable to bear Qin Yi's gaze, she began to check the main store. First, she looked at the revenue, then at the spending details from the total revenue, then at the store spending details. Then, she completed a few long-term resident tasks and checked every vending machine. Finally, with nothing else to do, they awkwardly said they wanted to go back to their rooms. Qin Yi's gentle, affectionate gaze dimmed instantly, and it was obvious. Tian saw it immediately, and a sense of guilt and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. Qian Mu led the team out to search for supplies. Captain, should we move to Meihai Base? They were a team of psychics from Dawn Base, and they were living quite well there. After all, they were psychics, and Dawn Base treated them very well. But they also discovered some problems. In Dawn Base, psychics and ordinary people formed two classes. They were psychics, and although they had ordinary people in their families, they lived quite well. They had never before noticed what life was like for ordinary people. Dawn Base treated psychics well, but the psychics were gradually divided into different levels. The benefits enjoyed by high-level and low-level psychics gradually widened. In the Qian Mu team, only Qian Mu was a level 3 psychic. The others were all level 1 and level 2, and advancing to the next level was extremely difficult. They understood this was due to limited talent. So, gradually, their team became a low-level psychic team, and at Dawn Base, one person was at the bottom of the team. Then, they began to feel that life wasn't as comfortable as before, and they inevitably suffered some injustice in front of the higher-level psychic team members. At this time, they also noticed the lives of ordinary people. Wasn't their situation the same as theirs? The weak were bullied. They weren't stupid people. A quick thought would tell them that if they remained weak, they would definitely be bullied even more in the future. Just like ordinary people, weak as they are, they can never hold their heads up in front of psychics. The world has changed. Someone at Dawn Base tried to recruit Qian Mu. Qian Mu's team members were weak, but he himself was very capable. Everyone knew that level 3 was a hurdle. If he couldn't make it past that, he would always be a low-level psychic, only slightly stronger than an average person. If Qianmu broke through level 3, he would have the potential to advance further. He was a promising psychic. The psychics at Dawn Base began to band together, the strong absorbing the strong, and the strong became stronger. As for the weak, they were excluded. It was foreseeable that in the future, the strong would have the final say at Dawn Base, and the weak would always be weak. Qianmu refused the offer. His team members were good friends, who had been through thick and thin together, brothers worth supporting. He was a man of loyalty and righteousness, unwilling to abandon them. Refusing recruitment was perfectly normal, but the leader of the elite team, who hadn't wanted him, resented him, accusing Qianmu of being disrespectful. He then began to create obstacles for his team. These were minor actions that didn't affect their fundamental interests, but they did make them unhappy and insecure. Qianmu was thinking further and more clearly. The elite teams were growing in power. Right now, it was only the early stages, and their actions were relatively restrained, mindful of the zombie wave and the base's system. But over time, or when these elite teams reached a certain level of power, these minor actions could easily become major ones. By then, their lives would be difficult. So they had to find another way out. Mihai Base, you could check it out. If it's good, they could find a way to relocate. More than 10 kilometers from Mihai Base, they saw the Tian Eon Hotel. What do you think that is? Chapter 68. The system detected survivors approaching the inn and, despite the fact that it was still dark, turned on the lights. Qianmu's team, who had been quickening their pace, slowed down when they saw the hotel sign suddenly light up. How strange. That hotel actually had electricity. 6 months after the apocalypse, the electricity had been gone. No lighting users were using their powers to generate electricity, and even if there were, only a select few could use it. They didn't have access to electricity, considering their relatively good treatment at Dawn Base. Brother Mu, do you want to go? Will there be any problems? Qianmu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to check it out. He had already reached the door, and he felt uneasy if he didn't. Let's go check it out. Everyone, be careful. If there's any trouble, we run. The group continued their journey towards the inn. They encountered some zombies along the way, and a few of them felt annoyed and decided to clean up before continuing. If they didn't, they would encounter them again later on their way back, and if they returned late, the danger would be even greater. If everything's alright, are you staying here tonight? The girl in the group asked, genuinely dreading the journey at night. No, let's just go take a look. We head back tonight. If the hotel didn't have electricity, they might consider staying overnight. With doors and windows locked and someone on duty, it shouldn't be a problem. But since the hotel had electricity, they had no idea what kind of dangerous situation lay inside. So, they were just checking it out and definitely not staying. With all their thoughts in mind, they quickly ran into the hotel. The spacious, bright lobby was actually lit, and the hallway, and the next room, which seemed to be a shop, was also brightly lit. Not only was the sign illuminated, but so many lights were on inside. And there was air conditioning. The weather in the apocalypse was quite extreme. Winters were so cold it snowed, and even before summer arrived, it was already swelteringly hot. Water was becoming increasingly scarce. They hadn't showered in ages, and they reeked terribly. In the apocalypse, electricity was a truly scarce resource. Most areas couldn't even be lit at night, let alone during the day, but this place was brightly lit in broad daylight. Did they have so much resources that they could squander them like this? The man looked at Tian and Chinyi with awe. Could this be the headquarters of some powerful force? That girl was just an ordinary person, and that man was truly unfathomable. Could this man have owned this hotel? Guest, would you like to check in? Qianmu finally came to his senses after being asked this question, and then he took in his surroundings. The more she looked, the more frightened she became. Restaurant, weapon shop, pharmacy. These shops were all glass-walled, allowing for a clear view. The goods inside were dazzling and neatly arranged, just like a shop from before the apocalypse. No, even more impressive than a shop from before the apocalypse. Qianmu and his group were speechless with shock, and they couldn't hear Tian's inquiries. Tian didn't press them. She was experienced in this kind of situation. She simply waited for them to recover. She turned around and was met with Chinye's intense gaze, and Tian flinched again. She noticed that as long as she was there, Chinye didn't care if anyone else was in the hotel. He just stared at her. Could he really be interested in her? Tian's heart was pounding. So she found another excuse and returned to her room. When she returned to her room, she remembered she'd forgotten to tell Chinye to check the guests in. So she opened the door again and saw Chin-Yi standing in front of it, looking like he was about to go back to his room. Do you want to go back to your room and rest? Chin-Yi didn't say anything, but Tian somehow understood what he meant. If she went back to her room, he would go back, and if she left, he would leave too. So she immediately said, then you rest? I go rest too. No one was there to take care of the guests checking in. Tian didn't really need to worry about check-in. When the main hotel was busy, everyone checked in by themselves. If they had any questions, they could just ask the system or the person next to them. Because this was a new hotel, Tian was trying to cheer herself up, but she didn't expect. Qianmu and the others finally came to their senses. Instead of wondering why the owner and staff were gone, they were excitedly discussing the glass surrounding the hotel. It's all glass. Is it safe? Glass always makes people feel unsafe. Did you notice? Those zombies didn't follow us. They had just been clearing out the zombies along the way, but after hearing the noise, the zombies began to gather in greater numbers. So, they gave up and decided to go inside the hotel, close the door, and block out the smell so they could leave after the zombies dispersed without interrupting their departure. So, they were followed by a line of zombies, but now that line had disappeared, Qianmu's team felt a surge of panic. This was abnormal. Abnormal meant danger. Let's go check. Qianmu's team no longer cared to observe the situation inside the hotel. They rushed to the door, warily observing. In fact, they didn't even need to go to the door. The surrounding area was lined with glass windows, through which they could clearly see the zombie situation outside the hotel. The zombies were roaming 2 meters away from the hotel. Team Qianmu held their breath, slowly opened the door, and then began to explore. Oh my! What the hell? Team Qianmu was stunned for a moment, then entered the hotel, bewildered. Would you like to check in? Please proceed to the counter. The system's voice rang out. Team Qianmu wasn't frightened this time. The hotel was full of zombies, brightly lit, and there were so many shops. Well, they'd been shot for so long, and they already calmed down and prepared themselves mentally outside. Nothing could scare them anymore. After all, they were a team of psychics from a large base. They'd seen the world, and they couldn't afford to be so humiliated. The group forced themselves to remain calm as they approached the counter. They were startled again by the light frequency that popped up in the air, but they quickly regained their composure. When they saw the option to implant a card, everyone avoided it. It looked so terrifying and would surely shock people, so they decided not to choose it. He thought so, but his hand couldn't control itself, and he accidentally clicked the wrong button. Qianmu was horrified. Then, the end's mark appeared on his hand, and a small light beam emanated from it. Oh my god, what is this? The whole team was shocked. Implanting a card? This is how it's implanted. So cool. There were teenagers in the team, some with a bit of a middle school mentality. They were so excited when they saw the weapons shop, they wanted to shout, but they were afraid that there was something strange about the inn, so they kept it to themselves, trying to ignore it and focus on following the captain to check the surroundings. But now, after checking in and actually interacting with the hotel, they couldn't contain their excitement after seeing something so magical up close. They screamed and shrieked. Then, ignoring the others, they followed Qianmu and clicked on the implant card. Then, they started playing with it, raising their arms and clicking around. Qianmu, trying to stop them, said, I didn't know if there was anything wrong with this mark. He had really clicked it accidentally, and that kid had deliberately chosen to implant a card. I didn't know what to say. The others gasped in amazement, then carefully clicked on the regular card. The regular card wasn't quite regular either, and everyone was surprised again. Perhaps because no one laughed at their earlier exclamations of surprise, and because nothing dangerous had happened, they relaxed a bit, no longer trying to contain their surprise. They were ready to go shopping. There were 3 shops in the hotel, the restaurant to their right, the weapons shop to their left, and the pharmacy behind the restaurant. The first thing they ruled out was the pharmacy. They weren't injured, and they searched the medical supply base for a lot, so they had some. Aside from gauze and other topical medications, they wouldn't need most of it under normal circumstances. They weren't often sick, so compared to the restaurant and the weapons store, the medicine didn't appeal to them much. Of the weapons store and the restaurant, they finally chose the restaurant. Let's go see what food they have first, and see what they can eat. They might not buy it. The main concern is that there might be something fishy going on here. The food is definitely not something you can eat casually. Entering the restaurant, the aroma filled the air, and the view was filled with delicious food, all kinds of it. It's so delicious it's almost impossible to walk. The members of Qian Mu's team exchanged glances, each one reading the other's gaze. With so much delicious food, there must be nothing wrong with it. No one could be so lavish as to waste such a rich feast. Even if the restaurant's food was poisonous, they accepted it. They entered the restaurant and ordered their food at the counter. It smelled so good, they couldn't resist. Perhaps the price would deter them from eating. If it was too expensive, they wouldn't eat, and there wouldn't be any need to worry about a conspiracy. Brother Qian, is it expensive? The team members asked nervously. Qian Mu quickly ordered his food, looked at the prices, and his eyes widened. It's surprisingly cheap. Even cheaper than eating out before the apocalypse. For example, a large pot of seafood dry pot would have cost at least 200 or 300 yuan before the apocalypse, but here it only costs less than 100 points. You know, earning points is much easier than earning 100 yuan in the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, earning 100 points only requires defeating a level 1 zombie, a snap for them. Qian Mu's hand trembled as he ordered another 200 points worth of food. When the food arrived, everyone in Qian Mu's team stared in disbelief. So much food, and only 300 points. 3 level 1 crystal cores. Dawn Base had now started trading crystal cores, but the exchange rate was very low. Many cores were needed to exchange for a small amount of goods. Other than that, they were bartering. But supplies were becoming increasingly difficult to find. They had already searched for everything nearby. This time, apart from digging up some crystal cores, they had found little to eat. They did have some supplies, but they couldn't exchange them for anything. It was foreseeable that their lives would become increasingly difficult. That's why they were considering moving out of Dawn Base. But now, they couldn't dwell on the idea. All they had their eyes on was the delicious food. After wolfing down their food for a while, they were completely stuffed. It feels so good. I haven't eaten something this delicious in ages. Of course not. Even if it's poisonous, I accept it. At Captain Qian Mu's warning look, the team member who had spoken immediately shut up. Having eaten their fill, they let down their guard and let their thoughts slip. But a glance from the captain made him realize immediately that this was strange. It was best to be cautious. Ahem, Captain, are you leaving? It's getting late. Everyone looked at Qian Mu, their eyes questioning. Qian Mu knew they were asking about staying here. He'd been thinking about it while eating, and by the time they were done, he made a decision. Let's go! The food should be fine, but as for everything else, Qian Mu felt it was best to be cautious. After all, it was a little strange that such a nice inn had only their group of guests. Chapter 69. Qian Mu still felt a bit worried. Although this inn was magical, and the food and weapons were all in good condition, he still didn't dare stay. Many people in the apocalypse possessed supernatural powers, and he feared this inn was someone's strange power. He wouldn't be able to see anything during the day, but at night, they fall asleep and die without knowing how they died. Tian couldn't help but feel a pity when she saw Qian Mu and the others' faces, where he had determined to leave. However, because the system had changed the rules, the regret wasn't too severe, and Tian didn't show any regretful expression as if she tried to keep them. Seeing Tian's calm expression, Qian Mu and the others relaxed their guard a bit, and even felt a sense of relief. If the owner had tried to keep them, they might have rushed out. But since the owner was calm, they could maintain a normal expression, and leave the inn through the main entrance normally. Tian paid them no attention. She was completely safe in the inn anyway, and she didn't worry about the guests having any ill intentions towards her. Besides, she now had someone to protect her. As for guests' wariness of the hotel is simply focused on business, and has never intended to harm anyone. It's okay for guests to be unconvinced for now. Once they realize how good the hotel is, they undoubtedly regret not checking in sooner. The hotel operates with integrity, relying entirely on word of mouth rather than marketing. It's a unique opportunity in the apocalypse. Missing out will be a lifelong regret. Someone at the main hotel still laments not moving in earlier. Especially for guests whose family members died during the first zombie outbreak. Staying at the hotel inevitably brings regrets. A truly lifelong regret. She was now preoccupied with why the system had changed the rules. She had a goal to save the world. The mission, before the world collapses and is destroyed, estimated time frame, 3 years, open multiple hotel chains, shelter humanity, eliminate all zombies, and save the world. Within 3 years, open multiple hotel chains, rescue humanity, and eliminate all zombies. The task was daunting, especially knowing that each branch opening required the current one to be upgraded to level 8. Earning points from the main store or other branches was an option, but that was always too slow. Upgrading and opening branches required points, and new branches needed to maintain normal operations, requiring sufficient points to be saved. Furthermore, some branches didn't necessarily need to be upgraded to level 8. Tian felt that some areas were likely less populated, and upgrading every branch to level 8 would be a waste. She had complained to the system long ago, but it had insisted on the conditions, and no matter how she analyzed them, it wouldn't budge. But just now, the system had actually brought this up, saying that the rules had changed. She no longer had to upgrade her inn to level 8 before opening a branch. She could open any branch she wanted, as long as she had the points. This delighted Tian. Now that branch upgrades were no longer a problem, she wasn't so eager to entertain these wary psychic guests. She could spend money or not. She wouldn't be the one to regret it later. Upgrading the inn was no longer her primary goal. If she wanted to, she could use the points earned from the main inn to upgrade the branch, but the upgrade wouldn't be significant. She could only upgrade the branch to level 5, which had a simulated training ground to hone guests' abilities. Beyond level 5, it depended on the situation. If there were few guests, she wouldn't upgrade the inn anymore. Wang Kun woke up, feeling a bit hungry. In the past, he would have endured it, eating a few times a day, only eating a little after he sated his hunger. But, seeing the peaceful and comfortable atmosphere of the hotel room, he instantly remembered that the hotel had a restaurant, filled with delicious food he couldn't even eat in 2 or 3 months. It really feels like a dream. Wang Kun pinched his arm hard, feeling the pain, and then he felt a real sense of joy. Then the 1.9-meter tall man rose, and walked briskly toward the door. After 2 steps, he turned back, and walked to the window. Looking out the window, he saw the zombies gathered outside the hotel's protective perimeter, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Before, seeing these zombies only made him feel disgusted and hateful. Now seeing them, he felt only excitement. They were all money. Many plans were already flashing through his mind. Saving points, then buying the superpower awakening potion, becoming a superpowered user, forming a team, and then heading to places with a lot of zombies to earn money. But for now, just fill his stomach. Wang Kun emerged from the elevator, and bumped into Qian Mu and his group, who were about to leave. Qian Mu and his group were stunned at first, then wary, and then tentatively asked, "Are you the boss too?" Wang Kun waved his hand, "I'm a guest. I just arrived yesterday, and I'm staying on the 2nd floor." Qian Mu and his group immediately inquired about his accommodations. Wang Kun, his face beaming, said he had slept soundly for the first time since the apocalypse. Qian Mu and his group initially looked calm, but when they heard there was hot water in the room for a shower, their eyes nearly lit up. How many points does a shower cost? Showers don't cost points, but booking a room does. You can check the price list. Wang Kun gestured for them to open their check-in cards. After reviewing the price list and the description, Qian Mu and the others took a deep breath. "Brother Qian, how about staying here tonight?" a female team member said. There was a water-based psychic on the team, but because their psychic level was too low, the water they produced was only enough for them to drink, not for showering. She only produced a little extra for skin care. Fighting zombies every day was so filthy, she was really getting tired. Qian Mu looked at Tian. Tian seemed completely indifferent, not even glancing at them. Qian Mu felt relieved, having made his decision. The team members all smiled with joy. It's no wonder they were happy. Compared to traveling outside in the heat and dust, how much more comfortable would it be to be in a hotel with air conditioning and drinking happy water? After booking a room, the group couldn't wait to take the elevator to their room. So excited, no one except the team leader, Qian Mu, noticed the elevator's magic. "Didn't you notice just now?" Qian Mu said in shock. "What happened just now? Wow! It's like a 5-star hotel in here, even with carpet. Quick, open the room. Our room is right next to the elevator, 201. Qian Mu shook his head unconsciously. Wasn't the hotel lobby decorated just like a 5-star hotel? Surprised, Qian Mu was the first to step into the room. My God! This room is so comfortable, Qian Mu's team members all gasped. They had booked a 6-person suite, mostly for safety reasons. They wanted to keep each other company, so they didn't mind the higher price. I hadn't expected the suite to be so luxurious, with a large living room, plush sofas, and a counter selling food, beverages, and fruits. The room itself was incredibly spacious, carpeted throughout, and the decor was brand new, meticulously clean. The group, covered in dirt and dust, felt a bit embarrassed to go in. The female team member rushed to the bathroom eagerly. The suite had 2 bathrooms, one in the master bedroom and one outside. The outside one was larger than the inside, fully equipped with a toilet, a sink, a shower, and a bathtub. There were also a variety of bath products that looked delicious. It was so relaxing. The female team member rushed into the bathroom, turned on the faucet on the sink, and washed her face thoroughly. Her face and hands paled a shade. Clean water? So refreshing. They even had skincare products. The female team member's face was incredibly dry. Who knows how long it had been since the apocalypse, but her face and hands had become so rough. Using the skincare products made them feel much better. The other team members were also tempted, but too embarrassed to compete with their friends. They feigned composure and sat on the sofa. After a moment's rest, they got up to buy drinks and fruit from the vending machine. Soon, the coffee table was filled with a variety of snacks, fruits, and drinks. It was so comforting to look at. The team members gradually went to the bathroom to shower, changed their dirty clothes, and finally had a relaxing sleep. None of them wanted to leave. The life we lived before was not a human life. That's right. We couldn't eat or sleep well. The hotel was absolutely safe. The zombies were outside the hotel's barrier. Every time they saw them, they felt more at ease. And with Wang Kun fighting the zombies downstairs, they couldn't even gather. After dinner, and a brief chat with Wang Kun, and then, because lunchtime chat was so relaxed, a game of landlord, Qian Mu's team all started thinking about moving to a hotel for a longer stay. When the team members brought it up, Qian Mu's heart was stirred. Dawn Base was becoming increasingly strict, and they had come out this time with the intention of finding a way out. The hotel was so good, so moving here seemed like a good decision. Brother Qian, don't hesitate, just make it. Qian Mu was still thinking. As the team leader, he had many more things to consider than the team members. For example, whether his family would agree. Dawn Base was their former home, and they had a lot of feelings for it. Furthermore, his family members relied heavily on the Dawn Base leadership. Although they worried about being kicked out, they still steadfastly praised the base leadership and sometimes even excused them for forcing ordinary people out to fend for themselves. Besides these, there were also questions about the dangers of the journey and whether Dawn Base would release them. Seeing him hesitate, the team members grew anxious, especially the only female member. She was the final word, Brother Qian. No matter what you decide, I'm definitely moving to the hotel. My parents will definitely listen to me. Me too. After I go back and bring my family out this time, I won't be going back. Me too. The hotel is so great. The key is that with our skills, fighting zombies is a piece of cake. There's no exploitation, no need to hand in supplies, and no worries about food and drink. Most importantly, we can use the extra points to improve our strength. Improving strength? Wasn't it because they were stuck at level 1 or 2 that they were marginalized by the various special ability teams at Dawn Base? Qian Mu suddenly understood. Okay, move. To the hotel. Everyone cheered, and the female team member raised her glass of happy water. Cheers. To our wonderful future. Cheers. Too bad there's no wine. It's been ages since I last had a drink. When it's hot, I just want a beer. Paired with crayfish and various side dishes, it's so refreshing. There was alcohol in the drink counter, but they didn't dare drink. They had to go back to pick up their families tomorrow, so they definitely needed to get some rest tonight. Hey, once we're settled, let's buy some wine to celebrate. Since they decided to relocate, and the sooner the better, they needed to discuss everything. How to properly exit the base, how to protect their families along the way, how to collect and acquire zombie cores, and so on. After a thorough discussion, Qian Mu's team retreated to their rooms, and spent the most comfortable night since the apocalypse. Chapter 70. Early in the morning, Qian Mu's team began packing, each carrying several bags. The bags were filled with snacks, and everything else they bought from the vending machine in the room. They planned to trade these supplies for crystal cores, a lucrative business. After packing up, the group left the room, taking one last look as they exited. The room was incredibly messy. The carpet was covered in dirt and grime, and the tables were covered in garbage. Wouldn't the hotel be so filthy because of slovenly people like them? Maybe they were too relaxed, but this inexplicable worry welled up in everyone's heads. It wasn't like they hadn't stayed in hotels before. They even stayed in a 5-star presidential suite they couldn't afford before. That suite had been quite clean, but they made it look filthy too. But they didn't feel bad at all. In the apocalypse, when you can't even eat enough or drink enough water, cleanliness is irrelevant. Just then, the robots arrived. Everyone in Qian Mu's team was startled, thinking zombies were approaching, and they all drew their weapons, ready to attack. Warning: no fighting in the hotel. After getting a clear look at the robot, Their mood immediately shifted from vigilance to astonishment. They stared at the robot as it cleaned. The carpet was clean, the table was clean, the sofa was clean. Qian Mu and his team boarded the elevator with mixed feelings. This time, they finally discovered the elevator's magic, and were once again filled with amazement. Then, they couldn't wait any longer. Hurry, immediately, get the family to the hotel. The outside wasn't clean, and their homes weren't much cleaner either, mainly because they didn't have enough clean water. Forget about washing. After spending the better part of a day, Qian Mu's team finally returned to Dawn Base. Upon entry, they were inspected according to the protocol. Not only were they checked for injuries, but their supplies were also checked. When the team members emerged, they were furious to see that most of the supplies they had brought back had been taken away, leaving them with only a pitiful amount. After some argument, they learned that Dawn Base had recently changed its rules. Those with families and ranked at the bottom of the power rankings, like them, had to pay more. Those with stronger strength, however, were different and still received good benefits. Qian Mu and his team argued with the staff, but they acted confidently and arrogantly, which infuriated them. Finally, Qian Mu's team was ready to take action, but the staff showed no fear and spoke threats with ease. I advise you not to cause trouble, or I call in the guards. After the base rules were changed, there were indeed some resistance from the psychic teams. In fact, quite a few protested, but they were all suppressed by the high-level psychics. They were used to it. Seeing this, Qian Mu's team had no choice but to accept defeat. Their families were still being held hostage at the base, so what else could they do? They could only head home with a sense of frustration, growing increasingly dissatisfied with the Dawn Base and more determined to move to the Tianyang Hotel. After entering the residential complex, the team members were stopped. Qian Mu, where have you been? You got quite a haul. The fact that they still had a few bags of supplies despite the base administrator's tight controls showed that Qian Mu's team had made a considerable return on their outing. There were no supplies visible outside. Qian Mu's team had found so many, so they must have discovered a secret warehouse. The supplies probably hadn't been moved yet. If they could establish good relations with Qian Mu's team, they might be able to get a piece of the action. We found a place with some supplies. We found some, they replied vaguely. Some of these people were old neighbors, and some were teams of psychics with whom they got along well. Qian Mu didn't intend to keep the hotel secret from them, but even if he did, they wouldn't turn around and tell them all, at least not until their families had left the base. The base was showing signs of threatening their families, so it was best to avoid further complications and leave quietly. Alas, the base is getting increasingly harsh. Most of our supplies have been confiscated. We can only take a little each day, barely enough to avoid starvation. Life is tough. Seeing that Qian Mu's team wouldn't budge, they changed their tactics and began to complain bitterly. Qian Mu's eyes showed pity, and the team members also expressed a conflicted and distressed expression. In the end, they remained silent, and the inquiring party didn't press the issue, as if they had an unspoken understanding. As soon as they entered, the team members eagerly told their families about Tian's situation, which, as expected, drew their astonishment and inquiries. I didn't expect such a magical place existed. The family members all looked surprised, then asked in confusion, we passed by that place often before, and there aren't any buildings there? It opened recently. I heard other guests mention it. It seems it's only been open a few days. Afraid the family wouldn't believe him, he quickly said, everything we say is true. We wouldn't lie to you about something like this. The family was still hesitant. This kind of hotel seemed too unfamiliar and bizarre to them, especially since it had appeared out of nowhere. The team members were determined. Beyond the living conditions, the presence of potions for power enhancement and breakthroughs alone was enough to justify their decision to move. As ordinary people, their parents couldn't quite understand the team members' desire for these potions. It wasn't until they heard about the base's current oppression of low-level psychics, the decline in their salaries, and the requirement to surrender 80% of supplies entering the city that they finally listened to their children and moved to the hotel. Qian Mu glanced at his parents and added, not only that, the hotel also has potions for awakening psychics. Hearing about the potions, Qian Mu's sister, Qian Xian's eyes lit up. Qian Xian was a college student. After the apocalypse, her brother's awakened powers protected her and her parents, but she never awakened. Things were fine for a few days, but gradually, she began to feel the discrimination and contempt that psychics held for ordinary people. Her brother's team members were all friends and didn't discriminate against her. However, he and his friends were often out, leaving her alone at the base with her parents, who also lacked superpowers, and the parents of her teammates. They had to go out to collect supplies regularly. Discrimination against ordinary people at the base was pervasive and growing increasingly severe. Qian Xian had also heard something else. Brother, did you know the base was recently planning to expel ordinary people? What's going on? Qian Xian told him the news she had heard that morning. It turned out that during the day and night since they left, the Dawn base had decided to expel ordinary people without superpowers to support them. For the Dawn base, these people are merely a drain on food and offer little value. They even become a burden during a zombie outbreak. The scale of a zombie outbreak is actually related to the number of people in the base. The more humans there are, the larger the outbreak. Ordinary people are underfed and have little combat power. In the wild, they could be used as human shields, but inside the base, protected by walls, where the psychics are stationed to defend against the zombie horde, ordinary people are no longer needed as human shields. These ordinary people become a mere burden. Without ordinary people, the pressure on the base during a zombie outbreak will be lessened. Keeping ordinary people around is detrimental to the base. Xianmu quickly drew this conclusion from the information his sister had revealed. Intellectually, this was not wrong, but emotionally and morally, it was too cruel. Brother, will we? No, I won't chase you away at the base. Xianmu chuckled sarcastically, otherwise, the base won't have any leverage against us. We have to leave tomorrow. The changes at Dawn base are related to one person, someone who, it turns out, has some connection to the Tiantian Hotel. This person is Lu Feng. He had been traveling in Pinkong County, and was trapped in the mountains. He gathered a group of tourists to fight against the villagers of Pinkong County's third village. Later, they found the hotel, and were refused entry. Lu Feng knew the future. He knew the fate of Minghai Base, Dawn Base, and the 3 military bases in the east. Minghai Base had a laboratory that had been conducting research on enhancing superpowers with crystal cores, and later achieved some results. But by then, it had nothing to do with Minghai Base. Unable to bring themselves to take drastic action, Minghai Base attracted a large number of ordinary people. Several zombie waves were extremely large, resulting in heavy casualties among the base's psychics. Eventually, the base was overrun by the zombies, forcing the base leader, along with their researchers and a handful of psychics, to evacuate urgently. They paid a heavy price to escape the zombie wave before finally reaching Dawn Base. Dawn Base warmly welcomed the Minghai Base researchers and psychics. As for the previous Minghai Base leader, Chao Guodong, due to his lack of psychics and previous lenient decisions, he lost support and ultimately lost all power, becoming a mere ordinary person supported by the psychics within Dawn Base. Fearing a return of Chao Guodong, the Dawn Base leadership orchestrated the murder of Chao Guodong's son, and captured his daughter, a low-level water psychic, and imprisoned her with the women who entertained the higher-ups. The old man was eventually expelled from Dawn Base, and died within a day. Thanks to the influx of researchers, and its strategy of expelling ordinary people, Dawn Base eventually became the most powerful base in the East, able to challenge the capital base, and gain significant benefits in negotiations with it. Dawn Base's leadership was exceptionally well off, not only in terms of food and clothing, but also in terms of various entertainment activities. The lives of Dawn Base's leadership and high-level psychics were truly even more comfortable than before the apocalypse. It was precisely because of these promising prospects that Lu Feng decided to join Dawn Base. At this point, Dawn Base hadn't considered expelling ordinary people. It was only after the next zombie wave that the leadership made this decision. Now that he had joined Dawn Base, with his status as a level 4 psychic, he joined the leadership and, at the right time, proposed expelling ordinary people. After the next zombie wave, Dawn Base's leadership would realize the wisdom of this decision. In the near future, this decision would also lay the foundation for Dawn Base's growth. Not only was Minghai Base absorbed by Shuguang Base, but more than half of the psychics at another military base were also absorbed by Shuguang Base. It won't be long before he becomes a high-level psychic and a top manager, making significant contributions to the base. Lu Feng thought smugly. Just wait and see about that Tiantian Hotel. There's always a chance to take it down. How can a hotel rooted in a small county compete with the future Eastern Grand Base? Chapter 71. The team members and their families were preparing to leave the base, when they unexpectedly encountered the base guards driving out ordinary people. There were a large number of ordinary people, extremely reluctant to leave, blocking the base entrance, while the base guards prepared to forcibly drive them away. Get out, you useless, powerless bastards. You only be a burden to the base if you stay. Get out now. Don't force us to use force. It's hard to say whether you be injured or killed. Qian Mu and his group were much more impressive than these ordinary people, and their appearance temporarily silenced the clamor at the gate. The leader of the Dawn base guard narrowed his eyes at this, dropped his work, and approached Qian Mu to speak. Captain Qian, what's going on? Are you taking your family away? Qian Mu had a bad feeling. Yes, take the family out. Usually, it's easier to get out than back in, and the guards didn't care. But today was different. Could it be related to expelling ordinary people? If the ordinary people leave, will the base keep the psychics firmly in its grasp? It's not peaceful out there. Those with psychics have to be extremely careful when going out. Taking so many ordinary people out to search for supplies isn't just suicide. The guard captain said coldly, Captain Qian Mu, take the family back. Don't be so desperate as to commit suicide. We want to relocate to Meihai base. As for safety on the road, you don't have to worry about it. Qian Mu's words were firm, but his tone was gentle, even pleading. Guard Captain Yang Kuei wasn't impressed. Lu Feng had already taken care of him. Their relationship, carefully nurtured and maintained by Lu Feng, had become something of a brotherly one. Yang Kuei possesses an earth-based ability, and his level isn't high, barely reaching the peak of level 2. This is the result of intense practice. His talent is average for the current Dawn base, and only slightly below average nationwide. He pales in comparison to Lu Feng, who possesses exceptional talent, and is now almost level 4 or 5. The reason Lu Feng calls him a brother is because Yang Kuei has a remarkable background. He's the nephew of the current Dawn base boss, a close relationship. Yang Kuei's background is known only to a few, and those who do are trusted confidants of the base boss. Lu Feng, privy to this knowledge, was able to approach Yang Kuei with a casual demeanor, easily gaining his favor. Later, due to his disdain for ordinary people and his recognition of psychics as the hope of the world and advanced new humans, the two quickly developed a close relationship. Yang Kuei genuinely likes Lu Feng, partly because of his powerful lightning-based ability, and partly because of his attitude. His kindness to him, unaware of his true identity, only suggests they're compatible and destined to be brothers. Because of this fondness, he took Lu Feng's suggestions very seriously. Not only did he persuade his uncle to adopt Lu Feng's advice, he also personally oversaw the matter, fearing the guards wouldn't be diligent. It was fortunate he arrived, otherwise, these ordinary people would have just pleaded and bribed the guards into letting them off. And this Qian Mu actually wanted to take his family away from the base. What's the matter? Is he dissatisfied with the base's policies? He's truly ungrateful. The base has limited psychics, and can't protect so many ordinary people. Expelling them is also to preserve the base, otherwise everyone would die together. Captain Qian, you should understand this principle, right? You're a psychic, and you frequently go out to collect supplies, so you're well aware of the zombie evolution. The last zombie wave was just good luck, but this time, it's not certain. Qian Mu immediately tactfully explained that many of the team members' families were ordinary people, placing a considerable burden on the base, and requested to leave for Meihai base. Yang Kuei, annoyed by Qian Mu's insistence, shouted, Why, are you worried that if you die, your family will be driven away from the base? Qian Mu's team glanced at the ordinary people staring intently at them, and hurriedly said, Why not? The base has always treated us psychics well. Humph, that's good to know. Don't worry, you psychics are high-ranking members of the Dawn base, and you made contributions to the base. Even if you die, your families will be well taken care of. Lu Feng was right. After the policy was announced, there were bound to be some foolish psychics who would want to leave the base. He caught them on the first day, which saved him trouble. He could spread the word today to appease these idiots and prevent them from harboring any thoughts of betrayal. If that's the case, forget about relocating. Meihai base doesn't treat psychics as well as we do. Yang Kuei suddenly took 2 steps closer and whispered to Qian Mu, Meihai base has taken in many ordinary people, and it's a real struggle to support them. The psychics there are very dissatisfied. This is insider information. As for the research institute over there, they haven't developed anything yet. Even if they did, our base would immediately send someone to negotiate. Don't worry, your psychics won't suffer any loss. Alright, take your families back. Give me a favor. Do you know who I am? Do you know who the boss of the base is? Don't blame me for not reminding you. My last name is Yang, and my full name is Yang Kuei. Everyone calls me Brother Kuei. From now on, you can call me Brother Kuei too. Huh? Qian Mu could only smile bitterly inwardly. Going to Meihai base was just an excuse. He hadn't expected to be met with such a backlash. It looked like he really couldn't leave today. After some thought, Qian Mu decided not to reveal the end. Having been at Dawn Base for so long, he had some understanding of the workings of the higher-ups. These people were strong-willed and ruthless, and they couldn't be offended. If they knew about the inn, who knew how they would plunder it? And who knew if the inn had any countermeasures against predators? It would be best to keep it a secret for now. Xianmu returned with his team and family. Yang Kui curled his lips. They were sensible. He knew Xianmu. His uncle had sent his men to recruit him before, but he hadn't expected him to refuse. He had a good life ahead of him, insisting on hanging out with his low-level psychic friends. He was still so foolish. Sooner or later, they would all die outside. When they were all dead, and there was no psychic left to defend them, they could quietly expel their ordinary family members. Well, the young woman could stay. Lu Feng rushed over from home. Upon hearing about this, he quickly went to speak with Yang Kui. Seeing Yang Kui's resolve, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he and Yang Kui joined in driving out the ordinary people, playing the good cop and the bad cop role. He played the good cop, recounting the information he received in his dreams and explaining the patterns of the zombie tide, so that the ordinary people could understand the difficulties faced by the base. He also played a trick on Meihai Base, getting them to move there, thus hastening its demise, the rise of Shuguang Base, and his own ascension to power. Nearly 1,000 ordinary people were driven out of Shuguang Base, forced through the gates and unable to return. The base's walls were high, surrounded by climbable trees, and psychics pointed weapons at them. If they approached, they would attack, injuring several. Even with thousands of them, they dared not approach Dawn Base. They had no choice but to head towards Meihai Base. Chang Xian was the only reasonably strong man among the ordinary people. He was tall, 30 years old, in his prime, and had previously worked on construction sites, though he was a technician and a college graduate. Compared to the migrant laborers, he was in better health, even with the intermittent hunger of the post-apocalyptic world. He had no psychic powers, but he had previously worked under Yang Cheng, the boss of Dawn Base. Yang Cheng was once the president of a division of a real estate developer, and he was a key technical and management member, a trusted subordinate. But everything changed after the apocalypse. Yang Cheng awakened his superpowers, and quickly organized superpower users to build the Dawn Base. Besides superpower users, he also recruited the able-bodied migrant workers on the construction site, including himself. Although, without superpowers, he wasn't as favored or as close to them as he had been before the apocalypse. He wasn't as close to them. What had led him to his current situation? He was a man with a strong sense of justice and high moral standards. He wouldn't tolerate bullying, regardless of whether the victim was a superpower user or an ordinary person. If he saw it and couldn't bear it, he would take action. This was especially true when superpower users bullied women. He couldn't stand it, and he stood up for them. As a result, he was ostracized by Yang Cheng's inner circle. He had no power, but he couldn't do anything about being ostracized. He couldn't defeat the superpower users. Chang Xian sighed. Even before the apocalypse, relationships between men and women in the real estate industry were chaotic, but the chaos was primarily on the sales side. Their construction sites were clean. Although he was a manager, he was in charge of technical matters, so he rarely encountered these issues. Out of sight, out of mind. Besides, it was a matter of mutual consent. A few days after the apocalypse, these things became public knowledge. Within a month, these bastards began targeting people outside their circle. He saw university students and ordinary, beautiful women who were powerless to resist. All were forced upon them. Chang Xian sighed, observing the paucity of young women among the 1,000 people. There were few strong men among the remaining crowd. Most were emaciated from starvation or elderly. Fortunately, these people had been well fed before the apocalypse and hadn't died. Some were even in better health than some younger people. Young people, burdened by mortgages, were still working tirelessly when the apocalypse struck. Their bodies, though seemingly robust, were actually frail. On the other hand, some middle-aged and elderly people enjoyed a comfortable retirement life, eating well and exercising regularly, and their physical fitness was better than that of the young. As for those with weaker bodies and illnesses, they would have died long ago, not even making it to this day. Recovering from his wandering thoughts, Chang Xian began to worry. Even if his foundation had been strong before the apocalypse, his body had weakened by now. Looking at 1,000 people, no one besides him could hold on. All the ordinary people driven out of the base knew their own situations. The weak could barely walk, let alone organize their survival. They all looked at Chang Xian, the only man still strong, with hope in their eyes. Chang Xian was truly overwhelmed. He wanted to abandon them and go on his own, but his conscience couldn't bring him to it. He began to rack his brains, wondering what to do next. After much thought, there was only one way. Let's go to Minghai Base. The military base was in the north, Minghai Base in the east. Of the two bases, the military base was farther away. I heard that Shiguang Base was twice as far from the military base as Minghai Base. He also had no idea about the specific conditions at the military base, and wondered if they would accept the elderly, weak, and ordinary people. Chang Xian didn't want to gamble. With so many people without cars, walking to Minghai Base would undoubtedly attract scores of zombies along the way. He didn't know how many would survive. Even if the distance was doubled, the death toll would likely double as well. So, the only option was to go to Minghai Base. Chapter 72. Master, what are your instructions? The system's respectful voice echoed in the black case room. After a brief thought, the system nodded in understanding. Although it understood, it couldn't help but complain inwardly. The master truly doted on the host too much, even risking his own life to resist the power of the heavenly way that was being used to aid the host. You said that Lu Feng, the one I stopped outside earlier, is this world's destined child. Tian's eyes widened. Are you sure? A scumbag like that is actually the destined child? Is this world's heavenly Tao blind? With such a heavenly Tao, the world might as well be destroyed. Unconsciously, Tian blurted out her thoughts. The system agreed. This world was originally supposed to be destroyed in 30-something years, and this destined child only delayed the destruction by 10 years, which didn't do much. However, besides that destined child, there really wasn't anyone else. Others only lasted 5 or 6 years at most, and at most 7 or 8 years, which wasn't as good as this 10-year one. But this person's character was truly terrible. As the destined child, many ordinary people lived worse than ants, far worse than the rest. But this heavenly Tao didn't see anything wrong with this. In its eyes, these ordinary people were ants, and only those with superpowers could prolong the world's life. With such a short-sighted heavenly Tao, it's no wonder the world is doomed. The system couldn't help but pout. You said, we need to find a way to rescue these ordinary people now, but how? I don't have the manpower, and I can't go out alone. Are you asking Chinyi to go? Of course not. Hearing this, the system almost jumped up. Currently, there's something called a hotel business card. The person holding it creates a 1-meter safety zone, preventing any zombies from approaching. Same as the hotel barrier? It's less effective. Without waiting for Tian to ask, the system explained that this ineffectiveness wasn't about quality. As long as the business card was active, zombies of any rank couldn't breach the barrier and harm the people inside. The quality was 100% guaranteed, but it couldn't block out all smells and sounds like the hotel barrier. Tian was confused. What's the problem with that? Not being able to block out smells and sounds would attract the attention of zombies, who would instinctively approach them. If no measures were taken, they would be surrounded by zombies. Once the energy in the business card was depleted, they would be mauled and killed by the zombies. Tian keenly grasped the key point. What's energy? Ahem, energy is the energy that activates the barrier within the business card. It's exchanged for points. 50 points per hour. Well, one card can protect about 3 to 5 people. A team of 1,000 would need about 200 to 300 cards. Based on 300 cards, that's 15,000 points per hour, and 360,000 points for 24 hours. Wait, how many points did you say? Did I hear correctly? Tian was stunned. What kind of business card is this? So expensive? No wonder the system hadn't given it out before. Even if it had, she couldn't afford it. This is already the lowest price. The system was a little dissatisfied. Creating such a business card consumes the owner's power. The owner's power is already suppressed, and now, because they have to help the host resolve the upcoming crisis, they will have to spend even more. The only way to replenish it is the energy of the zombie crystal cores in this world. Currently, the zombie crystal core energy is completely insufficient, and it's difficult for the owner to maintain their existence. Add to that the upcoming challenge, the confrontation with the current heaven. These points are already the lowest price. Tian didn't know the story behind this, and the system couldn't reveal it to her just yet. After some bargaining, seeing the system wouldn't budge, she began to wonder if this business would be a loss. 360,000 points is a lot of money, and there's only 24 hours. At the average person's walking speed, getting from Dawn Base to the hotel might take longer than 24 hours. If it takes longer than that, they have to spend additional points. So, prepare 400,000 points. The branch doesn't have any points, so it's operating at a loss. The main store has 500,000 points available, which is more than enough. However, these 500,000 points represent over 10 days of accumulated profits. There's no other way. Right now, there aren't many zombies at the main store, and the guests aren't struggling to survive. Many of them have substantial savings, so profits are growing very slowly. So Tian felt bad about giving away so many points all at once. Furthermore, using these points would put the branch opening on hold. Wouldn't that cost some people a chance to save their lives? But compared to that possibility, the 1,000 people before them couldn't be ignored. If we don't hand out business cards, how many people can make it to the hotel? Tian had already committed, but she still wanted to ask. About 300 people at most. 700 people will die on the way? Looking at the map, the distance isn't that far, yet so many people died. There's nothing we can do. They're all old and weak. They can't even outrun a level 1 zombie, and with so many people, the road will attract many zombies. It would be strange if they didn't die. We must save them. Tian confirmed the business card was handed out, and then, aside from a large amount of hotel points being deducted, nothing happened. If it weren't for the system's repeated assurances, Tian would have thought the business card hadn't been sent out. Bored and somewhat worried, Tian sat in the hotel, lost in thought. One moment she worried about whether the business cards would be delivered in time, and whether the elderly, weak, and ordinary people would be protected. Then she felt bad for her 400,000 points, wondering if these 1,000 people could earn back their investment. Don't worry, host, it will definitely be earned back. Just look at Wang Kun. Wang Kun was an ordinary person who escaped from the Meihai base. After learning that the hotel had a potion for awakening superpowers, he was like a shot of chicken blood. As long as he had the strength, he would go out and fight zombies. Even after dark, he would fight under the hotel lights, not afraid of getting hurt. If he did, he would use the medicine. Tian was stunned. She had never seen such a desperate person before at the main hotel. Wang Kun's dedication was due to the immense suffering he had endured in the past few months, often going hungry for hours, and mainly because of the frustration. As an ordinary person, he had truly endured a lot of abuse from the superpowers. He could only endure it, unable to resist, without any chance of resistance. He could only accept his fate, and accept his position, as the lowest of the low. Just like in the slave era, slaves were always slaves, and nobles were always nobles. But how could someone with a modern education, ambition, and the experience of striving to cross the social ladder willingly accept being a slave? Couldn't they at least be a commoner, and a human being? The only way to be a human being was to become a psychic. Before, there was no hope, so he'd give it a try. Now that there was hope, he'd give it a try no matter what. Kill more zombies, and quickly save up 10,000 points to buy a psychic awakening potion. Thinking of this, Wang Kun felt a surge of strength. Dawn Base. The ordinary people, driven away once again, had no choice but to set out on the road to Meihai Base. Grandpa, don't you want to leave the base? Zhang Guiqing is 60 years old, and his granddaughter is 6. His only daughter and son-in-law were transformed into zombies, killed by the psychics at the Dawn Base. He has no psychic powers, but his granddaughter has awakened water powers. However, her powers are too weak, and the water they drink each day is only enough for the two of them. Afterwards, his granddaughter's psychic powers grew. Before Zhang Guiqing could take his granddaughter to register and claim the promised benefits at the base, he saw some of the thugs at the base snatching girls. Not only were there girls in their 20s, but even attractive girls a few years younger were snatched away. Psychics are particularly popular with these people, as their physiques are much better than those of ordinary people, and they can withstand more abuse. Old Mrs. Sun, who lived in the same neighborhood, had her 10-year-old granddaughter taken away by these bastards. She survived, but she committed a serious crime? Zhang Guiqing had inquired. Ordinary girls were tortured to death, and that was it. Girls with special abilities weren't usually tortured to death. Instead, they were tortured and then given a sweet treat. In the words of young people, this is PUA control, making these girls completely obedient and taking everything for granted. The base did this primarily because they couldn't bear to give up these girls' special abilities. Not only did these girls have to use their abilities to contribute to the base, but when they didn't, they were tortured. After being taken away, these girls wouldn't be able to return to their families. They had no freedom, completely controlled by the base. Just imagine how miserable their futures would be. Even worse than those ordinary people who perished at the hands of zombies. Knowing this, Zhang Guiqing absolutely wouldn't hand his granddaughter over. He couldn't let the base discover her special abilities. She would also have to dress like a boy, shave her hair, and dressed dirty and ugly. Most importantly, he had to move her to an open-air area where ordinary people gathered. Zhang Guiqing couldn't stand the idea of a woman from the same neighborhood sucking the blood of her 10-year-old granddaughter to survive. He only had one granddaughter, the only child of his only daughter. He didn't favor boys over girls, and he didn't covet a little food, a nice house, even if it was theirs. He would rather die with his granddaughter at the hands of zombies than those beasts. Zhang Guiqing wiped his face. No, child, Grandpa has always dreamed of leaving this base. It's a blessing to have this. Even if the base doesn't chase us away, we leave anyway. Yes, we must leave here. Let's go to Minghai base. He was old, and he didn't know how much longer he had left. His granddaughter's powers were too weak, and she wouldn't be able to escape even when she grew up. He had to leave this base. He just couldn't make up his mind before. Now, with so many people around, being forced to leave was a good thing. Zhang Guiqing knew his fate well. He couldn't run. But his granddaughter was still so young, and she had powers. To die like this is truly unfair, and these children, even though they didn't have powers, were still so young. If they died like this... Thinking of this, Zhang Guiqing couldn't help but feel grief. Even though he tried to hold it back, he couldn't help but bring some of them out, and they immediately caught the attention of the child, who was good at reading people's expressions. "Grandpa, are you tired?" Wang Xing asked worriedly. "No, Grandpa's not tired. Come on, you guys, go inside. You're still kids, go inside, don't go outside. Go fast, don't fall behind." The barely formed group of 1,000 people emerged from the cleared area of Dawn Base. Now there were zombies everywhere, and they had to move faster. "Hurry, hurry, those behind, catch up. We have to get to the gas station ahead before dark, or it's dangerous." Chang Xian still had the strength to speak to everyone in the group, offering both encouragement and warnings. He was truly worried that these people wouldn't take it seriously and end up dying, which would be a real problem. Seeing the zombies approaching, Chang Xian felt anxious. This meant they were slower than the zombies. If this continued, there would be only one outcome: deaths. Chapter 73. Oh no! It's a level 2 zombie. Hurry, hurry! Run! There's a warehouse up ahead. Let's go there first. Hurry! We won't reach the gas station at this rate. Luckily, there's an abandoned warehouse up ahead where we can hide. Chang Xian slowed down and fell to the back. When he saw the zombies at the end of the group, he almost screamed in fear. Now, he desperately lowered his voice to urge them on. "Hurry up, little kid." Chang Xian pushed Wang Xing's back. He remembered them, a group of orphan children. Previously, they were in the middle of the group. How did they end up at the end now? No matter what, they should run while they had the strength. Getting to the warehouse was better than staying on the road. "No! I need to support Grandpa." Wang Xing decisively refused, keeping Zhang Guiqing close. Wang Xing was a 14-year-old boy, the oldest, tallest, and fastest of the group. If he had run as fast as he could, he would have made it to the warehouse before the zombies arrived, but he refused. Good boy. Even in the apocalypse, he still cared for his grandfather. What a good boy. Chang Xian sighed. Wang Xing and Zhang Guiqing were not related by blood, nor did they know each other. He had escaped to the Dawn base with his mother, who had superpowers. Life was once manageable for them, but then his mother went out to search for supplies and never returned. Those who had gone with her said she had been mauled by zombies and died outside. Later, the base reclaimed his and his mother's house, and he was driven out. The captain of the base's security team's claim that the base would care for the families of those with superpowers who died was a lie. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become an orphan, begging for food, destitute, and nearly dying of starvation and thirst. If he hadn't met Grandpa Zhang and Grandpa Zhan, who had given him water, he would have died long ago. And if he hadn't met these friends, all orphans, they worked together and always managed to find food. Grandpa Zhang had always cared for them, giving them water that could be exchanged for a lot of food, and never asking for anything in return. So, knowing he couldn't tell anyone about Zhang's brother's ability to conjure water, he kept it a secret. Even before leaving the base, he resisted exposing the captain's lies. He had a vague feeling that if he got involved, it would not only harm himself, but also Grandpa Zhang and his brother. He had nothing to fear, but he didn't want Grandpa Zhang and his brother to be affected by him. Now, he wouldn't abandon Grandpa Zhang alone. "Children, you go first. These kids aren't my grandchildren. I just need them to be taken care of by an old man like me. Take them away quickly. Don't worry about me, an old man. I can handle it." Chang Xian was surprised to learn that Wang Xing wasn't Grandpa Zhang's grandson, but seeing all these children surrounding Grandpa Zhang, he figured there was more to it than simply respecting the elderly and loving the young. Besides, the children who had survived until now were no ordinary people. They couldn't be simply kind-hearted. But there was no time to dwell on that now. Help Grandpa. Hold your brother and walk ahead. Walk faster, okay? Zhang Guiqing pushed his granddaughter to Wang Xing. Wang Xing assumed Grandpa Zhang was tired of holding his brother and asked him to help. Without thinking, he grabbed his brother and started running, saying, "Grandpa's tired. Let's follow him." He was just a child, after all, and hadn't left the base for months, so he didn't think too much about it. Chang Xian is an adult and knows some of the habits of zombies. He also knows the human nature in the end times. Some people push their loved ones to the zombies in order to survive, and there are also people who sacrifice themselves to keep their loved ones alive. Sure enough, his guess was correct. The old man's pace slowed down, and he fell behind everyone else. What could he say? The group was filled with either elderly or children. He couldn't just run ahead to call for help, leaving the starving youngsters to fill in. That wouldn't be any use. They'd just be delivering food to the zombies. He could only urge the old man to hurry, hoping he'd give up on that idea. As long as they got into the warehouse and closed the door, the zombies wouldn't be able to get in. They'd be safe, but their luck wasn't great. The zombies were almost on the verge of catching up. Chang Xian only then realized that the zombie chasing them the most was a level 2 zombie. Was there any hope for them? Hurry up, old man, run faster too. There's a level 2 zombie behind us. If you stop him, the level 1s will chase after him. They don't dare compete with a level 2 zombie for food. Upon hearing this, old man Zhang quickened his pace, quickly catching up with Wang Xing and his granddaughter, pulling them along. Wang Xing knew Grandpa Zhang was willing to sacrifice himself to stop the zombies, and now that he could hold him, he didn't want to let go. Chang Xian felt relieved when he saw the last person running hard. He sprinted a few steps to the front, wanting to check out the warehouse first. Soon, he passed the person in front and headed straight for the warehouse. Luckily, the warehouse door was unlocked, allowing them to enter directly. He called out to the person in front to sprint. Perhaps seeing hope within reach, the person in front ran as fast as they could, gradually putting some distance between them and the others behind. The first person to enter the warehouse, seeing the vast emptiness, couldn't tell whether they felt disappointed or relieved. Then, they focused their attention on the outside, working with Chang Xian to meet the people behind them. The first few waves went smoothly until the end, when Wang Xing pushed a dozen children ahead, while several elderly people lagged behind. Grandpa Zhang, his granddaughter, and Wang Xing were at the rear. Zhang Guiqing pushed his granddaughter while Wang Xing pulled her along, but Wang Xing refused, insisting on staying with Zhang Guiqing. Zhang Yunyun, the granddaughter, also refused to leave her grandfather. She had a premonition that if she let go, she would never see him again. Zhang Guiqing felt helpless, but his eyes were fixed on the zombies behind him, ready to shield the children with his body. Be careful. Run! The level 2 zombies were about the same speed and strength as a normal adult man, and in a flash, they were in front of Zhang Guiqing and the other two. Wang Xing rushed out first, stabbing the zombies with a wooden stick he had picked up at some unknown time. Hurry up, kid! Let Grandpa do it. Zhang Guiqing stepped forward to grab the stick. Wang Xing reluctantly let go, but he didn't run. Instead, he lowered his head, picking up rocks and using them to hit the zombies. The zombies were incredibly strong, snapping the wood with a single swing. Zhang Guiqing's hands were jarred with pain. Grandpa! Old man, be careful! Chang Xian shouted as he ran toward Zhang Guiqing. Wang Xing kept throwing rocks, but even that couldn't stop the zombies from charging at Zhang Guiqing. He only wished he had a slingshot, otherwise he could have popped the zombies' eyes out. Everyone, help! Chang Xian cried out as he watched the zombies about to overtake Zhang Guiqing. The people already inside the warehouse were eager to close the door. Before they could even get inside, the people ahead of Zhang Guiqing and the other two ran even faster. They were obviously elderly, but in this life-or-death situation, they ran faster than healthy young people. Chang Xian thought old man Zhang was dead. He rushed forward, trying to pick up the two children and carry them away. He held Wang Xing in his left hand and Zhang Yunyun in his right. Chang Xian couldn't move them. Upon closer inspection, he saw Zhang Yunyun clinging tightly to old man Zhang, holding a business card. Business card? Chang Xian was a little confused. He was still holding a business card at this hour, with something printed on it saying hotel. Was this where they wanted to go? Oh my god, what is that? Blue light. Is it a supernatural power? What kind of supernatural power? It can actually repel zombies? Also, what was that thing that just floated down? A business card? An advertisement? Who threw it? Are they using business cards to distract the zombies? The people in the warehouse were utterly shocked, completely forgetting to minimize noise when zombies were around. Even more shocked than them were Chong Xian, Zhang Guiqing, and Wang Xing. Chong Xian saw a light signal flash from the card in Zhang Yunyan's hand, while Zhang Guiqing and Wang Xing were shocked to see the powerful zombie flung back by the blue light, sprawled and even breaking its cervical vertebrae. They all heard the crackling sound. What was going on? Oh my god! Ouch! Chong Xian quickly covered Zhang Yunyan's mouth and made a gesture. He had clearly seen the words on the light signal that flashed from the business card and understood the purpose of this barrier. He carefully pulled Zhang Guiqing to read the words as well. Zhang Guiqing was thrilled to read, for the business card not only explained its purpose, but also provided information about the hotel. If everything was true, then they could be saved. 14-year-old Wang Xing could also read. He stared intently at the light signal, his lips curled slightly, his eyes brightening with a startling light. Chong Xian was also excited, watching without blinking. What are they doing? Why aren't they coming in? Chong Xian's body completely blocked the light. The people in the warehouse didn't know what had happened, only thinking one of them had awakened a mysterious power. Hey, are you guys coming back soon? Do you need help? If so, just shout, and we'll be right here. Recognizing the four of them possessing such incredible powers, the people in the warehouse were no longer afraid of the zombies. They even felt safer with them. With these shouts, the zombies, which had been roaming around because of the barrier, groped their way in, following the sounds of the men. Everyone in the warehouse was instantly in a state of panic. The zombies are coming. Close the door. No, don't close the door. Let Chong Xian and the others in. They have powers to resist. Hearing these words, Chong Xian was speechless. These people had a bit of an ungrateful streak, but many people were like that after the apocalypse, so he wasn't surprised. There were even worse ones. He wasn't completely charitable though. He was kind-hearted, but now that there was hope, each of them should take responsibility for their own lives. Chong Xian reached out and picked up 3 business cards, then handed one to Zhang Guiqing and one to Wang Xing. The 3 of them, holding the business cards, didn't waste time activating their protections. Instead, they carefully huddled together and moved towards the warehouse. Their pace was as slow as that of a level 1 zombie. When they reached the warehouse door, the 4 of them strode in. Chong Xian was the last to enter, and he closed the door behind him. Unfortunately, the door was made of iron, and the loud noise it made when it closed only excites the zombies outside even more. Barely holding the door open, Chong Xian waited until everyone was quiet before finding a seat inside. He explained the situation at the Tianyan Hotel, and the uses and limitations of the business cards. Those business cards are so magical? Seeing everyone's disbelief, Chong Xian activated the business cards and began to operate them. Everyone saw a plain, ordinary business card made of paper, which suddenly glowed, and then a light channel popped up. The light channel was as big as a tablet computer, and the words on the light channel were just like those on a tablet computer. Chapter 74. What the heck is this? Supernatural powers or technology? Everyone was stunned and confused. So this hotel is real? Of course it's real. This business card is so magical, so powerful, it can actually keep zombies out. Convinced of the business card's power, everyone looked at the one in Chong Xian's hand with even greater eagerness. Chong Xian immediately clenched the cards in his hand. Ahem, one business card can protect 3 to 5 people. Everyone picked them up. The business cards are all outside. You can pick them up yourself. Please hurry up, otherwise it'd be too late to pick them up, and they disappear by morning. Business cards that haven't been activated will disappear. Everyone was stunned. Can't you help us pick them up? Yes, Chong Xian, you're so strong and powerful. Why don't you go out and pick up all the business cards yourself? Yes. I want to help, but I can't just do it alone. You didn't help just now, and now you're counting on me to pick up the good stuff. It's not right. Besides, with so many business cards, it'd take me a while to pick them up by myself. There are zombies outside, and I'm scared. Chong Xian said he didn't want to give them any slack. They had to contribute. The others had no choice but to agree to Chong Xian's request, and he led 2 people out to collect the business cards. Chong Xian first opened the barrier, then opened the warehouse door a small gap. Before a zombie could reach in, he used the barrier to repel it. He then exited through the gap, leaving room for the two people to wait for the others behind. After everyone had left, the door closed. The sound again aroused the zombies at the door, but the barrier prevented them from getting any closer. Even though they knew the zombies couldn't get close, the people who followed Chong Xian out were still trembling with fear. Chong Xian was in the center of the barrier, and the other two were clinging to him, making Chong Xian feel quite uncomfortable. Chong Xian and the other two finally reached the scattered business cards and squatted down to quickly pick them up. The zombies were slowly closing in on them, driven by their presence. Chong Xian, sensing something was amiss, immediately called for the two to stand. The two men, unfazed, rose with incredible speed and immediately clung to Chong Xian. Like conjoined twins, the three began frantically engaging the zombies. They feared being surrounded by the zombies, unable to even return to the warehouse. Business cards were limited, and they didn't want to waste their energy in vain, nor did they want to sleep among the zombies. So they kept going back and forth, picking up the business cards, which was quite tiring. By the time they had finished, it was almost dark. It took a while for the three of them to safely enter the warehouse. Weak and sweating, they immediately sat down on the floor to rest, ignoring the people who gathered around to ask questions. After a long rest and recuperation, the three of them finally had time to distribute the business cards. And that's when a conflict arose. The two men who followed Chong Xian to collect business cards were named Zhao and Li. Both were older than Chong Xian, around 40 years old, in their prime. Though a little weakened by recent hunger, they were in much better shape than the women and elderly. They were considered the backbone of the team, and that's why they were assigned to collect business cards. Uncle Zhao was an honest man, while Uncle Li was much more shrewd. After experiencing the benefits of business cards, he wanted to get as many as possible, at least one for each of his family members, his wife, children, and parents, and ideally, he could keep a few for future use. With that in mind, when everyone looked at him and asked him to hand over his business card, he refused. "I risked my life to retrieve this. Why should you all get it for free?" He said this with a particularly righteous air. "Why are you like that? We all escaped together. We should help each other." Everyone started arguing, but Uncle Li was unwavering. A fight was about to break out, and Chong Xian had to intervene. Chong Xian knew the situation. He calculated that there weren't enough business cards for everyone. One for every 3 people would barely be enough. But Old Li, adamant about his contribution, refused to hand over his business card until they agreed. The 5 of them gathered around him, and Old Li's wife was quite aggressive, giving Chong Xian a headache. But there were only 5 of them, and no matter how much they argued, they couldn't stand up to the nearly 1,000 other survivors. On the other hand, Old Lu, who had escaped with them, didn't make such demands, and his family was understanding and joined in the persuasion. In the end, a compromise was reached, and each of the 5 members of Old Zhang's family received a business card. After the negotiation was complete, Lao Zhang handed over the over 100 business cards he had. Chong Xian then began distributing them. As expected, there was a limit on the number of business cards. Lao Zhang and his family of 5 took up 3, leaving insufficient space for the remaining people. Seeing that another argument was about to break out, Chong Xian quickly offered a solution. Each orphan would receive 1 business card for 4 or 5 children. As compensation, the others would be asked to take extra care of the children, and share some food or water with the orphans. From then on, the business card distribution was completely settled. After the cards were distributed and everyone activated them, Chong Xian couldn't rest. They had to calculate the precise movement plan based on the length of the cards, the speed of everyone's movement, and the remaining distance to the hotel. When and where to rest, how to use the business cards, and what to do if the resting area is unsafe, all these things needed to be considered. The number of frail people, the elderly, women, and children was disproportionate, and there were numerous unexpected situations. Without careful consideration, even with business cards, it wouldn't guarantee everyone's safe arrival at the hotel. In the end, they realized that the energy contained in the business cards truly couldn't be wasted. They calculated their itinerary and rest periods based on the safest and most reasonable schedule, leaving just enough energy. Any mishap along the way could make the last kilometer or 2 more difficult. If they had more business cards to circulate, they could still cope, but judging by the attitude of Old Zhang's family, it didn't seem like they were willing to share. In the end, everyone decided to reduce rest time and travel more during the day, leaving as much room as possible for unexpected situations. Back at the hotel, Tian saw the status of the future guests through the information activated by the business cards. They were in truly terrible shape. Few were healthy, all looked thin and exhausted, incomparable to the guests at the main hotel. This was understandable. The guests at the main inn had moved in shortly after the apocalypse, so they weren't short of supplies. It was only during the zombie wave that things got a bit tougher. But even so, the situation of these new guests was far worse than Wang Kun, who had come alone from Mihai base. Tian thought again. These people weren't as physically fit as the tall and muscular Wang Kun, so there was no point in comparing them. Alas, there was nothing she could do now. She better see if the main inn's revenue could provide some energy to the business cards to help the new guests arrive safely. Oh, and that selfish family needs to be dealt with. With only 5 people, 2 business cards are enough. Any extra 3 will have their energy depleted and given to the others. Old Zhang's family didn't realize the business cards they activated and hidden were useless until they arrived at the inn and tried to use them while fighting zombies. But that's another story. The group stopped and started, and it took 3 days to finally reach the inn. They encountered several dangerous situations, but they strategically avoided them, calculating the energy consumption of their business cards and conserving it. Plus, the inn had little obstruction, so they could see the sign from afar. This was incredibly encouraging, and the elderly quickened their pace, finally entering the inn before their energy ran out. We're almost there, everyone. Come on. We definitely have enough business card energy. Don't worry about the zombies. The 1,000-man team attracted thousands of zombies. Most of them fell behind them, and many more were drawn in from both sides, keeping everyone on edge and exhausting. Chang Xian had to keep the team together with constant encouragement. As the hotel neared, everyone stopped worrying about the zombies they'd been terrified of along the way and started thinking about their future lives. Hey, what's going to happen with so many zombies following us? Yeah, is that hotel's protective shield really going to work? Will it be breached by so many zombies? Does the hotel shield also need energy? Will it break without it? And then the zombies will rush in? Everyone shuddered at the thought of this possibility, especially when they saw the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows. It's so unsafe. Chang Xian was worried too, but there was nothing she could do. Without the hotel's help, they wouldn't even be able to reach the hotel, let alone continue on to Mihai base. As for safety, they could only wait until they got to the hotel. Unlike the others' worries and pessimism, after seeing the sheer number of zombies, which rivaled a tsunami, she felt nothing but joy. These were points, all money. So many zombies were more than enough for everyone to consume. Although there were many elderly, weak, and women in the group, the hotel provided good living conditions. They had good food and sleep, and they could quickly recover. With all the handy weapons, making money wouldn't be difficult. She would soon recoup the substantial investment she had made on business cards, and then she would open a third branch. The group finally entered the hotel's protective perimeter, and could clearly see what was behind the floor-to-ceiling windows. An incredibly rich variety of food. Normal food, pharmacy, weapons, and equipment. For a moment, the group was stunned, even wondering if they were dreaming or if they had reached heaven. It wasn't until they entered the hotel, the heat turning cool, that everyone finally came to their senses. Really? Everything on the business card is true. Oh my god, I didn't believe it before, but there's nothing I can do. What can I do if I don't believe it? We're just ordinary people. Where can we expect to live well? I didn't expect it to be true. Of course it's true. If a hotel can produce something as magical as a business card, the claims must be true. The children didn't understand adult logic. After seeing the magic of the business card, they were completely convinced of the hotel's benefits. What do you kids know? A business card that repels zombies is nothing. With all kinds of superpowers these days, that's nothing new. But food and medicine are different. These things can't be produced by superpowers. Oh, even if I tell you, you won't understand. You're just children who haven't been to school. Chapter 75. When they smelled the aroma of food, their previous concerns about safety were completely forgotten. After the excitement wore off, exhaustion washed over them, and they all collapsed, exhausted. They had persevered for the final stretch to the hotel, and now, in their excitement, almost everyone was exhausted. Tian stared at the group, stunned. It was so miserable. So much worse than she had imagined. Not to mention the dirtiness, the main problem was the skinny. Men and women, old and young, all were skin and bones. Only a few had some flesh, but they weren't in great shape. They looked like refugees. Wang Kun sighed beside them. This was the tragedy of ordinary people. Not only are their physical fitness inferior to that of psychics, But if they don't eat or sleep well, won't it just keep getting worse? They're lucky to still be around. Those who were ill before the apocalypse and didn't awaken their powers are mostly dead. Are ordinary people in this state? Tian asked. Is Minghai Base also like this? Wang Kun nodded. About the same. Minghai Base should be better off than Shuguang Base, but the population is too large. After nearly half a month, it's almost as bad as Shuguang Base. After learning that Minghai Base's situation isn't much better, with an extremely large number of ordinary people, and considering the system's predictions for Minghai Base's future, Tian decided not to open a branch for now, and instead use the points she earns to rescue these ordinary people. If Minghai Base continues to develop like this, ordinary people will be virtually useless after the zombie wave arrives. If the zombie wave breaks through the base, these people won't even have the energy to escape. This will simply swell the zombie army. Thinking of the rescue mission, Tian felt she couldn't let the Minghai Base be breached. There was no point in dwelling on it now. She didn't have many points. The most important thing right now was to settle the over 1,000 new guests. Tian spotted Chang Xian immediately, and he was about to approach her to speak. But before he spoke to her, he glanced at Chen Yi. Seeing that Chen Yi, despite his imposing presence and aloof expression, didn't stop him, he finally looked at Wang Kun with relief. Wang Kun smiled and said to Chang Xian in a rather flattering way, "The boss is Miss Tian. If you have any questions, just ask Miss Tian." Wang Kun's flattering expression was naturally directed at Tian, and even Chang Xian, no matter how straight he was, could understand why. His expression became even more cautious. He also knew there was no such thing as a free meal, so he first asked about the hotel's payment methods. Chang Xian was troubled when he heard that the hotel required crystal cores for check-in. This group of people were ordinary people, hiding in the base since the apocalypse. Being driven out this time was their first direct encounter with zombies, and even with their business card shields, they were terrified. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so lethargic, resting as soon as they arrived at the hotel, unable to move. "Boss, let's make a deal. We don't have any crystal cores, but we're all exhausted and afraid of the zombies. Could you please help?" Tian was also helpless. Without a crystal core, she definitely couldn't check in, nor would she be able to make any purchases. Chang Xian saw Tian's expression and realized his request was a bit unreasonable. He looked at Wang Kun, hoping he could offer some assistance. I only been at the hotel a few days, and I don't have much money. At most, I can lend you a few hundred points to buy food and drinks for everyone. Booking rooms or anything like that is definitely out of the question." Chang Xian felt thirsty at the mention of water. Water was scarce in the apocalypse, sometimes even more expensive than food. Everyone was thirsty, and when they saw the mineral water dispenser in the hotel lobby, they all gulped. Some of the stronger people stood up to take a look, realizing they had to be in the hotel to earn points before buying water. They also walked over to the counter and, like Chang Xian, stared eagerly at Tian. Logically, with so many of them, they shouldn't be afraid of the 2 or 3 bosses. But this was the apocalypse with superpowers. Back at the base, they had already deeply understood the power of superpowers, so they didn't dare to act rashly. If they could have acted rashly, they wouldn't have waited until they arrived at the hotel. They would have rebelled in the base long ago, even though they couldn't survive. If resistance meant survival, many would have been willing to fight. They couldn't fight the base, let alone act rashly in the hotel. The situation there was clearly even more dire than at the base. The few who were able-bodied had become so quiet, let alone the others, who all looked at Tian with pitiful expressions. Tian felt a headache. She really couldn't do charity. While a moment of kindness might be satisfying, it would likely lead to endless trouble and immense suffering. Even the system advised against continuing to help these people without any effort, but they couldn't just leave them alone, otherwise their rescue efforts would be in vain. Provide loans. Everyone would owe a certain amount, with a set repayment date. Those who couldn't pay would be kicked out. Tian calculated the profits of the main store, and the goods previously received by the branch. She thought a loan of 500 to 1,000 points per person would be enough to sustain the business. After all, the loans were being issued, and these people were spending on the branch's inventory, which wouldn't hinder the main branch's cash flow. Once the people settled in, they gradually generate enough income to repay the loan, and the branch's cash flow would also improve. In another 10 days or so, they could send out another wave of business cards to attract customers. When the loan information was released, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a wave of excited gratitude. In fact, this group preferred accepting the loan to accepting handouts. Their time at Dawn Base had made it clear to them that the owner of this inn must be a powerful figure, and their handouts weren't easy to take. A few bites of food and drink today might cost them their lives tomorrow. Such incidents had occurred at Dawn Base before. Psychics used handouts to coax ordinary people into compliance. These ordinary people, taken out of the base to help the psychics gather supplies, were then thrown into the fire, and few returned alive. During the zombie wave, those ordinary people who curried favor with the psychics also met a bad end. They joined them on the walls to fight the zombies, and when danger struck, the psychics would pull the ordinary people aside and push them out to defend. In the Dawn Base, ordinary people, aside from the psychics' relatives, were not human. Those who managed to survive the psychics also met a bad end. They spread this news to others, causing the psychics to become enraged and humiliated, and those people disappeared without a trace. They must have been killed. If they hadn't known this, they wouldn't have left the base the moment they were driven out. They simply couldn't survive. Looking back now, leaving the base was the right decision and the luckiest thing to do. Many people sobbed as they gulped down mineral water and ate normal food. After dinner, everyone felt much better and had the energy to browse the pharmacy and weapons store. They planned to first look for the necessary items for fighting zombies. After a good night's rest, they would lean against the barrier to fight zombies tomorrow. Remembering that this zombie fighting method had also been shared by the boss, everyone felt even more grateful to Tion. Uncle Chong, what do you see here? After finishing their meal, the children, still more energetic than adults, ran into the pharmacy and immediately saw the eye-catching glass display of the superpower activation potion. The children who had survived the Dawn Base were no ordinary people, Chong Xian sighed. Superpower. What? Potion? The children were still in elementary school and barely knew all the characters. They just knew that this cabinet was unique and must be something special. When Chong Xian saw the words on it, he was stunned. After Wang Xing settled Grandpa Zhang, he and Grandpa Zhang's granddaughter entered. Seeing Chong Xian there, he came straight over. Brother Chong? Chong Xian, still agitated, didn't reply, only muttering, is this real? Am I dreaming? Wang Xing, alert, didn't call out to him again. Instead, he looked at the words on the counter. Power Awakening Potion. He read out the description word by word. Even ordinary people can awaken their powers by drinking this. Wang Xing excitedly exclaimed. The surrounding children were stunned, as were the adults who heard this. Everyone present knew the power of people with powers. Before, they feared and hated them. They cursed them, but deep down, everyone wanted to become one. Now that they had the hope of becoming superpowered, how could they not be excited? Really? What? Ordinary people can become superpowered? Everyone rushed to the pharmacy. Even those who were looking at weapons at the weapons store ignored them. Upon hearing the news, they rushed directly to the pharmacy, eager to see what the potion that could activate superpowers looked like. Soon, the pharmacy was packed. Only a few elderly people couldn't squeeze in, but they still craned their necks to look inside. After a long commotion, everyone finally understood that ordinary people becoming superpowered was real. Everyone was incredibly excited. A safe house, abundant food and water, and weapons to fight the zombies were invaluable. Many of them, driven by these things, gritted their teeth and decided to take on zombies they had never faced before. But everyone knew that the zombies were becoming increasingly powerful. Even with barriers and firearms, there were still dangers, and the danger would only grow. As time goes by, the zombies will evolve, and ordinary people may be completely unable to fight them. Zombies will become intelligent, possessing various abilities, and there will always be some that cannot be defeated by ordinary firearms. At that time, ordinary people will be completely useless, and only those with superpowers can survive. Thus, the superpower activation potion is the real hope for these ordinary people. Food, medicine, and weapons are only temporary resources. Without life, these resources are useless. With the drop of superpower activation potions, this group has become more determined to fight zombies and make money. Some elderly people and women, seeing this hope, also want to give it a try. Before, they were forced to do so, but now this group is truly motivated. If it weren't for the late weather, they would have wanted to try immediately. Chapter 76. Of course, this was impossible. A body that had been suffering from chronic weakness couldn't be restored with just one meal, and many people had fallen ill. It was as if their bodies knew they could get sick now, and more than half of the 1,000 people developed various ailments. The pharmacy had all sorts of medicine, so there was no need to worry about anything happening. Only around noon the next day did new guests begin to arrive. They were the healthiest of the group. As for the others, they really needed to take good care of themselves. Luckily, every room had room service, with robots pushing carts selling breakfast and fast food, allowing these people to eat without leaving their homes, making it very convenient for them to recuperate. Even if they really couldn't get up, there were snack machines in the rooms, offering instant noodles and some beef and chicken drumstick snacks, the kind of delicacies only available to the psychics at the Dawn base. Because of the ample loan period and the excellent living conditions at the hotel, the sick were almost fully recovered after 3 days. And the healthiest people could easily handle level 1 zombies, earning 700 or 800 points a day without any pressure. This truly saw the hope of becoming a superpowered person. Chong Xian was the first to decide to take out a loan to buy a crossbow. The hotel had a compound crossbow, a long-range cold weapon. Modern crossbows with high magnification sights and laser rangefinders didn't require aiming while pulling the string, so the user requirements were lower. They had a longer range than a bow, were more lethal, and had a higher accuracy rate, making them a powerful long-range weapon. Ordinary people rarely dared to touch firearms, so these cold weapons were everyone's first choice, and the long-range ones were the most popular. Modern compound crossbows are much easier to use than ordinary bows and arrows, making them even more popular. Chong Xian judged that compound crossbows were the perfect weapon for them, as the zombies they had attracted along the way were all trapped outside the inn's barrier. Any person who stepped outside would immediately attract the zombies, swarming them. Thus, anyone standing inside the barrier and shooting with a crossbow could easily kill a few zombies. Then, using the crystal core collector borrowed from Wang Kun, they could easily earn points. However, to kill a zombie, they had to hit the head with a single strike. After all, they had never used a crossbow before, so some damage was inevitable. Compound crossbows were expensive, and crossbow arrows were exchanged for points. If they wanted to buy one, they needed to carefully consider the cost. In the end, Chong Xian decided to take a gamble. He often played with slingshots as a kid. Speaking of slingshots, they were sold in hotels, using steel balls. They were much cheaper than crossbows, but they still required skill to operate. After much deliberation, he decided a crossbow was more suitable. The crossbow cost 8,000 points, which Chong Xian couldn't afford on his own, and taking out a loan would be too much of a burden. He discussed with Uncle Lu and the others about taking out a joint loan to buy one. That way, everyone could use it, sharing the same fate. It also maximized profits. One person couldn't fight zombies non-stop. They always need to rest and recuperate. During those breaks, the crossbow could be passed on to the next person, making it much more cost-effective than if he bought it all for one person. Besides, if he bought it all by himself, wouldn't others borrow it while he rested? Chong Xian was a kind-hearted person, but after witnessing some selfish behavior along the way, he felt he couldn't be so kind and take advantage of it. Tian was very supportive of their loan to purchase crossbows, and after a brief consideration, she decided to grant them the loan. Compound crossbows were also selling well at the main store, being equipped for nearly every outing. However, the main store had sold all the available items, so the revenue from weapons wasn't significant. She was naturally delighted that the branch's new customers had contributed so many points so quickly. Compound crossbows were powerful and effective, and she believed they would soon be able to pay off their loan, perhaps even have one each, earning even more points. After purchasing their compound crossbows, Chong Xian and the others immediately tried out their new weapons. After half a day, while there was some wear and tear, it was a tolerable loss compared to the crystal cores each person earned. Although they had so many people buying together, no one could use them much, but they still earned a considerable amount of points, paying off half of their loan. This made them very excited. With their loan repaid, they no longer worried about being kicked out. They would earn money, their families' lives would improve, and they could buy the psychic potion and become psychics in no time. They were all happy, but someone was anxious. It was none other than Old Li. He had previously offended everyone in his quest to get more business cards. Everyone had stayed away from his family along the way, thinking they were selfish. Chong Xian had gone with others to buy a compound crossbow, but he hadn't brought him along. They were all wary of his family. Humph, it's the end of the world, who wouldn't think more about their own family? If it didn't work out, then don't buy it. He didn't care. He had the business cards, so he bought a knife and slowly killed the zombies. However, when he took out the business cards, he discovered that the ones he had activated but didn't use were no longer usable. He inquired with the hotel, and was told that the cards were only for use during their journey. He nearly suffocated. Did the hotel also want them to band together? Couldn't they just live on their own? They didn't harm anyone, They just took a few extra cards, and they deserved it. If they gave without getting any reward, who would be willing to give again? He forgot that Chong Xian was the one who had been giving, and he had received virtually no tangible benefits so far, and no one else said anything. Of course you can live on your own. You haven't done anything to harm anyone, but the hotel has calculated that you're at risk of not being able to repay the loan, so they can't provide you with such a large loan. Oldley had no choice but to buy a long knife to fight the zombies. In the end, he couldn't kill them as fast as Chong Xian and his group, and he was exhausted. It wasn't as easy as Chong Xian and his group. He regretted it deeply, but there was nothing he could do. He could only look for opportunities to build good relationships with everyone in the future. The hotel was so safe, and aside from letting them kill zombies to earn cores, everything else would be the same as before the apocalypse. He believed everyone's relationships would return to the way they were before. Despite their previous selfish behavior, Oldley and his family were ordinary people. Seeing that they could live a normal life again, they would immediately become more humane, especially after learning their lesson. Besides Oldley, Wang Xing and a group of children watched Chong Xian and his friends use compound crossbows to attack zombies. They found the crossbows truly useful, but they didn't have the points to buy them. They didn't understand the concept of loans, so they didn't dare to try it. But they also wanted to earn crystal cores quickly. They were living with Grandpa Zhang, who was in poor health and bedridden. He needed medication for the past 2 days, and Wang Xing didn't want to wait until Grandpa Zhang was well before handing over all the money-making tasks to him. Even though Grandpa Zhang repeatedly told him to rest and not worry about anything else, and to wait until he recovered, Chong Xian handed the compound crossbow to someone else and calculated the cost and benefit of the 10 crystal cores he had just shot. When Wang Xing approached him and asked to borrow the compound crossbow, he remembered he had forgotten about the children. The compound crossbow was bought by everyone, and the time for each use was calculated. Today, his time was all used up, so he couldn't lend it to them. Chong Xian still asked others to spare some time, but they all refused. Using the compound crossbow well requires practice, and sometimes a single arrow to the zombie's head still isn't enough to bring it down. 3 or 4 more arrows are needed until the zombie's head rots completely before it falls. That's not enough time for everyone. Besides, everyone has a lot of pressure to support, a large family to support, and wives, children, and parents who are all sick and need medicine. With so many children, why don't we buy a compound crossbow together like us? That way, we don't have to borrow others. Someone offered an idea. Chong Xian felt it was unfair to burden such young children with loans. What if they didn't learn to use their compound crossbows to kill zombies and ended up in debt? It would be difficult for anyone to help them. It would be better for them to stay put. He would use his points to help them out and then see how things progressed, asking everyone to help. If these people didn't lend him their crossbows, it shouldn't be difficult to help them out once he made some money. Chong Xian explained his plan to them. The children were fine though, and didn't have any concerns. Wang Xing firmly refused. He wanted to be self-reliant and no longer beggared for a living. He wanted to live like a man, fighting zombies and earning crystal cores. You can use a slingshot too. Can I borrow that? Wang Xing pointed at the zombie core collector in his hand. This one? Should work. It's Brother Wang's. By the way, come with me. Chong Xian handed the core collector to Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan also bought a compound crossbow and was using it. Today had been a bonanza. He was very proficient with it, taking out a zombie with just 1 or 2 arrows. With so many zombies around, he didn't rest at all. In less than a day or 2, he saved enough money to buy a superpower potion. With superpowers and a superpowered weapon, killing zombies would be much easier. Maybe these zombies wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Thinking of the 1,000 or so new arrivals, Wang Kuan sighed. He had to leave some space for the others. The zombies surrounding him were easy to kill, so he should leave more for them. When he had superpowers, he could go out and kill the zombies, or even lure them out. Seeing Chong Xian approach, he paused to exchange pleasantries. Upon learning of the children's pitiful pasts and plans, he unhesitatingly offered them his compound crossbow. Your name is Wang Xing? You share my last name. 500 years ago, we were one family. Don't be shy, dear child. Do you know how to use it? If not, I teach you. Thank you, Brother Wang. Wang Xing looked at Wang Kuan gratefully, and the other children joined him in thanking him. The 7 or 8-year-old children followed Wang Xing in calling the 30-something Wang Kuan Brother Wang, leaving Wang Kuan in a state of both laughter and tears. But his heart softened even more, as he thought of his wife, now a zombie, and the child she was carrying. If his wife hadn't turned into a zombie, she would have given birth to his child in the inn. His child would have, like Wang Xing, diligently learned to fight zombies and become a formidable psychic. Thinking of this, Wang Kun couldn't help but feel sad, and his love for the children grew even stronger. Since compound crossbows weren't an option for the kids, he bought them slingshots and marbles, and let them play with them. Having experienced hardship before, and understanding that zombies were monsters, they all started using slingshots to attack them. Afterward, many of the kids became experts at this skill. Chapter 77. Under Wang Kun's guidance, Wang Xing killed 3 level 1 zombies and dug out 3 crystal cores. Wang Xing calculated that for a group of 15, their daily rent was 60 points, food cost around 300 points, and Grandpa Zhang's medicine cost 50 points. Since medicine wasn't purchased every day, he could save on food. The 3 crystal cores he earned today, a total of 300 points, wouldn't be enough. He had to kill at least 5 zombies. It was dark today, so he couldn't kill any zombies. Tomorrow, with more time, he would definitely be able to kill 5 zombies. No 10. He definitely could. Now, the 14 children and Zhang Guqing, 1 adult, were crammed into a family suite that slept 6 to 8 people. A family suite cost 4,000 points per room, accommodating a maximum of 8 people. Any more would require additional points, but Tian, seeing the group of children, didn't give them any extra points. They had originally wanted to choose a 3-person family suite, but 15 people simply couldn't fit. The 6 to 8-person suite was only 500 points more expensive, and Tian had already offered to waive their fees, but Wang Xing was a stubborn child who insisted on self-reliance. Thinking of the teenage children at the main hotel also accompanying their parents to fight zombies, Tian didn't try to persuade them, simply keeping an eye on them. After all, without an adult, it was quite worrying. Thankfully, Wang Kun agreed to take him, so there was no need to worry. The next day, more people, rested, came out to fight zombies. Zheng Hong and her 15-year-old daughter had gotten themselves incredibly dirty and smelly at Dawn Base, and they hadn't removed their disguises during the entire journey from Dawn Base to the hotel. This was because both mother and daughter had been bullied at the Dawn Base. Zheng Hong was a single mother. Before the apocalypse, she was a manager at a large company. After her divorce, her daughter lived with her and lived a happy life, considered above average. The mother was respectable, and both mother and daughter were beautiful. But when the apocalypse arrived, without awakening their powers, they were targeted by the Dawn Base's psychics. Zheng Hong had been a manager for so many years, enduring rape and persevering. However, her daughter, 15-year-old Zheng Lily, had developed suicidal tendencies. Zheng Hong had gone to great lengths to calm her down, worrying about keeping her and her daughter hidden from the crowd. She didn't feel the slightest bit of regret about being expelled from the base. She had long wanted to leave that horrible base. Now, at the hotel, she truly saw hope for survival. Her daughter was in a state of distress, and wouldn't let anyone get close to her except her. Chong Xian, a kind man, had been helping everyone along the way, and had even come to help them, but her daughter was terrified. She knew she couldn't survive the apocalypse like this. Thankfully, there was a place like the inn, and thankfully, the innkeeper was a lovely woman. Her daughter could finally sleep peacefully, and live a normal life. She could kill zombies, whether with a knife or an arrow, she could learn to use them. She would earn money, and her daughter could continue to live her life as usual, and her illness would heal. The inn would have a counseling room, and her daughter would definitely be able to pick herself up again. She had a long life ahead of her, and she couldn't let a few beasts ruin it. She wanted to make money killing zombies, and then she wanted to become a superpowered person. If she had the chance, she would kill those beasts. Zheng Hong also formed a team with several women with similar experiences. They also bought compound crossbows and began hunting zombies. As time passed, the branch became bustling with activity, with hundreds of people scattered around the inn, constantly hunting zombies for profit. They all paid off their loans, and some of them gradually bought their own weapons, no longer sharing among 7 or 8 people. The number of zombies around the inn gradually decreased. Wang Kun, having awakened his earth-based abilities, no longer just killed zombies near the inn. He took precautionary measures, often riding his bicycle outside to lure out the zombies. Because of the inn's barrier, the zombies that surrounded it would slowly disperse at night when the inn was quiet. The zombies on the periphery would move away from the inn. This was mainly because the zombies on the periphery could not sense human presence, and would move toward areas where they could sense it. The only places where they could sense human presence were large bases, like Dawn Base and Mihai Base. Besides Wang Kun, Chong Xian, and a few other men dared to venture further afield. While they still didn't dare fight zombies outside, they could still use their flesh to lure them closer to the barrier. This way, Tian accumulated another 100,000 points, allowing her to distribute some business cards. Considering the unfriendly attitude of the Shuang base, Tian decided not to send business cards to them. Instead, she set her sights on the Meihai base. Tian called Wang Kun to inquire about the situation at Meihai base. Combined with the feedback from the system, the situation there became clear. Meihai base's population was overloaded, meaning a zombie wave would be extremely dangerous. Furthermore, the proportion of ordinary people in Meihai base was particularly high, further increasing the risk. This situation was known to everyone at Meihai base, leading to significant conflict within the base. Furthermore, the base leadership refused to give up on ordinary people, allocating vast resources to them. This resulted in a less than perfect life for the psychics, and growing conflicts between psychics and ordinary people, and between psychics and management. As for the ordinary people, their situation wasn't much better, just barely better than at Dawn base, barely surviving. Even with the zombie wave, they couldn't contribute much to the base. Before Wang Kun left, he heard that many psychic teams within Meihai base wanted to leave, partly due to concerns about living conditions and treatment, and partly due to concerns about the dangers. The main reason these psychics hadn't taken action yet was their reluctance to leave the Meihai base research team, fearing they might develop useful research products that would be lost if they left. Furthermore, other bases hadn't offered to recruit them, so they were simply waiting and watching. But this wait-and-see attitude wouldn't last long. Tian suggested that the survivors from all the surrounding bases could be accommodated in the hotel. Wang Kun was stunned to learn of Tian's plan. No way. The hotel isn't that big. How can it accommodate so many people? Let's not talk about Dawn base, which isn't very crowded, but Meihai base has a population of several million. Meihai City used to have a population of over 20 million. After the apocalypse, almost 60% of them became zombies, leaving quite a few people. Add to that the surrounding survivors, and a small hotel simply can't accommodate them all. Don't worry about that. The hotel can accommodate them. Tian waved her hand. The next level of hotel is 9-star. 9-star hotels don't have many additional amenities, but one crucial feature, the ability to double their capacity. What this means is that all of the hotel's current main building and various shops and facilities can be doubled, tripled, quadrupled, or even quintupled to accommodate any number of people, equivalent to a complex of buildings, or even a small city. This massive expansion of the hotel's floor space will also significantly expand the surrounding space. This space won't be left empty, and can be used to accommodate recreational facilities such as gardens and shopping streets, enriching the atmosphere of life. Of course, even without upgrading to 9 stars, the hotel can still accommodate a large number of people, as the rooms within the hotel are infinitely expandable, a bit like an alternate dimension. While seemingly small from the outside, the space within is infinite, and the elevators serve as a bridge connecting these spaces, allowing access to any room. However, this would significantly reduce the living area outside the rooms. Considering that some people will need to rely on the hotel's barrier to kill zombies, the space outside the hotel would be even more limited. So, upgrading to a 9-star hotel is best. The main hotel was not upgraded to 9 stars, because there was no need. An 8-star hotel is fully sufficient for the needs of guests staying there. Furthermore, doubling the expansion doesn't come without a price. Each doubling also doubles the points consumed. If there weren't sufficient population and zombies here, she would never have done this. Mission: upgrade the first hotel branch to 9 stars. Requires 50 million points. Reward: double the expansion. Mission: distribute business cards at Meihai base to attract more guests. When Tian decided to upgrade the branch to 9 stars, the system immediately issued the above mission, adding it to the salvation mission, alongside the opening of another branch. Tian sighed. So many tasks. What else could she do? She just complete them one by one. Upgrading to 9 stars was too far off, so she put that aside for now. She started preparing for the business card handouts. The business cards for the ordinary people at Meihai base would have to be energy cards that could activate the barrier. As for the psychics at Meihai base, Tian decided to just give the most ordinary paper cards, ones that wouldn't even display a detailed hotel introduction. There was no other way. If she had more money, she wouldn't be so stingy. Even the ones that activated a video of the hotel introduction required points. She saved wherever she could, after all. After all, she was broke. Calculating her current savings, the business cards she could hand out were quite substantial, bringing at least 3,000 guests to the hotel. Just before confirming the distribution of the business cards, Tian glanced at the branch upgrade button. By the way, the branch should be upgraded. Currently, it's a 4-star hotel, complete with a weapons shop, parking lot, clothing store, daily necessities store, pharmacy, cafeteria, and various vending machines. A 5-star hotel would only add a simulation training ground and a psychotherapy room. These two facilities are extremely useful. The simulation training ground can hone guest skills, and the psychotherapy room can address various psychological issues. They're both crucial for improving guests' abilities. Currently, guests at the branch are easily able to defeat zombies, but that's because there are still a fair number of zombies around the hotel. Even if your aim is poor, you can still kill them with a few attempts. As the number of zombies decreases, or as the number of people increases, the zombies around the hotel will eventually be wiped out. At that point, guests will have to venture outside the hotel's barrier. Improving their skills and mental preparation is essential. If they continue to use their current skills, they'd definitely be injured, or even in danger of their lives. The branch must be upgraded to a 5-star hotel. Chapter 78. After allocating the 100,000 points for the 5-star upgrade, Tian had to consider how to distribute the points among the business cards. However, could she distribute more free paper business cards? If more psychics left, and they brought their families and relatives with them, she could attract even more guests. But she had originally only wanted to distribute business cards to those psychics, who were very willing to leave Mihai Base. If she increased the investment in this area, would it also encourage those who didn't want to leave? If too many psychics left, would Mihai Base be able to withstand the zombie wave? Tian didn't want to accept everyone into the hotel all at once. She had to do it in stages, batches of people coming in, and continuously contributing to the hotel's sales. Only then could she upgrade the hotel stars, and eventually accept everyone. After much deliberation, she decided to follow the system's plan, only give business cards to those psychics who wanted to leave, giving priority to energy business cards to ordinary people who couldn't survive, and then distribute the rest randomly. After sending out the business cards, Tian began to work on the hotel upgrade. Tian felt a little distressed when her account instantly lost 100,000 points, but thinking of the delighted guests upon learning the hotel had added these 2 new stores, she felt it was worth it. Chao Guodong anxiously took out a cigarette and was about to light it when, as if remembering something, he put it back in his pocket and picked up the remaining butt in the ashtray to light it again. How's it going? Any progress on the research? Not yet. Chao Guodong's expression grew even more worried. No progress at all? Still the same. The Research Institute currently has 3 most important research areas. One is food cultivation. Since the land is no longer suitable for cultivation, the Institute is studying the feasibility of hydroponics and supernatural cultivation. This research is making progress. Hydroponics and supernatural cultivation can produce plants, but the yield is very low and cannot solve the base's food crisis. The main reason is that there is too little talent in these areas, both researchers and supernatural users. Second, there's research on activating superpowers with zombie crystal cores. This project has only just been established, so it's normal that there's been no progress. Third, there's research on superpower upgrades. This research began after the first zombie wave, aiming to enhance the strength of superpower users and the base. These 3 projects are the base's most important research projects, crucial to its survival. Without progress, how can Chao Guodong stop worrying and feeling anxious? Currently, the base has a large population of ordinary people who need to eat every day, and the Mihai base faces a dire food crisis. In contrast, the official superpowers and armed forces are too few, all focused on protecting the base, leaving them unable to spare additional resources for outsourcing. The entire base relies heavily on self-organized superpower teams to forage for supplies. These teams have indeed collected a lot of supplies, but it's far from enough to support the base's vast population. The base has been forced to repeatedly increase the supplies submitted by the superpower teams, which has left many superpower users dissatisfied and threatening to leave the base. Even so, even this is insufficient. Many people are still starving. Chao Guodong was caught in a dilemma. He couldn't be too harsh on the psychic teams, otherwise, if they left, the consequences would be disastrous when the zombie wave arrived. But if he wasn't too harsh, would he have to watch the ordinary people starve to death? Or should he let them leave the base to search for supplies? No, the zombies were evolving. Wouldn't ordinary people be willing to die if they went out to search for supplies? But staying in the base would also mean starvation. Chao Guodong still hadn't managed to keep the cigarettes in his bag. Brother Lin, Things aren't looking good at the base lately. Lin Xingping led his team through the surrounding area, but didn't find much supplies. They returned to the base and handed in half, leaving very little. Brother Lin, would you consider leaving the base? Leave? To where? Dawn base. Lin Xingping frowned. We don't know the situation over there. It might not be as good as here. Alas, the situation at the base is dire right now. We're really worried. Many ordinary people are starving, and public security is deteriorating. Their team were all ordinary college students before the apocalypse. After being rescued by the Minghai base officials, they haven't encountered any particularly dangerous situations. After awakening their superpowers, their conditions improved, and they were highly respected. Aside from collecting supplies to fight zombies, their lives were relatively stressful, and their experience wasn't particularly extensive. If they encountered chaos, they weren't sure they could escape safely. If you don't leave the base, then join the official team? That was also an option. Chao Weiman, the son of base leader Chao Guodong, was about the same age as Lin Xingping, and coincidentally, they both had the same superpower, fire. However, before the apocalypse, the two men had nothing in common. Chao Weiman, the son of Chao Guodong, a second-generation official, received an elite education from childhood and attended a prestigious university. Lin Xingping, a small-town youth, attended a second-tier university in High City. After graduation, he chose to find a job instead of studying for postgraduate studies. However, the economy was poor, and he only found a car sales job in High City, with a pitifully low base salary and virtually no commission. If it weren't for the apocalypse, their futures would have been completely different. After the apocalypse, Lin Xingping awakened his superpowers and organized his classmates and junior students into a superpowered team. They frequently went out to scavenge for supplies, earning a special rapport from Chao Weiman, who was recruiting superpowers for his father. The two grew closer due to their similar age, similar abilities, and their respective aspirations. Even so, Lin Xingping refused to allow this small group of psychics, formed by his classmates, to join the official team. The main reason was that the official team lacked freedom, the treatment was poor, and they hadn't provided the potions that Lin Xingping and his psychics hoped would improve their abilities. Official teams must obey official orders. The pressure on the base guards was immense, and if they joined, they would likely be assigned to the guards. Even if they were assigned to search for supplies, they wouldn't benefit much. Everyone knew the official team's poor treatment. After joining, they would likely be treated equally, sharing the same mediocre meals, and all the supplies they found would be turned over. When the zombie wave arrived, they would also be required to follow orders and protect the base and the safety of the people. They admitted they still couldn't do that. There are some complaints from the official officials now. Will joining them really improve things? But if they don't join the official ranks and don't leave the base, they might not be able to withstand the hungry ordinary people's rebellion. The psychics could leave, but a dozen of them wouldn't be enough against hundreds or thousands of others. They could either leave before the base erupts in unrest, or join the official ranks. With the official authority to suppress the rebellion, they and their family's safety would be guaranteed. How about leaving? We see. Lin Xingping was undecided about leaving. It was too dangerous. Their car wasn't big enough for everyone, and even adding a few more wouldn't have enough gas. He thought he could negotiate some terms with Chao Weiman to offer them more benefits. The hotel system was currently distributing business cards. Due to Lin Xingping's expressed wishes, the cards, originally intended to be distributed directly to them, were not distributed directly, but instead were distributed to a more discreet location. They wanted to join the Minghai base official team to strengthen their power, so they wouldn't be recruited for now. Elsewhere, Chu Yulong, a base psychic, received the business card directly. Chu Yulong was the leader of the most powerful psychic team at Minghai base, and he was a generous and outspoken person with a certain street-smart demeanor. Before the apocalypse, he worked in liquor sales. After 10 years of work, he had accumulated many connections and made a considerable fortune, even buying a house in High City. He actually knew many official personnel, and it was precisely because of these connections that he was able to bring his family and subordinates into Minghai base in the first place. However, connections were certainly important, but he was not very willing to bring people to join the base as official personnel. He brought people with him because he wanted to enjoy the good life. Half of his current subordinates were from the original sales team, either himself or his relatives and friends. They all knew his personality, and believed that following him would bring them benefits. Whether it was sales commissions before the apocalypse, his team outperformed the others, earning them more commissions. After the apocalypse, his team was also the most capable, scooping up the most supplies. Naturally, Everyone benefited more than the others. His team was a wolf-like group, eager to eat meat. He wouldn't join if the authorities didn't offer him any benefits, but he would go wherever there was profit. The supplies near the base had been nearly collected. To gather more, they had to return to High City, where the zombies were hordes and powerful. He wasn't about to lead his team to their deaths. The risk was high, and the rewards could be substantial, but the majority would have to be handed over to the base, leaving little for everyone. The risk-reward ratio wasn't proportional, and he wouldn't do a losing business. He had long considered leaving Minghai Base, and had previously sent people to investigate the situation at Shiguang Base and the military base. Shiguang Base was a base established by psychics, and its system was very unconventional. He had no connections with the people there, so he wasn't sure he'd be treated well there. The military base, with its mostly military personnel and strict rules, left no room for a psychic team like theirs. In fact, he would rather Minghai Base lay off some of the ordinary people, and bring its system closer to Shiguang Base. If that were the case, Minghai Base would definitely have more potential for development than Shiguang Base. Once the research institute produced results, Minghai Base could then recruit the military base to expand its forces and do business with Shiguang Base. Shiguang Base had abundant supplies, but Minghai Base held research results that psychics couldn't refuse and held greater promise. This way, Minghai Base could definitely become the leading base in the East. But all of this presupposes the base can survive the zombie horde. The vast number of ordinary people has become a burden on the base, and if the base doesn't take measures to abandon them, it will only lead to its destruction. It's not that he's cold-blooded, or that he wants to let those ordinary people die. It's just that if the base is breached, even more people will die. Chu Yulong had given official advice. Chao Guodong's son, Chao Weiman, had approached him. He saw that, though young, he was at least an elite graduate from a prestigious university, and should understand these words, so he explained them to him. Unfortunately, this kid couldn't be a bamboo, and he listened too much to his father. Chao Guodong, on the other hand, was too upright and self-aware to abandon any of his people. He simply couldn't get along with them anymore, and rather than waste time, he'd rather leave. Yesterday, someone from the Dawn base approached him, saying they wanted to recruit their team, offering generous conditions, and he was tempted. But what about this business card that appeared out of nowhere? Chapter 79. He was indoors, alone. The business card had floated down from above him, appearing suddenly out of thin air. As a level 4 lightning psychic, his 5 senses were greatly enhanced, and he was certain the card had appeared out of thin air. Touching the card, Chu Yulong was certain it was an ordinary paper card from before the apocalypse. Why had it suddenly appeared? He squinted at the contents. Tian Tian Hotel? Weapons and delicacies? Crystal core consumption? Hope in the apocalypse? Chu Yulong's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Was this true? Could it be a trap? Interesting. At the other end of Minghai Base, ordinary people gathered. Due to the large population and lack of water resources, this place was the dirtiest and most dilapidated area of the base. Grandma Zhou, Qiao Tianman, and other middle-aged and elderly women, living a hard life with a group of orphans, were all frail, their lips dry and chapped, and their bodies lacked much strength. But they persevered, holding their child in their arms and on their backs, carrying a several-month-old child, as they prepared to go to the food distribution point set up at the base ahead to collect food. Today's food includes porridge. That's great. It helped them stay hydrated. Everyone was delighted to hear this news. Water resources were scarce. The base hadn't yet developed a machine to filter the zombie virus from the water. For so many people, water was now entirely dependent on survival and water-based psychics. Even psychics couldn't use water readily, let alone those living in the tent area, who didn't even have a roof over their heads, and who were the weakest and most vulnerable, consisting only of women and children. Having porridge in the food meant they could stay hydrated. It was truly wonderful. But their joy didn't last long. Suddenly, a quarrel and fight broke out in the usually orderly meal-receiving line, and the news spread like wildfire. It turned out that today's food consisted of only a spoonful of porridge, nothing else. Unlike before, when they get something else besides the porridge, like a steamed bun or a piece of bread. Even though the bread was expired, it still had the flavor of the pre-apocalyptic era, with sugar, salt, and even meat cream. But today, there was only one bowl of porridge. Although it was thick and had vegetables and salt, how could this be enough for a whole day? How could it possibly satisfy hunger? Finally, there was news that the amount of water each person could receive was also reduced by half, which filled everyone with despair. Many people burst into tears. They're trying to kill us with thirst and starvation. How could the base be so cruel? Don't they care about us civilians? These people in charge are so cruel. Many people wanted to join the earlier riders. Grandma Zhou, Qiao Tianman, and the others didn't join in the commotion. They also didn't let the children do the commotion. Instead, they led everyone to stand further away to avoid being affected by the excited crowd. Fortunately, they were at the end of the line, making it easy to get away. They didn't mind the reduced food and water, but they were too weak. They were at the bottom of the tent area, so anyone could cause trouble. They'd been robbed before. Plus, they were all weak and didn't have the energy to make a scene. Furthermore, they held a hope that if they behaved well, the base staff might see them as quiet and give them more food and water. This wasn't impossible. Every day, they were pushed to the back of the line, the last to receive food. The base staff, taking pity on them, would give them extra food. But most of the time, the food wasn't enough, so they give them a little extra water to compensate, which they saved for emergencies. But in the end, they didn't save much. The children they cared for were mostly young and often sick, so the water couldn't be saved. As the riders grew, the base finally dispatched a team armed with wooden storage and psychics to suppress the situation. The situation was quickly brought under control. Unarmed and without psychics, the frail common people, most of whom were physically weak, could hardly stand up to the powerful military and psychics. Furthermore, there were quite a few people arriving this time, so no actual conflict occurred, and the crowd quieted down. Then everyone began to collect their food obediently. However, the base did make some compromises, not reducing drinking water by half, and told everyone that it wouldn't be like today every day. The food supply would remain the same every other day. Chu Yulong, who was out, heard about this and couldn't help but sneer. Chao Guodong was too soft-hearted. He retreated at the slightest resistance. Meihai base was truly hopeless. Chu Yulong fingered the business card in his pocket, narrowed his eyes, and said to his men, "Have the people from Dawn base arrived?" "Yes, they're waiting inside." Chu Yulong strode into the villa where the team was meeting. Grandma Zhou, Qiao Tianman, and the others didn't receive much. The staff distributing food looked grim, and even when they did, they showed little sympathy. The situation at the base is very difficult. It's a sign of the base's kindness that they haven't given up on you. If you don't believe me, go out and ask around. What's life like for the ordinary people at Dawn base? You idlers, waiting for food every day, and yet you're still not satisfied. The people receiving food looked embarrassed. Some stubborn ones, not particularly afraid of the troops behind the staff, muttered, "There's no work for us at the base. If there were jobs that could feed us, who wouldn't want to work?" The land couldn't produce food, the animals had all turned to zombies, and the factories were completely shut down. Besides building the city wall, there was little else to do. And since the wall had Earth-based psychics, ordinary people were rarely needed. If they were needed, they prioritized construction workers over these pampered city white-collar workers. The staff members banged their spoons loudly. "That's the situation. If you keep making trouble, we won't give you any more. Let's go hungry for a few meals, and see if you still make trouble." No one dared to speak, only internally resenting them. Many people resented these staff members. These staff members were ordinary people too. They had jobs, enough to eat and drink, and they looked clean, indicating they weren't short of water. How could such a disparity not inspire envy, just because these staff members had connections? Relatives or friends of someone. Relatives or friends of a psychic. It was so unfair. The ordinary people at Meihai base had never witnessed the stark disparity in treatment between psychics and ordinary people at Dawn base. They hadn't yet shifted from their pre-apocalyptic mindset. It had to be said that this mindset exacerbated the internal conflicts within Meihai base. The staff weren't wrong, actually. Today's chaos had frightened them terribly, and it nearly led to an accident. They were kind-hearted and even felt pity for these ordinary people without support, so they were always willing to help if they had the means. For example, the group of orphaned women were the most vulnerable. Any leftovers were given away, otherwise they would be considered their own. This was a public benefit, not much, but it was still very precious to them. In this world, food and clean water are the most precious. Wang Qi, having enjoyed a pleasant conversation with Chu Yulong, emerged from the villa and immediately received a report from his subordinates. The report contained the details of the conflict that had occurred today in the tent area of Meihai base. Wang Qi grinned smugly. "Boss, your prediction was spot on. This Meihai base won't last much longer." The leader of Wang Qi's group was none other than Lu Feng. They had been Lu Feng's earliest followers, and were his most trusted subordinates. "Brother Qi, since Meihai base won't be around much longer, why should we keep messing around here? Why don't we go back and wait? You kid, do you have any sense? This is the opportunity the boss has given us to make a name for ourselves, and you don't want to cherish it, and you're talking about going back? Hey, Brother Chi, this Meihai base is so boring. It's nowhere near as fun as our base. There are no women, no entertainment, and the basic treatment for psychics is poor. You have to trade supplies for good housing and food. How can it compare to the comforts of Dawn Base? If they hadn't brought enough food and water-based psychics, life would be incredibly boring. Meihai Base would be destroyed sooner or later anyway, so why not go back and have some fun while watching the show? If you want women, isn't that easy? Just bring some stuff, and there's sure to be plenty willing to follow you. Wang Qi knew his men were capable, and since things were going smoothly, he didn't mind giving them some sweet treats. Thank you, Brother Qi. Play around, but don't let it get in the way of business. Don't worry, Brother Qi, we brothers will absolutely do what we have to do. Wang Qi was very satisfied. If they succeeded in this mission to dismantle the Meihai base, his future would be secure. Having persuaded Chu Yulong to join them, their mission was halfway accomplished. Chu Yulong was someone the boss had specifically emphasized winning over. He described him as a capable individual, highly skilled in assessing the situation, and loyal, yet not overly power-hungry. He made him a perfect ally. When he arrived at Dawn Base, he would support the boss's rise to power, and the boss would then offer him ample benefits. Becoming brothers would be a win-win situation for both sides. Besides the future benefits this person would bring, he could also bring significant benefits to them in the present. Chu Yulong was the leader of the leading psychic team at Meihai Base, and a bellwether for the team. Once he left Meihai Base, it would be easy to recruit other psychic teams, which was how they had accomplished a significant portion of their mission. The remaining half involved alienating the psychics within Meihai Base. With today's commotion, that half would be easy to accomplish. He was confident that he could split the official power of Meihai Base in two, or even more. Then, when the zombie wave arrived, all the goodies of Meihai Base would belong to Dawn Base. Chu Yulong decided to leave, and immediately ordered his men to prepare supplies for every household, relatives, and friends, as well as gasoline for the trip. These actions were not very covert, and many teams of psychics knew of his plan, but they didn't take any action. They had to meet with the people at Dawn Base to negotiate terms before leaving. Tent area. Because there was only one bowl of porridge, everyone felt unsatisfied, and many fell into sadness. Everyone was wondering how they would live in the future. Everyone had a different answer to this question. Grandma Zhou and other women with orphans decided to remain quiet. They didn't intend to make a scene, and even if they did, they didn't have the energy. After making this decision, they were all dejected, as if their future was at the mercy of others. Chapter 80. I can't stand this anymore. Hu Guilin raged, stood up, and rushed out. What's wrong? Xiao Tianman stood up and grabbed Hu Guilin. Hu Guilin broke free, saying, I can't stand this anymore. I need to find a way to leave here. I need to live a normal life with enough food. Where can I find a normal life? Hu Guilin glanced at her pretty face. Of course I do. Don't try to stop me. I never be with you again. I had enough. Xiao Tianman was at a loss, looking at Granny Zhou with embarrassment. Let her go. Hu Guilin snorted, then walked out of the tent without looking back. Xiao Tianman looked worried, and Granny Zhou sighed slowly. Maybe she can find a way out. The middle-aged woman, Li Hong, curled her lips. It's obvious that this little girl has never suffered hardship. What kind of a way out can she find? Tianman, just leave her alone. Li Hong used to work on a construction site, but they didn't want her when the base's fence was being built. As for other respectable jobs, she was definitely out of the question. Xiao Tianman, the most beautiful and educated of the group, couldn't find a job either. Hu Guilin had neither the strength nor the education. She studied painting, and who would hire artists in the apocalypse? She was prettier, but not as pretty as Xiao Tianman. She wasn't the kind of girl who looked so sympathetic. She had a mature look, a cold, fierce look, and acted like everyone owed her something. She was also arrogant, and even if she tried to act pitiful, no one would feel it. Li Hong thought so and said so. She was used to farm work and manual labor, so even if she was starving, her health was still strong and her energy was still strong. Hu Guilin returned to get something, and happened to overhear her words. She angrily scolded, I'm sure I find a good job. Don't come begging me when the time comes. Li Hong pouted. Where can I find a good job for you? Even if there was one, it wouldn't be for you. What can you, a city kid, do? Just wait and see. Hu Guilin was particularly temperamental. Sister Tianman, I'm leaving. I tell you when I find a good job. I won't tell you about it to some uneducated person. Xiao Tianman smiled wryly and advised her to be careful. Hu Guilan was only 20 years old and hadn't even graduated from college. She had fled to Meihai Base with her brother after the first zombie wave. Her parents and other relatives had died during the zombie wave. The family had been hiding in a supermarket, having plenty of food and drink, but they hadn't anticipated the zombie wave. Surrounded, the zombies tore down their door. No one in the family had awakened their powers, so only she and her brother made it to Meihai Base alive. Because they had fled in such a hurry and had few supplies, Hu Guilan's brother decided to return. Hu Guilan, fearing the zombies outside, was reluctant to leave the supermarket. Her brother, however, refused to listen and insisted on returning, likely still wanting to find his family. He ignored Hu Guilan's advice and never returned. Hu Guilan, a girl, didn't even have a tent. She was assigned to the large tent at the base, where men and women lived together. It was uncomfortable for her, a girl, so she ended up sharing space with them. The rest of the group had their own tents, but they were small and crowded. It was better to stay in the large tent, as they were all single women with only one child at most. If there really wasn't enough room, they could apply for another tent at the base. With so many people, they could still get one. When Hu Guilan joined, their tent was already very crowded, but there was still room. They didn't get a new tent, and Hu Guilan was assigned to the same tent as Li Hong. Li Hong greeted Hu Guilan warmly, but Hu Guilan was a misophobe and disliked her rough, dirty hands and the smell of her body. Li Hong also had a short temper. Seeing the newcomer disdain her, an elderly woman who had kindly made room, she angrily lashed out. Hu Guilan hated women like that. They would always argue whenever they were together. After moving to a new location, things quieted down a bit, but they still argued whenever they met, and they still disliked each other. Xiao Tianmen felt bad. Sisterly, please stop talking. Her family is all gone. So pitiful. Li Hong was furious. Who here isn't pitiful? You're the only one left in your family, aren't you? Not to mention relatives and friends, even the children. Li Hong was a migrant worker. Aside from her husband, her entire family was back home. She didn't know what was happening to them yet. They might all be gone. The zombie wave was terrifying. Hu Guilan's family had 20 or 30 people dead. She didn't think the elderly and children left behind in her hometown would survive. Her husband had already become a zombie. She was also feeling bad, her eyes welling up as she spoke. Xiao Tianman was crying too. She was the only one left in her family. Everyone's feeling bad, but life has to go on. We still have so many children. Stop arguing and control your anger. It takes effort, said Grandma Zhou. Grandma Zhou's words of comfort had no effect. Instead, they only made them sadder, leading the others to cry as well. Now no one scolded them for crying out loud, because many people in the surrounding tents were also crying. Where would their livelihoods lie? Same day, Tian was at the hotel. Tian was about to hand out business cards, and just as she had delivered the paper card, she was interrupted by Wang Kun and the others. Boss, do you really want everyone from Meihai Base to come? Of course, Tian replied without hesitation. The guests in the lobby all looked suspicious upon hearing this. The hotel wasn't very spacious. They stood outside and counted all the floors. Based on the current rooms on each floor, they could only accommodate 1,000 or 2,000 more people at most. How could Meihai Base accommodate so many people? Even if they could, would they have enough resources to support so many people? Sister, can we not allow those with special abilities to move in? Can we just save the ordinary people? Wang Xing said pitifully, those ordinary people are so pitiful. Those with special abilities are very powerful. They can live outside. Wang Kun patted his head. This little guy, who shared his last name, was a good kid. He had no relationship with Grandpa Zhang, but he was especially grateful for Grandpa Zhang's care. Even now, Grandpa Zhang was still ill, and it was all thanks to his hard work in killing zombies and earning crystal cores. He hoped the boss would consider this child's needs, and be more considerate of the elderly and the weak, and not be so impulsive in accepting so many people. Too many people would lead to trouble, and it was hard to say what would happen. Just save the ordinary people? Tian was a little confused. She thought Wang Xing was afraid of people with special abilities. She had already understood clearly in the past 10 days how this group of new guests feared and hated people with special abilities. But this couldn't go on. People with special abilities were not all bad. There were good ones too. They couldn't be lumped together. The future definitely belonged to people with special abilities. Ordinary people who awaken their superpowers are also superpowered. There will be many superpowered people in the hotel in the future. It's fair to say everyone will be superpowered. Sister, you misunderstood me. Wang Xing wrinkled his nose. He actually wanted to stop accepting guests, but then he remembered that Tian's opening of the hotel was the only way they could survive. If they selfishly refused to allow the hotel to accept guests, others would die. Finally, he thought better of it and changed his tune, saying they should accept ordinary people. Ordinary people were pitiful, just like them. The guests in the hall held their breath. They really didn't have the right to ask the boss to stop accepting guests, but they were also afraid that if they told the boss, he would get angry and kick them out, so they sent a child to do it. They wait and see how the boss reacted before responding, whether it was persuasion or analyzing the pros and cons. I have an idea. Tian was confident. All the guests' faces paled at this, their breathing heavier. Finally, someone couldn't help but express their concerns, and others followed suit with anxious analysis, and the quiet hall suddenly became noisy. Tian now understood everyone's thoughts and felt a bit amused. Looking at Wang Kun again, he looked anxious, as if he was terrified she hand out business cards to Meihai Base. Okay, let's upgrade the hotel first, and then change the exterior. Let's give them a taste of it, so they can put their minds at ease, and stop testing her every day about handing out business cards. Let's use a skyscraper-style exterior to avoid having to count the floors. As the hotel upgrade notification sounded, dramatic changes occurred both inside and out. The lobby expanded in the blink of an eye, the dining room grew larger, and an additional room, a simulation training ground and a psychotherapy room, appeared out of nowhere. All the guests in the hall were still unaware of the situation, and when they finally did, their mouths dropped open in astonishment. The hotel truly has the capacity to accommodate everyone. Tian spread her hands, breaking the eerie silence. Wang Kun was the first to react. He asked in disbelief, "What happened?" "As you can see," Tian said with amusement. It took a while for everyone to react, but their expressions of disbelief remained. They cautiously explored the area until they were certain the new shop wasn't an illusion, but a real one. Finally, they burst into laughter and began to talk, convinced that the hotel absolutely had the capacity to accept all the survivors. "That's great, it's truly great." They weren't bad people, and the boss had no choice but to refuse to accept more people. If everyone could be saved, it would be truly wonderful. From now on, everyone can stay in the hotel, and we won't have to worry about zombies anymore. Wang Kun was thinking long-term. Staying in the hotel cost crystal cores, and everyone staying in the hotel would go out to kill zombies. Once all the zombies were gone, what would they do? Thinking that once all the zombies were killed, life would be easier for humans, and by then, they would have figured out how to farm. Amidst this joyful atmosphere, Tian also smiled, as she emptied the hotel account and distributed a bunch of energy business cards. Grandma Zhou suddenly saw a business card. She raised her hand and took it, but her eyesight was poor, so she couldn't see the words clearly. "Tianman, look at this." Xiao Tianman curiously took the card. After seeing the words clearly, she tried to activate it with her voice. For a moment, the entire tent was illuminated. Chapter 81. What is this? A cell phone? It still has power? Li Hong walked in surprise. Before the apocalypse, everyone used cell phones, including hers. But after the apocalypse, they were completely dead, like scrap metal. It's not a cell phone. It's a business card from Tian's hotel. We're saved. Xiaoman told everyone what he saw after activating the card, and everyone was delighted. Some, however, doubted the authenticity of the information, but Li Hong quickly dismissed it. It's definitely real. A business card made of paper, but it works like a cell phone and can even play videos. I've been to the hotel. I took the bus down that road when I entered the city. As for that zombie-proof barrier, we see. Then let's give it a try. If it really works, we leave. The base is dying now, so why not go and check out that hotel? The next day, Xiao Tianman and Li Hong left the base. Besides them, many people from the tent area followed them out. After walking for a while, everyone realized they were all there to test the barrier on the hotel's business card. However, when they saw zombies approaching from afar, they all trembled. It's level 2 zombies. Lots of them. Level 2 zombies are much more agile than level 1 zombies. The consequences of being caught up by them would be disastrous. Xiao Tianman stared at the open barrier, gritting her teeth and standing still. Li Hong, terrified, tried to pull her back. "Run. Let someone else try, let the younger ones." Xiao Tianman saw that everyone had fled, leaving no one behind. She steeled herself and refused to move. Li Hong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "Why are you so stubborn? Sisterly, you go first. I'm going to test it today. Xiao Tianmen felt a little dizzy from being pulled along. She hadn't eaten in a long time, and her health was already very poor. She didn't want to struggle any longer, and just sat down on the ground. Sisterly, please go. Grandma and the others need you too. Li Hong gritted her teeth and ran away. The children behind her depended on her for survival, and there were also several elderly people who couldn't survive without her. But when she looked up, the zombies were already running in front of them. Her mind buzzed, and she picked up a stone and threw it at the zombies, hitting them squarely. But the zombies felt no pain, and their speed didn't slow, rushing towards them at full speed. The crowd behind them screamed. But the next moment, the scream stopped abruptly. The barrier repelled the zombie. The zombie shook its head in confusion, then took a fierce look at the scent and bit around the barrier, but its teeth bounced off like jelly. Not even the disgusting slime could get through. The barrier really works. That hotel is real, Li Hong exclaimed excitedly. The people behind her were just as excited, chattering in awe at the hotel's miraculousness. I told you, don't even try it. This business card actually emits light. It must be something special. We're just wasting our time. That's not what you said before. And why did you run away just now? Hey, seeing the zombies made me weak. Their excitement grew, and their voices grew louder, attracting the zombies' attention. Then one of them started towards them. Let's go back to base. Aren't you going to test this barrier? What are you testing? This barrier only lasts a short time, so keep it for the journey. Hurry back and pack up, we're leaving tomorrow. Everyone, keep the business cards a secret. Don't let anyone steal them, especially the staff at the base. Those living in the tent area are ordinary people at the bottom of the social ladder. If the staff or someone with connections found out, they wouldn't be able to keep them. It's a secret. Doesn't it say there are a limited number of business cards and a limited number of places? No one would be so foolish as to risk their lives for others, especially those people. The limited number of places applies to ordinary people. These ordinary people don't have crystal cores, so they definitely be living on loans after arriving at the hotel. If there are too many people, the hotel will be overwhelmed. Tian had no choice but to rescue these ordinary people in batches. As for the psychics, they don't have such concerns. Even if they don't have crystal cores, they can earn some in a matter of minutes by fighting a few zombies after arriving at the hotel. A large group of people rushed to the base, and the noise naturally couldn't be hidden from the base. Chao Guodong was also alarmed and hurriedly inquired about the situation. Those people said the base was running low on food and wanted to go out to find supplies. They encountered numerous level 2 zombies, and were frightened back in. Level 2 zombies. Chao Guodong frowned deeply. Recent patrol reports had also reported an increase in level 2 zombies. This was not a good sign. Are there any injuries? We checked everything, and there shouldn't be any. Don't let ordinary people out of the base for now. Strengthen security within the base. Send more people to conduct ideological work with the people. Let's overcome this together. Yes. Wang Qi and his team also noticed the unusual movement. Wang Qi immediately ordered his men to investigate. Go quickly, don't tell them what's going on. Leave everything else aside for now. The men were a little impatient. He had just gotten a woman and wasn't done with her, but seeing Wang Qi's seriousness, they didn't dare delay. Soon they returned. Those ordinary people went out to find food, but were frightened back by the level 2 zombies. The base leader ordered the guards not to let them out. Are you sure? Yes, sure. Don't worry, boss. That's good. Wang Qi breathed a sigh of relief. These lowly ordinary people are really good at causing trouble. Wouldn't it be better for them to stay in the base and cause trouble? Why do they have to go out and die? The men complained. That's right. These ordinary people can't die or leave Mihai base. The plan to destroy Mihai base with the zombie wave can't go wrong. Xiao Tianmen and Li Hong quietly shared the good news with everyone as soon as they returned. Everyone was excited and happy to hear this. They could finally eat their fill and live a normal life. Let's leave tomorrow. I'm afraid if we delay too long, the business card issue won't be revealed. Although everyone insisted on keeping it a secret, there were always those who would leak it for various reasons. If they didn't leave quickly, the business card would definitely be lost. Okay, let's pack up now, Li Hong said, and she set to work quite swiftly. You guys pack first, I go find Guilan. Xiao Tianmen gave her instructions and left. It was dark, and Xiao Tianmen hadn't found anyone, so she had to return. The next day, Hu Guilan still hadn't appeared, and everyone was anxious. Where'd that damn girl go? She didn't come back all night, and we were all worried. We didn't sleep well. We have to hurry today. I look for her again. I go check on the psychic team, Xiao Tianman said, standing up. Li Hong also stood up. I go with you. It's not safe over there. They were lucky. When they arrived at the psychic team area, they saw Hu Guilan. Hu Guilan had changed drastically. She looked much cleaner, wearing a designer dress and high heels. At first glance, Xiao Tianman and Li Hong didn't recognize her. It was Hu Guilan who finally called out to Xiao Tianman. Hu Guilan was eating a sesame seed bun. After calling out to Xiao Tianman, she gave him the other bun. She ignored Li Hong and spoke only to Xiao Tianman. Sister Tianman, I found a great job. Do you want to come with me? You won't be hungry or thirsty anymore, and you be clean. What kind of job is it? Li Hong interrupted, feeling unhappy. Hu Guilan rolled her eyes at her haughtily, then smiled at Xiao Tianman and said, cleaning the house for the superpowered. The pay is good. Cleaning the house? A nanny? You do it? Can you do it? If you're looking for a nanny, you shouldn't hire someone like me? Li Hong questioned. Hu Guilan angrily said, you can't do it. You're too dirty, too rough, and too ugly. Who cares about roughness or ugliness when cleaning? As for dirt, I can wash just as clean as you with water. Are you looking for some shady job? Hu Guilan blushed at the revelation. Xiao Tianman was anxious. Don't do that job anymore. Come back with us. Are you really not doing a proper job? How shameless. Li Hong scolded. Hu Guilan straightened her back and said confidently, how am I shameless? My job is a nanny. As for the rest, in modern society, it's consensual. I'm willing and I enjoy it myself. Don't be such a retard. You? How shameless. Hu Guilan ignored her and only said to Xiao Tianman, Sister Tianman, can you understand? Don't talk to an old lady like her. Xiao Tianman was indeed much more open-minded. Although she wasn't a nightclub goer herself, she had friends who shared similar views. She didn't agree with them, but she respected them. But now it was the end of the world. Was Hu Guilan really doing this voluntarily? The other party was also a supernatural being. Xiao Tianman asked repeatedly, concerned. Hu Guilan was certain, he's not a psychic from Meihai Base, he's from Dawn Base. Dawn Base treats psychics very well. They live like they're living before the apocalypse. I plan to follow them to Dawn Base. Sister Tianman, I have something to tell you in secret. Don't tell anyone else. Hu Guilan pulled Xiao Tianman into a secluded area to talk, revealing the demise of Meihai Base. Sister Tianman, you have to think clearly. The zombie wave is coming, and there's no escape. Xiao Tianman's face paled. The free psychic team was about to leave, and with a large number of ordinary people, the base was facing a food and water crisis. If Hu Guilan wasn't lying, Meihai Base was likely to be destroyed. Come with us. Xiao Tianman quietly told Hu Guilan the business card and the information about the hotel. Hu Guilan's mouth dropped open in surprise. After seeing the light signal, she also believed in the existence of such a place as a hotel. Come with us. Hu Guilan ultimately refused. She had a hunch that if she left, the psychic she was following would be angry, and that would cause trouble for Sister Tianman. It's okay. I volunteered, and that person is pretty good. Hu Guilan said nonchalantly, the hotel is right there. I always have a chance to go. There's no restriction on psychics, and if I follow them, I can free up an extra spot for ordinary people. Hurry up and leave. Don't delay me. Having said this, Xiao Tianman stopped trying to persuade her. Chapter 82. The base guards were in a state of panic. Yesterday, their superiors had ordered that ordinary people not be allowed out of the base. They had originally assumed that these people, frightened by their departure, would behave themselves today and in the future. Unexpectedly, these people still wanted to leave the base, and no matter how much they were persuaded, they refused to listen. Furious, the guard captain declared that those who left the base today would not need to return, hoping to dissuade them. However, these people simply insisted on leaving. It was truly bizarre. The guard captain didn't dare let them go. It wouldn't matter if these people died, but turning into zombies would put pressure on the base. He immediately reported the situation, and Chao Guodong soon learned of it. Even before Chao Guodong could give his orders, someone had already begun an in-depth investigation. Unfortunately, these people were keeping their mouths shut, and the base never uncovered the truth. Continuing the standoff wasn't an option. After careful consideration, Chao Guodong decided to let them go. He would then conduct a covert investigation after they left, and instructed them not to alert the group at Dawn Base. Chao Guodong hadn't been blinded to the actions of the Dawn Base group at Meihai Base. He was fully aware of the underlying calculus. He knew how to appease the psychics within the base, simply drive out the ordinary people, or reduce their treatment while improving it for the psychics. He simply couldn't make a decision. Today, so many ordinary people, carrying their belongings, demanded to leave the base, threatening never to return. This was a good thing for the base. Given the situation, he decided to wait and see. As for those ordinary people, he didn't want to watch them die. This was partly due to his unwavering faith, and partly because he didn't want to bolster the zombie army. He sent them there to investigate and provide protection. If they changed their minds, the base would still allow them to return. Wang Qi, with his men, was seeing off Chu Yulong's team. Chu Yulong's team was leaving the base, and their families and close friends were also leaving. A large group of people, over a dozen vehicles, were packed with countless luggage and supplies. Wang Qi's reason for seeing them off was to confirm that Chu Yulong had truly left the base with his family. He also wanted to offer Chu Yulong a favor, to share the route they had taken. There was more than one route from Shuguang Base to Meihai Base, and Wang Qi and his team had specifically avoided the one where the hotel was located. It wasn't that they avoided it because they knew where the hotel was. They had no idea it existed. They avoided it primarily because Shuguang Base was expelling ordinary people when they left. Ordinary people had weak abilities, but they were numerous. Having been expelled, the two must have been filled with resentment. They had come to Meihai Base on a confidential mission, and didn't want to create complications, so they took a different route. After having traveled the route once, they were fairly familiar with the route. So, as Chu Yulong left, they were sure to deliver this information. After hearing this, Chu Yulong thanked Wang Qi and gave his team a pack of cigarettes as a token of his gratitude, indicating that his information was valuable and that he was grateful. Wang Qi was naturally delighted. A pack of cigarettes was a precious commodity, a luxury in the apocalypse. After opening this pack, each of his men received a pack, leaving him with several packs left. Wang Qi was brimming with pride. Chu Yulong, despite receiving the news, didn't completely relax. He still sent out advance teams to scout in various directions. This investigation revealed a group of 1,000 to 2,000 ordinary people leaving the base. Are these people crazy? Are they desperate? They're walking out of the base without even weapons, carrying a lot of stuff in large and small bags. What are they doing? Chu Yulong was also surprised. Did the base kick them out? Chao Guodong finally gave up his insistence. Hong Xing went to investigate, and they should have knew soon. Just as he finished speaking, Hong Xing returned, revealing the truth. It was ordinary people who had forced their way out of the base. No one knew what had happened, so Chao Guodong dispatched a team to investigate and protect them. Most of those people left the base yesterday. Are they deliberately causing trouble because they can't stand the base's reduced supplies? What's that called, a protest march? Trying to intimidate the base into giving them all the supplies? Did they also predict Chao Guodong would be soft-hearted? It wasn't impossible. That day's compromise was a very bad sign. A smart person would naturally know how to do that. If that's really the case, it's incredibly arbitrary. Didn't Chao Guodong order that ordinary people not leave the base? How dare the guards let them pass? Those guards share Chao Guodong's motives. They're probably afraid of harming those ordinary people, so they didn't give them a hard time. Everyone sighed, their sighs tinged with contempt and disappointment. Boss, what do you think? Chu Yulong generally agreed with their words, but he didn't want to jump to conclusions. In the apocalypse, anything unusual must be viewed with caution. So he sent more people to investigate. On this side, the ordinary people, fearing the zombies, opened the barrier as soon as they left the base. Because the barrier was invisible before encountering zombies, neither side noticed anything amiss. Only when they encountered zombies did the base guards immediately kill them, but waited for the right moment. They figured if these ordinary people were frightened again, they might never want to leave the base again. Unexpectedly, a miraculous scene unfolded. Zombies were repelled. The entire escort team was stunned, believing the person ahead had activated their powers. Then, seeing that not only did no one panic and flee, but zombies around them were also repelled when approaching from the side, their eyes widened in surprise. In the base, in the tent area. Early this morning, before dawn, someone in one corner of the tent area had left. The surrounding people had noticed, but they had kept the news a secret. They didn't know the real reason for leaving the base, simply assuming they couldn't survive, and wanted to try their luck. And the people who left this corner were indeed the ones who had fared the worst. Wang Kun hasn't returned since he left, and these people probably won't be back either. Is Brother Jingzhong's situation any good? Anyone who knew Wang Kun would be surprised that these people actually knew him. Don't call Jingzhong Big Brother anymore. It doesn't sound nice. And don't call him Big Brother Zhu or Boss Zhu either. No one likes it. Then what should we call him? Just call him Boss, said Sun Xioping. Boss sounds weird. Wei Xia muttered. Even someone with the surname Zhu wasn't easy to address. Calling him Boss felt more natural. But Wei Xia didn't dare think about it. Boss was already a thing of the past. Alas, Boss Wang didn't awaken his powers, while that disgusting Zhu Jingzhong did. Wei Xia could only say that good things don't go as planned. Their feud began before the apocalypse. Wang Kun and Zhu Jingzhong were rivals, but one won and the other lost. Of the two, Wang Kun's victory was perfectly normal. One reason is that although Wang Kun joined the company at the same time as Zhu Jingzhong, Wang Kun has 2 more years of work experience than Zhu Jingzhong, is 2 years older than Zhu Jingzhong, and has stronger business capabilities than Zhu Jingzhong. Of course, the business capabilities of both of them are far superior to those of others. As the company's business expanded, Wang Kun and Zhu Jingzhong were both promoted to lower-level management positions, leading different business teams. Because they kept their distance, they remained close friends. In the eyes of lower-level employees, Wang Kun was considered superior to Zhu Jingzhong. Although tall, he had a cheerful demeanor and treated his subordinates with warmth and encouragement, while Zhu Jingzhong was thin and stern, and his style was also harsh. He was extremely strict with his subordinates, scolding them for any inappropriate behavior and even firing them if they made serious mistakes. Despite this, his team's performance was excellent, and they often received extra awards. Since they were both employees, there's no need to dwell on these past events. Suffice it to say that later, their shared leader was promoted, leaving a vacant mid-level management position, and the two became competitors. Ultimately, Zhu Jingzhong lost, and Wang Kun emerged as the leader. Zhu Jingzhong was deeply dissatisfied, but it was a company decision, and while he was unhappy, he still got what he had to do. Unexpectedly, when the apocalypse arrived, everyone arrived at the base. Zhu Jingzhong, having awakened his superpowers and joined the base's official ranks, was separated from them. They lived in the tent area, while Zhu Jingzhong lived in the villa area, seemingly estranged from the others. Unexpectedly, Zhu Jingzhong was a deeply petty person. He harbored a grudge against Wang Kun and wanted to kill him. But the base didn't allow superpowers to bully ordinary people, and it was difficult for him to do so openly, even at night. So, Zhu Jingzhong approached them and asked them to find a way to make Wang Kun's life impossible. They were upset, but to avoid offending Zhu Jingzhong and for the benefits he offered, they agreed. However, they couldn't kill Wang Kun, so they put in a lot of effort to force him to leave the base. Wang Kun left the base and never returned, much to Zhu Jingzhong's satisfaction. But then nothing happened, and they never received any further benefits. They were helpless. Zhu Jingzhong was a psychic and a civil servant, so how could they dare to do anything? Until recently, with food dwindling and public security deteriorating, Zhu Jingzhong remembered them and suggested recruiting them as private security guards. Since they could be recruited by a psychic, they were no longer ordinary people. So, for the past 2 days, they'd been walking with a swift breeze, staying away from the lowest level of the tent area. In fact, they were also part of the lowest level of the tent area, having deliberately moved there to force Wang Kun out. They also received business cards, but unfortunately, they were discussing being recruited by Zhu Jingzhong at the time, so the cards appeared and disappeared. They should have noticed any movement nearby, and even if they knew about the cards, they could have offered to follow them. They had good relationships with the people around them, especially the women, who usually had a very good relationship with their neighbors. But they felt they were about to be recruited and move into the villa, and they would no longer be in the same league as these people, so they ignored them, and completely missed the news about the hotel. Later, when they fled to the hotel and saw Wang Kun, now a high-level esper, they couldn't help but regret their decision. But that's a story for another time. As for Zhu Jingzhong, he was a water-based esper. His normal job was to provide water to the base. It was an important job, but it wasn't high-ranking, and he didn't have much authority. At best, he could be promoted to captain of the water supply team. A captain would only be responsible for the trivialities of water supply, with no access to other core matters. Naturally, Zhu Jingzhong wasn't satisfied with that. Based on his past experience, he knew that Chao Guodong was investigating the reasons for the ordinary people leaving the base, and that he took the matter very seriously. He thought that if he could investigate and report it in advance, he could gain recognition in front of Chao Guodong. Remembering that his former subordinate lived in that area, he immediately summoned him for questioning. Chapter 83. Unexpectedly, these people were clueless, which made him frown. Sun Xiaoping, Wei Xia, and the others were terribly nervous, feeling that their plans to move into the villa complex were definitely over. Zhu Jingzhong truly didn't want to bother with them anymore, but then, as if on a sudden change of heart, he allowed everyone to stay. After settling them down, Zhu Jingzhong quietly left the room, only to meet none other than Wang Qi and his group. After a brief exchange, Wang Qi learned about the unusual activities of this group of ordinary people today, while Zhu Jingzhong, having failed to learn what he wanted, felt rather disillusioned. This forced Wang Qi to win him over by explaining the various benefits of the Dawn base, and making him a series of promises. Brother, let's explain this guy now. What if he pushes his luck further? He's not stupid, he should be fine. Besides, we have the boss who's so predictable. That's right. It turns out that Zhu Jingzhong was also someone Lu Feng had high hopes for. In Lu Feng's dream, Zhu Jingzhong had escaped with Chao Guodong, and was the first to submit to the Shuang base. Because he knew the situation, he was doing quite well there. Lu Feng was very optimistic about this man. He was capable but also flexible, and easy to turn against. Mainly because his demands were so direct. As long as you gave him what he wanted, you wouldn't have to worry about not being able to control him. Of course, to keep this man under control, you had to be more powerful than him and be able to suppress him. Lu Feng wasn't worried about that at all. Besides, Wang Qi, they were completely unaware of the huge incident at Meihai base. They didn't believe Chao Guodong wasn't behind it. Despite their anger, they didn't forget their business and immediately went to investigate. However, by this time, the base's guards had all returned. Wang Qi, seeing their expressions, knew there must be news, so he didn't rush to investigate himself, waiting for their internal reports to come out. At the hotel, perhaps a large number of ordinary people from Meihai base would arrive, and Wang Kun was discussing past grudges with everyone. My colleagues wanted to kill me, but they were afraid they couldn't bring themselves to do it, so they tried to drive me out of the base. I knew all about their actions. So, after seeing the crisis at Meihai base, I was ready to leave. Fortunately, I came across the hotel, otherwise, alas, I would have been dead long ago. Your colleagues are really bad. Well, they're not so bad. Wang Kun sighed. His colleagues might have had some small tricks, but they couldn't bring themselves to do anything ruthless. The person who hated him the most, due to the rules of Meihai base, didn't actually kill him. It seems the Meihai base is better. You don't know Dawn base. They treat ordinary people like dirt. Except for those with psychics as their backers, ordinary people aren't even human. But because the psychics there don't treat us like humans, the ordinary people at Dawn base are pretty united. Alas, unity is useless. The psychics could easily deal with us if they wanted. We couldn't resist it all. Look at how few ordinary people were left in the end. You can tell how many disappeared. Besides the rumors circulating at Dawn base about psychics using ordinary people to fend off the zombies, there must have been many who died silently. Everyone sighed as they recalled this past event, but then some optimistic people began to imagine a better life in the future. More than a dozen of these people were already psychics, and the remaining savings were almost gone. The future looked bright, and everyone was chatting, laughing, and drinking again, their spirits reminiscent of those before the apocalypse. Back at Meihai base, ordinary people who had left the base saw the guards sent to protect them. Some were moved and told the guards about the hotel. Though curious, the guards wanted to try out the business cards, but they didn't get permission, so they didn't try to grab them. The next moment, the guard captain was presented with a paper business card. The business card had appeared suddenly, and the captain, without hesitation, led his men back to the city to report. These guards were Chao Guodong's trusted confidants, military veterans, and their first-hand information hadn't been leaked. Chao Guodong, having seen the video sent by the guards, didn't dare to underestimate the business card in his hand. Send someone to the hotel to check the situation, and see how many ordinary people they can accommodate. If there are any extra supplies, we can buy some. Knowing the hotel needed crystal cores, Chao Guodong ordered preparations overnight. They already had a significant number of crystal cores at the base, collected for research by the Research Institute. These actions didn't remain hidden for long. Wang Qi and the others sensed something was amiss. While they didn't know about the hotel, they were certain it was connected to those ordinary people. Add to that the fact that those ordinary people hadn't returned, and Wang Qi felt a serious downturn. While the fact that those ordinary people hadn't returned was a good thing for Meihai base, it was a serious disaster for them, as they hoped to destroy it with the zombie wave. Brother, what should we do now? Should we recapture those ordinary people? Wang Qi glanced at him. How can we catch so many people with just a few of us? The subordinate was speechless with frustration. What's going on with those ordinary people? Brother, I asked that woman Huguilon. She came from among them, so she must know what they're up to. Huguilon didn't want to tell the group. After a few days here, she knew their attitude towards ordinary people well, and she was afraid they caused trouble for Chiao Tianman if she told them. At first, the subordinate tried to coax her gently, but then he started using threats and inducements. Seeing that Huguilon still refused to give in, the subordinate was certain she must know something and was unwilling to tell him. His anger flared up, and Huguilon suffered her first ordeal. Huguilon truly regretted it. If only she hadn't been so impulsive before. She was so impulsive, acting without thinking. Now it was too late to say anything. Huguilon's tears were streaming, but she bit her lip to prevent them from crying out loud. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she claimed that someone was helping the ordinary people leave because they needed personnel for a new base. As for whether this was true or the true nature of that faction, she had no idea. This half-truth, half-lie, convinced the subordinate, who always looked down on ordinary people's ability to know about psychics, that they were capable. He then warned her before letting her go. Huguilon fell into a coma. In her final moments, she thought, as long as I'm alive, there's hope. Wang Qi was deeply anxious upon learning of this, but he was also capable. He immediately took steps to accelerate the internal division within Minghai Base, accelerate the recruitment of psychics, and encourage them to leave. As for the first group of ordinary people who left, he paid no attention. Those 1,000 or so were a tiny fraction of the Minghai Base. After they left, the missing area was quickly filled by other ordinary people, leaving the previously crowded tent area with little room left. It still looked incredibly crowded. All this happened within half a day. As for Chu Yulong's team, after learning that the business cards used by the ordinary people to deflect the zombies were issued by the hotel, they decided to visit the Tian Hotel before heading to the Dawn base. They didn't take the route Wang Qi had suggested, but the one the ordinary people took. They had cars, so they sped past, leaving the ordinary people far behind. Then they encountered zombies, but they were well prepared and moved forward at a steady pace. Soon, they reached a point where they could see the hotel's skyscraper. The sight of a new, tall skyscraper, gleaming in the sunlight, made their breath catch. Haicheng used to have skyscrapers like this. Thanks to its prosperity, they were plentiful and nothing new. But with the apocalypse, no matter how tall, the skyscrapers, ravaged by zombies and human blood, gradually became dilapidated and eerie. It even became a forbidden area they dared not tread. Seeing a building like this today made them feel as if they had been transported back to a time before the apocalypse. Everyone was speechless with shock. Chu Yulong was both surprised and wary. This hotel had definitely never existed here before. And yet, suddenly, with so many amazing things and claiming to possess all sorts of supplies and weapons, what force could this be? Could it be aliens? Boss, look, those zombies are blocked outside. That hotel has a parking lot. We can drive right in. Want to go in? Chu Yulong glared at his relatives. Ordinary people were just ordinary people, lacking any sense of danger. He then used his communicator to tell everyone to park outside the hotel. Besides parking, he even had the cars circle the hotel. When Chu Yulong saw the delicious food, weapons, and medicines hidden in the glass windows, his breath nearly stopped. The others were speechless, stunned, as if they had never seen the world before. People from the hotel came out in groups of 3 or 4 to watch the excitement. They were all psychics, each one exuding the fortitude of battle-hardened individuals. Chu Yulong could sense that their psychics weren't as high as his, and many of them looked like they had just awakened. For a moment, his mind was blank. Someone was awakening psychics at this time. Wasn't it said that awakenings would occur most often in the month after the apocalypse? Those who hadn't awakened after that would be hard to come by later. This was the conclusion reached by the Minghai Base Research Institute, and it couldn't be wrong. Otherwise, where did those psychics' growing sense of superiority come from? And the fact that there were so many newly awakened psychics in this hotel completely overturned his understanding. Are you from Minghai Base? Yes, we're psychics from Minghai Base, heading to Dawn Base. Do you know Dawn Base? Oh no, don't go to Dawn Base. It's not a good place there. We came from Dawn Base. We were kicked out. If the hotel hadn't taken us in, we might have died. The old guests of the hotel were already chatting with the members of Chu Yulong's team. After exchanging information and both sides understood the basic situation, one of his men quietly asked Chu Yulong, "Boss, are we unloading our stuff?" "What? Unloading? Why unloading?" They hadn't decided to move to this strange hotel yet. Chu Yulong's men were also confused when they heard their boss say this. "Boss? There are weapons, medicine, And so many delicious foods here. Why don't we stay here? Chapter 84. Chu Yulong came to his senses and looked at his men's surprised expressions. He suddenly wondered if they were really stupid. What kind of men had he recruited? It's the end of the world, and they're still so trusting. Whatever these people say is true. Let's go in. You and I will go in and take a look. The rest of you stay put. Be on guard. Don't let anyone get close. Chu Yulong's order clearly expressed his distrust of the inn and its inhabitants. No one was stupid, they understood his meaning. The inn's regular guests were a little displeased. They already disliked outsiders with special abilities, and this move, which also resembled the style of outsiders, made them even more unhappy. What kind of people are they? If they don't want to stay, they should just leave. They parked their car behind the inn's barrier, acting so defensively. Who would care about those old clothes and quilts? And as for food, they really don't care about white rice and flour. At the hotel, they feasted on a variety of delicious dishes daily, including seafood, dishes from the 8 major cuisines, and specialties from various countries. They also learned a great deal about gastronomy. The more capable ones even stayed in luxury suites, reminiscent of presidential suites in pre-apocalyptic 5-star hotels. Some even went so far as to exchange their rooms for gardens, where they played mahjong and enjoyed barbecues on sunny days. They really looked down on the stuff in that car. Thinking of it this way, everyone felt that the foreign psychics weren't that special. They just had more food than the average person. Even if they had something good, it was just a few packs of cigarettes and canned meat. In a hotel, these weren't considered anything special. They were the cheapest things around. So, as soon as Chu Yulong entered, someone pointed him to the pharmacy, saying, "They have potions that can help espers break through and level up." Chu Yulong's senses were already very sharp. He could sense the disdain these people showed for their possessions, which irritated him. He felt like he was being looked down upon by these low-level espers, who had just awakened their powers. He had been looked down upon like that for years. Furious, he didn't even glance towards the restaurant upon entering the hotel, feigning complete indifference. What did the food and drink really matter? They, espers, held a superior status. Even in the apocalypse, they could still eat meat every day. They were also different from the people held captive in this unknown hotel. They were battle-hardened espers, capable of scavenging supplies from the ruins. They were only interested in weapons. But he hadn't expected someone to tell him that this hotel had potions that could help espers break through. Chu Yulong's energy had deflated somewhat. He could ignore the food, and weapons weren't something he worried about, but the potion that could boost his superpowers was something he couldn't let go of. Noticing his change, the innkeepers continued to fuel the fire. There's also a potion that boosts superpowers. You can drink it every day. There's also a superpower activation potion, which can transform even ordinary people into superpowers. Chu Yulong, 15 minutes later. The team members standing guard outside were a little worried when their leader still hadn't emerged. They considered sending someone inside to check, but they felt that was overdoing it. Through the glass windows, the superpowers and ordinary people inside seemed quite normal. There didn't seem to be any conflict, and they hadn't heard any noise. But his boss had been inside for far too long. Didn't he just say he'd be out after a quick look? 5 minutes at most? Why hadn't he come out yet? Under their anxious gazes, Chu Yulong calmly emerged and instructed everyone, one person will drive the car into the parking lot, leaving everything behind. Once parked, come out and get your check-in cards. Everyone else follow me inside to get your cards. Chu Yulong no longer cared about their previously treasured supplies. The hotel had everything, food, drinks, daily necessities, everything. Their belongings were old, tattered, worn, outdated, and expired. They were practically garbage. This slap in the face came so quickly. The remaining team members thought so, and those in the hotel probably thought so too, some even smirking. This made Chu Yulong's team feel a little awkward. Chu Yulong was quite thick-skinned. He could handle this embarrassment, but he had to endure it. Otherwise, how could he lead the team? It was true. Before the apocalypse, he hadn't been to the grassroots for a long time. After the apocalypse, he had been the leader of a superpowered team, standing on equal footing with the base leader. It had been a long time since he had felt so embarrassed. Thinking of the good things in the hotel, he decided to be embarrassed. He would rather be embarrassed than live in the hotel and lead a normal life. His previous life was nothing but a humiliation. Chu Yulong's team and their families, like bumpkins, completed the check-in procedures with amazement. While checking in, Chu Yulong brought some other people with him. They used their previously saved crystal cores to buy weapons from the hotel, and then they set out to fight zombies outside the hotel. The hotel guests, seeing that they had so many crystal cores themselves, couldn't help but sigh that they were truly different from superpowers who had awakened on their own. But then, they saw them using the hotel's weapons to fight the zombies, and their techniques were not much different from their own. After this observation, the hotel guests were no longer as terrified of those with special abilities as before. So everyone's the same, and everyone should be pretty much the same. Thinking this way, the person glanced at the hotel sign and everything inside with tears in his eyes. After a hearty meal, Chu Yulong approached Tian Tian and, under the guise of asking about her hotel bills, tried to get her details. In his eyes, the owner was just an ordinary person. He couldn't believe she could run such a hotel. Is there some secret behind this? Tian Tian took his inquiries to heart and told him the truth. As for what he thought, she didn't care. She wouldn't leave the hotel anyway. She was completely safe there. When Chu Yulong asked about parking fees, Tian Tian suddenly had an idea. That's right. Chu Yulong and the others have cars, and they've been modified. They can easily defeat level 1 and 2 zombies. She could rent these cars under the name of the hotel, then use her points to post bounties, having hotel guests pick up ordinary people. This way, she could save business card energy. Thinking about it, there's real potential. Business cards consume so many points. She could really use half of her points to hire an escort. No, less than half, maybe a third, or a fifth, even if it's 10,000 per person, that would still save a lot of points. After figuring it out, she immediately informed the system of her idea, letting it calculate the details. Well, is my idea feasible? The system paused before returning the answer as feasible. Tian Tian tilted her head in confusion. Why did she feel like the system had some emotions? It was different from the business-like robots she'd seen before. The system quickly provided a detailed plan, including the recommended points for car rental, the number of employees to hire, the recommended employee skills, and the corresponding point rewards. In addition, various plans were provided to the teams that would be tasked with the mission, including, but not limited to, detailed guides for preparing supplies, precautions, map strategies, and mission time calculations. Tian Tian was delighted, then skipped Chu Yulong's topic and directly requested a car rental, issuing the mission. Chu Yulong looked at the mission and saw the 10,000 point commission per person, which was quite attractive. Besides, they had already decided to drive to a distant location to kill zombies tomorrow. Taking this mission to earn extra points, while also killing zombies, was a win-win situation. Chu Yulong accepted the mission without hesitation, and didn't ask for the rental fee. The cars were their valuable assets, and he wasn't particularly keen on renting them out. However, he also stated that his team would accept such missions in the future. Tian Tian expressed some regret that he didn't want to rent a car, but she didn't force him. After some thought, she issued a separate mission to find a vehicle. The hotel had weapons, but no cars. The parking lot had a gas station, charging stations, car washes, repair shops, and accessories, but no complete cars for sale. If there were a car shop, she would definitely open one and stock a variety of cars, but there weren't any. After asking the system, she realized that these were features only found in 10-star hotels, not car dealerships or 4S shops, but various production lines, both intelligent and semi-intelligent. And each production line configuration required additional points, which wasn't cheap, starting at over 1,000,000 points, more expensive than upgrading. She couldn't even think about it right now. The system even advised her to reconsider it after completing the rescue mission. There was really no need to spend so much money on it now. Tian Tian carefully examined the new additions to the 10-star hotel. There were 3 main items: the plantation and breeding garden, which housed various facilities for planting and breeding. Each one cost points, and their function was simply planting and breeding, not surprising at all. The second was the production line, which offered everything from food, clothing, housing, transportation, and high-tech equipment to pharmaceuticals and weapons, everything the hotel sold. The third was the research institute, which also had various types and levels. After upgrading, these 3 categories of items, each of varying levels, were unlocked using points, each more expensive than the last. Tian Tian covered her heart and gave the system a mournful look. Even if she had the money to upgrade, she couldn't afford all these facilities. And even if she did, they would be useless. Whether it was the research institute, the breeding garden, or the production line, they all required human operators, even the highly intelligent ones. For now, her main task was to rescue more people, and then have them kill zombies. The ultimate goal was to kill all the zombies. Therefore, recuperating and returning to a normal pre-apocalyptic society conflicts with her primary goal at this stage. she should prioritize the greater good. The current inn stores are sufficient. She can consider the 10-star inn after the zombies outside are mostly wiped out. For now, relying on these two missions and accepting more waves of ordinary people will alleviate some of the pressure on Mihai Base. The hotel's loan economy and the speed of accepting guests in batches, along with the income from both old and new guests, will gradually revitalize the branch. She's truly clever. She could think of such a method. The wish is beautiful, but the reality is harsh. No one is taking the car-finding mission. Tion was a little dumbfounded. Many of the ordinary people from Dawn Base have awakened superpowers, but they still have a strong aversion to the outside world. They don't want to take on something as risky as going out to find a car. So Tion came up with another solution. Chapter 85. Barrier Rental. This barrier rental is essentially a business card barrier, but hotel guests don't need to use a separate business card. They can activate the barrier directly on their check-in card. As long as they have points, they can keep it open for as long as they want. Since it was too expensive, Tion didn't charge any extra and rented it at cost. Chu Yulong had already considered this barrier, and didn't frown at the extremely high price displayed for 1 hour. This barrier can keep out zombies. Although the points cost increases exponentially with the zombie level, it's still a good deal. What could be more important than one's own life? He activated the barrier without hesitation. He also took on the task of finding a car. While picking up people was a mandatory task, finding a car earned points, so it was a must. Wang Kun also took on the task of finding a car. He usually went farther to find zombies now, so with this task, he decided to go a little further. Maybe he'd get lucky. Like Chu Yulong, he activated the barrier function. Tion then activated the barrier function for everyone, including customers at the main store. As soon as this function was released, someone at the main store quickly figured out a clever way to defeat the zombies. Open the barrier, then use ranged weapons to kill the zombies within it. It's elegant, convenient, and safe, with only a high point cost. If you do this in a zombie swarm, you won't lose money, but in most cases, it's still a bit of a cost benefit, with minimal profit. Therefore, whether at the branch or the main hotel, it was rarely used recklessly, only used to save lives. Everyone still loved this life-saving tool. Used properly, it could prevent injuries, and actually save money on injuries, so sometimes it actually saved money. That's another story. Overall, the barrier function is beneficial, with the benefits to the hotel being greater. The barrier function indirectly stimulated everyone's enthusiasm for making money, and both the main hotel and the branch saw a small increase in profits. Speaking of which, the Chu Yulong team rested for a night before setting out to pick up the people. By the time they found their target, they were only halfway there. Everyone was dusty and bloodshot, their eyes clearly bloodshot, and it was obvious they hadn't slept. The Chu Yulong team had a variety of vehicles, large and small, trucks, cars, and vans. They had quite a few people and belongings. Now their families were resting at the hotel, and all their belongings had been cleared out. Everyone was packed together, so many people could fit into one vehicle. Several of the vehicles were severely overloaded, so they were driving very carefully. After learning that Chu Yulong's team had received the people, Tion used most of the points from the business cards and continued distributing them to the people in the tent area. Priority was given to those on the verge of death, followed by those with good character and clear minds. As for the more awful people, none were given any, and these people generally weren't doing so badly. Dawn Base. Xianmu had been a bit annoyed lately. They'd been followed every time they left the base, which had made him afraid to go towards the hotel. He always go in the opposite direction to look for supplies. Of course, besides those heading in the opposite direction from the inn, many others chose to follow them, primarily because the inn's direction was towards Mihai Base. The supplies in that direction had already been searched by those coming from that direction. Further away, Mihai Base itself had likely already been searched by those there. Plus, Qianmu had kept his previous mission in that direction secret, so no one thought it was a problem, not even the people tracking and monitoring him at Dawn Base. But even if it wasn't a problem, the fact that they had found so much supplies was already known to those in the know. So, when they encountered them during their search, others would follow them, either intentionally or unintentionally, hoping to find out where they had found the treasures. Xianmu was extremely annoyed, but he didn't dare go in the direction of the inn, fearing that the base would discover him. He felt he couldn't continue like this. So, he discussed with his teammates and split up. The four of them would continue their mission in their original direction, while he and another person disguised themselves and headed to the inn. Contact was severed during the apocalypse, and Lu Feng was still unaware of the situation at Meihai Base. The surveillance and tracking of Qian Mu and his group was orchestrated by Yang Kuei at Lu Feng's instigation. He found Qian Mu's team somewhat strange, wanting to leave Shuwang Base. Could they have found a better place to go? It wasn't that Lu Feng was unwilling to let them go, but he was afraid they were heading to Meihai Base. A single superpowered team wasn't much, but it did add to Meihai Base's strength. The fewer of these forces there were, the better, as this would hasten Meihai Base's demise. This would make his path to power smoother. Qian Mu returned to the inn, and was stunned by the bustling scene of joy and laughter. Among the guests were many familiar faces. Qian Mu remembered their former plight, but now they were completely different. Everyone's face was rosy, their eyes bright, their faces filled with hope and joy. Without a word, Qian Mu knew they were living happily in the inn. Seeing how many of them had become superpowers, enjoying rich and delicious meals, safe accommodations, hot showers, and even air-conditioned television, Qian Mu felt he couldn't afford to delay any longer. I had to find a way to move here quickly. After much deliberation, Qian Mu couldn't think of any other way to get his family out. Finally, one of his team members came up with an idea. Qian Mu felt the risk was too great, but there was no other solution. He remained hesitant until he met Chu Yulong, who was bringing in ordinary people. Chu Yulong's team was clearly a group of psychics, who had awakened their own special powers. Qian Mu was certain to discuss this type of team, capable of independently collecting supplies, and possessing superior combat power. During his conversation with Chu Yulong, Qian Mu learned that Shuguang Base had sent personnel to Meihai Base to poach personnel. Qian Mu was no fool. After a moment's reflection, he realized that Shuguang Base was engaged in a conspiracy, and his dislike for them grew even more intense. He was also eager to reunite with his family and leave. So, he resolved to find Tian. After agreeing on a partnership, he rushed to reunite with his teammates overnight. To avoid being discovered by the Shuguang Base, he and his teammates agreed to stay out for a day or two, then reunite on the second or third day before returning together. With their life-saving barrier function, and the large number of crystal cores they had recently collected, they weren't afraid to spend a few extra points. Back at Meihai Base, those who received business cards didn't go out to test the barrier's effectiveness like the previous group. Instead, they immediately began packing up and preparing to leave. The reason was that the first wave of people who arrived at the hotel had recorded videos on their business cards, recounting their journey. Since the newcomers wouldn't need their business cards long either, they could use their business cards to open the barrier and reach the designated location, where they could board buses and be taken directly to the hotel. This time, Tian didn't hand out as many business cards as last time. The main reason was that there weren't enough buses. Last time, there were too many people, too few seats, and the buses were overcrowded, moving very slowly. This time, there were fewer people, so everyone was more comfortable, and the buses were moving faster. Since there were a few more buses, they could pick up people in two groups. With fewer people at a time and more trips, this was a good pace. Chao Guodong was pleased with this, as his business card had been activated a few days ago. He witnessed the situation at the hotel firsthand, and confirmed that the ordinary people leaving Meihai Base had been well accommodated. After discussing this with Tian, he decided to fully cooperate with the hotel relocation project. Due to the hotel's current capacity, its existence must remain secret from most people. They could only quietly relocate personnel in small batches, as they had done previously. In addition to supporting confidentiality and access, Chao Guodong also provided the hotel with numerous zombie cores, all of which were used for loans. Chao Guodong also wanted to provide some vehicles, but later realized the limited availability of vehicles at the base and the large scale of the move, so he decided against it. Tian was impressed by the Meihai Base leader's willingness to provide so many cores, not for purchasing supplies, but solely for loans to these ordinary people. This old leader truly never forgot his original aspirations. Of course, supplies were purchased, but the few remaining crystal cores were exchanged for weapons and drinking water. All the delicious food, fresh ingredients, snacks, and daily necessities, all the things that made life enjoyable, were gone. This earned Tian's admiration. In response, Chao Guodong stated that with the support of the hotel, Meihai Base had more than enough food and supplies. After this cooperation, Meihai Base became much more generous in distributing food, making life easier for ordinary people and fostering harmony. The conflicts between ordinary people and psychics, and the corresponding class conflicts, were significantly reduced. Wang Qi and his team's work went exceptionally smoothly. All the psychics at Meihai Base agreed to relocate to Dawn Base. Their efforts to persuade the management team to defect were also going smoothly. A quarter had already fully sided with them, and another quarter had expressed interest. They believed that once the zombie wave arrived, these people would absolutely sway to them, and they could then lead them through the zombie tide and reach Dawn Base. It would take time for the zombie horde to encircle the base. Before the zombie horde completely encircled the base, they had a good chance of breaking out. The people they recruited were almost all psychics. Once they left, the number of psychics remaining at Meihai Base would be pitifully small. The destruction of Meihai Base was inevitable. Song Gong was an official psychic at Meihai Base. Before the apocalypse, he was a civilian employee. After the apocalypse, he awakened his Earth-based psychic abilities. His talent was exceptional, and he was highly valued by Chao Guodong. It was he who organized the Earth-based psychics to build the walls of Meihai Base. Later, he volunteered to take charge of the base's security. He was also one of the people being specifically recruited. He didn't want to betray Meihai Base. After all, it was his painstaking effort to build it into what it is today. But he strongly disagreed with Chao Guodong's philosophy regarding ordinary people. He preferred prioritizing those with special abilities and adhering to the ruthless law of the jungle. He firmly believed that only with such a law could humanity survive the apocalypse. But Chao Guodong was the leader, and he couldn't argue with him. The majority supported him, and he couldn't do anything about him. So, when Wang Qi approached him, he was hesitant. Dawn Base shared his philosophy, but the thought of betraying it was unbearable. But Chao Guodong once again rejected his proposal, and Song Gong couldn't help himself and completely sided with Dawn Base. Not long after he partnered with Dawn Base, he learned about the hotel, and that he was solely responsible for the base's relocation of ordinary people. At this point, he realized that the existence of the hotel had made Chao Guodong's idea feasible. By this point, regret was impossible. Wang Qi had evidence of his betrayal. Flustered, he told Wang Qi about the incident. He figured that even if he told him, it wouldn't matter. Communication was difficult in the apocalypse, and if he kept them from leaving, the news would remain secret. Chapter 86. Qianmu met up with his teammates and laid out their plan. Do we really want to do this? What if the base still won't release us? I put it in place then, and it should be fine. The team members discussed it carefully throughout the night, and set out as planned the next day. Soon, everyone watching them expressed shock and sighs. It's really not worth it to overestimate our abilities, and fight that level 4 zombie just for a few supplies, only to die in the process. That's right. That night, everyone saw only one member of Qianmu's team, Li Qin, return to the base. The rest of the team, including the captain, had died outside. The news reached the upper echelons of Dawn Base, and Dawn Base dispatched 2 scouts to confirm the situation. Li Qin's expression was grim. His teammates' families huddled in their rooms, crying and complaining. Out of caution, he kept the truth to himself. After everyone had let out their tears, he told them that the captain and the team members were fine, and that this was all part of their plan. The families of his teammates then burst into laughter and tears. What kind of world is this? I have to come up with this kind of plan to leave this base. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear you. You have to act sad when you get back. Li Qin's arrangements were excellent, and everyone cooperated carefully. After accompanying his teammates' families through the formalities, the base paid them little attention. Li Qin was only a first-level fire-type esper. He had little talent, wasn't very capable, and wasn't very tactful. Naturally, he wasn't someone anyone would consider recruiting. The families of the original Qianmu team were ordinary people. After the death of the esper they relied on, they could no longer occupy their old homes or receive their old benefits. However, compared to their previous benefits, they could ostensibly receive a very generous pension, which they could continue to receive. If the situation at Dawn Base remained unchanged, their future lives wouldn't be too bad. But this was obviously impossible. Lu Feng, thinking of the near future, stopped paying much attention to these people. In the future, ordinary people without psychics and their families would gradually see their benefits withheld, eventually falling into the same situation as those ordinary people expelled from Dawn Base. The psychics, who had begun to care for these people out of concern for their teammates would, for various reasons, become unable to do so and eventually abandon their care and move away. Ordinary people were naturally destined to be at the bottom of the social ladder, and they would grow increasingly fearful and reverent of psychics. Even if they felt angry, they wouldn't dare to make a scene or voice it. They would gradually come to accept this as their due. In any case, this would be the policy at Dawn Base going forward. If any team felt that something was wrong, each psychic team would bear the cost of the pensions themselves. After a few days, seeing no one was paying attention, Li Qin arranged for his family to relocate. He made no secret of his intention, openly stating his intention to move his former team members and his own family to Meihai Base. Lu Feng wasn't too surprised when he heard this news, and he happily let them go. These people were going to Meihai Base now, committing suicide. One psychic bringing dozens of ordinary people with him would only burden Meihai Base, and he was happy to see it happen. Letting them go was a good opportunity to show everyone that Shuang Base didn't prevent anyone from leaving. Anyone who wanted to could leave. Lu Feng had inadvertently leaked the situation at Meihai Base, and almost everyone at Shuang Base knew the dangers of Meihai Base, and that the psychics there were gradually preparing to move to their own base. At this point, they no longer felt annoyed or suspicious about Dawn Base's actions to prevent them from relocating. Instead, they felt relieved. While Dawn Base's measures were somewhat harsh, they were meant to protect them and prevent them from relocating arbitrarily. Now that Dawn Base had realized their mistake and relaxed its restrictions, Dawn Base was still quite good. If they made mistakes, they would correct them, and it would surely get better in the future. As for whether they should move, they definitely wouldn't. Nowhere would be as safe as Dawn Base. After using a barrier to create the illusion of death at the hands of high-level zombies, the other members of Qian Mu's team quietly hid along the road from Dawn Base to the hotel. Their hiding place was none other than the warehouse, where over 1,000 ordinary people had previously taken refuge. After 3 days of anxious waiting, they finally saw their families. The next day, they finally arrived at the hotel. It was a thrilling experience, but fortunately, they escaped unharmed. Chu Yulong and the others learned of this incident that same evening. Chu Yulong's team members could not help but feel even more disgusted with Dawn Base. Luckily, we didn't go to the Dawn Base. Their actions were truly disgusting. They had known about the Dawn Base's expulsion of ordinary people, and at the time, they had thought it was the right thing to do. With a zombie tidal wave, no one could do anything about it. One had to shoulder as much responsibility as one could. The Dawn Base had driven these ordinary people away before the zombie tidal wave arrived. These ordinary people could easily have formed groups of 2 or 3 and hidden themselves away. With perseverance and determination, they could have survived. But upon arriving at the hotel and seeing the plight of these ordinary people, they felt that the Dawn Base was being unkind. Those driven away were primarily women, children, and the elderly. These people simply couldn't survive outside the base. After hearing about the ratio of psychics to ordinary people at Dawn Base, they felt that the burden on ordinary people wasn't heavy, and that Dawn Base's approach was too harsh. Chu Yulong agreed. His elders, children, and those of his subordinates weren't suited to fighting zombies. With them around, they didn't want their elders or younger children to face the zombies. His family and children had to be accommodated at the base. Meihai Base was actually quite good. If it weren't for the danger of destruction, he wouldn't have wanted to leave. Dawn Base treated ordinary people too harshly. Without the inn, he certainly wouldn't have felt as comfortable there as he did now. They might try to gain power, or become thugs and good friends for those in power. It was unclear whether Lu Feng, who had recruited them, would be a worthy partner. But none of that was an issue now. Thanks to their team strength, their families have settled into a comfortable retirement at the inn. Their children continue their studies, just as they did before the apocalypse, without worrying about their safety at home. They're truly enjoying a peaceful life. After just a few days, the family members have grown some weight, and smiles have returned to their faces. Tang Jia is one of the most skilled psychics at Dawn Base. He and his team are highly valued by Dawn Base. But a few days ago, after learning of Dawn Base's various measures against Meihai Base, he strongly objected. He knew everything had changed. Feeling suffocated at the base, Tang Jia led his team out, intending to gather supplies, but somehow, they ended up heading towards Meihai Base. The leader of Dawn Base was speaking to Lu Feng, his words implicitly telling him to let go of his argument with Tang Jia. Lu Feng was humble and generous, indicating he didn't care. Yang Cheng nodded approvingly. He's my good brother. I hope to have his support, and I trust your analysis. As for Meihai Base, we have to wait and see. It won't be long before he realizes these decisions are the right ones, Lu Feng said, his lips curled. Tang Jia was indeed a man Yang Cheng trusted. He was a highly gifted lightning user, practically on par with him. In his dreams, Tang Jia was one of Yang Cheng's right-hand men, the most powerful user at Dawn Base, and a strong supporter of Dawn Base. But from now on, he would replace Tang Jia. Yang Cheng's left-hand men, one attacking, the other supporting. After all, they were both lightning-type users, possessing similar talents and abilities. Furthermore, their political disagreements meant only one of them could ascend to power. And what should be done with a loser? Lu Feng pondered this carefully before reaching a conclusion. After all, he was a powerful lightning-type user. He couldn't just kill him casually. He would use him as a thug, constantly sending him on dangerous missions. One day, he would die out there. A few days ago, he had another prophetic dream. This one wasn't about the recent past, but about the future. In the future prophecy, a powerful figure like Tang Jia would face a near-death experience when facing high-level zombies, with many perishing, not just him. He could use these events to control certain things and people. However, arrangements for Tang Jia now require significant progress at Mihai Base. Tang Jia and his team didn't choose the path with fewer zombies, but instead chose the path ordinary people had taken. Captain? Are you okay? Tang Jia frowned and shook his head. No, I just feel a bit unwell. Is it because of the base's recent actions? Tang Jia nodded and said to the team members, I strongly disagree with the base's measures. They're too radical. If Mihai Base survives, they offend Mihai Base. After all, Mihai Base is an official organization. If they contact Kyoto and gain their support, it will cause public outrage. I agree with the captain's idea. The team members expressed their support. That new guy, Lu Feng, is so cunning. I don't know what tricks he's put into the boss to make him trust him so much. It's a shame the boss just listened to him. Tang Jia felt a difficult situation. Captain, if the final outcome is what Lu Feng said, will the boss have any objections to you? Tang Jia's frown deepened. Probably not. The boss isn't that narrow-minded. It wouldn't be because of this disagreement, but he certainly wouldn't value him as much as before. And then, there was Lu Feng. He felt he wasn't that simple. Because of these concerns, Tang Jia didn't turn back, but continued toward Mihai Base. Captain, what do you see up ahead? It was getting dark, and the hotel's lights had already come on. Combined with the towering skyscrapers, Tang Jia and his group could see it from a distance. Tian Hotel? How is there electricity? Is there a generator? But the whole building has electricity. How many generators would that require? Aren't they afraid of attracting zombies? Everyone was shocked. Chapter 87. As they approached the hotel, Tang Jia and his team were filled with uncertainty and anxiety. Finally, they arrived within 1,000 meters of the hotel. They saw the zombies isolated by the barrier, and inside the barrier, the people surrounding the hotel were fighting the zombies in an orderly manner, laughing and joking as they fought. It was a lively scene. Tang Jia and his team were stunned. As the car drove further, the sound attracted the attention of many zombies. The zombies began to shift their targets, and the guests inside the barrier saw them. It's Tang Jia, the psychic from Dawn Base. The guests were agitated. Tang Jia was quite famous in Dawn Base. After all, he was the second in command, and many people knew him. Why is he here? What's he doing here? Everyone still disliked Tang Jia, and didn't want him to get close to the hotel. Tang Jia and his team's car was slowly being surrounded by zombies. Tang Jia didn't move, but instead carefully observed the people around the inn. He recognized some of them as from the Dawn Base, while others he could tell were ordinary people, recently awakened psychics, and some low-level psychics. Let them in, Wang Kun shouted. He was quite familiar with Tian, and knew that the owner treated all guests equally. The inn was open for business, and wouldn't turn away customers. Furthermore, the owner had recently been muttering about the hotel's star upgrade costs. Come in, everyone, make way. Seeing the crowd making room, many of whom didn't know each other, Tang Jia's vigilance eased considerably. As the zombies continued to pile up, their car couldn't stay there any longer, so they pulled into the hotel. As Tang Jia's team got out of the car, the guests from Mihai Base, who didn't recognize them, greeted them warmly. Are you from Dawn Base? How's Dawn Base? Is it really as bad for ordinary people as they say? Honestly, we weren't doing well at Mihai Base either. We were hungry too, so it's probably about the same. As the number of people at the hotel grew, reaching 4,000 or 5,000, even if former Dawn Base members told stories about how bad Dawn Base was, others didn't necessarily believe them. When new people arrived, they always had to ask more questions. Tang Jia's face was a little awkward. He had always supported Dawn Base's policy of expelling ordinary people, and was even one of the decision makers. The decision was made in the conference room on the top floor of the tallest building, overlooking the entire base. It felt like the entire base was at his feet, so he naturally didn't care about the opinions of ordinary people. Now, on someone else's territory, and faced with these ordinary people who had no fear of him and asked these questions without restraint, he felt extremely embarrassed and annoyed. At that moment, he couldn't help but wonder, If only superpowered beings could be like the cultivators in novels who radiate imposing power. Then, ordinary people wouldn't dare act so rashly. After calming himself down, Tangjia put on a gentle smile and chatted with the ordinary people who had gathered around him. Even though he'd been prepared, Tangjia couldn't hide his shock upon entering the hotel. "New guests, are you thirsty? There's mineral water and other drinks over there." Li Hong casually mentioned this as she passed by them. She was a warm and welcoming person. In the few days since she arrived at the hotel, she made it her home. Whenever someone new arrived, she enthusiastically offered help, and the staff at the hotel were always spotless. Because of her hospitality, many newcomers, after settling in, didn't forget to repay her by offering various favors, some even donating money. Now, they had boxed lunches 3 times a day, and their lives were relatively good. Several of the very young orphans had survived. The inn was safe. The owner forbade violence, and Li Hong wasn't afraid of the psychics. After all, she wouldn't leave the barrier, and even fought zombies within it. There was nothing they could do about her. If they met a few kind-hearted people, they could donate to the orphanage, so the children could have good food and go to school. Tangjia glanced at Li Hong's swarthy face, then quickly dodged, his words coldly, "No thanks. Sister Hong, go back." Xiao Tianman held Li Hong in check. Tangjia's aura was remarkable. He must be someone of high status, and coming from the Dawn base, he was definitely not easy to talk to. Li Hong was discerning, but she still offered a few warm words before leaving. Tangjia and his group couldn't help but frown. The group checked in with their crystal cores. Since they didn't have many, they weren't in a rush to fight zombies. Instead, they wandered around the bustling hotel. The hotel was packed. Every available seating area in the lobby was occupied. Many seats were filled with snacks and tea, and many people sat chatting while eating sunflower seeds, creating a very noisy atmosphere. Beyond the lobby, every shop was filled with people. It wasn't crowded, but it was bustling nonetheless. Many people chatted while shopping, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Tangjia and his group were dazed, then frowned. The hotel was nicely decorated, and the amenities were impressive, but there were too many people, mostly ordinary people, with quite a few middle-aged and elderly people. Such a nice place, and all of these people are living here. What a waste! Hey, are you the psychics from Dawn Base? How's it going out there? Any zombie activity? Thank you for attracting so many zombies today. Following the voice, Tangjia paused slightly. The people here were different from the ones just now. They were all armed with weapons and wearing tracksuits, apparently preparing to go out and fight zombies. A closer look revealed that the people sitting here all looked ready to go out and fight. Some wore tracksuits, some protective gear, and the injured were armed. There were no snacks scattered around their seats, only a few bottles of mineral water at most. The people here were relatively quiet. Those who spoke were quiet, creating a distinct sense of separation compared to the ones just now. Tangjia's expression brightened slightly, although there were also quite a few ordinary people here. The branch had been upgraded twice and expanded significantly, but it couldn't handle the increasing number of people. Now, it was a bit crowded for everyone fighting zombies. So, everyone harmoniously and amicably agreed to fight the zombies in batches. Aside from the early risers, anyone else who couldn't find a spot would wait in the lobby's waiting area until someone else had rested and finished. Those waiting in the waiting area could then take their turn. If someone who had finished still wanted to fight, they could return to the waiting area to queue and rest while doing so. The guests at the branch were all ordinary people rescued by the inn, all good people, and genuinely grateful to the inn. Gradually, this rule became a permanent fixture, and the lobby's waiting and rest areas were automatically divided by this rule. The waiting area is more convenient for purchasing weapons and medicine, and it's also closer to the side doors in all directions, allowing zombie hunters to move quickly and rest well. The rest area is closer to the entertainment venues, designed for relaxation. Those who don't fight zombies find the best relaxation in this area. Everyone intuitively divided the areas, and Tian took the opportunity to redesign the branch. While the functions are similar, the layout is different, and the branch's appearance is quite different from the main branch. The branch is surrounded by no buildings and is quite open. There are many ordinary people who have never fought zombies. Until now, only a few people are willing to leave the hotel's barrier to fight zombies, and branch guests tend to wander around the hotel's perimeter. This also gave rise to a different requirement. The branch must have multiple doors, one on each side, and they must be transparent glass, so that everyone in the hotel can see the distribution of zombies outside the hotel barrier at all times. Everyone uses this to allocate zombies, and the hotel system also assists in arranging the number of people in each area. This has become a unique feature of the first branch. Tangia and his group headed for the nearest preparation area. Their destination was the weapons shop and pharmacy. After entering, Tangia's eyes lit up when he saw the various supernatural weapons, as well as potions for increasing and activating supernatural powers. We must cooperate with this inn. With these medicines and weapons, Dawn Base will definitely reach new heights. Captain, look over there. They have daily necessities, clothes, and various foods. We can buy some of these to take back. We have to buy it. We go outside and fight zombies later. After purchasing the crystal core collector, the group emerged from the weapon shop. Seeing the still noisy lobby, they couldn't help but frown. Such a valuable resource, yet they don't know how to utilize it. Ordinary people are just ordinary people, even with activated powers. Tangia's team members grumbled, feeling disdainful of these people. They only dared to fight zombies within the inn's barrier. So many people were unwilling to venture further. They were so pathetic. They killed a few zombies and then rested, drinking tea and chatting. They had no ambition at all. Why didn't the owner just kick these people out? After learning about the inn's limited capacity, even Tangia felt it was a pity. Whether it was a base or an inn, powerful psychics brought the most profit. Since the inn had limited capacity, the powerful psychics should be prioritized, and the elderly, weak, and infirm should be kicked out to fend for themselves. Tangia tried to persuade Tian, but seeing that she remained unmoved, he couldn't help but sigh. This innkeeper was truly lucky to have this special ability, or perhaps a system. Whatever it was enough to prove that this ordinary innkeeper was incredibly lucky. Unfortunately, no force was used in the inn. Tangia raised his hand, but ultimately decided not to act rashly. He was still quite afraid of backlash. Even if he wanted to test the waters, he would send someone else, preferably someone unrelated, and preferably not him. He was lost in thought when he heard a commotion from the main entrance. What's going on? Here they come! New guests. It turned out to be a new batch of ordinary people from Mihai Base being picked up. The people who had been chatting and relaxing in the lobby immediately dropped their sunflower seeds and snacks and rushed towards the main entrance. Tangia and his team watched the scene and couldn't help but grumble. If you didn't know, you might think the leader of Mihai Base had arrived. We're just ordinary people who moved here. Is there any need to get so excited? That's right. Hey, it's too noisy here. Are you new guests? Some didn't know Tangia and his team yet, and didn't know their origins. Seeing their glamorous appearance, they knew they were their own awakened psychics, and understood their mentality. But even though they understood, they still felt a little uncomfortable, so they explained. A large portion of the people in the hotel now are ordinary people from Mihai Base. When they moved in, they were just as miserable as the newcomers, shabby, dirty, smelly, and starving. They only been able to settle down thanks to the care of the regular guests. Everyone is grateful, and willing to help out when new guests arrive. Chapter 88. Tangia and his group were amused by the man's smug expression, but he didn't stop after his explanation and simply walked past them. Tangia chuckled in anger. Let's go and take a look. Zhang Shili almost fell as she got out of the car, and it was Li Hong who caught her. Sister, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Thank you. I'm thirsty, and want some water, and a shower. I'm feeling unwell. Then hurry in. There's cheap mineral water in the hotel. Before the apocalypse, Zhang's parents were in good health. They were native high city residents and owned a house there. They were both respectable people, and Zhang Xiaoli was a well-paid white-collar worker who had returned from studying abroad. Alas, with the apocalypse, everything vanished. Zhang Xiaoli loved snacks, her mother liked to stock up, and her father also enjoyed martial arts training. Their family was among the first to be rescued, and when they arrived at the Mihai Base, they were allocated a house and had some supplies. For the first few months, they lived quite well. Later, the number of people at Mihai Base grew. Since no one in their family had awakened superpowers, they began to vacate their homes, following regulations. They moved from a spacious house to a smaller one, and later to a tent area. Food was running low, and life became increasingly difficult. The most serious problem was the water shortage. Not only could they not shower or clean themselves, they didn't even have enough water to drink. Later, the food supply gradually dwindled, and people began to leave the base one after another. They didn't know where they went, only that they never returned. They were terrified, even speculating that the base had sent them to the research institute. Some even said the institute had a vast underground space, and that the apocalypse was connected to the institute, just like in the movies. Later, the base distributed more food, which calmed their nerves. Giving them so much food and then killing them later, isn't that a waste? Everyone felt the base wasn't that stupid. With the extra food, they also gave Zhang Xiali a little more water, but Zhang Xiali was a germaphobe and couldn't save the extra water. After learning about the hotel situation, Zhang Ma gave her all the water she had been given. By the time they arrived at the hotel, they were utterly thirsty. I want some water. I'm thirsty. There were many others in Zhang Xiali's situation. As soon as they entered the hotel, they asked for water, and some even asked for food. No one dared to give them anything they wanted. After being hungry for so long, their stomachs couldn't handle it, so they drank freely. A group of people entered the hall, gulping down their water bottles, finally quenching their thirst. Refreshing. It's been ages since I had a good drink of water. Mom and Dad, this water is sweet, so delicious. The old guests prepared mineral water and soft drinks for them, one to quench their thirst and the other to replenish their sugar energy. After quenching their thirst, the hydrated crowd felt the comfortable warmth of the hotel, and then saw the brightly lit shops and their abundant supplies. They couldn't help but weep with gratitude, sadness, and joy. Many cried, "Will we be able to live a normal life in the future?" Yes, yes, yes. The hotel has everything. The food, clothing, and daily necessities are better than before the apocalypse, and the bills are affordable. We even have robots for cleaning. You just have to fight zombies to earn cores, but it's easy. Once you rest it up, go to the training ground and try it out, and you see. You can get a loan when you first arrive. This loan is provided by the Minghai base. And don't worry about getting sick. Just take good care of yourself if you do. That's great. Some people were sick and unwell. Unwell? There's a stretcher here. Lie down on it, and take us straight to the pharmacy. Ah, why are you so thin? You must be malnourished. Get some IVs. The sick, bewildered, were carried into the back room of the pharmacy. Then, someone began examining them, and some began receiving IVs and injections. Tang Jia took one look, disgusted by their odor. Without much lingering, he led his team out to fight the zombies. Tang Jia thought this hotel was looking for trouble, even taking out a loan. Wouldn't it be better to use that money to improve the abilities of the psychics? The zombies outside were getting stronger and stronger. Without powerful psychics, they wouldn't be able to stop the zombie wave. The lethality of high-level zombies was completely different from that of low-level zombies. The next day, Tang Jia and his group quietly left the hotel. They returned to Dawn Base as quickly as possible. Tang Jia went straight to Yang Cheng. "Boss, I have something important to report to you." Learning of Tang Jia's actions, Lu Feng immediately rushed to Yang Cheng's office. Tang Jia gave him a disdainful look upon seeing him enter. When Lu Feng heard the name Tian Tian Hotel, he nearly dropped his chin. Impossible. How could there be such a hotel here? Lu Feng blurted out in shock. Brother, you know about this hotel? Yang Cheng was astonished. Tang Jia also raised an eyebrow. Lu Feng suppressed his panic and feigned a casual recounting of the hotel. I was in a hurry to get home, so I didn't go inside to see what was going on. Tang Jia sneered. Didn't go in? That's a shame. Boss, look at this. It's a weapon specially made for psychics. It uses less psychic energy than going barehanded, and it packs a powerful punch. Even encountering high-level zombies won't be a problem. Let's go and give it a try. After trying it out and taking a closer look at the hotel, Yang Cheng was very attracted to it. Is the hotel owner a young woman in her 20s? Yeah, she's just an ordinary person, quite young, like a student. Boss, we can cooperate with the hotel. The hotel will provide us with supplies, and we can develop our own. Yang Cheng remained silent, frowning as he considered the possibility. Tang Jia continued his analysis. Let's not compete with Minghai Base. Minghai Base has already cooperated with the hotel, and the ordinary people at Minghai Base have moved to the hotel. Minghai Base will definitely survive this zombie wave, and they also be able to do well in the future with the cooperation of the hotel. They also have a research institute, and once they develop something, they can contact Kyoto. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to disrupt it. Lu Feng's teeth nearly broke as he listened to him. He had been planning this for so long, and he didn't want to be the boss of a small base. He was determined to take over Minghai Base. It didn't make sense that the Dawn Base could rise in his previous life, but it wouldn't in this life with him. We can't let this Tang Jia ruin his plans. Lu Feng quickly interrupted. My men reported back yesterday that we essentially won over many of the superpowered individuals at Minghai Base, both official and civilian. We already offended Minghai Base. Yang Cheng frowned. This was a problem. Perhaps we can still cooperate. We send someone to discuss it. Tang Jia felt there was still hope. It would simply require an apology and, if that didn't work, the perpetrators would be handed over. Lu Feng sensed danger. Quick thinking, he understood Tang Jia's intentions and decided not to compromise. Yang Cheng simply said he needed to think it over and told him to return and wait for further notice. Seeing Tang Jia walk away, Lu Feng quietly returned. He spoke to Yang Cheng, convincing him that Meihai Base must be taken down and that the Tian Hotel was a nuisance, so a way should be found to take it down. Yang Cheng was persuaded. He believed Chao Guodong wasn't so easy to talk to and would forgive them. And as long as the hotel existed, Meihai Base couldn't be destroyed. It was the end of the world, and he felt he could make a big move. However, the specific implementation of these two plans required careful planning. After the two men had reached an agreement, Yang Cheng summoned Tang Jia to speak, testing him as he went, fearing that Tang Jia might harbor resentment and eventually betray him. Tang Jia was very interested in the idea of taking over the hotel. He had always felt that the hotel's current measures were wasteful, and that it would be better to give it to someone with more foresight and strategy. As for attacking Meihai Base, he still disagreed. Once Yang Cheng understood his intentions, he dropped the question. Yang Cheng and Lu Feng hadn't planned to do anything further with Meihai Base, so the three of them finally reached a consensus and began preparing for the specifics. Back at Meihai Base, Wang Qi received new orders and, without further delay, immediately dispatched his men. The next day, the psychics at Meihai Base were seen leaving the base with their families in their cars. They were all bound for Shuguang Base. Wang Qi looked at the people who had rejected him the day before and smiled maliciously. If you regret it, come find me. We at Shuguang Base always welcome you. If you're not satisfied with your stay, you can leave at any time. We're considering it. Song Gong and the other dozen or so people still hadn't given a firm answer. Even if you're leaving, you have to pack up. Wang Qi felt they were a bit ungrateful. Song Gong and his companions had originally wanted to leave, but Chao Guodong, in an effort to keep them, offered to forgive past grudges and even promised them and their families a spot in the hotel, so they hesitated. Think about it carefully. A zombie wave is no joke. The hotel is a nice place, but it can only accommodate so many people. Look, even with the constant flow of people being sent there are still so many ordinary people in the Meihai Base. So many people have to rely on the protection of the dozens of psychics you left behind. TSK, that's tough. Ah. Everyone sighed. This was also their consideration, which was why they hesitated. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to see Wang Qi today. The psychics from our base went to the hotel a few days ago, and they're still accepting people. The number of people is growing. If they keep coming, the lobby won't be able to accommodate them. Why don't you come with us? If you're not satisfied with our base, just move to the hotel. If the hotel fills up, you can still stay at the base. With the hotel, you won't have to worry about your daily needs. Wang Qi didn't say much more. He patted Song Gong on the shoulder and left. Song Gong discussed it with the others and agreed that this made sense. The hotel is currently only accepting ordinary people from Meihai Base, and they specifically prioritize those who want to stay in the tent area. Chao Guodong had promised them, but judging by the current situation, this rule likely won't change. It seemed that if they sent a few more people there would be no room at the hotel, and they might even have to set up tents outside. Rather than waiting and risking their lives for Meihai Base, it would be better to leave now, with the Shuguang Base, and then find an opportunity to go to the hotel. After Song Gong and the others figured it out, they had their families pack up overnight. The next morning, they went to resign with Chao Guodong. They were so anxious because they feared Wang Qi and his group would leave, and they would miss their chance to leave Meihai Base. Chao Guodong's face darkened. Are you sure you want to resign? Leave the base? Yes, please let us go. During the last zombie wave, we and our families worked hard for the base, but now, we're powerless. The base's psychics had mostly left, those who went to the hotel, those who went to Dawn Base. The remaining 100 or so couldn't protect the tens of thousands of people at the base. Chao Guodong tried to persuade them again, but with these few dozen people gone, the base's psychics were truly depleted. There was no telling how many high-level zombies would be in the next zombie wave. If they were beyond the range they could handle, the base would be in real danger. These people were determined to leave, and Chao Guodong was powerless to dissuade them. Chapter 89. Lu Feng sat in his car, gazing at the towering hotel building. Angrily, he unleashed a thunderbolt, instantly sending over a dozen level 1 zombies crashing to the ground. Boss, you're awesome. The younger men beside him praised him eagerly. Lu Feng waved his hand, urging his men to hold back. They'd been probing the situation for the past few days, and finally had some clues. They were just waiting for the right moment to strike. Their boss, along with the head of the base, along with several thousand psychics, could give that hotel a hard time. Wang Qi felt a surge of joy at the thought of that scene. He'd been one of those turned away from the inn. It had been so humiliating. Those people, eating sunflower seeds and snacks, drinking tea, and even holding cards, looked like they were watching a play. Seeing them being stopped outside, covered in dust and dirt, was truly too much. Boss, does Boss Yang know there's more than one inn? You said we take this one, but there's another one to take down? This inn appeared out of nowhere, so do you think the owner will just vanish? Lu Feng knew what he was worried about. He shared the same concern, but there was nothing he could do. With this inn around, all his plans would be in vain, and they also offended the inn. If this got out to others, he and his men would be in trouble. I got to take a gamble. He had no choice. Now that he had this opportunity, he was going to drag more people into this, get more people on his side. Lu Feng puffed on a cigarette in frustration. He never smoked before, and it was all because of this hotel. Why was he always against him? Boss, how about we leave here? Go develop in Kyoto? Lu Feng glared at his subordinate. What? Are you scared? Yuan Yi suddenly lost his temper. He had only recently realized that the person he'd been following was a ruthless person. They weren't much older than each other, and Lu Feng had only been out of college for a year or two. How could he be so ruthless? In the past few days, the psychics recruited from the Meihai base had been coerced and bribed into fighting, their families detained at the base. If they disobeyed, they would suffer. And the rest of the team had turned evil, like villains in novels, yet they even called it the end of the world. There were many worse people than them, and they were still a well-behaved team. He was the least noticeable member of the team. At first, he joined in the commotion out of ignorance, but as everyone's behavior grew more and more outrageous, he became increasingly uneasy. But he didn't dare leave the team. Everyone knew they were together, having bullied girls together. He was afraid that leaving would put him in a difficult position, and he wanted to go home to his family, so he just kept following Lu Feng. He was relatively lucky. His family was found. His family lived in the countryside, and had earned some money in the previous few years, renovating their house. They had no shortage of food. When the zombie wave arrived, they all taken refuge in the basement, but when he looked for them, they were still alive. Later, he and his family followed the others to the Dawn base. Except for him, no one else had found their families. Once at the Dawn base, they were warmly welcomed. Because they only had 2 family members, their treatment was better than that of the other members of the team. At that time, he felt he was the luckiest of the group. Later, he felt more and more that something was wrong. He felt more and more that he wasn't on the same page as the others in the team. He wanted to quit, but he didn't dare to ask. Later, Wang Qi saw through his intentions, and used threats and inducements against him. His family became leverage, and he dared not even mention quitting. When he learned the inn actually had branches, he deeply regretted it. He knew that Lu Feng, Wang Qi, and everyone else must have regretted it too. They had assumed the inn would be just a single building in a small county town, but they hadn't imagined it would expand into a chain, one with no competition. What else could they do? He figured that if Lu Feng abandoned this place and hadn't even established himself in Kyoto, the inn would have already expanded there. They wouldn't have had a chance. The consequences of being blacklisted were truly dire. In fact, even with this situation, they could still survive by just giving in. It was simply that they couldn't enter the inn and enjoy its safety and comfort, and couldn't use its weapons. Yes, they were on the blacklist, and couldn't use its weapons or medicine. They couldn't use ordinary weapons or supernatural weapons. They were useless. Even ordinary knives were useless in their hands. It was truly a strange experience. As for the potion, it had no effect at all after they drank it. They didn't feel the boost in superpowers, or the feeling of satiated energy that others had described. It was just like drinking sugar water. Aside from that, daily necessities, water, and food were usable and edible, without any problems. In general, while the hotel could still provide some improvement in their daily lives, it wouldn't help them improve their strength at all. Furthermore, they were on the blacklist and couldn't enter the hotel. They also couldn't enjoy the hotel's amenities, such as the training grounds and the hot springs and medicinal baths, which could also improve their strength. It might not be a big deal in the short term, but over time, they definitely fall behind the others. Not everyone is as gifted as Lu Feng, who can upgrade their abilities without much effort. Most are above-average talents, and they still need hard training. Lu Feng is keeping these things a secret, and Yang Cheng is unaware of them. He thinks if Yang Cheng knew, he might not even fight Lu Feng. Despite the inn's erratic behavior, Lu Feng still wants to fight it. He refuses to give in. He feels that if he does, they have to act according to the inn's wishes, eating what others leave behind, working for them, and sharing much of their hard work fighting zombies with them. Lu Feng can't stand this kind of humiliation, and neither do the others. They all want to fight hard and dominate everyone else. He and they are truly not on the same page. But now, what can they do? Song Gong and his group share his regrets. They left Mihai Base and joined Shuguang Base simply as a formality, with the ultimate goal of moving into the inn. Originally, they planned to separate from Wang Qi and the others while en route, taking their belongings with them and their families along. Going directly to the hotel would be convenient. If that proved to be unsuccessful, they could leave their families at the hotel and go to Dawn Base themselves. If things weren't going well, they wouldn't join them. The plan was a good one, but Dawn Base had a backup plan. Initially, they weren't allowed to take the direct route to the hotel. Halfway through, before they could even ask to go to the hotel, another group from Dawn Base arrived to pick them up. The hospitality of those people was so overwhelming that it was hard to refuse, so they took their families and entered Dawn Base. Then, they couldn't leave. It wasn't that they couldn't leave. They could still leave the base on their own. They'd gone to the hotel together, bought supernatural weapons, and had a feast, even taking plenty of food to go. They originally planned to pick up their families and move into the hotel immediately. They already confirmed that there were plenty of rooms. The lobby was overcrowded during the day, but that wasn't a problem for them. They could go outside the hotel's barrier to fight the zombies, and their families could stay in their rooms. The rooms had all sorts of entertainment, and eating was convenient. They could now order food and have it delivered to their rooms by robots. Anyway, their families stayed home most of the time at Mihai Base, and leaving was a risk. It was even more so at Dawn Base. While the ordinary people at Dawn Base were honest, the supernaturals there were incredibly arrogant. If they ran into someone powerful and untouchable, they wouldn't know how they end up. They weren't ordinary supernaturals who knew nothing. They could imagine these things without being told. After all, they all seen them before. It was like this even in peacetime, and the apocalypse was even darker, with no constraints. So, a room in the hotel was something they coveted. It was no use regretting it now. Their families were captured. Unless they abandoned them, how could they possibly do that? They had no choice but to bite the bullet. Song Gong glanced at the person next to him. This person, like him, was from Mihai Base, but unlike him, he wasn't an official member of their group. He was a member of the Free Ability Team, lured to Dawn Base by bribery. He had no idea of the hotel's situation when he left Mihai Base. After arriving at Dawn Base, he'd been brainwashed into believing they would definitely capture the inn. That's why he's so excitedly charging forward, hoping to achieve great success and rise to power. Also from Mihai Base, these freelancers are wary of them. Some even dislike them and refuse to associate with them. He could probably guess why. It had something to do with the inn. Mihai Base officials kept information about the inn a secret from ordinary psychics. They'd previously kept their relationship with these freelancers a secret, and hadn't revealed any information about the inn to anyone else. Now, under these circumstances, it was impossible to unite with them and come up with a solution. All he could say was that Dawn Base was powerful. They were using threats and coercion against them, and brainwashing them with promises. Fighting's happening up ahead. Get ready. Song Gong was startled, his face filled with panic. The people around him were delighted and excited. Fighting already? Are they sure they can take it? Dawn Base's move was truly unexpected. Tian knew they were testing the inn, with ulterior motives. She and the system were on high alert, awaiting their next move. If they gave up their plans after testing the waters, she could feign ignorance and then, when negotiating a partnership, impose some penalties, raise the threshold, or impose conditions, such as releasing the ordinary people they held captive. In short, the inn wouldn't suffer any loss. Unexpectedly, they struck with the most unexpected method. Their attacks weren't with supernatural powers, but with ordinary wooden cannons, fired directly at the inn. Thanks to the system's swift reaction, it raised its defensive barrier at top speed, so the bullets didn't penetrate the barrier, only hitting it and falling to the ground. Before Tian could even rejoice, she saw the points in her account plummeting. Her face darkened. She had finally earned some points. Was it easy? If this went down, she was going to go bankrupt. Even more infuriating was that the wooden barrows those people had weren't purchased from the hotel. If they had been, she'd blacklist them, and those weapons wouldn't be usable. Chapter 90. When the wooden slamming sounded, the guests standing outside the inn were momentarily stunned. Once they realized what was happening, they screamed and fled, creating a moment of chaos. Now, there are basically no zombies outside the inn's barrier. With so many people in the inn, even at night, some people use lights to hunt zombies. The zombies drawn back by those who leave are also in high demand and are cleared out daily. Furthermore, there have been frequent visits from the Dawn base's psychics lately. Upon seeing the zombies, they simply kill them and dig out their cores. Now, there are no zombies within a few miles. Just now, everyone outside was discussing whether to go out and lure the zombies back. Now, as long as you activate the barrier, gather enough points, and have the necessary supplies, there's basically no danger. If you need to be on guard, be wary of people outside, not zombies or mutant animals. Even if you encounter people, you can tell them about the inn. As long as there's hope of survival, most people will behave normally. However, few people in this area were outside. Most were inside the 3 major bases. Initially, many of the people discovered by the psychics at Dawn and Minghai bases, while searching for supplies, had also been brought in. Everyone was discussing this matter in a relaxed and casual manner. They were almost ready to leave when something unexpected happened, scaring everyone to death. The people outside rushed to the inn. Those inside had already seen the situation clearly, and those who were quick to react quickly rushed to reassure everyone. Don't panic, the bullets can't penetrate. The bullets can't penetrate. Upon hearing this cry, the people outside also looked back. Seeing the bullets stopped outside, they were both surprised and delighted. Those who saw it stopped trying to squeeze in, and some even dared to move closer to take a closer look. Those who were slow to react, now aware of the situation, didn't immediately offer advice, but instead remained in their own amazement. Many began to walk outside to see what was happening. The main reason was that if there was real danger, there would have been screams and cries outside. Now everyone was calm, so it must be all right. Those who had witnessed the hotel's dramatic transformation after the upgrade had great confidence in it, and not only were they not afraid, they were crowding in to see what was happening. Just as shocked as the hotel guests were the people from the Dawn base. The situation was drastically different from what they had expected. They had previously tried using bows and crossbows to attack zombies within the inn's barriers, and their attacks had always been successful. Why couldn't they fire this time inside? However, rather than being surprised, they felt more annoyed and angry. They were mentally prepared for this situation. This inn was quite strange, and it certainly wouldn't be easy to take down. But with their efforts, they were afraid these people would panic, and in a panic, something might happen. A stampede, collisions, injuries, or even better, some robbery. As long as there was chaos, it would be to their advantage. But these people simply fell silent, watching curiously, as if they were watching a monkey. Many of them were considering retreating. Seeing this, the person leading them hurriedly encouraged them. Everyone, don't stop. Keep going. The hotel will definitely consume energy if it blocks the bullets. This was Yang Cheng's analysis. Based on the report he received from his investigation, he concluded that the hotel's operation was primarily powered by zombie crystal cores, which could be considered energy. Minghai Base had been researching zombie crystal cores, and it was possible that those cores truly contained special energy, which the hotel had simply exploited first. Then, he sensed from Lu Feng's attitude how much he valued the Minghai Base Research Institute. Lu Feng firmly believed the institute could produce results, and his intuition told him that this was likely the future. His intuition in this area had always been accurate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have built a family business from scratch and established such a large base after the apocalypse. The research institute was useful, and what it would research would surely be the most important resource in the apocalypse. He felt a sense of urgency about acquiring it. How could he obtain it? Of course, only if Minghai Base was destroyed. As long as the inn existed, Minghai Base wouldn't be easily destroyed. Yang Cheng also learned that, except for those in Dawn Base, everyone else could activate a barrier similar to the one used by the inn to keep out zombies. While not as powerful, it could still keep one alive even amidst a swarm of zombies. With that, the destruction of Minghai Base was a formidable possibility. Besides this, another crucial factor in Yang Cheng's determination to take over the inn was the various rules and regulations set by the inn. Some of these, their base had already violated, were serious enough to land them on the inn's blacklist. After much deliberation, Yang Cheng still didn't want to give up on these things, especially when it came to women, as he had only a limited interest in them. Furthermore, even if he gave up, the inn might not grant all their requests, and there would undoubtedly be various restrictions in the future. Why not fight them? Let the inn see what they were capable of. If they were lucky, they could take the inn. Even if they couldn't, they could negotiate again, and the terms would be more relaxed. The benefit of a fight was that it depleted the hotel's energy. Without it, Mihai Base would be in serious trouble. No matter how he calculated it, he felt it was worth a gamble, and the odds of winning were decent. As for the worst-case scenario, Yang Chung hadn't considered it at all. He was confident in his base's strength, and with Lu Feng's support and reassurance, Yang Cheng's confidence was overflowing. In the current situation, he remained remarkably composed. Not only did he not retreat in defeat, but he directed his front lines to increase firepower and launch a fierce attack. Running low on bullets, use mines, then use your psychic powers. Wear them down. As the loud rumblings and gunshots continued, everyone in the hotel was stunned. They were all ordinary citizens, and had never witnessed such a warlike scene before. This was far more spectacular than the fireworks during the holidays. What's the background of this Dawn base? Isn't it called the Dawn base? Are they actually that military base? No way, it should be the Dawn base. I just asked the hotel, and they said it's the Dawn base. There's no mistake. Then how do they have so many firearms? They didn't buy them at the hotel. They must have found them somewhere. After the apocalypse, anything is possible. Qin Xiao, a former Mihai Base psychic, stood at the window of his room, surveying the surroundings. He was a freelance psychic at Mihai Base, and had been approached by Wang Qi, but he refused. Instead, he kept his eye on Chu Yulong. Later, he discovered that Chu Yulong had been picking up ordinary people, so he followed him and found the hotel. Of course, he also learned that the hotel's capacity was insufficient. He also learned that the hotel was more willing to accept ordinary people. As for the people with special abilities in the Mihai Base, the hotel hoped that they would continue to stay in the Mihai Base. But who would want to leave once they're at the inn? Especially since the Mihai Base seems to have no future. Luckily, the inn didn't chase them away. Dawn Base is no ordinary base. Haha, I wonder how they can afford to recruit psychics so freely. Qin Xiao raised his thin lips in a sarcastic smile. He had a handsome face, a perfectly chiseled jawline, and his thin lips hinted at a hint of sarcasm, lending him an uninhibited air. Brother Qin, do you think Lin Xingping's team went to Dawn Base? I don't think he stayed at Mihai Base. Yes. Qin Xiao had played against Lin Xingping's team before, so they had some rapport. Brother Qin, who do you think will win, the inn or the Dawn Base? I don't know. Qin Xiao wasn't one for guessing games. If Dawn Base wins, won't those who went there rise to prominence? Qin Xiao frowned. I despise Wang Qi and his gang. They're all villains. It's better to offend a gentleman than a villain. Qin Xiao wasn't afraid of offending Chao Guqin, because he was a principled and magnanimous man, while the people from Dawn Base were villains, and offending them would be quite troublesome. Let's go! Qin Xiao grabbed his coat and headed downstairs. Boss, what should we do? Should we go to war? Boss, how long will the hotel's points last? Ah, Chu Yulong, why haven't Boss Chu and the others returned yet? Is there anyone who can take command? We're all ordinary people. Fighting zombies is fine, but fighting living people is too difficult. Boss, I only know how to fight zombies. What's wrong with those people from Dawn Base? Why are they attacking the hotel? We're all human. Why would they do this? The psychics at Dawn Base are despicable. By now, the hotel guests knew the barrier was draining points. Once all the points were gone, the barrier would no longer be able to support itself, and everyone was in a state of panic. Tian was also feeling heavy-hearted. She had announced this to the system, hoping everyone would join forces to fight the outsiders, but she hadn't expected such panic. Alas, these people were ordinary people who had even killed zombies not long ago. Was her request too high? To be honest, she was also a little nervous. The system noticed her mood and quickly assured her that the host would be absolutely fine, but it couldn't guarantee the safety of the guests at the branch. Qin Xiao and his group were very impressive, and as they exited the elevator, someone made way for them. Captain Chen didn't go out today. Captain Chen will definitely have a solution. Everyone fell silent, saluting Qin Xiao and his group. Do you need help? Qin Xiao asked Tian, let's go out and take down those people. Tian looked at the newcomer, feeling somewhat touched. Although this handsome man appeared a bit aloof, he had a warm heart. Upon closer inspection, he had a similar style to Qin Yi. He was exactly her type. You're in charge of that one, but can the others be knocked out? The others were just following orders. No real damage had been done to the naked eye, so killing them all was a bit much. Then let's discuss the terms. What terms? Tian's feeling of gratitude vanished instantly. I want points. No. Tian flatly refused. Few of the hotel's guests were capable of fighting. Points meant a barrier, and a barrier meant a chance. Right now, points were life-saving, so she couldn't give them away. If the hotel was breached, she wouldn't be in danger, but the people inside would definitely be. Going out to fight wouldn't help the hotel, it would help them. And in this situation, demanding conditions was impossible for Tian Tian to agree to. Then you owe it, and I pay you later. 10,000 each. Hey! Tian Tian followed him out. When the hotel's residents saw Chen Xiao leading the way out, their fears instantly faded. Some even started gossiping. Captain Chen is so handsome. Is this considered a hero saving a damsel in distress? Chapter 91. Chen Xiao stood within the inn's barrier, weapon drawn, and quickly attacked the commander. The commander was also a psychic, with a high-level ability, and dodged the attack. Chen Xiao's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to attack. The two exchanged blows, and for a moment, it was unclear who was the winner. His team, on the other hand, was dealing with the others, aiming for their wrists and legs, hoping to incapacitate them. Those individuals were also psychics, equally powerful, and they dodged their movements. Adding to the disparity in numbers, Chen Xiao's team's movement was not smooth. In the end, only a few were injured and carried away by the Dawn base's personnel. The others were extremely cautious, accelerating their attacks on the inn's barrier while dodging Chen Xiao and the others. Other guests in the inn also reacted and came to help. Their abilities were much better than before, but they were still far inferior to the Dawn base's psychics. Those psychics had strong physical reflexes, making it difficult for ordinary people and those who had just become psychics to hit them. Fighting humans and zombies is ultimately different. When Yang Cheng saw the inn's inhabitants coming out to fight, he knew their attacks were effective, so he immediately ordered the backup troops to join him. Even Lu Feng's team was dispatched. Lu Feng himself positioned himself and used his supernatural powers to attack the inn's barrier. His attacks were effective, quite effective, in fact, but they were unaware of it. The system displayed Tian Tian's screen, showing everyone's attack value, and the amount of points consumed by defense. Lu Feng's attacks consumed 6 times as much as normal attacks, and 2 to 4 times as much as other supernatural users. At this rate, the barrier could only hold out for 3 hours. 2.5 hours. 2 hours, 1 hour. As more people joined, the inn's barrier's lifespan quickly dwindled. The inn's guests also took action, but many psychics avoided close-range attacks, staying well outside the inn's maximum range. Those who stayed close to dodge the inn's attacks no longer used their munitions, but instead employed their own psychics. This was a major factor in the shortened barrier's duration. Tian Tian also quickly took action. First, used the maintenance points to cover the damage. With the increase in guests, the branch had become profitable, allowing it to upgrade and restock without any problems, even with a surplus. Therefore, Tian Tian stopped using the maintenance points, intending to save them for when she could upgrade to 9 stars. Just as she was about to run out of points, the Dawn base's actions threatened to wipe them out. No, we can't let this group succeed. This is too infuriating. Tian Tian immediately instructed the system to contact Chao Guodong. Minghai base has also been storing crystal cores lately, and Tian Tian thought it would be helpful to borrow some for emergency use. The system easily contacted Chao Guodong and informed him of the situation at the hotel. Chao Guodong agreed to send the crystal cores without hesitation. It was easy to agree, but delivering the crystal cores was not easy. The system determined that it was almost impossible for Minghai base to send crystal cores. Dawn base had been wary of the hotel seeking external assistance. The military base was far away, and they were unaware of any news from here. The only possible external assistance was from Minghai base. Even though 70% to 80% of the psychics at Minghai base had left, and the remaining 2 or 3 layers were barely enough to protect the base, he remained vigilant and assigned personnel to keep watch. Chao Guodong couldn't send many men, so only 5 psychics formed a team to deliver the crystal core. They also held a business card, and Tian Tian allocated some points to show them the current situation at the inn. They were very cautious, getting closer and closer to the inn and Dawn base, but the psychic remained undetected. But that was all. They couldn't rush into the inn amidst the siege and hand over the crystal core. Besides contacting Minghai base for help, Tian Tian also blacklisted those who attacked the barrier. However, so far, these people haven't consumed any potions purchased at the inn, and as for psychic weapons, they don't have any. After Yang Cheng decided to attack the inn, he restricted their spending there, not giving the hotel any more than necessary for trial purchases. He thought he'd take the inn for free after capturing it. Song Gong had been to the inn before and bought psychic replenishment potions, enhancement potions, and breakthrough potions, and he also had psychic weapons. Armed with the weapons he purchased at the inn, he truly didn't want to attack the inn. His team had been languishing on the edge, yet they hadn't made a move yet. Song Gong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. But that relief didn't last long. The people ahead had almost used up their powers, and with no more potions, Song Gong and the others were pushed forward. The inn guests were furious when they saw the weapons in their hands. Weren't you from Meihai Base before? Now you're joining Dawn Base to fight us? And you're using weapons you bought at the inn? Don't you feel guilty? Song Gong and the others looked embarrassed. They wanted to say they were being forced into this, but seeing the people monitoring them, they were speechless. I dare not say. Seeing the inn's barrier so close, Song Gong and the others salivated, wondering if they could get in. They hadn't attacked the inn yet, and they didn't want to. But if they did, what would happen to their families? Those at Dawn Base would never let them go. Song Gong closed his eyes, then opened them again, raising his psychic weapon and smashing it against the inn. Then, he realized his weapon was useless. What's going on? We told you to attack? Are you kidding? The others also had psychic weapons, and the people monitoring them were specifically asking them to use them. This not only satisfied their own mischievousness, but also angered the inn's guests, hoping to cause further chaos. Our weapons don't work. What? The potion doesn't work either. What? Show it to me. The people monitoring them immediately seized their weapons and potions. They didn't dare drink the potion, but immediately used the weapons. The psychic weapons became completely useless, like pieces of plastic, even their weight had changed. The hotel guests were also shocked by this scene. They immediately checked the system and, upon learning that this was a restriction for blacklisted users, smirked. You've been blacklisted by the hotel. Don't even think about entering the hotel or using its products anymore. The people who had witnessed the situation began to panic and stopped their actions. Yang Chung, upon learning of this, also panicked. He now thought of the consequences if he failed to capture the hotel. But at this point, it was too late to regret. He had no choice but to fight. So he ordered his men to continue the attack. They were somewhat confused and only knew how to follow orders. Song Gong and his group were instructed to attack directly with their supernatural powers. Lin Xingping was on another team. Because of Chen Xiao's relationship, he remained wary of Wang Qi and the others. After joining Dawn Base, he remained calm and observed. His team hadn't been persuaded and brainwashed by Dawn Base like the others. Besides him, one or two other team leaders, as well as several members of other teams, were equally cautious. They didn't believe the inn would be so easy to capture, and they constantly reminded themselves that attacking the inn wasn't justified. They didn't want to cross a line. But because Song Gong and his group had joined without their knowledge, they felt deeply cut off, though they had also contributed to this. It wasn't fear or regret, but simply increased caution. Furthermore, with so little information available, no one acted rashly, and they kept their true intentions to themselves. Unbeknownst to them, it was precisely this caution that allowed them to remain with their original team, rather than being threatened and monitored like Song Gong and his group. There were quite a few of them in their group, and the assigned positions weren't wide, so those with a sense of conscience hid behind the others and slacked off. It's Chen Xiao. He's on the inside. Lin Xingping's expression was indescribably complicated. Chen Xiao had made a completely different choice from him. He had taken his team and family and left Meihai to join Dawn, while Chen Xiao stayed behind. Unexpectedly, he ended up at the inn, and it seemed he was doing well and even becoming more powerful. It was normal for him to be helping the inn now. He had never been there, but standing here, he could see a lot. The inn was truly wonderful. But they had no idea about this information. Why had the Meihai Base concealed information about the inn from them? The Dawn Base said the inn's capacity was limited. If they didn't take it, its contents would be enjoyed by only a handful of people. These people would only grow stronger with the inn's potions. They could still enter the inn now, but they wouldn't be able to get close to it in the future. Are all these things true? If the limited capacity is true, then Meihai Base's motives in concealing them are rather sinister. Meihai Base desperately tried to persuade them to stay and defend the base. Could it be that they were hoping to let the zombie tide kill them, so they could enjoy everything in the inn themselves? Then why did Song Gong and the others leave? Aren't they part of Meihai Base? Lin Xingping's thoughts gave him a headache. He glanced enviously at Chen Xiao within the barrier. Was Chen Xiao's choice the right one? If the Dawn Base won, Chen Xiao and the others would likely face a tough end, wouldn't they? Lin Xingping sighed. If that ever came to pass, he would come and plead for mercy, hoping it would be helpful. Looking at the people around him, and in front of him, excitedly attacking, Lin Xingping sighed several times. It was insane. Seeing their points plummet and foreign aid unable to arrive, Tian decided to negotiate. The system turned on the loudspeaker, announcing the negotiation requirements. The Dawn Base psychic stopped, and the hotel guests also temporarily stopped. Yang Chung tooted, very dissatisfied. They stopped before he even asked. After this, he would give them a good scolding. As for negotiations, Yang Chung narrowed his eyes. Talk was possible. As for whether to agree to the hotel's conditions, that was impossible. The hotel's request for negotiations meant it was on the verge of collapse. In that case, he absolutely could not compromise. Chapter 92. Yang Chung didn't show up either, instead having his men relay the message via loudspeaker. Dawn Base is open to negotiation, but our demands are limited to the following points. If the hotel can't agree, then there's no room for negotiation. Tian frowned. This wasn't a negotiation at all, just a unilateral threat. She remained silent. How about giving up this branch? Preserving our strength, we could open another location? Kyoto has the most people, and they're more reasonable. We can take them down there before we deal with Dawn Base. The system said anxiously, it wouldn't have gotten this far. According to its calculations, the branch would have upgraded to 9 stars, saving all the people at Minghai Base. If Dawn Base didn't become stronger, most people would have taken refuge with the hotel. Those found guilty would have been blacklisted or even executed. The current unexpected outcome was caused by the Son of Heaven, chosen by this world's heavenly Tao to save itself. This world's heavenly Tao's energy was already very weak, so it could only choose one person and grant them additional abilities and talents. Previously, due to the In's low energy and the owner's slumber, they hadn't noticed that this person had gained a gift of foresight. But the branch had already been established, and there was no other way forward but to accelerate development. It can only be said that this world's heavenly Tao's power was too weak, and after the apocalypse, chaos reigned. In the end, they chose a savior of such poor character and selfishness. The worlds they had experienced before were not without sons of heaven, and some among them had bad character, but once they learned about the Inn, they wisely cooperated with it, and those who didn't cooperate didn't oppose it. The ultimate goal of the Inn and the Destiny Child is the same, but their paths diverge. The Inn is an outsider, and above this realm of heaven. This realm cannot judge whether the Inn is beneficial or harmful. Under these circumstances, it will not allow the Destiny Child, its only hope, to approach. Of course, it will also not allow the Destiny Child to oppose the Inn, as opposing them would be futile unless the Destiny Child outgrew the Inn and could single-handedly destroy it. Under these circumstances, it is entirely up to the Destiny Child to decide whether to confront or cooperate. In previous worlds, most of the Destiny Child chose to cooperate, a few chose to rely on the Inn without interfering with each other, and a very small number remained vigilant and distanced themselves, but none chose to confront it. This final world presented a unique challenge. Furthermore, the host's physical weakness and inability to utilize this world's energy to awaken superpowers made it clear that the Great Tao was increasing the difficulty for them. However, this difficulty would not lead to failure for the Inn. According to its calculations, losing this branch would only extend the mission by 3 months. After losing this branch, the Inn expanded into several subsequent locations. Even if this chosen one took control of this base, they would be unable to challenge the Inn again. Between giving up quickly and delaying, the system deduced that giving up quickly was superior to delaying. It would preserve more strength, which was the cornerstone for the development of subsequent branches. However, the casualties among ordinary people at Minghai Base would be significant. But comparing the number of lives saved by delaying with the number of lives lost later, giving up quickly was more cost-effective. The system itself was not human. When choosing between the survival of the majority and the survival of the minority, it easily made the decision to maximize its own interests. But Tian was a soft-hearted person, and faced with such a suggestion, she couldn't make an immediate decision. Tian glanced at the guests around her. 1/3 of them were psychics. If they surrendered immediately after the hotel vanished, they might be able to save their lives. The remaining 2/3, ordinary people, would likely struggle to survive without the hotel. Not to mention, the remaining psychics at Minghai Base would have trouble even defending the base. Its destruction was a 100% certainty. If we take back this branch, can we open a new one within Minghai Base? It's best not to. After this incident, Dawn Base's strength has greatly increased. If they take action against Minghai Base, the branch will be attacked again before it even develops. The probability of this happening is almost 100%. If it weren't for the Child of Destiny, the probability would definitely not be so high. That person had already taken action against Minghai Base before, and there was no reason for them to stop after expanding their manpower. Moreover, The other party was still angry because they hadn't benefited from the hotel, and they would try to recover their losses. Even if the Child of Destiny didn't do it, Dawn, the boss of Light Base wouldn't refuse to do anything. It's best to close the inn and continue to open branches at Meihai Base. The investment and returns aren't proportional, and it will also affect the opening of subsequent inns. Opening an inn at Meihai Base could save at most another 20 or 30 people, and these 20 or 30 people would eventually become the strength of Dawn Base. Dawn Base will definitely continue to fight against the inn. Of course, the Destined Child will still complete the rescue mission, but he has much more time than the inn. The inn doesn't have that much time to play games with him, so it's best not to increase his strength, especially when it affects the inn's progress. Is there really no way out? At this moment, Xinyi opened his eyes in the staff room. The system shuddered, then sighed inwardly with resignation. Although it knew the outcome, the system still advised, evacuate now. Evacuating now will still allow us to achieve our goal ahead of schedule. The heavenly Tao in this world is already very weak. It can no longer help the Child of Fortune. Rather, it has already done what it can. Although the precognitive ability gradually emerged, the information within it had already been fully absorbed the moment it was acquired, and no new information would be forthcoming. If there were new information, it would inevitably differ from the previous one. The previous information was the heavenly Tao's deduction of this world's future, excluding the external factor of the yin. This heavenly Tao had used all its strength for this deduction. After discovering the yin, it was no longer able to rededuce it. Until salvation is complete. After all, the yin's salvation isn't free. It requires the merit and faith of this world, which will undoubtedly impact its subsequent development. Some heavenly Taoists are willing to sacrifice merit for survival. Worlds that select the Son of Heaven are generally of this type. They are also willing to allow the Son of Heaven to cooperate with the yin, though this cooperation comes with some additional costs, and of course, certain benefits as well. It all depends on the choices made by the different heavenly Taoists in different worlds, as well as the choices made by the Son of Heaven they choose. Ultimately, the Son of Heaven is the one who executes the cooperation. Some worlds' heavenly Taoists are even more ruthless, treating all things as straw dogs, including themselves. These heavenly Taoists don't care about their own destruction, and won't choose the Son of Heaven to save the world. Once they discover the yin, they will use their remaining power to destroy it. The yin has experienced many worlds, and naturally accumulated a great deal of merit. These heavenly Taoists absorb merit after destroying the yin. Those who then destroy the yin have a chance to reincarnate, and the more merit they absorb, the greater their chance of becoming a heavenly Tao of a larger world. Although this chance is slim, but for the heavenly Taoists who have already chosen destruction, this is a free gift, well worth the effort. While the yin is certainly not easily destroyed by these heavenly Taoists, their intervention accelerates the destruction of the world, shortening the yin's time to save the world. The difficulty also increases, and at these times, the Master intervenes. So far, during the mission, the yin has generally remained undiscovered by these heavenly Taoists. It's only when the rescue is nearly complete that they discover the yin and use their final strength to attack it, intent on destroying it. Naturally, those who wish to die are angered by the yin's rescue and seek to seize all of the yin's merit. This is a full-strength attack from the heavenly Tao of this world, its power extraordinary. The energy gathered in this world alone is insufficient to resist the combined might of the rescued heavenly Tao. The Master must use his own strength, and each attack leaves him weakened for a long time. This type of world is more common than the worlds where survival is sought. The previous world was such a world, otherwise, the Master wouldn't be so weak as to not appear. As long as he can appear, the Master will stay by his side. The final world is a world with a Child of Destiny, but this Child of Destiny is unreliable. Upon arrival, he chooses to oppose the yin, and this heavenly Tao is powerless to correct him. This is unprecedented, and it presents a variable. The host's frailty was also a variable. While the yin was adequately protecting her, with other variables involved, there was no guarantee this time would go as smoothly as before. Perhaps, in the end, the laws of nature in this world would defy common sense and choose to self-destruct, taking the yin with them. The system had gone through a complete cycle. If this were to happen, it would be extremely dangerous. The host would be best not to take action, but rather to recover her strength and save it for later. Throughout their long collaboration, Tian had been completely convinced that the system had her best interests at heart, trusting its intuition and advice. Yet, a subtle unease remained, causing her to hesitate. She didn't know if this unease stemmed from sympathy, guilt, or something else. Sympathy and guilt were certainly present, but perhaps there was also a sense of conscience. Tian stared at Qin Shao in astonishment. She felt the most guilty towards Qin Shao. Other psychics could survive by surrendering, but Qin Shao had killed the commander of an entire opposing team. Could he survive if he surrendered? If he didn't surrender, wouldn't his chances of escaping and surviving under such an encirclement be lower than if he surrendered? For some reason, she didn't want Qin Shao to die. "Don't be afraid, I take care of it." A gentle, magnetic voice echoed beside her. Tian turned and looked, momentarily stunned. It was Qin Yi, the hotel clerk, her clerk. He had barely appeared since the 1,000-plus ordinary people from the Dawn base arrived at the hotel. Tian thought she had forgotten him, but now she realized that his image had always been etched in her mind, and her worry about Qin Shao was also due to him. Qin Shao and he had a similar temperament. They seemed like the same type of person. But after seeing him again, she no longer felt that way. He and Qin Shao were not the same type. Qin Yi was Chen Yi, one of a kind. And her ideal type wasn't someone like him, but simply. Thinking of this, Tian's heart trembled slightly. She looked away as if struck by lightning, as if that would allow her to pretend nothing had happened. The system looked from one person to the other, suddenly feeling a wave of fear. The master must have known what had happened before. This Qin Shao was dead. Qin Yi had originally intended to kill Qin Shao. He could dispatch this man with a single wave of his hand, unnoticed. In the past, he would have spared no one. No one could compete with him for her. However, after seeing Tian, he no longer intended to crush this insect. Yes, even if he was injured, attacking these people would still be as easy as killing a bug, though it would be a bit more complicated once he left the hotel. Qin Yi attacked, and before anyone could react, he was already in front of Yang Cheng. The next moment, Yang Cheng was dead. Followed by this, several team leaders also perished. Lu Feng, sensing something was amiss, fled, and his subordinate, Wang Qi, died. Qin Yi stared at the direction Lu Feng had fled, his eyes darkening. He couldn't kill Lu Feng. If he did, the final stage would be difficult. This was the last world, and he absolutely wouldn't tolerate any accidents. Qin Yi raised his hand, and the weapons of those still surrounding the inn fell to the ground. Their hands went numb, and for a moment, they couldn't even lift their weapons. All this happened in a matter of seconds. When Qin Yi withdrew his hand and stood next to Tian, some people finally reacted. But everyone looked at Qin Yi with awe. So much so that they dared not utter a word. Even their eyes nearly popped out of their heads in amazement. Tian was also astonished. She stared at him infatuatedly, looking incredibly adorable. "You're amazing." Qin Yi was usually cold and distant, even intimidating. But in Tian's presence, his gaze instantly softened, his aura warming. The difference was stark. Now, anyone with eyes could see that this powerful man had a close relationship with the innkeeper. Tian kept staring at Qin Yi as they returned to the inn together. Qin Yi was about to return to his room, but Tian didn't abandon him. Instead, she followed him closely, her eyes never leaving his. "Are you feeling unwell?" she asked softly. Qin Yi's eyes flickered, then turned extremely gentle. "Okay, I go back to my room and rest for a while." Tian was worried. "I take care of you." Qin Yi raised his lip and touched her oval face. "Are you hungry? Want to eat something?" His reminder made Tian truly hungry, and she instinctively touched her stomach. Qin Yi opened her door. "Go back to your room and eat." Even after Qin Yi returned to his room, the smile on his face remained. She felt different towards him. Even without her memories, she was different. Chapter 93. After Qin Yi and Tian left, everyone finally regained their voices. "Oh my god! Was that person just now a psychic? So powerful. I didn't even see how they attacked. Boss, what kind of powers were those? What levels were they? Space? Teleport? Or mental? Maybe all of them? Could he have dual, triple, or quadruple powers?" With just a wave of his hand, those people's weapons fell to the ground. Beyond shock, everyone felt a deeper respect for the inn. Surely there was a tycoon behind the inn. Otherwise, how could they so brazenly display so many goodies? That boss is so powerful, the inn is completely safe, right? Everyone was overjoyed and suggested celebrating tonight. Speaking of celebration, everyone checked their accounts to check their points. The number of zombies around the hotel has decreased over the past 2 days. Needless to say, the Dawn base is definitely behind this. They made such a loud noise today, yet they didn't attract any zombies. This suggests they cleared out the zombies on the periphery, or someone has stopped them. In short, many people don't have many points. This is mainly because they haven't been at the hotel long. Besides the daily rent and food expenses, there are also the training camp fees. Compared to the points they earned, these expenses are not small. As for weapons, many people team up to share one. Regardless of their money, everyone bought food at the restaurant according to their ability to celebrate. Those with more points bought large tables, filled with all kinds of delicacies. Those with low points, who usually only ate boxed lunches, made an exception today and bought 2 or 3 of their favorite dishes from the restaurant. After Chen Xiao finished taking his medicine, the team members invited him to join them for dinner. As he passed the lobby counter, he paused. "The boss isn't here," the team member whispered. Chen Xiao twitched his lips, exuding a rather uninhibited air, a touch of self-deprecation. Those who had been following him couldn't help but fantasize. Previously, they had thought that Boss Chen Xiao and the boss were a perfect match. One sweet and lovable, the other aloof and uninhibited, their looks perfectly matched and their personalities complementing each other exceptionally well. When Chen Xiao stepped forward, they felt their suspicions were almost certainly correct. Chen Xiao was the second highest boss after Chu Yulong. In fact, in terms of strength and talent, Chen Xiao was superior to Chu Yulong, but he was young, and the team was also full of young people, so they weren't particularly strong. Although Chu Yulong's strength was inferior to his, he possessed leadership skills and aura in his middle age, and the team he had formed was widely considered the strongest. The two were prominent figures within the Meihai base, surpassing even the official psychics in their brilliance. Chen Xiao was powerful, but aloof, unwilling to easily accept team members or offer assistance, a lone wolf. Such a man had the audacity to resolve the In's problems, leading some to wonder if he had feelings for the owner. Chen Xiao's striking appearance and exceptional strength made him a perfect match for the sweet, lovable, and delicate owner. I never expected there to be another powerful figure within the inn. Looking at the powerful figure in action, his strength was unmatched by even 10 Chen Xiaos, who easily defeated everyone with a single blow. Besides his strength, he was also much better looking than Chen Xiao. Thinking back, everyone realized they couldn't recall the boss's appearance. They just thought he was incredibly handsome, a perfect match for the boss, a match made in heaven. Looking at Chen Xiao again, they felt something was missing. Chen Xiao's teammates also misunderstood, "Brother Chen. It seems the boss has a girlfriend." Chen Xiao frowned. "What's going on?" He frowned, his expression cold as he headed for the restaurant. His teammates sighed silently behind him. The captain was just too introverted, not good at expressing himself. Now they didn't even have a chance. As night fell, Chu Yulong led the team back to the hotel. There were no pickups today, so their team headed north to search. Unexpectedly, they encountered several waves of zombies, preventing them from continuing north to locate the military base. When they could see the hotel building, they realized something was wrong. They hurried back, only to see various traces of supernatural bullets on the outer perimeter of the barrier. Judging from the traces, the inn was attacked by a large number of people, many of them powerful psychics. There weren't many powerful people inside the inn, so judging by these traces, the attackers must have been powerful. Chu Yulong felt a chill run down his spine, his body tense, and he whispered to everyone to be careful, fearing the inn had changed hands. He led his men into hiding in the bushes, observing for a while, until he saw a familiar figure. He breathed a sigh of relief, knowing only then that he'd been sweating coldly. Chu Yulong knew the situation in the two surrounding bases better than many. Seeing these signs of fighting, he knew the perpetrators must be from the Dawn base. Thinking of the Dawn base occupying the inn, as someone who had agreed to join them, but then stood them up, his fate was bound to be bad. Chu Yulong had experience and thought more deeply than most. He immediately considered what would happen to him if this happened, ostracized or even suppressed, no longer able to enter the hotel, use its amenities, or enjoy its safe rooms, services, and delicious food. Thinking of this, he was truly terrified. If he hadn't enjoyed it before, that would have been fine, but now, he absolutely wouldn't want to go back to those days. No, he needed to get to the bottom of what happened today. If there was anything wrong, he would find a solution. If nothing worked, he wouldn't leave the hotel. He wouldn't be so passive again if this happened again. When he learned that the hotel actually had a powerful psychic, far superior to him, Chu Yulong lost all thoughts. He would just live his life as it came. He felt his current life was good. He didn't have many ambitions. As long as his team and family were doing well, that was all he needed. If he had the whole power to live well, he was willing to take it, but if not, he didn't really want it. In fact, this free life was more comfortable. Chu Yulong greeted Tian, then ordered a sumptuous dinner, and opened a bottle of wine. Listening to everyone's discussion about the people at Dawn Base, he felt even more strongly that the innkeeper was the best. Unlike everyone else, who was relaxed, Tian felt a headache. The branch's points were running low, and she had embezzled 2/3 of the main store's deposit. No, that remaining third included today's revenue. Putting that aside, Tian had nearly emptied the main store's points. Do you regret it? The system asked. Tian sighed. The branch's revenue today was pitifully low. Aside from the income from Chu Yulong's team, who had gone out, the other guests hadn't received a cent. Even worse, the branch's points weren't just lost, their profits were gone. Their costs were gone, too. All the stores were running out of stock. Well, the items displayed in the stores now were fake. Only when someone bought them did the hotel spend their points to restock them. The same thing happened with the food everyone bought. It looked like it was there, but in reality, it wasn't. When someone bought it, the branch would deduct the main store's points to restock it. So, to the guests, everything was fine at the hotel, and there was nothing better. Only Tian, who could see behind the scenes, realized the severity of the situation. Fortunately, the main store's spending is stable, otherwise the branch wouldn't be able to hold up. What troubled Tian even more was that after the celebration, everyone went on a spending spree, primarily on weapons, various potions for power-ups, and training grounds. Everyone at the branch was terrified today. Regardless of strength, anyone with extra points wanted to spend them to improve their skills. Although they knew the people from Dawn Base probably wouldn't attack again, improving their skills was a good idea. A stronger life would lead to a better life. This put even more pressure on the hotel. The points in the guests' accounts are now just numbers. The energy they correspond to has been used up today. But if this gets out, everyone will surely panic, right? But if it's kept secret, everyone will go on a spending spree, and the hotel won't be able to withstand it. If the hotel survived the battle against the Dawn Base, and then went bankrupt after successfully defending it, that would be a joke. After discussing it with the system, Tian decided to implement purchase restrictions. As for the truth, she only revealed one thing. The hotel consumes energy to defend against the invasion, and the purchase restrictions are due to this additional consumption. The guests were no fools. They quickly understood the situation and sympathized with the hotel's approach. They were even particularly grateful for its efforts, and had no complaints about the purchase restrictions. Those who had given it more thought had already made plans to hunt more zombies tomorrow. Chow Weiman had come to the hotel on a mission. His team carried large backpacks, each containing a compressed biscuit and a bottle of water tucked into the side of the pack. The rest of the pack was filled with crystal cores. They were the Meihai Base support team. When they arrived, the Dawn Base psychics were surrounding the hotel, engaged in a fierce battle. Chow Weiman's psychic level was high, and his team was also skilled. But facing so many Dawn Base psychics, their team of 3 dared not move. God knows how tormented they must have been while waiting. If the hotel failed, Meihai Base would be doomed. Meihai Base is currently experiencing a massive exodus of freelance psychics. Almost all of them have left, save for 1 or 2 who have gone to the inn. The rest have gone to Dawn Base, and are now helping Dawn Base manage the inn. In addition to the freelance psychics, more than half of the official psychics have also left. Meihai Base is now severely short of psychics, unable even to staff guard shifts. The base has selected many ordinary people for training. With abundant food and water supplies, and the promise of moving into the inn, the training has been quite effective. But compared to before, Meihai Base's guards are still too thin. For this emergency support mission, the base was truly depleted, yet the situation was of paramount importance. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have sent him out. Although his father was strict, he still loved him, and wouldn't have sent him on a dangerous mission. Thankfully, the final outcome wasn't irreversible. After all the psychics at Dawn Base were defeated, Chow Weiman finally relaxed. After entering the hotel, they didn't immediately meet the owner. Seeing that the hotel was doing well, they didn't rush to complete their mission. Instead, they applied for a card to top up some crystal cores, bought some food and water, and ate and rested in the lobby. When they received the hotel's purchase restriction notice, Chow Weiman immediately went to Tian to hand over the crystal cores sent by Meihai Base. This truly solved Tian's urgent need. She had actually noticed Chow Weiman and his group before, but seeing they hadn't taken any action, she assumed Meihai Base wanted to renege. She figured that even if they did, it would mean adjustments to their future cooperation with Meihai Base. After all the crystal cores were successfully topped up, Tian smiled. Chow Weiman was taken aback by this smile, and when Tian looked over, he looked away as if he had been electrocuted. Tian thanked him, and got to the point. The original plan to rest and recuperate for a few days was scrapped. The hotel would have to increase the transfer of ordinary people from Meihai Base, because the zombie wave was coming. Chapter 94. Upon hearing the news of the impending zombie wave, Chow Weiman was speechless with shock, then panic set in. Minghai Base's current situation was no match for a zombie wave. Is the zombie wave really coming? How did you know? Chow Weiman looked at Tian hopefully. Tian was much calmer. I have a special method to detect zombie gatherings. Based on previous data, the zombie wave will erupt in 10 days at most. During the first zombie wave, the system had no samples or energy and couldn't make predictions. Now, with samples and the newly added energy, the system has made an analysis. Chow Weiman could probably understand it. This was a bit like big data analysis. Satellites were still functional, and their base could still receive data. Perhaps his father had already received the news. It was normal for them to receive the news. The hotel was actually able to receive the news without any equipment. It was truly impressive. Chow Weiman gave Tian a deep look. Who is this girl? We need to hurry now. The hotel has plenty of rooms, and can accommodate as many people as possible. The lobby is just too crowded, but the situation is urgent. Let's move them in first. The hotel will make all the necessary arrangements to stagger travel. It just so happens that the crystal cores sent by Minghai Base can serve as a loan fund for new guests. The hotel system has already calculated the number of people it can accommodate. Based on the current capacity, it can accommodate twice as many people. This double number of people is just enough to accommodate them before the zombie wave arrives. For Minghai Base, double the number of people is a very small number. After learning the result, Chow Weiman didn't relax. Instead, he became even more worried. He was now considering whether to recruit back the psychics, who had previously left the base. Thinking of the feud between those psychics and the inn, Chow Weiman hesitated to act rashly, but instead tentatively consulted Tian. Chow Weiman wanted to use the hotel's admission quota to recruit psychics from the original Minghai Base, but Tian naturally disagreed. All those involved in the hotel attack were blacklisted, barred from entering the hotel, and unable to use its medicines and weapons. Don't worry, I got it all planned out. Let's put it this way, even if a zombie wave breaks out, everyone in Minghai can evacuate to the hotel. Seeing Chow Weiman still worried, Tian focused on explaining the business card shield function and the hotel's upgrade plan. After hearing these explanations, Chow Weiman finally felt relieved. Is there anything we can help with? The inn needs crystal cores. Minghai Base should prepare as many as possible. Minghai Base brought a considerable amount of crystal cores this time, but considering the energy required for the subsequent evacuation, Tian didn't dare use too much, even postponing the upgrade. According to her current plan, she essentially upgraded the inn to 9 stars before the final deadline. Before the upgrade, both new and existing guests would be frustrated and would avoid frequent travel due to the high influx. With limited zombie resources, the delay caused by off-peak travel was negligible. Additionally, there were migration efficiency issues without using barrier energy. Instead of investing a large amount of points now to upgrade the inn to 9 stars and expand its range, then finding ways to improve migration efficiency and move more guests to the inn, only to face the dilemma of insufficient zombie resources near the inn, it would be better to wait until the early stages of the zombie outbreak to invest in barrier power. This would protect all survivors while also attracting a large wave of zombies to the inn. The hotel's barrier isolates zombies from all sides, providing a completely safe space. This seems good, and it's actually quite effective, but it also has its drawbacks. Even if a zombie wave arrives, the hotel won't be able to gather a single zombie, and guests will have to search far and wide to fight zombies. In short, before the zombie wave breaks out, the best option is to invest extra resources in developing the strength of both existing and new guests. Of course, it would be even better if someone could provide the hotel with more crystal cores during this period. With enough crystal cores, any solution is a good one. But that's impossible. Minghai Base's armed forces are extremely limited, and there aren't many crystal cores available. They can't afford to abandon their mission of protecting the base to fight zombies, right? After all, a large base with tens of thousands of people is bound to attract zombies. Zombies wander around Minghai Base every day, and the base guard's role is to kill these zombies and maintain base security. Without the guards to clear the zombies, the base would quickly be surrounded by zombies, and that would be the point of despair. Despite the large number of people at Minghai Base, they are just ordinary people and are completely useless. Zombies are now generally level 2, and there's also the threat of zombie and mutant animals. Even with firearms, ordinary people are in trouble. Venturing out rashly will likely result in death. This is why those with special abilities are particularly revered. The longer the apocalypse lasts, the greater the disparity will become. Eventually, ordinary people will be left defenseless against zombies and mutant animals, becoming their prey. If there hadn't been an inn, Don Base's actions would have been quite correct, and Mihai Base's demise would have been inevitable. Chao Guodong, the base's director, and his son Chao Weiman gradually realized this. There's no escape from Mihai Base. Chao Weiman remained worried, but there was nothing he could do. Chao Guodong trusted Tian's decision, but he decided to evacuate the researchers first. There weren't many researchers and their families, so leaving with the rest of the population wouldn't be conspicuous. Don Base. With the leader dead, everyone was in a state of panic, but strength reigned supreme in the base. After a moment of confusion, everyone turned their attention to Tang Jia and Lu Feng. Tang Jia had been reluctant to attack the inn, but he couldn't convince Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng understood his intentions, and didn't force them, only assigning him to guard the outermost perimeter, primarily to prevent zombies from attacking during the assault. This was also the reason no zombies fled despite the commotion during the attack. Of course, Tang Jia also made a fortune, becoming the wealthiest man in the area. Unfortunately, without the inn, these crystal cores were just pretty stones useless. Tang Jia believed he hadn't been against the inn. With these crystal cores, he wanted to enter the inn and become a full member of its ranks. Many people shared the same sentiment, expressing their willingness to join Tang Jia's team. Lu Feng's face darkened. He had a mortal feud with the inn. Anyone here could enter the inn except him. Thinking of that man, Lu Feng couldn't help but tremble. Most of his former subordinates were killed or injured, and those who remained had turned against him. They all wanted to join the inn. Lu Feng forced a sarcastic smile. I don't think the inn will accept us. Don't forget what we did today. Do you think the inn will repay us with kindness? Everyone present was silent. This time, Dawn Base deployed 90% of its Esper, most of whom surrounded the inn and attacked. Only Tang Jia's team remained on the periphery. The remaining 10% was led by Yang Kui to guard the base. Now that his uncle was dead, no one would trust him, a second-level Esper, anymore. They all defected and joined Tang Jia's team. Lu Feng's words made everyone hesitate. If they couldn't join the hotel or cooperate with it, then the Dawn Base was still a good place. The only supplies in the base that were consumed were weapons, but there was plenty left, enough for them to live comfortably for 2 years. If there were fewer people, 3 to 5 years wouldn't be impossible. As for 2 years from now, humans would surely have developed plants that could thrive in the apocalypse. Think about it. How big is the hotel? How many people can it accommodate? If we hadn't offended the hotel, we might have had a chance to stay there. Unfortunately, we done what we did, and there's no regrets. Alas, Boss Yang really made a bad decision. Lu Feng spread his hands, unblushingly shifting the blame. This was highly inflammatory, and many people looked annoyed and angry. The more irritated ones erupted in outbursts of abuse. Yang Kui didn't dare to say a word. Finally, Lu Feng pulled him back, saying that Yang Cheng's decision had nothing to do with him or his family. Everyone then remembered that Lu Feng and Yang Kui were close friends, but now Yang Cheng had betrayed them, and they were dead. Yang Kui was nothing, yet Lu Feng still treated him like a brother. Many felt Lu Feng was a righteous man worth making friends with, while others thought he was too foolish and too kind-hearted. Due to Lu Feng's strength, everyone fell silent and continued discussing their plans. Lu Feng was right. The inn wasn't big enough to accommodate the entire Dawn Base, let alone the Mihai Base. Now that they had offended the inn, their chances of getting in were essentially eliminated. On a different note, the inn only provided rarer potions. Since they were already psychics, they didn't need the activation potions much. As for the others, could they still level up without them? Look at Lu Feng, hasn't he tried the potion from the inn? His superpower level has risen by another level, and that breakthrough happened yesterday when he was being chased by the innkeeper. There's no reason they can't do it. As for their families, they haven't offended the inn. They can find a way to get someone with the potion out, and then they can activate their superpowers without any worries. If they can't stay at Dawn Base, they can still sneak into Mihai Base. With that in mind, everyone is quite optimistic. Tang Jia glanced at Lu Feng with a half-smile. This guy does have some tricks up his sleeve, and he can sway people to his side with just a few words. However, he didn't care about that. If they wanted Dawn Base, they could give it to them. Tang Jia made it very clear that he would bring his men and family to join the inn. He hadn't taken action against the inn, and had always opposed it, so joining the inn should be no problem. Hearing this, many people became excited again. Some who hadn't taken action begged him to leave them, while others, cleverly, claimed they were forced into it, and that it was understandable. They also wanted to join Tang Jia's team, and have him lead them in negotiations with the hotel. Tang Jia refused, and his reasoning was sound. Regardless of whether they had taken action or not, they had already been clamoring at the hotel entrance, and he simply didn't dare take them. Their hopes were dashed, and they were furious, but they couldn't do anything about Tang Jia. They even tried to curry favor with him, hoping that he would help them when he became successful. Tang Jia also spoke to them in a gentle manner, promising to help them if he could. There was no other way. His group was a minority, and joining the hotel still needed to be arranged. It wasn't something they could just join. Negotiations would be necessary, and they had families to consider. They couldn't afford to lose at the last minute. Using family members to blackmail people was common in the base, and the first person to bring it up was Lu Feng, whom he was very wary of. Most of the optimistic ones were members of the original Dawn base, who were also the main force attacking the hotel. The other psychics from the original Meihai base all had their own difficulties. Chapter 95. Without Yang Cheng, they were now considered free, but they could have lived a much better life. If they hadn't come to Dawn base, they might all be enjoying a feast in the hotel right now. Coming to Dawn base was the worst decision they could have made. They were furious. Those who didn't attack the hotel, like Lin Xingping, were fine. Song Gong and the others, who were forced to act by Dawn base, hated them to death. Knowing that Lin Xingping and his men had been slacking off in the group, and now joined Tang Jia's team, they were filled with envy. Besides the slackers, the other psychics, who had been brainwashed from Meihai base to work for Dawn base, also felt extremely regretful. Later, knowing that those people had joined Tang Jia's team, they felt even more regretful, cursing Yang Cheng for deceiving them. In fact, they wanted to curse Lu Feng and Yang Kui more. Lu Feng's men had recruited them, and it was Yang Kui's men who had brainwashed them. However, they couldn't afford to offend Lu Feng, so they could only curse the deceased Yang Cheng. Tang Jia despised these people, and neither did Lu Feng. They were all brainless. After cursing for a while, these people, realizing that neither Tang Jia nor Lu Feng were friendly towards them, sided with Song Gong and his group. Song Gong and his group hated Lu Feng and Yang Cheng the most. They had wanted to side with Tang Jia, but they had attacked the hotel. They were forced to do so, but it was done. Tang Jia had rejected them, and there was no way they would join Lu Feng's side. So, they formed their own faction. Song Gong also felt a certain disdain for these brainless people. Not only had they been tricked into joining Dawn base, but they had actually been tricked into working for it. They hadn't received much in return, and they weren't trusted confidants. Yet, they trusted the people of Dawn base so much. What else could they be but foolish? But they were psychics after all, many of them quite capable. Since their team was small, they reluctantly accepted them, considering they all came from Meihai base. Lu Feng had looked down on them, but seeing they joined Song Gong's side, his attitude immediately changed, and he began to court them with a friendly smile. No matter how foolish these people were, there was no way they were joining Lu Feng's side now, so they all refused. This infuriated Lu Feng to the point of rage. Since arriving at Dawn base, no one had dared to refuse him. The cause of all this was that damn Tian Inn. Just wait, if they came back to him after being rejected by the inn, he'd make them pay. That inn was a vengeful bunch. Dawn base was now divided into 4 factions, Lu Feng's and Tang Jia's. These 2 factions were equally matched, and had the largest number of members. There was no other way. The 2 were the strongest, so naturally, they had a large following. Next up were the former Dawn base psychics, led by Yi Hui. Yi Hui was the 4th strongest person in the Dawn base, and one of Yang Cheng's right-hand men, used by Yang Cheng to contain Tang Jia. After Lu Feng's arrival, he was relegated to 4th position. He was easygoing and had no complaints about being relegated to 4th position. After his retirement, Yang Cheng trusted him even more than he trusted Tang Jia. However, those close to him knew he still harbored resentment towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng's rise to power didn't harm his interests, but it did cause him to lose face. If they were of similar age, it wouldn't be a big deal, as he might be inferior in skill. But Yi Hui, already in his 30s, and a trusted subordinate of Yang Cheng before the apocalypse, was a real source of embarrassment for being suddenly pushed aside by a younger Lu Feng. No matter how good-tempered he was, he still felt bad. Yi Hui was the primary force in the attack on the inn, responsible for many of the deployments. He knew Lu Feng was right. He couldn't join Tang Jia, so he decided to form his own faction. Those on his side couldn't join Tang Jia's team, but they didn't want to be associated with Lu Feng anymore, so they just separated and waited and watched. The only ones left were Song Gong and his group. They were the smallest group, and both Lu Feng and Yi Hui were wary of them. It had to be done. Yang Cheng's previous orders had been too forceful, and they had offended them greatly. Both teams even considered physically dealing with them, but seeing that the psychics from the original Meihai base had joined their new faction, Lu Feng and Yi Hui abandoned the idea of violence and instead apologized and tried to win them over. Song Gong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Although they hated the people at Dawn Base, they hated Lu Feng and the Yang family the most. As for Yi Hui, they had mixed feelings about him. Before attacking the inn, when they were threatened, Yi Hui had helped them, making their situation less difficult. But it was also Yi Hui who had commanded them to attack the inn. Only Tang Jia hadn't forced them, and certainly hadn't helped them either. The four factions were now each on their own, each harboring their own agenda. Dawn Base was effectively torn apart. Tang Jia looked at the men fighting their own battles with mixed feelings, and his awe for the powerful figure at the inn grew even stronger. He suspected Yi Hui had been deliberately released. It didn't make sense that the smaller leaders were dead, while Yi Hui was still alive. If they could kill Yang Cheng, how could they not kill Yi Hui? The powerful figure at the inn must have considered the current situation, separating them and preventing them from uniting again. But if there were no benefits, they would sooner or later unite again. The inn would surely offer them incentives to prevent them from uniting. Tang Jia's eyes lit up. They still had a good chance. Tian had just received a proposal for handling the personnel at Dawn Base. As for Lu Feng and his men, it was clear they would never be allowed into the hotel again. They couldn't use anything there, not even the food or drinks. Next, there were Tang Jia and his group. They had always only wanted to cooperate with the hotel, but it was also true that they were indirectly helping Yang Cheng this time, so they had to settle the score. They had a lot of crystal cores, so they couldn't get away with extortion. Ahem, the system had given them a high price as compensation, but it wasn't something they could afford right now. They had to pay to enter, including their families. If they couldn't pay in full, no one would be allowed into the hotel. Yi Hui's team fared better than Lu Feng's, but significantly worse than Tang Jia and his group. Their compensation had increased tenfold, and even after paying it in full, they couldn't enter the hotel. They could, however, purchase water and food there, at exponentially higher prices. After reaching a certain threshold, they could purchase weapons, but they still couldn't enter the hotel until a year later, when they met certain conditions. Next were the psychics from the former Meihai base. The situation here was more complicated, but they could be divided into three categories. The slackers, for example, Lin Xingping, were forced into the Shuguang base, but cleverly avoided the coercion. They slacked off during the attack on the hotel, even secretly obstructing others. Thus, they only had to pay a fine to enter the hotel, which was less than Tang Jia's groups. Of course, the fines varied from person to person, depending on their previous performance. Next came Song Gong and his group. Their character wasn't very good, but they really didn't want to deal with the hotel, and they were really forced to do so. Their solution was more severe than Tang Jia's team. After all, Tang Jia was in a position of power, and had no choice. Although he was a smooth-talking person, his character was better than Song Gong and his group. Next up are the brainwashed. They're the dumbest, but their actions are understandable. They likely come to their senses and turn around later, so they'd be treated better than Song Gong and the others, receiving the same punishment as Tang Jia and the others. According to the system's calculations, if this plan is implemented, Lin Xingping and his team will all be able to enter the hotel the day before the zombie wave arrives. Tang Jia's team will arrive just as the zombie wave erupts, and Song Gong and the others will only be able to enter afterward. The families of these people will also be with them, and the same treatment will apply. If you want to bring your family with you, you must pay the same compensation for them. We share the good and the bad. As for abandoning your family, sorry, those who are like that should be assigned directly to Lu Feng's faction. They're truly unworthy of being called beasts. I thought they'd blacklist all of them. There's a reason behind this, I tell you. Tian looked at the plan, carefully considering the reasons the system had given her, then gave a thumbs up. Great. I got it. Oh, why didn't I think of that before? The previous host was too weak and didn't like to use their brains. Now that they're feeling better, they're more aware. Maybe they'd be able to think of these things later. Of course, the system didn't say these words. Instead, it vigorously promoted its current master, Chen Yi, making Tian's eyes sparkle with admiration. Hopefully, this good impression will remain. It's not easy for the master. The next day, Tian had arranged the relocation and was talking to Chao Weiman when a group of people from Dawn Base arrived. Unable to enter the hotel, they stood outside the barrier, shouting and waiting. Chao Weiman frowned at the newcomers through the hotel window. Tang Jia took half of the men with him, leaving the other half behind to guard against Lu Feng. Song Gong and Yi Hui's team had about the same number of people. Half went out and half stayed. However, many of those who sided with Lu Feng were also mixed in the group. Although they supported Lu Feng, they also wanted to join in. Tian ate breakfast before slowly leaving. Chao Weiman followed behind him, looking at the group with a sour expression, especially the psychics from the former Mihai base. Tang Jia succinctly explained their purpose. Song Gong fawned over them, while the others bowed their heads as if admitting their mistakes, while others remained unconvinced. Tian ignored all of this, simply stating that she understood. Then she had the system display the conditions on the barrier. If you have any questions, please discuss them with the system. If you're ready, you can hand over directly here. Even someone as shrewd as Tang Jia couldn't help but gasp when he saw these conditions. At that moment, he was absolutely certain that the end was truly unfathomable and could hide nothing. Yet he still refused to accept it. He had come with the intention of negotiating in the first place, so how could he accept it without a discussion? After that, he completely gave up and agreed to the terms. There was nothing he could do. The hotel knew all about their tricks. The reason for the punishment and the reason for giving them a chance were crystal clear. The system stated it so directly, making those around him look at him with strange eyes. Next came Lin Xingping and the others. With Tang Jia's presence, they had given up hope, but they were pleasantly surprised to find that the punishment was half that of Tang Jia's team. Next, speaking to Lin Xingping and the system, there was another ordinary person, Hu Guilan. Hu Guilan had joined Wang Qi and his group to get enough food. After learning that Xiao Tianmin and his group were moving the hotel, she had been living in regret. Chapter 96. Especially after she was beaten, she regretted it even more. She felt resentful, but there was nothing she could do. She wanted to live. Afterward, when Wang Qi and his group left Mihai base, they didn't let her go, but took her with them. Luckily, they were too busy guarding against the psychics at Mihai base to bother with her. But after arriving at Shiwang base, her life became even worse than before. She was nearly sent to that place by those beasts. If it weren't for her cleverness, she temporarily dissuaded them from doing so. Later, Shiwang base was about to attack the hotel. She prayed to God for a long time, hoping that Shiwang would fail. Now that her bullies were dead, Lu Feng didn't know if he still wanted her, and the others didn't recognize her, so she took the opportunity to ask Lin Xingping for help. Since they were both from Mihai base, Lin Xingping was happy to help her. She was the only ordinary person in the group. Seeing her as an ordinary person, the others were somewhat displeased, but they couldn't say anything. They assumed Hu Guilan was Lin Xingping's woman, and Lin Xingping didn't explain, allowing the misunderstanding to continue. Hu Guilan glanced at Lin Xingping with gratitude, then eagerly asked the system if she could enter the hotel. Of course, ordinary people can enter the Tian Hotel directly. The Tian Hotel welcomes all innocent, ordinary people. The moment she heard this, Hu Guilan burst into tears, and at the same time, she ran as fast as she could into the hotel's barrier. Nothing stopped her. The ease of entry left Hu Guilan somewhat dazed. The others were even more stunned. Then someone tried to break through the barrier, only to be bruised and battered. Why? Isn't she just an ordinary person? A human being. Why is she allowed in? Why can ordinary people get in? This woman looks familiar? Isn't she one of Lu Feng's men? Why is she here? A lowlife bitch. How could she possibly deserve that? These words made Hu Guilan extremely embarrassed, and her body trembled slightly. At this moment, the system suddenly spoke, instantly and permanently disqualifying the insulting psychics from entering the hotel. It also announced that any psychics who had abused or bullied ordinary people would also be disqualified from entering the hotel. The person who had spoken was stunned for a moment, then angrily shouted, "Why?" After a while of fussing, they still couldn't influence the system. They called for help from those around them, but no one was willing to help. The hotel's rules were clear. They wouldn't accept scum. Since they were scum, it was best to stay away. When Song Gong saw Hu Guilan successfully enter, he was filled with regret. Some even excitedly slapped themselves in the face. He didn't know what he was thinking. He knew there was such a place as a hotel, yet he had the audacity to go to the Dawn base. After feeling sorry for himself, Song Gong proposed that his family enter the hotel first. They were guilty and deserved punishment, but their family was innocent. Soon, their proposal was rejected. Their family had benefited, so when it came time to be punished, they certainly couldn't be completely innocent. Song Gong and his group were dejected, but Tang Jia's eyes lit up. He had found a way to negotiate. Their team could follow the hotel's instructions and prepare the crystal cores before entering, while their family could enter first, and of course, they would also have the necessary crystal cores ready. Tian Tian didn't agree, and the system also rejected it. Tang Jia, quick-witted, immediately proposed more conditions. On top of the existing penalties, they were willing to pay even more, such as taking on the hotel missions for free. After some discussion, the negotiation was finally successful. Tang Jia's team could first send their families to the hotel. In addition to paying the required crystal cores, they would also be required to escort ordinary people from Minghai Base along the way. If Minghai Base hadn't fully relocated when the zombie wave arrived, their team would be required to assist Minghai Base during the zombie horde. Seeing that negotiations were possible, Song Gong and the others immediately stepped forward and made the same request. Those who had betrayed Minghai's memory were ruthlessly rejected by the system, believing their character was insufficient and therefore unsuitable for negotiation. Unexpectedly, the brainwashed individuals successfully negotiated. After learning the reason, Song Gong and his team regretted it again. Yi Hui was the calmest. He knew his place well, and even the opportunity to enter the inn was beyond his expectations. He readily accepted the inn's offer, and those willing to follow him and listen to him fell silent. With this composure, they analyzed a lot of things, such as the fact that the inn didn't like scum, especially those who bullied women. Yi Hui was thankful for this. He hadn't compromised his bottom line before. The dirty work at the Dawn base was all done by relatives of the Yang family, and he didn't like to force it. He preferred mutual consent. There were several such people in his current team, who were no longer eligible to enter the inn. It seemed they had no choice but to be expelled. However, among those who approached Lu Feng last night, there were indeed some who were qualified and could be recruited. The fact that those people had also sent someone over suggested they could be recruited. Unlike Tang Jia, they still had to stay at the Dawn base for a while, so they had to establish some power, otherwise they'd be completely devoured. Yi Hui shifted his gaze towards Song Gong and the others. The enemy of my enemy is a friend worth joining. Although he didn't want to bargain, Yi Hui still approached Guangping. It was unclear what he said to the innkeeper, but soon, the inn's robots came out, wheeling in a variety of food. Can we still buy things from the inn? Song Gong exclaimed, amazed. Several groups of people went to buy things from the inn, and the points they spent were definitely doubled. Those rejected by the inn couldn't buy anything, but they secretly took a bag of cookies. But when they opened it, there were no cookies. Song Gong took a quick look, quickly took out the cookies he bought, and tore them open. Luckily, his cookies were still there. He then searched through several other packages of food. Everything was still there. However, for those rejected by the inn, no matter what food they opened, the moment it was opened, it disappeared. Everyone was shocked by the inn's tactics, and those with more ulterior motives completely gave up. Yi Hui was surprised at first, then pleased. This would make it easier to win over those people. Tang Jia and his men were thankful they had made the right decision. Hu Guilan saw the despair on the faces of those scumbags and smiled. Then, without looking back, she entered the inn. Hu Guilan carefully examined everything in the inn, especially the person before her. Do you want a loan? Tian Tian asked. Hu Guilan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her expression normal, without a trace of abnormality. She truly didn't want to recall that past. Although she regretted it, it was all in the past. From now on, she would become stronger, become a superpowered person more powerful than anyone else, and then live a good life on her own. She pulled a crystal core from her pocket. I have this one. See how many points it's worth. She had begged for this crystal core for a long time, and now it felt like a shame. A level 2 crystal core, 500 points. A level 2 zombie actually has 500 points. A level 2 zombie doesn't have any special abilities, only the speed and strength of an average adult. She should be able to handle it. But is it really that easy? Or is she just that lucky? The hotel bills might not be cheap. A lot or a little? Hu Guilan asked tentatively. A single room is 30 points per person per day, 1,000 points per month. Fast food is 10 to 15 points, noodles and rice noodles are 8 to 15 points, breakfast is 2 to 5 points, mineral water is 1 point, and boiling your own water costs no points. Quite cheap. Hu Guilan exclaimed in surprise. The hotel prices were even cheaper than before the apocalypse. She had expected them to be expensive. No wonder the people there live so well. Yes, daily necessities are very cheap, as are common weapons and medicine. Psychic-related items are more expensive, so you can check them out on the e-commerce site. Tian Tian taught her step-by-step how to use them. Hu Guilan was nervous, fearing Tian Tian would dislike her. After all, she was truly unclean now. Tian Tian, unaware of her inner thoughts, taught her very seriously. Hu Guilin finally relaxed, then shed tears. I'm fine, don't worry about me. I'm just so happy. 500 points should last me a while, right? I wonder if I can buy a weapon. I need to kill zombies. It depends on what you want. Compound crossbows are a bit pricey, but regular bows and arrows are cheaper. You can group in, or the hotel offers rentals. No deposit is required for rentals. Rent and damages are payable upon return. Many people rent weapons. It's cheap, flexible, and there's no conflict associated with group purchases. With zombies relying on loot, demand simply outstrips supply. Great. Truly great. After getting the hotel stamp, Hu Guilin went to buy breakfast. Seeing the water dispenser, she steeled herself and bought a large bucket, then sat down in the lounge area and devoured it. At this point, the hotel lobby wasn't crowded. By the time Hu Guilin bought her third bun, the crowd had increased. Were those people from the Dawn base outside just now? Yes, didn't you ask the system? They were here to sue for peace, and the hotel has punished them. Hu Guilin, seeing so many people, wasn't nervous at all, and she ate her buns much faster. Hey, isn't that Guilin? Didn't you follow those psychics to the Dawn base? Hu Guilin froze. The people who arrived were none other than Li Hong and Li. It's you, Guilin. Why are you so thin? What's that on you? Did you get beaten? Why did those bastards do that to you? Hey, I told you you should have come with us then. You're such a stubborn kid. You didn't listen to the elders, and now you're suffering. Li Hong had a loud voice. During her time at the hotel, she had been incredibly helpful. Everyone knew her. Everyone looked in her direction as she spoke. Hu Guilin's face paled. She didn't want to see Aunt Li at all. Aunt Li used to be so meddling and lecturing her, and she hated it. She knew she had no ill intentions, but they just didn't get along. When they were told off enough, her temper flared up, and they would argue. Aunt Li was older, she was younger, and everyone who saw them arguing would always tell her she was wrong and tell her to respect the elders and love the young, but they didn't consider how Aunt Li related to them. She was just a stranger who kept huddling with her, constantly bossing her around and meddling in her affairs. Her intentions were good, but it really annoyed her. How could she be in a good mood when he said out loud the very thing she wanted to hide the most? Chapter 97. Hu Guilin bit her lip, trying not to act rashly. She had only just arrived today, and no one here would be on her side. Knowing she was from the Dawn base, they might even ostracize her. Sisterly, who is this girl? From the Dawn base? Hey, this girl used to be from our Mihai base. She always been with Xiaomei and me. Then, she started eating and drinking less, and she couldn't stand it anymore. She went looking for the psychics at the Dawn base, and I couldn't stop her. Talking about this, Li Hong still felt a little resentful. She had treated this child sincerely, like her own child, but she didn't appreciate it. Hey, are those psychics at Dawn base any good? We were bullied so badly by them before, and this girl went looking for them herself? Oh, that's not good. Those people are no good. They just drag away any pretty girl they see. Do you know Zheng Hong? Zheng Hong's daughter. Oh, pitiful. Back then, we were being driven out. Even though they knew they might not survive outside, they still ran out, fearing they'd be caught and imprisoned. Hey, what's wrong with this girl? She went looking for those people herself? She's so brave. That was still a good comment. Hu Guilin curled her lips. She knew what they would say. This girl was disobedient, and now she regrets it. She suffered for nothing. She should have come with us. Li Hong was both angry and regretful. Guilin, are you hungry or thirsty? Do you have any points? If not, I have some for you. Hu Guilin couldn't hold it in any longer. I have them, I don't need yours. And it's none of your business. Hey, you little girl, what's wrong with you? You want to argue with me again? I'm just concerned about you. You're so stubborn. You suffer in the future. Who are you to me? What's your business whether I suffer or not? You? Oh, that girl is so rude. Aunt Li cares about you. She even gave you points to use. Please stop saying such disheartening things. Hu Guilin was feeling very upset. She knew it was the situation, but these people didn't think about the fact that it wasn't Aunt Li who started the harsh words. What are you talking about? Tian walked up to the group and asked with a smile. She had a sweet and lovely face, and her smile made her even more endearing and friendly, but at that moment, her smile didn't reach her eyes. Everyone, please keep quiet. Everyone was filled with joy and gratitude at Tian's voice. They wanted to talk to her, but before they could say anything, they heard the warning and saw that although Tian was smiling, she didn't seem genuinely amused. Everyone immediately became silent, and a sense of awe welled up in their hearts. This belonged to the young woman in front of them. Even if she was usually easygoing, no one dared to act casually, especially since the staff were so powerful. Of course, there were those who weren't afraid. Li Hong was one of them. She felt that during her time at the inn. Please don't criticize anyone's life. In fact, these people just had nothing better to do after eating, and the inn had fed them too much, Hu Guilan thought to herself. Life is tough in the apocalypse. There are still many forced women at the Dawn base. They be coming to the inn soon. If you can't accept that, please keep your mouth shut and refrain from commenting. You know, such comments can get you killed. Tian said slowly, I write this rule into the hotel rules. First offenses will incur a fine, but repeated offenses will result in expulsion. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Having given her warning, Tian walked towards the counter, leaving behind only a resolute figure. The women also hurriedly dispersed. Let's go. I'm going back to my room to watch TV. I'm going home too. I have a card game appointment today. Li Hong tried to pull Hu Guilan aside for a private conversation, but Hu Guilan didn't want to pay any attention and turned back to the counter. Thank you. Hu Guilan looked at Tian gratefully. Tian shook her head. You're welcome. There's a psychotherapy room in the hotel that many people use. In this post-apocalyptic environment, everyone is under a lot of pressure. I try. Hu Guilan considered herself strong, but just now, she realized that her strength was just a facade. Don't you think I'm doing this wrong? You already paid the price for your choice, haven't you? Hu Guilan nodded. Yes, she had already paid a painful price. After a moment's silence, she pulled herself together. There was no time to dwell on the past. She rented a compound crossbow and prepared to go out. Just then, someone called her again. Sister Tianman. Hu Guilan smiled. Unlike Li Hong's self-righteousness, Xiao Tianman truly cared for her, understood her, and respected her. Now that she was in this situation, Xiao Tianman didn't show any condescending pity, only just the right amount of concern. Are you going out to fight zombies? You want to join us? When Xiao Tianman first arrived at the hotel, she was very weak and her aim with the compound crossbow was poor. She practiced hard in the training room, and now her strength had improved considerably. However, among them, Li Hong was still the main force in fighting zombies. Hu Guilan glanced at Li Hong and shook her head in refusal. She had no intention of joining them again. None of the adults in that group, except Sister Tianman, would like her, and children were the most easily influenced by adults. Rather than clinging to them, it was better to stay away. Xiao Tianman felt a touch of regret and disappointment, but more of a worry, but ultimately respected her decision. Hu Guilan's decision was the right one. Many of the children in the group remembered her, and understood some of the things they had learned. The adults hadn't kept secrets from them. Children in the apocalypse were exceptionally mature, and knowing these things would help them survive better. Because the discussion wasn't slanderous, it was simply an educational case study. The story wasn't spread, and even if it was spread, it was simply about someone who didn't name anyone, so the system didn't impose a penalty. Hu Guilan, who had stayed away from the group, didn't hear about this. But if she had, she would have been heartbroken. The others didn't know the inside story, and couldn't affect her, but everyone in the group knew her, and knew more or less about her. But that's a story for later. Hu Guilan's incident also prompted Tian to prioritize rescuing the remaining civilians at the Dawn base. These individuals, primarily young women, were still controlled by the Yang family and their relatives. The system hadn't forgotten about these individuals, but rescuing them was currently difficult. The system offered benefits for rescuing them, reducing penalties for the three factions and allowing them to enter the inn sooner. The three factions currently siding with the inn all had numerous families to care for, and their families wouldn't be allowed into the inn for a long time. They didn't dare immediately join Lu Feng and Yang Kuei's group. Furthermore, since the inn wouldn't accept psychics who had bullied ordinary people, many would align themselves with Lu Feng. While some would align with them, ultimately, more people would side with Lu Feng. In this situation, Team Song Gong and Team Yi Hui were both relatively conservative, while Team Tang Jia had already been assigned to Minghai base. Only Lin Xingping and his men remained. Their punishment was the lightest, and they could enter the hotel in 2 or 3 days after preparing their crystal cores. Unfortunately, they were the smallest group, making rescue extremely difficult. The system still encouraged them to find ways to rescue the people. If that proved impossible, they would only issue a rescue mission after the zombie wave. The system's calculations were excellent, but it also underestimated humanity's potential. After the people from Dawn base returned to base, another clash ensued, further separating the four factions and causing even greater chaos within Dawn Base. This chaos had both positive and negative consequences. For Tang Jie and Lin Xingping, it was a good opportunity for them to gather strength and prepare for their departure. For Yi Hui and Song Gong, it was a bit of a headache. They had to be even more vigilant against Lu Feng and Yang Kui's forces. If they went behind, they would be in far greater danger than if they had gone first. Lu Feng and Yang Kui were hopeless, and there was no telling what they might do. This meant they had to make extensive preparations, such as desperately earning crystal cores to purchase the potion for awakening superpowers. If all their family members awakened their powers, they would have no problem escaping, not even fighting, and would be better able to counter the likes of Lu Feng and Yang Kui. While they were balancing their forces, a group of individuals were secretly carrying out a major operation. These individuals were the former freelance superpower users from Mihai Base, brainwashed by Dawn Base, and barred from joining Tang Jie's team. Later, they were incorporated into Song Gong's team. After joining Song Gong's team, Song Gong made many decisions. They listened quietly. Knowing their punishment would be lighter than that of the Song Gong team, they remained with the team. After returning to Dawn Base, they quietly left the team and raided the Yang family's garrison. Because Chen Feng and Yang Kui were worried about Tang Jie, Song Gong, and the others taking action, they brought along a number of skilled personnel during the clash, leaving fewer guards. In the apocalypse, power was scarce, and most places were still dark. These people quietly made a scene and rescued quite a few. In fact, more could have been rescued, but some were unwilling to leave. These women and men were practically the playthings of the upper class, their lives far better than others, even better than those of some lower-class psychics. They had joined and stayed voluntarily. These people also didn't believe in the existence of such places as inns. They had never heard of them. They even thought the group had come in simply to rob them and threaten Lu Feng. Among them was Zhang Wanmei, whose status was quite unusual. Although she was an ordinary person, not a big sister, she was certainly the most powerful among the ordinary people. She achieved such a high status because, first, she joined early, and second, she was exceptionally beautiful and savvy. She had long ago taken down Yang Cheng and Yang Cheng's sister, Yang Kui's mother, a true big sister. Despite her status, she didn't compromise her bottom line, helping the people of the city whenever she could. Everyone hated Sister Yang, but they never hated her. There was no other way. No matter how much they tried to curry favor, they were still ordinary people, inferior to those with special abilities and those in higher positions. The rescue team still knew about this. The people at Dawn Base didn't tell them, but they weren't wary of them either. If they asked, they would tell them. Zhang Wanmei, those under her care, and some of the people who volunteered lived much better than those who resisted. Those who resisted not only didn't have enough to eat, but were often beaten. The contrast gave them a bit of PTSD. Some even thought those with special abilities were pretty good, and those who lived in misery were ignorant of the times. They didn't realize that even if those who compromised, they wouldn't have a good outcome. It was just that they were isolated, and even Zhang Wanmei didn't know. After Yang Cheng's death, the base was divided, and the Yang family and the superpowered individuals who came to consume it became much more restrained. Lu Feng also issued new rules, which improved their lives. So much so that when someone came to rescue them, they not only refused but also helped to stop them. This infuriated the rescuers, who threatened, "You will definitely regret this." Don't ask why they were so sure or confident. Didn't they just learn a lesson? Chapter 98. Time was running out, and the rescue team hurriedly left, taking those willing to escape. Once they reached a safe location, they counted and found that more people remained than had been rescued. What were those people thinking? Seriously? What were they thinking? They'd been brainwashed, just like us. When this was mentioned, everyone felt that their previous experiences had been foolish, so it was better not to mention them. Did we really escape? We won't go back? Li Ding asked, her face bruised and red, with a mixture of hope and disbelief. Of course, sister, don't worry. We rescue you, and won't let you get recaptured. Li Ding twitched her lips, the pain in her face making it difficult for her to speak. Thank you, that hotel. Don't worry, sister, we take you to the hotel tomorrow. We're serious. We're not lying. If you're feeling uncomfortable, sister, just shut up and get some rest. Li Ding was the most seriously injured of the group. Not only her face, but her body and legs were covered in wounds as well. If it weren't for these, she would have been a truly beautiful woman, with fair skin, striking features, long hair, and a perfect figure. And this scarred girl was the most ruthless of the group. Freed, she dared to pick up a weapon and kill. Her eyes were the fiercest, her tone the most resolute. She was the first to loudly declare her determination to leave this damn place, even if it meant death. Wang Ming couldn't help but admire the way she spoke at that moment. It was her leadership that convinced the hesitant majority to abandon their hesitation and follow her, and the others out. Later, he learned from other people that this girl was indeed a heroine. She came to the Dawn base with her brother and mother. Her brother was a person with special abilities, and she and her mother were ordinary people. However, because she was good-looking, she was pursued by a person with special abilities, who was also her brother's college classmate. Her family had a good life, if only her brother hadn't died. It wasn't known whether her brother was dead or not, but he hadn't returned for a long time. 3 months earlier, she and her mother had been forced to move out of the area where psychics gathered, and into a place where ordinary people lived. Afterward, their lives became very difficult. Her former suitor urged her to become a mistress for a man. She refused and told him to leave, but they arrested her mother and threatened her. Her mother didn't want her daughter to be coerced, and simply told her not to agree. When she didn't, the men revealed the truth about her brother's death. It wasn't an accident, but murder by a good classmate. A relative of the Yang family had taken a fancy to her, but her brother disagreed, and the scumbag schemed to kill her brother for personal gain. Upon hearing the devastating news, her mother collapsed and fought the scumbag, only to be strangled to death with vines. Li also tried to fight back, but they wouldn't give her the chance. She was bound and brought before the Yang family member. She resisted constantly, at every opportunity, until they finally grew tired of her and sent her off for training. She never gave in. Sister Yang, enraged by her, didn't kill her, but instead tortured and scolded her daily, essentially becoming a constant punching bag. There were some strong personalities here, but none as strong as this girl. Many resigned themselves to their fate after a few training sessions, but Li never did. Li was indifferent to the pity shown by Wang Ming and the others. What a shame, she didn't awaken her powers. Wang Ming was shocked. You can't awaken your powers like this? Who said you can? I thought people would unleash their immense potential in life or death situations. Others, I had to admire this girl's resilience and optimism. Don't use that method anymore, girl. Wait until tomorrow at the inn, and you can buy the power awakening potions. Then you'll be able to awaken your powers. Li's eyes sparkled with hope. Just hearing that, she was determined to escape, even if she might die along the way. With such a commotion, Lu Feng quickly received the news. Not only Lu Feng, but everyone present knew. Lu Feng remained composed. He didn't particularly enjoy that kind of place, nor had he ever been there. Women always threw themselves at him. He found the idea of forcing him unseemly, but since it was the Yang family's doing, he couldn't intervene. Yang Kuei was the most anxious. His uncle, Yang Cheng, had died, and their family's biggest supporter had fallen. They had also offended the hotel by attacking it, causing many people to lose access. It could be said that they had offended all the psychics in the base. Fortunately, Lu Feng sided with them, preventing them from attacking. He then promised them many benefits. In the past, psychics who wanted to enter had to pay or complete base missions, and if they couldn't play well, then only the higher-ups and managers could play. This offer alone attracted a lot of people, even attracting over 20 people to Huey's side. Unfortunately, time was short. After just one day, a group of people visited the hotel and learned that it permanently refused to allow anyone who had been there. Many who wanted to come didn't come, and they didn't attract many people from the Mihai base. Although those people were stupid, they were still quite capable. Furthermore, every time someone comes over, there's one less enemy, and it doesn't cost anything. Since no one's going there anyway, it still costs money, so the more they can use it, the better. If something happens there, it'd be troublesome for them, completely destroying their value. That's fine in the short term, but in the long term, Lu Feng might not want to play with them again. Yang Kuei didn't know that Lu Feng had no hope of getting into the inn. He simply assumed he was staying out of loyalty, and out of consideration for his good friend. After repaying the favor, he could leave whenever he wanted. It would just be a higher price. Those punishments wouldn't faze a strong man like him, especially since his family was still helping him collect crystal cores. Song Gong was stunned when he heard the news, then became extremely anxious. What's wrong with these people? How could they act on their own? Don't they think about how many people they offend? The factions had just been redistributed, and many of Huey's men had gone to Lu Feng's side. Only a few had left Lu Feng's team and joined Huey's. Huey's team, combined with their group, could barely hold their own against Lu Feng's forces. But the Yang family was the local tyrant, and if Tang Jia's team left, they'd be in big trouble. After all, they still had to find a way to fight zombies and earn crystal cores. They couldn't bring their families along for the ride, so they had to keep some men around. If everyone had maintained a balance before, it would have been easier. But now they damaged someone else's interests, and they wouldn't want to seek revenge? Wouldn't this just delay things? Look at those people's eyes, they were murderous. If they weren't trying to recover their losses, Song Gong felt they want to fight them. The others could still give it a try, but Lu Feng was really powerful. A day ago, Tang Jia was inferior to him. Today, Tang Jia drank several bottles of ability-enhancing potions, which allowed him to improve his ability to challenge Lu Feng. It was really uncomfortable after Tang Jia left. Brother Yi, what do you think? Yi Hui curled his lips. When the enemy comes, we must fight them. When the water comes, we must block it with earth. I knew Song Gong's team was a makeshift organization and unreliable, but I didn't expect it to be so unreliable. Even with all those people joining, he couldn't completely win them over. His ability was too weak. It seemed he would have to find a solution on his own. It would be best if he did like Tang Jia and sent his family to the hotel first. Luckily, it was Song Gong's team that caused the trouble. On the surface, he had little to do with them. He was quite capable, so he wasn't worried about Lu Feng and the Yang family provoking him. Plus, Minnie and his team had connections with those there, so they wouldn't fall out anytime soon. Wang Ming settled his men and then sauntered back. By then, Song Gong was already furious and started cursing at everyone he saw. Send them back quickly, and then try to negotiate peace. We're still in this base, so we should bow our heads. Wang Ming, believing he'd done a good deed, couldn't bear Song Gong's scolding, and in a fit of rage, he announced he wouldn't team up with him. The hotel said there would be a reward for rescuing them. If we do this, maybe we can get into the hotel tomorrow. Song Gong was furious when he heard this. His team hadn't received any such reward for betraying Mihai Base, and the hotel had treated them harshly, leaving them no room for negotiation. But Wang Ming's men were different. They were originally free agents, so leaving Mihai Base wasn't considered betrayal. Their brainwashing and attacking the hotel could be seen as a result of their youthful impulsiveness, tricked by a pyramid scheme. If they came to their senses and returned, the hotel would give them a chance. Yi Hui's group didn't approach the hotel to negotiate. If they had, they might have been able to negotiate a price. Their team was in a difficult position. Although their punishment was the second to last, they had no room for negotiation and could easily fall to the bottom. It was truly devastating. After figuring this out, Song Gong immediately stopped them. If you don't want to be sent back, then don't. But if you want to leave the team, you need to think carefully. What if the hotel doesn't agree? We're all from Mihai Base, so it's better for us to work together. Just think about how powerful Lu Feng and his team are. What if the hotel agrees? Song Gong paused. If the hotel agreed, then they definitely wouldn't be blamed. Humph, you old slickers, you greasy middle-aged men. We absolutely won't play with you anymore. You were hypocritical back at Mihai Base, so it's no wonder you betray the base. How disgusting. Alas, we're doing this for your own good. You're so ungrateful. If you act like this today, you might not even be able to leave the base tomorrow. Don't bother with that. As soon as Wang Ming left, he went to find Lin Xingping and asked him to talk to Tang Jia. Lin Xingping had contributed to this operation and would definitely help. Tang Jia's team had concerns and was only willing to help in secret. Young people are still too impulsive. They act with the foreground, not the end. Tang Jia shook his head. Lin Xingping nodded, a bit impulsive. Many of those people were students and easily fooled, but once they understood the situation, their sense of justice took over, and he couldn't stop them, so he had to join in the effort. Zhao Haizhou wasn't a student either. He had been working there for 3 years. He hadn't been brainwashed by the Dawn base, but he also wanted to reap some benefits. At first, he was just slacking off like Lin Xingping and the others. Later, he also attacked the hotel, but he didn't use his full strength. He only attacked when the superiors were watching. The rest of the time, he just slacked off. He felt this was the best plan: perform when the superiors were watching, and slack off when they weren't. In the end, if the Dawn base won, he would definitely benefit. If the hotel won, he didn't offend them too much. After all, compared to the Dawn base's people, their attacks were nothing. Furthermore, they had a reason. Their families were at the Dawn base, and they were worried about them being coerced, so they were forced into a corner. There were many others who shared his thoughts. Some smart professionals, others foolish. Like the students, they had believed the Dawn base's words, and were desperately trying to perform. Their punishments were indeed more severe than theirs, but even more severe than Lin Xingping's. No matter how they explained they were forced into a corner, the hotel refused to relent, as if they saw through them. They had no choice but to accept, and their punishments became the same as those of Wang Ming's group of students. They had analyzed today's operation, and the risks and benefits were roughly 50-50. After careful consideration, they decided not to participate. If the situation didn't get dire, they would side with Song Gong. Song Gong and his men were seasoned professionals, and they would always find a way to avoid danger. They wouldn't be in any trouble if they followed them. Their punishments were less severe than Song Gong's, and they would definitely be able to evacuate before them, ensuring their safety. Although they didn't take direct action, they still helped a little, so it still counted as a contribution. If there were any benefits, they would still get them. However, Wang Ming and Song Gong had a falling out. How could they possibly support both? After some discussion, they decided to follow Wang Ming first. If there were any benefits, they would make a fortune. If there were no benefits, it would not be too late to join Song Gong's side. Chapter 99. Wang Ming had been dissatisfied with Zhao Haizhou and the others since they refused to join the operation. Furthermore, Lin Xingping and the others slacked off, and ultimately received the lightest punishment. These students, who had never entered society before, finally realized the cunning of society. At their age, when they were quite righteous, they found this cunning detestable. However, they weren't completely foolish, and several of them had advised them against it. However, they ignored it, wholeheartedly following the deceptions of those at the Dawn base. They wanted to prove themselves to their families, and earn a better living for them. Then, they could get their parents to mind their affairs less, and stop nagging them about studying. Why bother studying in this apocalypse? Once their abilities improved, they could still find a job at the base. And Lu Feng, only a year or two older than them, perhaps even the same age. If he could rise to the top of the base in such a short time, they would have a chance too. That was their thinking at the time. Well, in the end, my parents were right. How could there be so many good things? But young people are thin-skinned. They learned their lesson this time, but they didn't want to give in. They also wanted to make amends. On the way, they were focused on saving people. However, this time they were more cautious and didn't make a final decision. Then, didn't they catch a good opportunity? Those gang members were all together arguing, and no one paid attention to them. Their defenses were loose, which was a perfect opportunity. It's just that some gang members are a bit annoying. Don't think they don't know. They just want to have their cake and eat it too, playing both sides. Brother Lin and his friends were the better ones. They warned them beforehand. Although they had some concerns about this operation, they still joined them in the rescue. Otherwise, the operation wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Because of this, Wang Ming informed Lin Xingping and the others, who had been working with him, of their plan, excluding Zhao Haizhou and the others. The next day, except for Lu Feng's team, the other factions all organized their forces to leave the base to fight the zombies. Song Gong and Yi Hui were the lightest, and were the first to arrive at the agreed location. Why haven't they arrived yet? Yeah, why are they so slow? Zhao Haizhou and the others were nearby. Seeing Song Gong's question, he shook his head, indicating he didn't know. I didn't see anyone when I left this morning. Is something wrong? Song Gong felt anxious, worried, and a little relieved. After a few complaints and another half hour of waiting, Lin Xingping and Wang Ming arrived with a large group of ordinary people. Have you brought your families and everyone else? Song Gong was almost breathless. Yes, we're planning to take our families to the hotel. It's definitely dangerous to stay here. That was a very real possibility. Have you gathered all the crystal cores? Brother Tang, did you bring any other people with you? Tang Jia nodded slightly. We have some crystal cores, and we brought a few elderly people and children. Wang Ming and Lin Xingping shook their heads. We don't have any. Song Gong thought these people were crazy. What are they thinking? They're bringing people over here without even having the crystal cores ready. And don't they have to gather their own and their family's crystal cores before they can enter the hotel together, just like us? Could they send their families in first? Zhao Haizhou was incredulous, then lost in thought. A large group of people marched out of the Dawn base. Yi Hui's team had originally planned to fight zombies in another direction, but now they had split into two groups. One group would continue their original plan to fight the zombies, while the other would follow the main group to the hotel. They all wanted to see how the hotel would react to Wang Ming and the others' actions. Undoubtedly, the ordinary people rescued from the Dawn base had entered the hotel without a crystal core, and upon entering, someone came to their aid. It turned out that the ordinary people at the Dawn base recognized these people, and they warmly comforted them and explained the hotel's situation. Leading and her group were stunned, unable to believe that such a hotel existed in the apocalypse. Even the resilient Leading took a long time to process. It wasn't until she took a sip of sweet orange juice between her chapped lips that she finally believed they were saved. At that moment, Leading burst into tears. The others also cried uncontrollably. The people at the hotel had seen many people cry like this before, but these people cried the most heartbreakingly. Everyone was already experienced in dealing with such situations, and one by one, they told them about the hotel's goodies, and they were definitely talking about the ability awakening potion. This immediately shifted their focus, and their eyes lit up with hope. In the end, everyone cried tears of joy. This bustling scene gave the newcomers an unprecedented sense of warmth. The temperature inside the hotel was exceptionally warm, the lighting and atmosphere warm, a warmth that radiated from the inside out. It was already autumn, and the weather had been extremely extreme since the apocalypse, getting cold very quickly and getting hotter and hotter. They were all wearing down jackets outside now. It was only September, but inside the hotel, the temperature was perfectly suitable. The clothes they sold were also very light and warm, and they didn't heat up. It didn't matter whether it was hot or cold. Life was better than before the apocalypse. How could anyone not be happy about that? Meanwhile, Wang Ming and his companions were also delighted. Their families could now enter the hotel. The entry date was today, however, their punishment remained in effect. They had to hand in their families' crystal cores within a certain period of time, and they themselves could only enter after handing in their families' crystal cores. Furthermore, their families' expenses for the hotel had to be prepared in advance, and they couldn't stay without points. But these were minor issues. They all had a few crystal cores. This was the hotel's reward for saving people. Lin Xingping and his companions, along with their families, could also enter the hotel. They just had to hand in their crystal cores within a certain period of time. In addition, they could get loans to purchase weapons and medicine, so even without crystal cores, they and their families would have no problem surviving. This thrilled the people who had done the good deed. Wang Ming's parents had originally strongly disapproved of their impulsive rescue, but they couldn't stop them. They had already decided to plead with others if anything went wrong, and would do whatever they were asked to do. As they packed up and left Dawn Base, their faces were filled with sorrow, thinking that if they couldn't return to Dawn Base, they wouldn't want to burden their children. Finally, their own children persuaded them, saying that if they couldn't get into the hotel, they could return to Meihai Base, and that they believed Meihai Base wouldn't stop them. They finally felt somewhat relieved. Unexpectedly, a sudden turn of events finally allowed them to enter the hotel. Unfortunately, their children couldn't enter the hotel, which made them extremely worried. Finally, they pleaded with the system, and with Lin Xingping's help, the group of ordinary people who had been rescued also pleaded for mercy. Tian also felt that these students could be forgiven. They had caused a scene at Shuang Base yesterday, and if they hadn't been allowed into the hotel, something might have happened. In the end, Tian made the final decision, and the system compromised, allowing Wang Ming and the others to enter the hotel, though they wouldn't be eligible for the loan. Tangjia then handed them the crystal cores, asking them to help care for their team's relatives, 10 elderly people and 5 children. Don't worry, Brother Tang. We definitely take good care of Grandpa and Grandma and these little puddings. Thank you. Everyone in Tangjia's team was beaming, delighted. Song Gong and the others were stunned, then filled with envy, even a touch of jealousy. How could they, having all come from Meihai Base, have such different outcomes? When they attacked the hotel, they were also very reluctant. They were forced into action. Wang Ming and his men, on the other hand, took the initiative, gaining early entry simply because they had saved someone. Could they do the same? There were still ordinary people in Dawn Base who hadn't escaped. After inquiring with the hotel, they realized it wasn't feasible, and Song Gong and the others finally regretted their betrayal. Who would want two-faced traitors like them? But isn't there a way around it? They just want to survive. If it weren't for the apocalypse, they wouldn't have dared to do this. Zhao Haizhou and his group were stunned. They hadn't expected to receive such a huge reward for rescuing someone. Feeling regretful, they immediately informed the system that they had contributed. Unfortunately, the hotel was fully aware of their actions, and they only received a word of encouragement, no real reduction in punishment. Thus, they were the most regretful, regretting it dozens of times more than Song Gong and his group. They wished they could go back to last night. They wouldn't refuse, and would join the rescue effort no matter what. Those who needed to be settled were quickly settled, and those who couldn't stay had no choice but to leave in disgrace. Instead of brooding here, it was better to go fight zombies, and collect enough crystal cores to enter the inn as soon as possible. Yi Hui was the calmest among them. He had come today to see the outcome and remain completely aloof. However, he wasn't completely aloof either. He had learned from this incident, and he knew that the Dawn base would soon be in complete chaos and would no longer cause trouble for the inn. With the matter settled and the personnel arranged, the rest of the team went about their business. Tang Jia led half of the team towards Mihai base. They were to fulfill their promise and escort the civilians there. The existing guests of the inn also took action, but most of them remained inside, fighting zombies against the barrier. As the number of guests increased, the number of zombies around the inn was insufficient. The existing guests tried their best to accommodate the new guests, leaving some zombies for them to fight. Seeing this, some old guests mustered up the courage to team up and go further afield to fight zombies, potentially attracting more zombies back. Most of the new guests also stayed in the hotel, many of them too afraid to even fight zombies. However, there were some who were truly remarkable, Hu Guilin, leading, and other ordinary people who had escaped from the Dawn base. After resting for 2 or 3 days, they decided to venture out. They were all resilient individuals, drawn together by similar experiences, and now teamed up to fight zombies. However, they didn't dare venture too far. After all, they were all ordinary people. By simply going a little further, their rewards exceeded the hotel's allotment, and they could even bring back some zombies. Their actions encouraged even more people to venture out. For this, Tian even gave them some rewards, including discounts on their purchases. Wang Ming, Lin Xingping, and others, although the hotel didn't require them to leave the hotel to fight zombies, teamed up to venture further afield. They had debts to pay, and they also wanted to repay the hotel. They were now more grateful to the hotel than anyone else. They felt it was incredibly considerate. Besides going to more distant locations to fight zombies, they also managed to bring a large group of zombies back to the hotel every day. Tang Jia's team operated similarly. While on the road, they fought zombies as hard as they could, luring as many zombies as possible to the hotel. As the zombie wave approached and the zombies continued to gather, their source of income never ceased. Thanks to these people's efforts, even though the number of guests increased by thousands daily, the hotel lobby became increasingly crowded, and even the underground parking lot had to squeeze in to accommodate new guests. The supply of zombie cores remained constant. Both old and new guests had zombies to fight. Although the number of cores allocated to each person did not increase, at least everyone's normal life was guaranteed. Chapter 100. As the hotel's revenue increased, Tian also distributed rewards to guests who had made contributions. Although the hotel was in dire straits at the end of the attack on Dawn base, Tian still felt the need to reward those who had made contributions, and the system also supported this idea. Tian had assumed that the rewards would be delayed until after the zombie wave. Unexpectedly, new and old guests, as well as Tang Jia and Lin Xingping from Dawn base, were so supportive that the hotel's revenues surged. Considering the virtuous cycle that would follow the rewards, Tian decided to distribute them first and proceed with the upgrades as planned. She also allocated some crystal cores to prepare for the subsequent zombie wave. Mihai base. Thousands of people were leaving every day, a development that made those unaware of the situation very uneasy. Leader, how about we make the hotel's existence public? The hotel's existence was still being kept a secret, and the remaining personnel had more or less sensed something was amiss. Furthermore, the researchers had been sent away. Although some people had been assigned to work there, they were too few. The research institute was under close scrutiny, and any anomalies within had been discovered. Now that the Chow family's son had left the base, the people who had been keeping tabs on the Chow family's movements had also started making some noise. Keeping it secret any longer might lead to trouble. Chow Guodong pondered for a moment and said, "Let's make it public." Yes. The subordinates spoke loudly. Revealing the hotel's existence would definitely boost morale, and they wouldn't have to go through the trouble of concealing it. Chow Guodong sighed, hoping it wasn't too late. Before the Dawn base attacked the hotel, he had already agreed with the innkeepers to announce its existence and its advanced technology. He then encouraged everyone to join the training team, gradually moving from defending the base to exterminating the zombies. Everything was planned perfectly, and the future looked bright. But unexpected events kept coming one after another. First, the Dawn base attacked the hotel. The hotel had tipped him off, telling him to prepare for the hotel's collapse. Upon hearing this news, Chow Guodong nearly lost his soul. The news about the hotel couldn't be made public. It gave everyone hope. If the hotel didn't hold out, wouldn't it be even more despair? Then came word of the impending zombie wave. He was scrambling to prepare, and the tension within the base, which had been soothed by the recent abundance of supplies, was slowly rising again. Today, it was finally too late to suppress it. It was time to make the news public. Choi-won, a native of High City, had been on a business trip before the apocalypse. Afterward, he awakened his supernatural powers and returned with colleagues and people from High City he met along the way. They entered the Mihai base, found their families, and settled there. As psychics, they were recruited by the base. Only the girl with the water ability joined the base to work in logistics. The rest, finding guard duty boring and worried about supply issues, became freelancers. The freelancers' job was to search for supplies while clearing out zombies. Thanks to their experience traveling, they traveled further than the others. On their way back, they passed by the Dawn base and knew the situation there. Therefore, their main search direction was High City. High City had already fallen, and with tens of millions of zombies, they naturally wouldn't just charge in. Instead, they would gradually clear out the perimeter. After making some gains, they headed back. This work went smoothly, as the other freelancers in the base would search for supplies and clear out zombies in the surrounding towns, making these areas safe zones. Sometimes they wander so far that they wouldn't return for days. As the base's supplies dwindled, they ventured further and further afield. Their most recent trip had taken them to High City. Not long ago, they returned to the base and discovered many changes. Almost all the freelancers had left, and many of the base's psychics had also left. Upon closer inquiry, they learned that these people had all gone to Dawn base. It was a complete shock. They also noticed that some people were leaving the base every day, and no one knew where they were going. Their families were ordinary people who didn't dare leave the house. The water-based psychics were exhausted from their daily water supply duties, and lived in the base's staff dormitories. No one mentioned these matters, and they didn't even know about the freelancers' departures. Choi-won felt something was seriously wrong. After that, they began closely monitoring the base's situation, including the son of the head of the base, the research institute, and the ordinary people who disappeared daily. However, due to the base's strong confidentiality, they never learned anything. He even discovered that the base's information blockade had tightened considerably in the past few days. Later, when they tried to leave the base, they were unexpectedly restricted from leaving. They weren't ordinary people, so they naturally wanted to seek an explanation from the base. The higher-ups said they would give them an explanation, but they had to wait. 2 more days passed, and Choi-won decided he couldn't go on like this, so he led his men to demand an explanation. Then he learned shocking news. Surprise, doubt, and disbelief filled his heart. After calming down, he suddenly remembered Tian Hotel. Why does this name sound so familiar? Brother Choi, do you remember when we were coming back through Pinkon County? We met several psychics promoting a hotel with this name. I thought it was quite interesting at the time, sweet. I even complained about how sweet things were in the apocalypse. Ah, I remember that too. I still remember the expressions on those people's faces when they talked about this hotel. We all thought they were crazy or had ulterior motives. We never imagined this hotel really existed. Could it be the same hotel they were talking about? It's almost certain. Didn't they say this hotel suddenly appeared? The one here is a branch. If there are branches, there must be a main branch. Could the one in Pinkon County be the main branch? The members of Choi-won's team looked at each other in confusion. They didn't speculate. They took the opportunity to confirm that the hotel did indeed have a main branch in Pinkon County. Ah, it suddenly feels like we missed out on so much. They stared at the flyers detailing various potions and weapons, then the food page, and the photos of the hotel. We missed out on 100 million. Not to mention the power boosts from the potions. Even the delicious food, fast food, and happy water made them feel bad. If we had gone to the hotel to recuperate, the journey back wouldn't have been so difficult. If we had gone to the hotel to recuperate, we would have fought zombies furiously to earn cores. When we returned to the hotel, we could buy all the power awakening potions, eat all the delicious food, and even lie back for a month. If we had gone to the hotel to recuperate, would we have been so frightened for so long? Would we have had to search so hard for supplies? Wouldn't it be more fun to kill zombies and collect cores? Searching for supplies was truly arduous. Many vegetables and meats had spoiled and were inedible. They primarily collected snacks, biscuits, and other dry goods, as well as drinking water. These items had to be carried back and forth, and they had to keep an eye out for zombies and mutant animals while collecting. It was incredibly dangerous and arduous. Thinking about it now brings tears to my eyes. If they had known about the existence of a place like the hotel, why would they have worked so hard? Searching for supplies wasn't that important. On a different note, wouldn't it be better to leave the supplies they collected outside for the survivors? Perhaps they could have saved a few more people. They believed there were probably scattered psychics hiding in various corners, and with so much supplies scattered around, finding them could save lives. With the announcement of the hotel, the atmosphere at Meihai Base immediately shifted from anxiety to jubilation. The news of the zombie wave had been kept secret. If it had been made public, the base would have been in chaos and panic. However, the stability didn't last long. Those who knew about the hotel were eager to move in. Many began to resent the fact that people from the shantytowns had moved in before them. The hotel's living conditions were so good that everyone wanted to move in quickly. Those with connections used all sorts of connections, and everyone was generous with their supplies. The shantytowns were now less crowded, and things were becoming more spacious. Those without connections abandoned their own homes and moved directly into the shantytowns, leaving the entire base in disarray. Fortunately, the families of the guards and law enforcement personnel had already moved into the hotel, freeing them from worry and allowing them to maintain order. As a psychic, Cui Wen was asked to stay behind to maintain order within the base and to deal with the upcoming zombie wave. Their families were given priority for admission to the hotel. In the final days, the base stopped sending ordinary residents of the shantytowns to hotels and instead prioritized sending the families of those willing to join the guard. The guard had specific criteria for admission, and those accepted underwent emergency training. Compared to the remaining personnel at the base, the number of people accepted was very small. Everyone was desperate to join the guard, but the numbers were too high for many, and many felt resentful. However, since the hotel spots were controlled by the base, no one dared to make a fuss. Meihai Base meticulously and methodically arranged its daily work, daily shift changes, arrangements for relocated personnel, maintaining order within the base, comforting personnel, emergency training for new guard members, and the preparation and distribution of supplies. Except at night, the journey to the hotel at Meihai Base was exceptionally busy during the remaining hours. Meihai Base tried to send as many people as possible to the hotel, and the hotel also did its best to accommodate these waves of people, until the zombie wave broke out. During this time, the hotel underwent several upgrades. The resulting expansion of space prevented guests from feeling overly anxious, instead focusing on shock and hope. Everyone in the hotel knew the zombie outbreak was imminent. Tian hadn't concealed this news from them, even if she couldn't. The daily evacuation processions were so large that anyone could see the unusual situation. The strategy for dealing with the zombie outbreak was also not concealed. The guests knew the hotel was short of crystal cores to upgrade and provide a protective barrier. The guests also realized the severity of the problem. Without upgrades, the hotel's space was too small to barely accommodate everyone at Meihai Base, which would cause numerous problems. Furthermore, time was of the essence. Even if they transported people around the clock, they wouldn't be able to transport all the people at Meihai Base. The nights of the apocalypse were extremely dangerous, and the manpower available for escort missions was limited. Rather than rushing, it was better to use the daylight hours. Eventually, a protective barrier would have to be activated, and this would require crystal cores. So everyone worked together to defeat as many zombies as possible. On the night when the zombie tide arrived, the hotel was finally upgraded to 9 stars. Chapter 101. After spending tens of millions of points on upgrades, Tian spent even more to double the size of the hotel, expanding it from 1 building to 2. The surrounding space also doubled, transforming the surrounding environment. The original hotel was a single skyscraper, situated next to a highway, with trees behind it. Now, even a patch of trees has disappeared, leaving it a building identical to the first one, surrounded by lawns, plants, and recreational areas. The area between the 2 buildings is a safe zone, while the surrounding barriers have dedicated zombie-killing areas, much like parking spaces, with designated zombie-killing zones at the edges for safety and convenience. However, these zones are usually hidden and only activated when someone approaches. The hotel barriers also offer the option of purchasing a smart zombie-killing service, a small feature offered by the 9-star hotel. Seeing this feature, Tian suddenly remembered something. Tong, the hotel's barrier is pretty impressive. I wonder if it can be retracted. If the barrier could be freely retracted, wouldn't it be very convenient to attract zombies? Although the branch can't use it right now, there are too many ordinary people here who have never fought zombies before. A large wave is coming soon. Even if the hotel elevator is powerful, it will be difficult to handle such an influx of people in such a short time. Besides, to get to the residential area, you have to check in, which will take at least a second or 2 per person at the fastest. For everyone's safety, we definitely can't attract too many zombies. The main hotel is different. The guests there generally have superpowers and are well trained. They're not afraid of using the barrier to fight zombies. After the zombies in the county town have been defeated, these people all rushed out to fight zombies. Thanks to their frequent activities, zombies will find their way there. The main hotel has plenty of zombies to fight, but it's more scattered and a fair distance away. It's better to deliver the aroma right to your doorstep. That's possible, but constantly opening and closing levels consumes a lot of energy, and our hotel can't afford that right now. The system then displays the points corresponding to the energy required. Tian took a look and clutched her chest. 10 million per charge is a bit high. It's not that we can't afford it, but the branch needs to save points to prepare for the impending zombie wave. Let's wait until all the survivors of Meihai Base have moved into the hotel. The elevators in the two buildings are connected. If you want to go to the other building, you can just get in and get there in a second, which is very convenient. Tian can also decide which building to go to when she opens the door to her own room. However, she will stay in Building 1 from now on. Building 2 also has a counter, but Building 1 is closer to the highway. The people from Meihai Base also come from the highway, so Building 1 is also the most advanced building. The next time she doubles the size, she plans to build a building next to Building 1. This time, considering that regular guests will be fighting zombies, while new guests will be coming in from the highway, it's better to keep them separate. As soon as Building 2 was completed, the guests noticed it. The change was so dramatic that they noticed it from their rooms and were amazed. There's a new building in the hotel. Someone said the hotel had suddenly grown larger and wider, adding shops. I didn't expect there would be a building now. It's astonishing. Although in the apocalypse, with supernatural powers, anything can happen, but the fact that a house appeared out of nowhere is still quite astonishing. Old Master Hong stood by the window and exclaimed in admiration. Yes, I don't know what kind of technology this is. I wonder if we can ever figure it out. Compared to that, I'm more interested in researching those special chemicals, plant cultivation, and whether we can eliminate viruses from mutated animals. These are all crucial to human survival. Old Master Hong, the hotel provides food and drink, and an unlimited supply of chemicals. Do we still need to research? You haven't quite gotten into it yet, kid. Old Master Hong pointed at the young man before him. This young man was a junior at their school. With the apocalypse, many talented people had been lost, and any biology major had been drafted in to help with their research. But he was certainly lacking in talent, and didn't have much of a research spirit. Junior brother Qian, we should research what the hotel has. It's better to have it ourselves than others. Besides, aren't you curious about the ingredients in those potions? Junior brother Qian chuckled. Thank you for your advice. Teacher, I asked yesterday. The hotel doesn't have space for us to conduct research right now. Meihai Base is willing to rent a room elsewhere. We can move all the equipment in, and it'd be easier with robots helping us. Teacher, do you think we should rent a room today? Old Master Hong switched the window view to the direction of Building 1's highway. A car was already approaching, and people were getting out. They were lightly armed, as they didn't want to take up too much space. Let's wait until after half a month. Renting a few rooms wouldn't cost many points, and Chao Guodong was enthusiastically supportive. But research involves more than just these things. We also need to buy a lot of ingredients. Even if we saved money on research, we wouldn't be able to find anything. It's better not to spend these points and save them for a loan. We can come back later when we have more money. Take this half month as a vacation. Everyone rest well. Once you rested enough, go out and find some work, volunteer, but do everything within your capabilities. Try not to leave the In's barrier, and stay safe. These researchers are important personnel. Meihai Base provides them with excellent benefits, not to mention food, clothing, housing, and transportation. They also receive a decent salary, and even benefits like ability awakening potions, though these will be paid later. With such good treatment, it's best to stay content and not cause trouble for the inn or the base. Most importantly, protect yourself so that you can shine in your positions. Let's talk about the zombie wave. By the time the inn was upgraded to 9 stars, the zombie wave had already erupted. The zombies that had been roaming freely in High City, as if summoned, began to gather in droves, scenting the living. Meihai Base was over 10 kilometers from the edge of High City, separated by a river. Even level 2 zombies took an entire night to walk. At dawn, a massive horde of zombies arrived at Meihai Base. Before dawn, the people at Meihai Base were frightened. Following the shock came panic, and the base suddenly fell into chaos. This time was different from the last time. During the last zombie wave, the base had only a third of the current population. Back then, there were many psychics, the army was there to help, And most importantly, there weren't that many zombies. Now, many psychics have left, the army has long since evacuated to military bases, and Mihai Base has taken in many more people since the first zombie wave, resulting in a significant increase in the number of zombies compared to before. Even though many people have left during this period, they only account for a small portion of Mihai Base's population, less than a third. In fact, after the first zombie wave, bases everywhere, large and small, understood one thing: without strong capabilities, a concentrated population is not a good thing. Chao Guodong understood this, but there was nothing he could do. Since Dawn Base wouldn't accept ordinary people, survivors from all over the surrounding area fled to Mihai Base. He had encouraged these people to join the military base, but the zombies were evolving, and ordinary people were starving, lacking the energy or courage to migrate. The military base faced even greater pressure. As the primary rescue force, in the early days of the apocalypse, the military base penetrated deep into High City and rescued many people along the way. Most of them didn't want to stay at Mihai Base, instead following the troops to the military base. During the first zombie wave, the military base came under even greater pressure. Without its ample firepower, the base wouldn't have been able to hold on. Imagine the devastation. After the zombie wave ended, the military base sent someone to announce that they would no longer provide rescue services to High City. For the time being, High City would rely on Mihai Base for support. As for when support could resume, it depended on the military base's development. With this message circulating, Mihai Base is unlikely to send anyone there again, unless the survivors themselves are willing to leave. After collaborating with the hotel, Chao Guodong also attempted to contact the military base. He sent someone there, but they recently returned to say they couldn't find anyone at their original location. He speculated that the military base had relocated to the mountains, and the people he sent there were afraid to go too far and return directly. Additionally, the hotel was struggling to accommodate Mihai Base personnel, so the contact had to be postponed. None of this mattered. With the zombie wave approaching, the base was in chaos, and they had to act quickly according to plan. Mihai Base had been lining up since last night. By daybreak, all the cars were packed and had already arrived at the hotel. The cars were heading back. But these cars weren't enough. Rather than leaving everyone at the base to await evacuation, they were marching in formation to the hotel. Cars, equipped with hotel business cards, would act as a protective barrier on either side of the group. When necessary, they would deploy barriers to keep the zombies at bay. If there were any spare seats on the cars, they would be reserved for women, children, and the elderly. Since there certainly weren't enough seats, the base had also arranged for them to rotate passengers. In areas not accessible by the cars, members of the security team would also hold barriers on both sides to protect the ordinary people caught in the middle. When the people in line knew they were leaving for the hotel, they were initially delighted. So many people were going this time, and many who hadn't had a chance before now had one. How could they not be happy? Those who weren't in line were also delighted. They were told to be ready to leave at any time. Just as everyone was rejoicing, the zombie wave suddenly arrived. The transition from joy to panic took less than a minute. Many people, agitated, began to curse. What a wicked base! Couldn't they have let us stay in the hotel earlier? The zombie wave arrived unexpectedly, and all the psychics in the base have left. They're trying to kill us! Chao Guodong is so vicious. There's a place like the hotel, but they won't let us go. Why did some people get to go first? Why are we the ones left behind? Why? Because of connections? The researchers are fine, and the families of the guards are fine, but what about those civilian staff? What contributions have they made? Why did they get to go first? Chapter 102. When the people around heard this, they were all very dissatisfied and asked, didn't they say that the families of the guards were the ones who left a while ago? What about the civilian staff? They left last night. One of my neighbors works as a clerk. They started packing up the night before yesterday, and I went to look for them last night, but they were gone. They didn't leave, that's for sure. No one objected to the research institute leaving first. The psychic guard stayed, and their families leaving first was understandable. The civilian staff were considered to have made no real contribution. The work at the base wasn't much. They just distributed food and supplies daily, and only did a population count. These people didn't leave the base to search for supplies, but their benefits were much better than those of ordinary people. They had good housing, and one person's work could support their entire family. While most people in the shantytowns didn't have enough to eat, they had enough to eat, and they ate well. They also had plenty of water. While they weren't as good as the psychics and the guards, they were still the envy of the unemployed, not to mention the ordinary people in the shantytowns, who didn't even have a place to live. However, the people in the shantytowns weren't the most excited or indignant about this. Minghai Base had always maintained a rough sense of equality, but unfortunately, there were too many people, and Chao Guodong didn't have enough manpower at his disposal, so a hidden hierarchy eventually formed. The highest level was undoubtedly the core management team, including Chao Guodong. Next in line were the Research Institute, the official guards, and the freelancers. These individuals' families were integrated with them, and they received the second best treatment within the base. The core management team, needless to say, made the final decision on every aspect of the base's development. The Research Institute focused on research, the freelancers worked externally when they were free, and the zombie hordes were tasked with defending the base. The guards handled both internal and external duties, primarily internal defense and clearing the zombies surrounding the base. Then, there were the civilian staff at the base, primarily responsible for various matters within the base. But in the apocalypse, there wasn't much to do. Production had completely ground to a halt, trade was virtually non-existent, and population census was a one-time job. Aside from distributing food and water, the civilian staff were constantly looking for work, fearing they'd be laid off. So, for a while, the base made daily home visits, and frequently visited the shantytowns to offer their condolences. But over time, the base didn't really care about this, and everyone became lazy again. Some even became arrogant, leaving people resentful but afraid to express their dissatisfaction. The food and water crisis lasted only a day or two, and then the base relaxed, calming everyone down. The conflicts had been buried deep within them, but when the moment of life and death came, the long-simmering tensions erupted. Chao Guodong was surprised when he heard the news, but fortunately, the base was well prepared. Electronic screens went up, continuously broadcasting evacuation instructions. As everyone watched the psychic guards blocking the rear of the base on the wall, and the orderly evacuation procession ahead, the crowd gradually quieted down. Order was restored, and the evacuation team moved forward quickly and orderly. Chao Guodong, standing in the back, breathed a sigh of relief. It was the base's fault. They only considered civilian personnel essential, but they didn't realize that the apocalypse was different than before, and that there wouldn't be as many people needed to do civilian work. This has caused so much dissatisfaction. We have to reorganize the rules once we get to the hotel. The evacuation team moved quickly. The roads were now devoid of zombies, and everyone moved with ease. Some even felt that the outside world wasn't that scary, and wondered why they had never considered leaving the base before. If I left the base sooner, I might have found the hotel sooner. Wei Guoping thought with a wry smile. Wei Guoping was from Pinkon County. He was an engineer on a business trip to Haicheng, but unexpectedly encountered the apocalypse, and was separated from his wife and daughter. He was lucky enough to follow his leader all the way to Minghai Base. His leader awakened his supernatural powers, and joined the official team. Before the apocalypse, his leader valued him very much. After the apocalypse, his leader looked after him, and secured him a bed in an apartment. Although it was an 8-person apartment, it was still much better than living in a shantytown. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a job that matched his profession, and he was too embarrassed to ask his leader for a civilian job. When civilian jobs became available, they were already assigned to closer friends or family members, leaving him no chance. Unemployed and hungry, he spent most of his time lying on the cramped double bed to conserve energy. Back then, he had a lot on his mind. He wondered if his wife and daughter were still alive. There were no troops near the county town, and he didn't know if there would be any rescue efforts. His house wasn't in good condition, so he wondered if his wife and children had escaped. Thinking about it, a grown man felt like crying. Sometimes, he wanted to just leave Minghai Base without a care in the world, find a car, and drive home. No matter what, he had to make sure his wife and children were still alive. Food and water were dwindling, until he didn't even have the energy to get out of bed. Then, suddenly, food began to plentiful, and he grew stronger day by day. Then, he learned of the inn's existence and realized that he might awaken his own abilities. Shouldn't he be able to return home then? Thinking of this, Wei Guoping felt a surge of immense strength. The vehicles were parked on the side of the road, with psychics armed with ranged weapons in between, giving everyone a sense of security. Until zombies appeared near them. Most of the group had entered the base at the beginning of the apocalypse, and had remained there ever since. They hadn't faced zombies directly during the last zombie wave, and seeing the evolved zombies again after over 6 months was terrifying. Stay calm. Trust the inn, trust the base guards. Please follow the instructions in the video, and proceed in an orderly manner. Under the loudspeaker's call, Everyone now forced themselves to silently recite the training they had just received at the base. Try not to shout when you see a zombie, and even if you do, stay calm. As long as you don't leave the group and proceed in an orderly manner, you reach the inn safely. The inn provides a protective barrier, ensuring absolute safety within the group's perimeter. Is this really true? Although the video demonstrates the barrier's isolating effect, without seeing it in person, everyone still finds it hard to believe. Is it really just a special effect? Even if it's fake, there's nothing we can do. The only way to truly be safe is to hurry, and get into the inn as soon as possible. The team moved faster, seeing vehicles and people guarding both sides along the way. Someone recognized Tang Jia and members of Lin Xingping's team. They were once highly regarded psychics at Mihai Base. The psychics who had left long ago had returned to protect them. Everyone was excited, and their confidence in the base and the inn grew stronger. After a psychic killed an approaching zombie, everyone's tense nerves eased a little. Although they hadn't yet seen the so-called barrier, the guards along the way, silently killing any approaching zombies, gave them a great sense of security. The line grew longer and longer, with hordes of zombies already appearing at the end. The remaining guards, though relatively small in number and attacking from atop a high fortress, were unable to stop the dense swarm of zombies. Many of them bypassed Mihai Base and confronted the retreating group. The zombies are coming. So many of them. It's truly a zombie wave. A zombie wave. Oh my god. The previously quiet crowd erupted in a commotion. Hurry up, run. Those in front. Those at the back, stop pushing and shoving. There are so many people up front. Everyone be quiet. Keep quiet. The line stretched in 2 rows, stretching so far that it stretched as far as the eye could see. Even shouting for those at the front to run was impossible. The front had already reached halfway, with only a few scattered zombies on their side. They dispatched them silently, quickly and quietly. After a few attempts, everyone became accustomed to it. No one panicked. Some, tired from the walk, left the line to rest in a nearby car. The car was stocked with food, drinks, and other supplies. After replenishing, those who had finished would rejoin the group, each one in good spirits. The group was harmonious, each making room for another. Unless they were truly frail, they would simply sit in the car and wait for the supply trucks that kept patrolling to pick them up. The rest of the group would continue walking, but the amount of exercise was still excessive, and everyone's pace wasn't as brisk as at the beginning. The pace at the front had slowed, and the situation at the back was unknown. In panic, some people were pushing and shoving to occupy the road. If it weren't for the vehicles and the psychics guarding the area, the group at the back would have nearly collapsed. Everyone calm down. Maintain a good line and avoid crowding. Stay in formation, and you be fine. 1 or 2 zombies, and the psychic could easily dispatch them with a wave of their hands, naturally keeping everyone calm. But now, there were dense swarms of zombies. Even with the psychic's attacks, the zombies didn't diminish at all, and kept advancing. How could anyone not panic? As expected, those who pushed forward, disregarding their formation, were squeezed out of the formation by the accompanying psychic. These people were ordinary people, their strength no match for the psychic. They were squeezed like kittens, pushed outside the psychic and the car, and became the ones facing the zombies directly. Ah! Let me go! What are you doing? Those who saw their predicament clearly screamed and tried to escape into the formation, but the guarding psychic wouldn't let them disrupt the situation. After capturing a dozen people and taking them out, the formation immediately fell silent. At this point, a large group of zombies had already arrived. Many of the people standing outside were frozen in fear, screaming incessantly in terror. The zombies, excited by the screams, charged even faster. One level 3 zombie even used its superpowers to target the loudest screamer. The nearest group cried out in alarm. Some, unable to bear the sight, closed their eyes, while others desperately ran, pushing past those who had stopped and pushing those ahead. Just then, the zombies' icicles and flames were stopped by the barrier. The superpower user attacked, slaying the undefeated zombie, and 5 or 6 nearby zombies fell with it. The remaining zombies, one after another, were also stopped outside the barrier. The stopped zombies scattered in all directions, following the sound. As the zombies moved, the barrier expanded around the group like a wave. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 103. Those whose sheets had been twisted out and caught by the psychic, unable to escape, thought they were doomed. Their screams abruptly stopped and caught in their throats. Of course, there were also those who screamed with their eyes closed, unable to react. Don't kill me, let me go, I don't want to die. With their eyes closed, Their legs weakened with fear, they screamed. In the silent ranks, several people shouted, and an awkward atmosphere spread. The pain hadn't reached them, their voices hoarse, and realizing something was a little off, they opened their eyes. Ah! Is this the barrier? Amazing! The crowd finally reacted, this time no longer agitated, but cheering with joy. Oh my! I told you to trust the base and the hotel. You're so irresponsible. This was a person who was terrified but had no choice but to follow orders and feign composure. This barrier is amazing. It really keeps out the zombies. Are there barriers like this all around the hotel? Is the hotel completely safe? We're saved. Humanity is saved. This was a person who was excited and thrilled. Oh my, why aren't those disrupting the order dead? I wonder how crowds can cause a stampede. Luckily the guards carried them out, otherwise who knows what would have happened. Yeah, but killing them is a bit too much. It's nice to be scared like this. That guy over there even peed himself, hilarious. A scare isn't enough. They still need to be reprimanded. There should be some other punishment. Otherwise, it's too dangerous if everyone disobeys orders. If someone had been pushed outside the barrier just now, their death would have been so unjust. That's right. This was the person reflecting and summarizing. After everyone had calmed down and the recently injured had been placed in the cars to rest, the guards began to ask everyone to remain quiet and continue marching. This time, everyone obeyed. Aside from the clatter of footsteps and breathing, there was no other sound from the marching column. Then, there was the sound of the guarding psychics attacking and the crash of zombies falling. Then a strange scene unfolded. The marching column stretched out in two long lines, separated by cars and psychics. A transparent barrier spread out around these cars and psychics, connecting them in a straight line. Behind the barrier, the column was neatly arranged, forming a corridor, an absolutely safe corridor. This road was later called the Road of Hope, and recorded in the annals of the new era as a significant event. As for those at the front, they had no idea the zombie tide was approaching. Although many stopped to rest, the column did not stop. Those who had taken a break first had already begun to move forward, while others insisted on resting further ahead. The line was so long that those ahead had more options. As long as it was safe, some who walked faster would surpass the main group and move to the front. It was like a group of hikers. Even among acquaintances, there would always be someone ahead and someone far behind. In short, the group at the front wasn't just standing together, but rather had gaps between them. Wait a moment, the safety passage ahead isn't set up yet. You guys should rest in the car for a while, and then move on. The people at the front were stopped. These people had surprised the base. They hadn't expected anyone to be able to walk so fast. It wasn't that they underestimated their stamina, but rather that they'd been away from the base for so long and were probably afraid of the outside world. Even if they could walk, they wouldn't have walked too fast. I can only say that the safe passage established by the base was truly effective. The safe passage consisted of vehicles and psychics, including those from Meihai Base, the hotel, and Shuguang Base. The psychics from Meihai Base covered the first third of the route, those from Shuguang Base covered the middle, and those from the hotel signed up to cover the last third. Separate psychic teams from each of the three bases were assigned to form a mixed team to handle maneuvering, handling emergencies, providing special support, and escorting shift changes. The hotel issued the mission and made the arrangements the day before. Since a large number of people were involved, and to ensure a more balanced approach, the passage began construction at Meihai Base. After escorting the last group of psychics and the families of public officials who had volunteered to stay behind, the vehicles and psychics stopped and stood guard, starting at Meihai Base. Next came the first group of sentries from Dawn Base, followed by the psychics assigned by the hotel. In addition, some ordinary people also wanted to stand guard. These were hotel guests. They hadn't yet purchased the awakening potion to awaken their powers, but they were already quite capable of fighting zombies, and were completely unafraid within the barrier. The psychics at the forefront didn't rest for long. The hotel psychics responsible for the last section of the route drove their vehicles to the designated locations one after another. More than a dozen people got out of the vehicles, and stood at regular intervals between them. The vehicles were parked in a staggered pattern on both sides of the corridor, creating a very neat and even pattern. The cars served as rest areas, not only providing rest and replenishment for ordinary people on the road, but also for the psychics standing guard along the way. They were extremely important. This time, the hotel, Meihai Base, and Dawn Base deployed all the vehicles they could. The people at the front watched in amazement. Okay, we can continue. All the cars on the road ahead have already parked. The guards will be there as you approach. Great, we be on our way. They thanked him and continued on, hiking pole in hand. After walking a little further, they saw only cars and no people. As they neared the road, some people got out of their cars and stood in designated areas, while others retreated from the road. It turned out some had gone off the road to fight zombies. Under the unified command of the system, these people didn't worry about not being able to return to their posts. Such maneuvers were permitted until the team approached the road section near Mihai Base. More and more zombies fell outside the barrier, the bodies piling up until they formed a special barrier. This zombie wall gave the guards some time to rest. They could leave them alone when they wanted to, tossing in a zombie decomposition potion for lunch, and then continue to deal with the zombies that approached. Mobile psychics prefer areas with zombies. Qin Shao led a team of psychics from the Mihai Base, and some members of his own team to clear the zombies on the road outside the passage. They had ample firepower, and the second-level zombies fell one after another. The third and fourth-level zombies were even more troublesome. Attacking the barrier would drain the barrier's energy more quickly, making these zombies more difficult to deal with and requiring priority. The well-coordinated team wasn't worried. After handling them, they collected the crystal cores with a crystal core collector while using zombie decomposition potions to clean them up. The number of zombies gradually increased, spreading from the Mihai Base toward the hotel. Some zombies couldn't hold their position at the front and moved further forward. The mobile team, with its powerful firepower but small numbers, continued to retreat. To avoid blocking the road, some vehicles retreated inside the barrier, allowing them to continue maneuvering on the road through the reserved space. Under the system's direction, a small number of vehicles were reserved for maneuvering along sections of the road where zombies hadn't yet taken over. The remaining vehicles joined the team to form a barrier. The guards could enter the vehicles to rest or fight zombies from within, and in some areas, they no longer had to stand guard. This scene shocked the ordinary people coming out from behind, yet also gave them a sense of peace of mind. Even though the zombies were already densely packed on both sides of the front passage, there was no panic and no crowding. Finally, the front line reached a point where they could see the inn. From this point, they didn't even see the inn's barrier holding back the zombies, because there were few zombies on this section of the road, and the guards dispatched them as soon as they appeared. The crystal cores produced by these zombies were collected by the inn. After the operation was over, the inn would calculate the contribution and distribute the rewards, so everyone was very active. Besides their own efforts, those who wanted to earn more points had the opportunity to be assigned to the mobile team or the guard team. The system was fair and took all factors into consideration, awarding points at a reasonable rate, and no one complained. The people at the front were in disbelief. They thought it was so safe outside, didn't they? Of course, that thought was fleeting. No one was so naive as to believe it was safe outside, otherwise the base and the hotel wouldn't have built such a passage. But they hadn't seen many zombies along the way. So, now they could easily admire and marvel at the hotel's luxurious exterior. That's the Tian Hotel. It's so beautiful. A skyscraper, glowing with light. It's a zombie-free building. It's brand new, incredibly safe. We're almost there, and we don't feel tired at all. The group looked towards the inn, chatting and laughing as they arrived. In the inn, most of the guests had already accepted their missions and left. Some of the remaining people were in Building 2, and only a few who had missions remained in Building 1. The guests in Building 2 were either resting or exercising. Those who weren't resting or exercising were fighting zombies in another direction of the inn. The main force of this zombie wave was coming from the direction of Haishur, east of the inn, and west of the inn was from the direction of the Dawn base. The areas near both bases had been thoroughly cleared. After the inn expanded northward, the northern hills became empty, leaving a large area. Zombies from the north, smelling the scent, began to descend one after another. Those who hadn't accepted missions came out of Building 2, and then fought the zombies near Building 2, using the barrier. Along with the first wave of people who arrived on foot was the mobile team, who had returned with a truckload of crystal cores. The battle ahead was intense, and they had collected a large number of crystal cores. After the first wave of people entered the hotel's barrier, the mobile team had already set off again. Are you thirsty? Hungry? Would you like something to eat? Approaching the hotel, the warm air filled the air, and gazing into the clean, bright lobby was a trance. The base isn't lying. Everything they say is true. What we saw wasn't a mirage. It's truly amazing. Chapter 104. Then, some people burst into laughter and tears. Everyone was used to this, but there wasn't much time to calm down today. However, considering this was the first wave of people arriving, and the second wave was still some distance away, the escorts didn't rush them until the second wave arrived. They were then urged to check in. The hotel had prepared check-in machines in many locations for today's large-scale evacuation. The main entrance, the 4 side entrances, the underground parking lot, and many more in the open space outside, just in case a sudden influx of people arrived. After checking in, the system automatically issued loans to these people. Of course, if someone had deposited crystal cores, the system would first ask questions before issuing the loans. This was all agreed upon with Mihai Base. Most of these loan crystal cores were provided by the hotel, and some by Mihai Base. Mihai Base provided the same cores as those provided in previous support. Of course, the crystal cores obtained by Mihai Base during this evacuation also mostly belonged to Mihai Base. This was mainly because everyone who subsequently evacuated to the hotel might no longer be willing to belong to Mihai Base, making it unrealistic for Mihai Base to bear the entire responsibility. Just like that, more and more people arrived at the hotel. As the zombie horde continued to spread, everyone unconsciously quickened their pace. More and more people reached the front, and the line in the retreat corridor was continuous. Lines formed in the square outside the hotel, in the lobby, at the side entrance, and at the check-in area. More and more people were also waiting in other areas. The system activated the broadcast announcements to continuously disperse the crowd. The Mihai Base evacuees were accommodated at the hotel. Upon entering, they checked in and were not allowed to stay in their original location. Everyone was required to evacuate to Building 1 or Building 2 in an orderly manner. They were not allowed to linger in the lobby of either building for too long, and had to follow the instructions to take the elevator to their assigned rooms to rest. As for food and drinks, everything is provided in the room. Rooms with water dispensers allowed guests to buy mineral water or boil their own water. Drinks can also be purchased on their own. Snack machines and fast food machines are also available. If the room doesn't have any, guests can purchase them from the robots on each floor or from the corresponding vending machines. They can't go to the restaurant. Today, the restaurant is for the volunteers. A system provides constant reminders and warnings on check-in cards, so everyone is relatively obedient and follows instructions to the rooms assigned by the system. Rooms aren't chosen by guests. The system intelligently matches guests based on their needs. If guests are dissatisfied, they can change rooms once they arrive. Changing rooms simply means changing the room type. Simply requesting a change and selecting the room type automatically changes to the room they selected, which astonished many. Of course, room changes aren't unlimited. This particular situation is special, so future charges will apply. Sun Xiaoping, Wei Xia, and the others were among those shocked. Their group of 6 finally left the Mihai Base around 9 a.m., but unfortunately, they were immediately met by a horde of zombies. This terrified them terribly. Sun Xiaoping, in particular, was the first to push those ahead. Unfortunately, they didn't get far before being captured by a nearby psychic. Then something happened that they didn't want to recall: fear and accusations. So, after the incident subsided, they continued their journey without stopping until they could see the inn. While resting, they encountered Wang Kun, whom they had believed long since died. Wang Kun was already a psychic, with a high enough psychic level to be considered above average in the hotel. He was doing quite well there, and this time he also accepted a mission. He was eating at a rest stop when he met Sun Xiaoping, Wei Xia, and the others. Psychics on missions like these had much more space to rest and better food than the ordinary evacuees. The evacuees only had a few cookies and a bottle of water, while the psychics on missions had everything they could eat, though they brought their own. The psychics who escorted along the route were highly respected, and no one complained about these differences. Knowing Wang Kun was a psychic, what else could they not understand? Wang Kun had originally left the base to come to the hotel. Sun Xiaoping, Wei Xia, and the others were utterly embarrassed, and then panicked and guilty. Now that they had arrived at the hotel and seen its state, they were filled with regret and fear. They hadn't noticed when the system assigned them rooms, and in the end, the 6 of them were separated by gender. They were accustomed to living together. Even at Mihai Base, grouping was essential. Arriving at the hotel, they didn't want to be separated, so they applied to the hotel system for a room change. Then, each of them froze in shock, taking a long time to recover. They assumed the room change meant a larger one, but they hadn't expected it to transform right under their feet. They originally planned to find an opportunity to explore, inquire about information, and check out the pharmacy, but now they were wary of any further action. In a place as mysterious as a hotel, ordinary people like them were better off being obedient. "I don't know, Mr. Zhu, how is Xu Jingzhong now?" He went to the Dawn base. Someone on the road today said some bigwigs are from the Dawn base. Have you seen him? I didn't see him. Everyone shook their heads. How about we go and apologize to Mr. Wang later when we have time? Are you crazy? How can we apologize for something like that? Killing someone is a huge grudge. Now that Wang Kun has killed a superpowered person, he can easily deal with them with just a wave of his hand. We should stay away and avoid showing up if possible. Hey, if Xu Jingzhong is also at the hotel, there won't be any trouble, right? The hotel is quite nice. I don't want to work for Xu Jingzhong anymore. Let's wait and see. What if he's not here? What if Xu Jingzhong is also at the hotel? With his petty personality, he's sure to do something bad. Seeing them there, he might threaten them to deal with Wang Kun again. That's why he proposed to apologize to Wang Kun, but his friends disagreed. The group's joy was greatly diminished by this incident. As a matter of fact, don't do evil, or there will be retribution. Back to the hotel arrangements. The above arrangements were primarily designed to minimize crowding, allowing everyone to enter directly once they reached the hotel grounds, minimizing congestion in the hallways. Ahem, supporting the barriers in the hallways is expensive, so every effort should be made to save. This large-scale evacuation lasted 2 days and 1 night, and the cost was enormous. For future considerations, some areas were less populated with zombies, assuming the psychics could clear them out, so the barriers were not deployed. Thankfully, the evacuees had witnessed many of the psychics on guard and patrol, performing various defensive counterattacks, and so they remained calm and continued on their journey, even observing and learning from them as they went. Their psychic barriers were always in place. The psychics were aware of the situation, but they were under the full control of an intelligent system. They had clear information about the battle situation ahead, how to attack, how to let go, how to coordinate, and even the status of the barrier. Whether or not to activate the barrier was completely automated. They had all been trained to handle it with ease, and they even had time to chat with their teammates in the chat room. This intelligent system is really useful. Let's all use it after the mission is over. Use it? We absolutely must use it. It's truly invincible against zombies. Stop chatting. Beware. Level 4 zombies are approaching. Then the intelligent system began arranging the team to retreat to a safe area, whereupon the barrier would be activated. 1,000 meters away, Tang Jia received the message and was on his way. Level 5 zombie points are a significant amount. After this zombie wave, their team could all enter the inn. As the number of people grew, Tian, following the system's suggestion, doubled the size of the inn, giving everyone a wider range of movement. Finally, as the last ordinary person stepped out of Meihai base, victory was in sight. Then, the remaining guard team drove away, followed by the evacuation of the safe passage. The vehicles along the safe passage picked up the psychics on guard. They didn't drive directly to the hotel, but instead, the guards fought the zombies at the end of the group. They drove very slowly. The zombies had already spread out along the safe passage. The area near Meihai base was already densely packed. As they moved toward the hotel, the situation would gradually improve. The final barrier of the group could not be closed for a moment. Even in the front half, where the zombies were the least, the barrier remained open. The very end was when the cost was greatest. Fortunately, victory was within reach. With only 1/3 of the crowd still to reach the hotel, the emptied vehicles turned back and loaded everyone in from the back. No longer needing barriers, the cars safely entered the hotel under fire. This continued until the last car entered, and everyone in the hotel erupted in cheers. The hotel's barriers blocked out smells, sounds, and lights. Approaching zombies were repelled and then dispersed. Hotel guests didn't have to worry about zombie attacks. It was a completely safe place. Everyone, those standing in the open space, in the hotel lobby, in the shops, in the underground parking lot, in the guest rooms, watched the complete victory of the retreat in real time through screens or windows everywhere, and all erupted in cheers. The hotel was brightly lit, warm as spring, filled with laughter and joy, a glimpse of civilization before the apocalypse, yet different from it. Outside the hotel, it was cold and dark, with swarms of zombies. Seeing this scene, the hotel's regular guests weren't frightened but rather delighted. They all said, "We haven't had a shortage of zombies to fight in a while. We were still thinking about fighting zombies. Let's take a break for 2 or 3 days, and let the new guests have their turn. Ha, we're all about the money, right? But this time, we make money and not kill any more. Let the new guests make the money first." Then came the rewards and the dinner, which had become a regular feature of the hotel. Seeing the guests so happy, Tian felt that this routine could continue. Chapter 105. Rewards were distributed based on merit, and points and benefits were distributed during the psychic's dinner. All announcements were systematic, without any pretense. Everyone felt at ease, and the atmosphere was even more lively than before. The teams hadn't been familiar with each other before, but after this event, they were able to talk and even toast to each other. These individuals later became key figures in the first branch, generating significant revenue for the hotel and becoming one of the most crucial foundations for its development. The psychics dined in the main dining room, while the other guests watched the announcements on the television in their rooms, getting to know these individuals and their teams who had made significant contributions. First, the team from Dawn Base was introduced and praised by Tangjia. Before the zombie wave arrived, they had cleared the area around the hotel, significantly reducing the pressure on the area after the wave. During the zombie wave, they performed exceptionally well in patrolling, maneuvering, and standing guard. Finally, they redeemed themselves by entering the hotel at the end of the retreat. When introducing them, the system also covered Dawn Base's past, including their recent actions and their performance during the previous attack on the hotel. This was Chinya's arrangement, primarily to serve as a deterrent. Before the broadcast, the system discussed this with Tian Tian. Tian Tian wasn't very experienced, but she had watched many dramas and understood these tactics, so she didn't stop them. This broadcast was highly effective, deterring many skeptical individuals, especially when introducing Yihui Song Gong and others. One was the main force behind Dawn Base's attack on the hotel, and the other was a former official psychic who betrayed Minghai Base. Despite their significant contributions during the retreat, their punishment remained unchanged, and their families were not granted early access to the hotel. However, the hotel did not undermine their points rewards. Yihui was delighted with this large sum of points. He could use it to significantly boost his team's strength, attracting more people to his side, and no longer worry about Lu Feng's influence. Song Gong was less than satisfied. His team wanted to enter the hotel as soon as possible. Staying in Dawn Base was a constant state of fear, and now there was another zombie wave. Dawn Base had been surrounded by zombies. The number wasn't too large, but it was still quite large, and there was no telling what would happen next. Yihui and Song Gong weren't at the hotel. They knew the zombie wave was coming, and without the necessary qualifications to allow their families to enter the hotel early, neither of them dared to accept the hotel's missions to improve their favor. This time, they only sent 1/3 of their team to take on the missions. This third of the team had been granted special permission to enter the hotel for their mission, and they would leave after the zombie wave was over. They had already agreed to spend the day clearing zombies towards Dawn Base to reduce the pressure there. After all, their families were still at the base, and they could earn some extra money along the way. Next came Lin Xingping and the others. They had already paid their penalty crystal cores, and this mission was all about making a killing. Their ordinary family members and relatives would all receive some of the superpower activation potion. They decided to let the elderly and their families drink it first. After awakening their superpowers, their health would improve and they'd be less susceptible to illness. Although ordinary medicine and medical treatment are cheap these days, who wouldn't want to live a long and healthy life? The elderly were also happy, thinking of themselves for their children, and glad they wouldn't be a burden to them. So happy, they even said they wanted to go out and fight zombies too. The oldest grandfather was persuaded to stop. Even if he was 80 years old and had superpowers, he couldn't be allowed to fight zombies. There was laughter and joy here, and Wang Ming and the others were delighted. They had paid back the penalty crystal cores during this mission, and there were still some left over to allow them to rest for 2 days. Debt-free, their team and their families breathed a sigh of relief. Not having to worry about being kicked out every day was truly wonderful. Next came the inn's regular guests. First the reception staff, then the ordinary psychics, and finally the psychics, who had made significant contributions. Among them, the all-female team was particularly eye-catching. They weren't psychics, but they had taken on the guard duty. Although they were assigned to the section of road closest to the inn, they still drew their weapons and shot zombies in the head when they encountered them. As a result, they received more points than the logistics staff, enough to buy psychic awakening potions, and in the future, they would become psychics themselves. These women were none other than the team formed by Hu Guilin and leading. Most of their members were women rescued from the Dawn Base, and there were also other women who had experienced hardships. Xiao Tianman was delighted to see them slay zombies so heroically, while Li Hong secretly pursed her lips, feeling a bit sour. They had also contributed greatly during this retreat, guiding and evacuating the crowds, and helping the weak and the elderly. However, as support personnel, they didn't receive many points. With so many people and no special introductions, their contributions paled in comparison. Of course, the most important thing was that their points were significantly reduced. These points were barely enough for them to survive. Buying the superpower awakening potion was out of the question. Why didn't Guilin come back? She didn't even help us. With so many orphans, we don't know if they ever awaken their powers. Li Hong muttered. This great evacuation took place without a single casualty. While there were some psychics injured, there were virtually no serious injuries. They were all healed with the hotel's miraculous potions, with injuries reduced to minor ones. Those with minor injuries were also rescued, some not even left with scars. Some even experienced a small boost in their psychic abilities, a blessing in disguise. After summarizing the final results, the hotel discussed the cooperation between the hotel and Minghai Base. Minghai Base also played a significant role in all aspects of the arrangements. First, they recruited security personnel and funded their awakening and training. They then arranged for everyone's orderly evacuation. It was a seamless process. Without Minghai Base's preparations, and the support of Chao Guodong and others, the evacuation wouldn't have been so smooth. Chao Guodong nodded inwardly. This reward ceremony was very well organized, and laid the groundwork for subsequent matters. The future survival and development of 2 to 3 million people depends on a hotel with only 3 buildings and a central garden. If anything goes wrong, there will be too much trouble down the road. Even the hotel's intelligence systems will struggle to handle everything. Chao Guodong ate, thinking about how to discuss follow-up matters with the hotel later. He marveled at the wonder of the hotel's 3 buildings. They looked small, yet they held so much space. He wondered where all the people were housed. He wondered if there was a place to keep an eye on everything, like a monitoring room. It was a good thing the hotel had instructed those who arrived earlier not to wander around. If they hadn't been confined to their rooms, and had they been allowed to fill the garden outside the first-floor lobby and shops, those who followed would have been blocked and unable to enter. At this time, Tian was also discussing follow-up arrangements with the system. Outside the hotel, zombies were everywhere. Because of the last commotion of the retreat, the zombies had swarmed the hotel, so densely packed that even if the hotel's barrier completely blocked the zombies, they wouldn't be able to retreat quickly. The number of guests at the branch is also increasing. It's expected that daily crystal core revenue and consumption will skyrocket in the future, so Tian no longer has to worry about the branch's operations. As for Dawn Base, it's already struggling under the zombie wave. Once the zombie wave ends, it won't be a problem anymore. Tian can now open the next branch. However, the branch has too many people, and the space available for everyone to move around is too small. Not only is there room for movement, but there's also far too little room to fight zombies. Now that the zombie army has surrounded the hotel, even those who can escape the barriers to fight the zombies won't leave. There's no need to, and no one would be foolish enough to do so. Add to that the many new guests, almost all of whom are ordinary people living on loans. If they can't fight the zombies, the future conflicts are uncertain. The hotel can't afford to keep it running for nothing. Minghai Base is willing to cover the cost, but if the problem isn't resolved for a long time, Minghai Base might just give up. They can't really kick out those who can't pay. That would be a waste of all the effort they put into saving people. These people need to be managed, but the system can't solely control them. Minghai Base was originally officially under the control of the government, so it's not impossible for them to continue to manage it. That evening, Tian and the leaders of Minghai Base discussed and finalized future development plans. They met face-to-face in the hotel's rooftop conference room. From the 100th floor, overlooking the dense swarm of zombies surrounding the hotel, Chao Guodong felt incredibly happy. If someone had told him before that he jumped for joy at the sight of a zombie siege, he would have thought that person was crazy. After a moment of reflection, they got down to business. Before the inn expands into a small town, allowing all branch owners to live freely, ordinary people will be managed by Minghai Base. Minghai Base will purchase an intelligent system to manage ordinary people's earning, zombie hunting, and living movements outside of their rooms, supervised by the inn system. Of course, ordinary people who no longer work with Minghai Base are free to do so and submit to the inn's arrangements as free agents. Due to limited resources, 2/3 of the inn's zombie hunting slots will be allocated to Minghai Base for management, with the remaining 1/3 available to psychics and ordinary people no longer under Minghai Base's management. There will be a fee for use. If no one uses the slot, the vacant slot will be temporarily assigned to Minghai Base. Of course, unconditional rental is not permitted. Space is limited, and each person can rent it for no more than half an hour per day. For psychics, who are relatively powerful, half an hour is enough for each person to earn a lot of points. Relatively speaking, The remaining 2/3 of free time allocated to the vast number of ordinary people is quite limited. I wonder if it's even a minute per person. But Chao Guodong already had an idea. Tian didn't ask further, as she would know once they finalized the plan. Once the hotel has enough crystal cores, its size will undoubtedly double. Tian decided to allocate all the additional space to Meihai Base, leaving only a few paid slots. After the zombie wave ends, those slots won't be needed by the psychic guests who dare to venture out and explore. Chao Guodong was delighted to learn this and expressed his gratitude. More resources means more money, which means there's no need to worry about research stalling. The Meihai Base's Research Institute will continue to operate, which surprised Tian. Later, she expressed her support. The hotel system is so mysterious that she herself can't understand how it works. Special potions and the like are better developed by humans themselves. So Tian said, the highest level of the hotel is 10 stars. When upgrades become available, I upgrade. A 10-star hotel will include a research institute, a botanical garden, and an industrial park. Chapter 106. The 10-star inn can't be upgraded simply by spending money. It's currently in a state where the requirements haven't been met. Tian asked the system, but it only said that it would require completing the rescue mission. Now all she can do is wait. Chao Guodong felt a little regretful when he learned this. The 10-star inn's features make it self-sufficient. What are the conditions for opening it? We need to eliminate all zombies and save humanity. Tian said helplessly. Just thinking about it was quite daunting. Back then, the main inn struggled to even attract a single guest. Later, with the zombie wave, things got a little easier, but it still took quite a while. Looking at the branch was even more frustrating. There were 2 large bases, one scheming and attacking the inn, and the other with too many ordinary people and too few superpowered people, leaving it vulnerable to collapse at any moment. It's been truly difficult to get to this point step by step. I wonder what challenges the next branch will face. If possible, perhaps opening the inn directly within the large base would be even better. Perhaps, with things here now settled, Tian returned to the main inn. Life was leisurely at the main store. The lobby was brightly lit, and many people were sitting there chatting and playing cards. Groups of people filled the various shops, and the game hall was also packed. As soon as Tian appeared, her customers came to greet her. Boss, long time no see. I heard you opened a branch? Where is it? Boss, we had new customers lately. Many of them are survivors from the nearby county town. They want to ask you something. I go get them right away. After clearing out the zombies in the county town, everyone headed for more distant areas. Whenever they encountered survivors, they would recommend the inn. Some wouldn't follow, but many more were willing to come along, so the inn had a healthy increase in visitors. Boss, you're back? Boss, we like to know where you're opening a branch. Can you help us find someone? Boss, I'd like to ask about the situation in other places. Everyone calm down. Ask one by one. You won't be able to answer. Tian didn't feel annoyed. She was simply delighted by the good spirits. The inn was bustling and lively, a stark contrast to its initial quietness. After everyone calmed down, she smiled and answered everyone's questions. The branch is near High City. I have family there. Did everyone there get rescued? Dawn Base. Meihai Base. Dawn Base is so damn abominable. I wonder which base my relatives are in. Boss, do you have any way to contact them? After becoming psychics and enjoying a comfortable life, Wei Lan and her mother's only concern was their father, Wei Guoping, who was away on a business trip to High City. They knew their husbands, fathers, were likely dead, but they still held onto a glimmer of hope. What if? As long as there was hope, they wouldn't give up. Though they were psychics, they didn't dare venture as far as High City. When they heard the hotel had opened a branch near High City and had rescued people at the base, they were sure to come and inquire. The final result was a happy one for everyone. Wei Guoping had just gone to bed. He had announcements to make tomorrow at both the Meihai base and the hotel, so he woke up early to avoid missing them. After 2 days of well-fed and well-drinking, his body was no longer weak. Should he be planning a zombie hunting expedition tomorrow? The hotel was nice, but it still cost money. He felt incredibly reassured about that. If all these things were free, that would be a real worry. Lying in the warm private room, Wei Guoping quickly fell asleep. Just as he drifted off, the mark on his hand lit up, and a call rang out. What's wrong? Wei Guoping, who had been sleeping restlessly every day since the apocalypse, jolted awake. Guest, there's a call. Do you want to answer it? The system chimed. Before the apocalypse, this was an everyday occurrence. Why did it seem so unbelievable now? Who's calling me? Your daughter, Wei Lan. Wei Guoping's breath was ragged. Answer. Please put me through. Hearing his daughter's voice, Wei Guoping's eyes welled up. Then the family raised their hands and spoke into the video channel. It was a video call. Alternately crying and laughing, the three of them recounted their experiences over the past 6 months. Many people in the hotel had managed to contact their relatives and friends. Pinkong County is in the central region, and Hai City is in the east, not very far apart. Before the apocalypse, many people from Pinkong County went to Hai City for work and study, so it's not surprising that so many people had been able to contact their friends and family. Although the news wasn't good, many people's families and friends were left incomplete. So many died in the apocalypse. However, those who had thought they would never be able to contact or see each other again were able to connect through video calls, to see each other and talk, and many were happy. Dad, when can you come home? Wei Lan is strong now, but she still longs for a family reunion. Without waiting for a reply from the suddenly distressed Wei Guoping, Wei Lan immediately said, How about Mom and I come find you? Mom and I are already level 3 psychics, very powerful. No, don't come. The road is dangerous, you two must not come. I find a way to make money, become a psychic, and get home as soon as possible. Tian could move freely between the shops, but the customers couldn't. They had to drive themselves to get from one place to another. Yeah, then Dad, you have to work hard. Mom and I will also work hard to make money. I just asked the system, and it said points can be transferred. We can give our points to Dad. Many people had the same needs as the Wei family, but some wanted to go to Pinkong County, while others wanted to return to Hai City from Pinkong County. Everyone wanted to be with their families. Moving in the apocalypse was not easy. Both supplies and strength were essential. Although everyone wanted to be together, they were hesitant to act rashly. They had to make a plan first, and the first step was to make money. After everyone hung up the phone, whether at the branch or the main hotel, excitement was high. At the main hotel, the guests' enthusiasm for fighting zombies reignited. I heard the Haisher branch is overrun by zombies, but we're completely quiet here. Hey, did you forget? The hotel blocks out zombies, so how could there be a zombie wave? It seems everything has its pros and cons. The barrier gives everyone absolute safety, but it makes it increasingly difficult to make money. That being said, I still think the barrier is good. If you want to fight zombies, go out and find them. We have plenty of vehicles here, so we can just go out and fight. If you're afraid, join a team. Boss Renua's team is the best. They saved the most people this month. Renu also contacted 1 or 2 classmates. Since they were just classmates, they exchanged a few words of concern and nothing more. Furthermore, they were only university buddies, and none of them were from Pinkong County, so relocation wasn't a concern. But that didn't mean Renu didn't want to fight more zombies. It wasn't that he wanted to make money. Being diligent, they had everything they needed, and they just wanted to make their lives more meaningful. Another reason was to help the inn. The inn didn't ask them to fight more zombies or rescue more people, but they knew the inn had a mission, and if they helped them, they would do their best to reward them. Many others shared this sentiment. Some, hesitant to travel too far to fight zombies, set up a relief fund within the inn, encouraging everyone to donate points to help those who had just arrived and help them settle down. Their team often took people out to fight zombies for money, and with everyone's growing desire to make money, they could lend a hand. Captain Ren, will you accept the escort mission? Renu thought about it, and decided it was a good option. Someone had previously driven back to Hai City from here, taking the highway. The apocalypse hadn't lasted long, so the highway was still accessible. It just required extra preparation. In the end, it all came down to making money by killing zombies. After Tian learned about the main store's situation, she immediately decided to raise the barrier and attract the zombies before the zombie wave passed. By distributing the zombies around, the zombies that could be attracted would definitely not make raising the barrier a loss. Tian immediately decided to do so. She had to inform everyone beforehand. Everyone who received the news was instantly delighted. Everyone enthusiastically approached Tian saying, "Boss, you're so kind. You solved our problem in one go." "Boss, can the barrier be retracted and deployed freely?" Renu asked. "No, it consumes a lot of points. It can only be done when the zombie wave arrives, so the hotel doesn't go bankrupt." Tian smiled. "I see. That's how it is. It's really not easy." Some people felt bad and wanted the hotel to charge a fee. It would be better if everyone spent more on items that improve their strength. Tian disagreed. Although the more income the hotel earned, the faster it could upgrade. As long as the crystal cores were converted into points, she would have room to maneuver. So charging more wasn't necessary. It would be better to let everyone earn more, and spend more to improve their strength. That would be better for everyone. Boss, you're so kind. The next day, at the first branch, Minghai Base issued a notice about the follow-up arrangements. The guests of the retreat sat in front of the TV early in the morning, refreshed and watching the Minghai Base bosses, and the hotel owner announced the notice in the conference room. Everyone had received a notice last night to register their friends and family, and everyone knew there was hope of seeing their families. Some people were able to contact their families after registering, while others merely registered, their families not in Pinkong County but elsewhere. Since hotels haven't yet opened branches in those areas, they haven't been able to contact their families yet. Before the apocalypse, High City, a popular migrant worker city, didn't have many locals. Most were migrant workers from all over, forced to stay after the apocalypse. They missed their families dearly, especially during this mid-autumn festival, but given the current situation, they dared not think too much, fearing that the thought would bring them tears. Now that there was hope, everyone was excited. Knowing that some people who had found their families were planning to return home, everyone's desire to earn money became even more urgent. So, everyone stared at the TV with green eyes. Chapter 107. Minghai Base proposed a plan. Using family units as guards, each family with 5 or more members would send one person to fight zombies. Those without families would be assigned to small teams, with 5 members also sending one person. Single individuals would form small teams of 5 with acquaintances. This person could rotate daily or not. If they didn't rotate, they would be responsible for the other's survival. Those who rotated would each be responsible for their own. The person assigned each day would have 15 minutes to fight zombies. Minghai Base would take a 1% cut of the proceeds. The amount would depend on the situation. After the zombies were defeated, everyone would be assigned to training in the simulation training room in Building 2, with Minghai Base covering the cost. The age limit for those who sign up to fight zombies is 15 to 65 years old. Those under or over the age limit are not eligible. For those outside the above range, families with families must have adults, who meet the requirements and are being raised by family members. As for those without families, orphans, or elderly people living alone, their livelihoods will be covered by the Minghai Base. This policy applies to all ordinary people who entered the hotel before the Great Retreat. Regardless of base, anyone who agrees can sign up. Then, there are the psychics. Free psychics make their own arrangements, while base psychics will have to make some sacrifices. If there aren't enough zombie hunting spots, they won't be able to fight zombies. During this time, they will have to rely on their previously distributed rewards to survive, and their families won't be able to send anyone to fight zombies. They can't compete with free psychics for zombie hunting spots. They can only take turns when spots become available. Their income is also subject to tax, and everyone is treated equally in this regard. However, this is only temporary, and the base will compensate for any subsequent excess income. Of course, the Minghai Base doesn't force anyone, whether ordinary or base psychics. Ordinary people can choose not to be under the base's control, and psychics can also leave the base and become free psychics. Those who leave are no longer under the base's control, but are responsible for their own lives and future risks. In addition to repaying their own loans, they must also pay points to rent a location while fighting zombies. They must repay the loan points within a certain period of time. The system will assess their income and provide a reasonable plan. If they fail to repay the loan, they risk being expelled from the base. When this policy was announced, many people were eager to take action, especially psychics. The hotel has ample supplies. The only problem now is the limited range for fighting zombies. However, those with strength are not afraid. The money earned from independent activities is their own, without the 1% tax or any regulatory constraints. As for risks, for psychics, they are basically non-existent. Some impatient people immediately asked to become free agents/free psychics. However, the hotel did not immediately deal with them, but instead reminded them to listen carefully to the upcoming hotel policies. After discussing survival at the Minghai Base, they moved on to daily life. While the hotel space is limited, keeping people confined is not an option. Therefore, arrangements are made for ordinary people who don't fight zombies, allowing them to go out for regular exercise and recreation. Unlike free agents, these individuals must adhere to the base's unified arrangements and are not allowed to act independently. The hotel will also cooperate, and those who act without authorization will be prevented from exiting the elevator. These matters were relatively straightforward, and we quickly reached the inn. The IN's policies primarily target free agents/free psychics. The first is regarding paid zombie hunting slots. The number is very limited, and considering that more people are becoming free agents, this area must be managed. This management is divided into two phases, during the zombie wave and after the wave. During the zombie wave, the system allocates slots daily based on availability. The allocation rules are as follows. 1. Renters must register in advance, and each slot is limited to 15 minutes per day. 2. The system allocates slots to applicants in the order of registration. Applicants must arrive early with points deducted. If they fail to arrive, the slot will be offered to the next person. 3. The rental period is from midnight to midnight, 24 hours a day. Those who miss a slot within 24 hours must arrive early the next day, and then rent a slot based on the new registration ranking. This rule means everyone has to rush to register. If you're not quick, it might be difficult to get a spot. Since it's a matter of survival, the hotel isn't so strict. Those who don't get a spot within 3 days will automatically be guaranteed a spot on the 4th day. In addition to these rules, there's another rule. While the rental period is set at 24 hours, the hotel may, depending on circumstances, vacate the spot during certain periods. These spots will be given to Mihai Base. This situation occurs when a spot becomes available. Tian initially considered leaving it to chance, but then realized that if she really left it to chance, a spot might not be available at all. If Mihai Base were to face an emergency, she wouldn't be able to flexibly accommodate them. Therefore, this rule was ultimately established. Of course, advance notice will be given depending on the situation, but in extremely urgent cases, there's still the possibility of last-minute notification. The hotel ultimately reserves the right of interpretation, and guests must obey. After the zombie wave, depending on daily rental conditions, if demand still exceeds supply, this rule will remain in place. If demand exceeds supply, the restrictions will be lifted, and advance registration will no longer be required. There will also be no daily vacancy clearance. Bookings can be made at any time, with a system queue and reserved at the designated time. Secondly, there are hotel laws. These were proposed and refined by Mihai Base. Originally, they targeted the types of people Mihai Base wanted to control. Tian saw them and thought they were excellent. After discussing and revising a few clauses, they adopted them as hotel laws. The hotel's original rules and penalties were too harsh, so Mihai Base's new rules are quite comprehensive. These rules cover not only the laws within the hotel, but also those outside it, encompassing relationships between individuals and the hotel, and between individuals and Mihai Base. The penalties are more severe than those in the pre-apocalyptic laws. After all, it was in the apocalypse that harsh punishments were needed to deter those ruthless criminals. The above is the information that has been made public. There are also some undisclosed details, including the agreement reached between Mihai Base and the hotel. This agreement is a collaboration between the two, and has no relevance to most ordinary people or freelancers. This includes Mihai Base taking on more responsibility for clearing out zombies. After a zombie wave, they will organize personnel to conduct cleanup and rescue operations, intervene when the hotel is attacked, and complete missions issued by the hotel, among other things. The base will contribute more in this regard, while the hotel will recognize the base's legitimacy and provide the necessary basic support, broadcast rights, zombie hunting locations, room rental rights, and the right to enforce penalties. In fact, during the initial negotiations, Tian had hoped that the hotel would offer concessions to the base, such as discounts on medicine, weapons, training grounds, and other items and services related to ability development. But in the end, the Mihai Base wasn't mentioned, and Tian, thinking about the future development of the hotel, abandoned the idea. The reason the Mihai Base wasn't mentioned was because the zombie hunting locations already generated a significant income, and even after the zombie wave ended, these locations wouldn't become useless. Chao Guodong believed that most people wouldn't go out to fight zombies even if they awakened their special abilities. Going out was risky. Even if there were various healing potions, they cost money and would eventually run out. Furthermore, injuries hurt, and taking potions immediately after an injury doesn't mean the pain will go away. No one enjoys feeling that pain. Of course, this would affect the sales of some medicines, and thus the hotel's revenue. When Chao Guodong brought this up, he was worried that Tian would be unhappy. Tian expressed her hope that spending on this area would be low, as she wouldn't make much money from medicine sales. If spending increased, guests would spend less on improving their abilities, and ultimately, the hotel would be losing money overall. Therefore, She supported the idea that most people should stay at the base. Furthermore, zombies are becoming increasingly powerful. Low-level psychics, who encounter high-level zombies, are forced to use barriers. The cost of barriers is exorbitant, and high-level zombies are not easily dislodged. If you're too far from an inn and end up in too much debt using barriers, you'd be left with nothing to cry about. Currently, there are laws that address excessive debt, and these are debts that cannot be easily evaded. In addition to restrictions on one's life, including accommodation and work arrangements to pay off debts, all spending restrictions will be placed on oneself and one's family until the debt is paid off, making one essentially a prisoner, unless they leave the inn and become permanently blacklisted. Besides these practical economic factors, there's also the nature of the Zhonghua family, a farming nature. They have no shortage of zombie hunting locations. This means Meihai Base will have no worries about tax revenue. Tian thought this idea was sound. Looking at the situation at the main inn, most people there still preferred to stay in the inn or nearby to fight zombies. Only a small number of people were willing to go further afield. These small groups traveled in groups, fully prepared, and rarely left for long, spending the night outside only when absolutely necessary. They also preferred to lure the zombies to the inn, and then fight them nearby. Look at the main inn's barrier being retracted to attract the zombies. Almost everyone was happy about it, including those who were out and about. The apocalypse is different than it used to be. Going out isn't a pleasant experience. Unless, when you go out, you can find a branch of Tian's inn. That way, you can go without worries, and those who enjoy going out can relax and do so. But that's impossible. The hotel can't open so densely. Not only can't branch out at such a high density, but even the doubling of the first branch's expansion will be slowed. Doubling expansion consumes a huge amount of energy. With that much energy, it could open a new branch. Tian can't possibly invest most of it in the first branch. At a certain point, the value of doubling the investment is less than the value of opening a new branch, and Tian won't double the first branch again. Therefore, zombie hunting positions will undoubtedly be in high demand, and the free spots at Meihai Base will still be very valuable. But this doesn't mean that Meihai Base is taking advantage. The Meihai Base is also very necessary for the hotel. The doubling expansion limit means there's insufficient space for guests, and the hotel desperately needs Meihai Base to manage the majority of its guests. Chapter 108. Zhang Xieli discussed it with her parents for a long time, and decided to join the base, and follow its arrangements. Although her family had entered the hotel a few days earlier than the others, they hadn't earned many crystal cores. They had barely paid off their loan, and had a small savings, but it wasn't enough to buy psychic potions. Zhang's mother was very supportive of her daughter joining the base. The base was originally an official organization, and the hotel still recognizes it. I don't think it's that bad. While you won't make a lot of money under the rules, the risks are definitely much lower. I agree with your mother. Judging by the environment at the hotel, life will definitely get better and better in the future. It's not bad in any way. But since you're a girl, joining an organization will provide more stability. Zhang Xieli had been a good girl before the apocalypse, and it was impossible for her to become a rebellious girl after the apocalypse. She nodded obediently and chose to join the Meihai Base. On the other hand, fellow women Hu Guilan and Leading chose to become free agents without hesitation. Their experiences at the Dawn base had made them unwilling to trust any base, even if everyone praised them. Have you signed up? We all signed up, so it should be no problem. There should be at least one spot, given the number of us. Well, tomorrow we only fight level 1 and 2 zombies. Avoid any higher level zombies. Guilan, Chen Qi, and I will each have 15 minutes. If there are any extras, we three will take on them, rotating them while the others practice their aim. They don't have superpowers, and fighting level 3 zombies requires superpowers, so the best strategy is to focus on level 1 and 2 zombies. Level 1 zombies are scarce now, and level 2 zombies make up the majority, enough for them to make money. With so many people in their group, the chances of everyone being selected are high. Now, everyone is living together, taking care of each other and growing up. Different people have different considerations, and ultimately different choices. Wang Kun left the base, but ultimately joined. He's a psychic, and with his previous savings and rewards from the Great Retreat mission, he had a substantial bankroll. He didn't want to miss this opportunity to make money, and being a freelance psychic was the best option. But after careful consideration, he decided to join the Meihai Base. He believed the base would make the right decisions later, allowing psychics to maximize their value. He valued the future, and since he made the decision, he might as well join now. Lin Xingping also joined the base. This time, he wasn't pursuing independence. He felt it was better to work with a reliable base. If there were any problems with the base, the hotel would definitely notify him, and it wouldn't be too late to withdraw at that point. Wang Ming and several other psychics still in high school were even more immediately attracted to joining the base. The reason they had previously been freelance psychics was because their parents felt they were still children, and that they should study, not work at the base. Back at Minghai Base, they had provided basic support for people with special abilities like them. While the conditions weren't particularly good, they wouldn't have starved. If that weren't the case, they wouldn't have been so easily persuaded by Shuguang Base to leave. The benefits for people with special abilities who hadn't contributed to Minghai Base weren't particularly good. Furthermore, Shuguang Base had repeatedly told them that Minghai Base would collapse, and their reasons were well-founded. Concerned about their children's future, they agreed. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at Shuguang Base, their children were taken away for training and subsequently subjected to brainwashing. Their family felt it was wrong, but it was too late to try to educate them, and they didn't dare. The children looked down on Song Gong and his group, and they knew clearly that Shuguang Base couldn't be offended. Fortunately, they were now completely free of the Dawn Base. After such an experience, both parents and children were more willing to join the Minghai Base. Once they joined, they just followed the base's instructions, and didn't have to worry about being scammed. With the hotel's supervision, everything was guaranteed. Furthermore, they had the opportunity to become psychics. They couldn't rely on their children in the future. They weren't yet retirement age. Chu Yulong, Chen Xiao, and others who were independent and enjoyed freedom naturally became freelance psychics. Tang Jia, on the other hand, joined the Minghai Base. He was a power-hungry person, having previously managed a company, so joining the base to help manage it was a natural fit, and he enjoyed the work. As for orphans under the age of 15, these children were automatically assigned to the Minghai Base, and they received notifications directly. Wang Xing was 14 years old. He hadn't awakened his powers yet, but he had a considerable amount of savings. He also participated in the retreat, and soon, he would be able to purchase psychic awakening potions. He had been living with Grandpa Zhang, his granddaughter, and other orphan children. Life in the end was truly good. They had no worries about food and clothing, and it was absolutely safe and warm, as long as they were willing to fight zombies. They used to be good with slingshots, but now with compound crossbows, they could kill a level 1 zombie with 1 strike, and a level 2 zombie in 2, both headshots. Now, suddenly, they had become members of the Minghai Base. Although they received a fixed daily bonus, and no longer had to pay for their rooms, they could no longer fight zombies for money. Orphaned at a young age, only Grandpa Zhang had always cared for them. Life had improved since they moved to the inn, and many adults cared and helped them. But a thick wall had already built up in their hearts, and apart from Wang Kuan, who lent them weapons, no one else could make them accept him. Wang Xing was very reluctant to be assigned directly to the base. Will this Minghai Base be as bad as Shuguang Base? Zhang Guoqing patted the child's head. He understood Wang Xing's thoughts. As a child who had experienced hardships, it was normal for him to be a little selfish. Wang Xing nodded. Grandpa is right. At least our housing is free. I can't just think about myself. I have to think about everyone else, and Grandpa too. We have free housing and food. Good kids. Zhang Guoqing sighed, and decided to teach the children. He had no blood relationship with them, and a hasty approach might cause them to resist. However, these kids were good. The inn was peaceful and free, and Minghai Base was also good. The future was definitely bright. If that was a bright future, then the children's lives would be more than just fighting zombies. They should learn more about culture, understand more truths, and become better people. Children, many people in the inn are living worse off than we are. They need the crystal cores more than we do. Our livelihoods are secure, and we must learn to help others. Xiao Tianman had always been with the orphans, and now that they were being cared for by the base, she decided to join Hu Guilan and her team. The moment she announced this decision, Li Hong strongly objected. Why do you want to hang out with those people? They haven't even joined the base yet. What are they planning to do? Can you fight zombies on your own? I'm afraid you won't even be able to get a spot, right? Why would you join them? Xiao Tianman's tone was gentle, but her expression was remarkably firm. I thought it through. Those children will have someone to take care of them in the future, and they won't need anything. We should think about our own paths. I'm still young, and I can fight to become a psychic. Xiao Tianman saw Wenru as a rather clingy, daughter-like creature, but in reality, she was a very independent woman with strong opinions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have divorced her cheating husband and remained single. She hadn't left before because she felt a sense of responsibility towards these children. Now that they had a place to go, she felt like she was living for herself. She actually admired Huguelan's courage. She didn't think she, or anyone else, could stand on the moral high ground and criticize her for making the wrong choice. Okay. I knew you, and that girl weren't our kind. You're cultured people, and we're the ones doing the hard labor. Let's go! Li Hong cursed. Xiao Tianmen shook her head and left without looking back. Zheng Hong and her daughter were originally ordinary people at the Dawn base. After her daughter got into trouble, they happened to see the Dawn base expelling ordinary people. She and her daughter blended into the crowd and arrived at the hotel together. When she first arrived, her daughter was in a very bad mood, shutting herself in her room all day. Later, the hotel opened a counseling room, so she took her daughter there. Since then, her daughter's spirits have gradually improved, and she's become more normal. Now she can laugh, eat, and discuss things with her. This time, Zheng Hong carefully asked her daughter's opinion. Mom joined the base. I don't want to join any base anymore, Zhou Fang said with a smile. Zheng Hong felt bad. Okay, if you don't join, I support you. Zhou Fang looked around her current residence. A 2-bedroom apartment with 2 bedrooms, one for her and one for her mother. Her mother had chosen this room because she wanted a room of her own to heal her wounds, but it was much more expensive than a single room. She couldn't continue like this and burden her mother. Mom, I want to go fight zombies. I want to join a team. Zheng Hong's eyes suddenly welled up. Zhou Fang eventually joined Huguelan and Leading's team. Everyone had their own choices. Many ordinary people from Dawn base had joined Mihai base. Of course, some people with special abilities had also left. Generally speaking, most people were managed by the base, with only a small number of people being free agents. The free agents had signed up to rent zombie fighting positions. The system arranged the positions, and there were still quite a few people who had buys every day. However, many of the applicants were part of a team, so the system managed to keep the positions evenly distributed. Everyone made their choices, and then acted according to the rules. The hotel guests all went out, leaning against the barrier and engaging in lively zombie fighting. It's worth noting that Mihai base had modified several weapons based on the needs of the guests, and the hotel's weapon shop. These weapons, combined with artificial intelligence, feature automatic aiming, long-range shooting, and both cold and hot weapons, as well as those that use special abilities and those that didn't. The weapons could also be stationed at the zombie fighting location, allowing anyone to operate them. Logically speaking, with such advanced weapons, why would everyone need to be assigned? Simply assigning people to fight in shifts would be more efficient, but that's not how it works. If only a small number of people were assigned to fight zombies, the income would indeed be higher, but the majority wouldn't be able to master the skills to fight zombies, or even have the courage to face them. For long-term development, to ensure everyone can be self-sufficient, and to produce more psychics in the future, Mihai base is willing to take some extra steps to train people, striving to send more psychics out of the hotel to fight zombies after this zombie wave. The day was bustling, and after a few strategic adjustments, some psychics working in support were also able to get started, and everything went smoothly. While the hotel was bustling, things were dire at Dawn base. Chapter 109. Due to the immediate retreat of the hotel barrier in Mihai base, the zombies that were originally destined to flood into Mihai base spread to Dawn base. Dawn base had fewer people, but the surrounding zombies were even more numerous than during the previous zombie wave, and many times more numerous than in Lu Feng's dream. This infuriated them to the core. Surrounded by zombies, there was no way to escape. They had to face them head-on. Facing them meant fighting, and fighting would deplete their supplies, and for psychics, their powers would be depleted. Consuming a lot of them meant they needed to eat and drink much more than usual. Song Gong gave a wry smile as he gazed at the dense swarm of zombies outside the wall. Although the first zombie wave had been similar to the current one, the contrast between the comfortable environment in the hotel and the current one, sleeping in fear, eating only instant noodles and biscuits, and being cold every day, was truly heartbreaking. Thankfully, there were still so many zombies coming to their doorstep, allowing them to make a fortune. But it was also because of these zombies that they couldn't even afford to go to the hotel to buy a few fast food meals. Thinking of the idyllic life the inn's inhabitants were enjoying, Song Gong commanded his men to fight the zombies with all their might. Yi Hui led his men in another direction, coordinating with Song Gong's team, fighting the zombies, while also keeping a close eye on Lu Feng's forces. Thankfully, they had made thorough preparations before the zombie wave arrived, purchasing sufficient weapons and ammunition, food and water to last them all for several months, and even superpower replenishing, enhancing, and even breakthrough potions. They had considered every possible scenario. So, they weren't worried at all. They simply viewed the zombie wave as a good thing, saving them from having to go out and fight zombies themselves, and leaving men behind to guard against Lu Feng. Lu Feng's team was far more bustling than theirs, making their defenses much easier. Seeing Song Gong's gloomy expression, Yi Hui was puzzled. It makes me sad to think that this shouldn't have happened. Yi Hui looked at his still somewhat round face, and shook his head. He enjoyed himself too much before, and now he couldn't stand even the slightest hardship. Just as miserable as Song Gong, or perhaps even more miserable, was Zhao Haizhou. They had the opportunity to intervene earlier, but unwilling to take the risk and avoid offending both sides, they didn't participate in the rescue and thus missed the chance. Those who missed the opportunity presented to them suffered more than those who didn't. Lu Feng's team had no supplies, and couldn't collect crystal cores. Even if they did, it would be useless. Without the ability to buy and merchandise, the crystal cores were worthless stones. Even so, to prevent Yi Hui and the others from gaining ground, they risked their lives to dig out the zombie crystal cores. But in the face of a zombie horde, such an act was undoubtedly extremely dangerous, like trying to fish in troubled waters. After the deaths of several psychics, they dared not act recklessly. These crystal cores ultimately benefited Yi Hui's team. Yi Hui's team and Lu Feng's team were relatively familiar with each other, but because the blocked Lu Feng's path, a conflict arose between the two sides. The zombie decomposer was used to resolve this conflict. The most troublesome aspect of the zombie horde was the accumulation of zombies. Previously, accumulations could deter the zombies, but now they acted like ladders for the higher-ups. If they weren't careful, the zombies could climb over the walls through the corpses, making it extremely dangerous. Ordinary fire is very slow to clear the corpses. Fire psychics can speed things up a bit, but it's no match for the accumulation of zombies. Seeing that Yi Hui and his team had no trouble using the zombie decomposer, Lu Feng's team partnered up. Since Lu Feng's team couldn't use the decomposer, Yi Hui's team came over to help, breaking down the zombies while collecting crystal cores. Crystal cores equaled supplies, a better life. Both sides were quite satisfied, but Yi Hui's team was even more pleased. They had a bright future ahead of them, while Lu Feng's team, currently surviving comfortably at the base, were uncertain about their future. They knew this, and now deeply regretted not keeping a tight rein on their belts. When the branch store was bustling with activity, and the main store was attracting many zombies, Tian also set up zombie fighting slots at the main store, for rental. These rental slots were limited, so to justify the cost, Tian also added new, specially designed weapons, long-range weapons developed at the Mihai base. After using them, the regular people at the main store were impressed, making the rental slots very popular. Due to its popularity, Tian added a number of new rooms, but there still wasn't enough, leading to long lines, even longer than at the branch locations. The main hotel was surrounded by houses, so there wasn't much room to begin with. While there weren't many people, the space wasn't large either. Even if it expanded a few meters, it would only open up a few more alleyways. Tian searched through the hotel's design, and found a terrace-style building that was a good fit for the main hotel. It was an inverted terrace style, narrow at the bottom and gradually bulging at the top. The bulging area had previously been a terrace garden, and Tian had the sudden idea to transform it into a platform for fighting zombies. This gave the hotel plenty of additional zombie fighting spots. After defeating the zombies, the next issue was collecting the zombie cores. After consulting the system, she discovered that the zombie core collector could be modified and mounted directly on the platform. After defeating the zombies, the user could simply remove the cores, which was incredibly convenient. Tian couldn't help but marvel at the end's magic. The branch had added a zombie hunting area to the building, and the main hotel immediately made adjustments, adding zombie hunting platforms on the outer side. However, the platforms required a longer range than other areas. Tian divided these areas into rental areas, allocating some of the original rental area to Mihai base, greatly alleviating the pressure on Mihai base. These changes boosted the inn's revenue. After doubling the number of branches again, Tian, after consulting the system, opened a second branch. The view flashed, and a forest of green came into view. Has this reached the mountain? Beyond the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows lay a lush, verdant forest. The sound of rain rustled, and the leaves, washed like emerald green. As she reached the entrance, the fresh air washed over her, and Tian relaxed completely. After watching the rain for a while, Tian returned to the hotel and opened her dashboard. This time, The branch was rated 3 stars. A 3-star hotel only had a weapons shop, and the rooms were limited to single, double, and triple family rooms. This was calculated by the system. If Tian Tian wanted to upgrade the branch to a higher level, she could, but it would cost her more points. However, considering the uncertainty of the customer base, Tian Tian followed the system's advice and started with a 3-star hotel. In fact, if she wanted, she could also open a 0-star hotel. This way, she would only pay points for opening it, not for upgrading. A 0-star hotel would only have shops corresponding to its star rating. Everything else, such as Tian Tian's room and the hotel's decor, would remain the same as the main hotel. Once she's accumulated enough points, she could consider opening small, beautiful shops like these in various locations. Once they attract customers, she could upgrade them to 3-star hotels, provide weapons, and then decide whether to upgrade the inn based on profitability. A 3-star inn doesn't have a restaurant, so she need to add a few more fast food vending machines and other vending machines to support her daily life. Unfortunately, the second branch's costs are still too high. She's still saving money to expand it several times over, as she feels it will welcome a wave of new customers after the zombie wave ends. In the early stages of this influx of new customers, inns often invest more but generate less profit. More preparation is needed. Brothers Zhou Chao and Zhou Wei reinforced their fortifications at the foot of the mountain. As they were heading up the mountain, it started to rain. "Damn it! It's raining!" Zhou Wei exclaimed. The brothers hurriedly put on their rain hats and masks, tying the ropes around their necks tightly to prevent the rain from contacting their skin. The rainwater contained the zombie virus, so even those with superpowers didn't dare take the risk. "It's raining down there, so it should be snowing up there, right?" Zhou Wei speculated. "Not only is it snowing up there, it's snowing right up there on the mountainside." Zhou Chao pursed his lips. "Oh, this awful weather. Are we going to die? Where has it ever snowed up here before? It's snowing, but this snow can't be drunk or used. It'd be too much to hold on to in a while. Back then, the snow on our mountaintop was mineral water quality, but now we can't drink it, and we don't even dare use it. It's so frustrating," Zhou Wei said irritably. If they didn't have a mineral water factory here, and they still had plenty of stock when the apocalypse arrived, they would have died of thirst long ago. Some people now possess superpowers: earth, wood, and fire. Logically, there should be water, but no one has awakened a water power. This is a bit unbelievable. After all, they have abundant water resources here, which makes them anxious. Even though there's plenty of water, they don't dare use it much. Stop talking nonsense. Let's get going. If the snow gets too heavy, we'd be in trouble if we can't get back. Zhou Chao remained steady, but beneath his raincoat and hood, out of sight of Zhou Wei, he frowned deeply. Snow had indeed begun to fall on the mountain and along the mountainside. At a certain point, the snow turned to rain, and where the snow had accumulated, some snow began to fall, eventually merging with the rain and flowing down the mountain path like a river. The path was extremely slippery and carried a powerful force. If you weren't careful, you could easily trip over a sudden icy block. Damn snow, damn ice. How did it create a hole in the concrete floor? The water can't even drain out. If it were just ordinary rain, they wouldn't be afraid. Rain is everywhere in the mountains, right? But this rain was poisonous, making their progress even more difficult. Because of the poisonous nature of rain and snow, they always wore raincoats and boots and wrapped themselves up tightly when they went out, even on clear days, fearing a sudden downpour. "We can't get through." The snow on the mountainside was knee-deep, and to make matters worse, there was a blizzard up there. Forcing our way through such weather would be extremely dangerous. Let's find somewhere to stay tonight. Zhou Chao made a quick decision. What bad luck. Zhou Wei complained as usual. I remember there were still houses on the east side that hadn't collapsed. I wonder if they had any blankets. It's freezing in this awful weather. Stop complaining and get going. Chapter 110. It gets dark quickly in winter. They need to find a place to stay before it's completely dark, and they also need to take protective measures. The east side has more ravines, and the roads are less potholed, making it much easier to navigate. The two brothers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the mutant animals, living here would be better. It's also closer to town, making it easier to find supplies. Zhou Chao didn't comment on this. Besides the mutants, there were also zombies. Although they always cleared out some, there were still many. Living at the foot of the mountain would sooner or later attract the zombies' attention, which would be troublesome. "Brother, look over there," Zhou Wei said softly, his scalp tingling. He nudged Zhou Chao and said, Zhou Chao turned around, and was also shocked. He saw that where the fields had once been in the mountains had become a pool of water, and in the pool lay a giant python and countless smaller snakes entangled. Mutated animal. How could there be a giant python in their mountains? And that snake was clearly not a python. It could only be a mutation caused by the zombie virus on an ordinary snake. Brother, that thing saw us. In just a few seconds, the giant python in the pool smelled human scent and stood upright in the water, sticking out its tongue at the two brothers. Run! The two of them broke into a run. This isn't the place. Another room, filled with mutant spiders. Zhou Wei had set a fire, but it still wasn't completely extinguished. He still had a few spiders, the giant python from before, and all the other insects, rats, and mutant animals he provoked along the way, following them. I'm dying. If I don't find a place to stay, I won't be able to walk anymore. Thanks to their familiarity with the environment, they were able to distance themselves from the mutants behind them. They also planned to find a clean, animal-free, and uncollapsed house, then seal the doors and windows to block out the smell. But such was their bad luck. The house was either infested with mutants or collapsed, leaving them with no place to hide. The exhaustion and the gradually darkening sky made them increasingly desperate. Climbing a hill, Zhou Wei spotted the inn and couldn't help but call out, "Brother, look over there. There's a house with lights on." Zhou Chao was also surprised. Why haven't I seen that house before? Was there a house there before? The two brothers looked at each other. They were police officers, and patrolling was part of their daily work. There was no place in these mountains they hadn't patrolled. After the apocalypse, they had helped relocate the surrounding residents, as well as the survivors in the county town below. They were certain that there had never been a house there before. The desire for light and safety made them, despite their doubts, run resolutely towards the inn. They were almost there, but they already disturbed a nest of mutant rats. In their current state, they had no choice but to flee. "Brother, look! That house is so clean and bright, and it looks warm." This was Zhou Wei's first thought upon seeing the hotel. "That's floor-to-ceiling glass," Zhou Chao said seriously. The brothers' hearts sank when they realized this. Floor-to-ceiling glass, the material used in all the shops in the county, was good for protecting against ordinary zombies, but certainly not mutant animals. But at this point, what else could they do? Go in, close the door, then rush up to the second floor and quickly seal the room with dirt. As they rushed forward, a mutant rat suddenly rushed in front of them from the side. Zhou Chao fell back, wanting to kill it. "Brother, come here quickly." Zhou Wei had already stepped onto the steps outside the hotel. Tian then opened the glass door and walked out. "Zhou Wei? ? What?" Before Zhou Wei could utter a word of shock, the mutant rat Zhou Chao was fighting was deflected by something. Zhou Chao froze in shock for a moment. Only when he saw a group of mutant animals charging from behind did he quickly push his brother back into the hotel. Tian saw their raincoats were soaking wet and, not wanting to get them wet, quickly retreated back inside. Zhou Chao entered last, and slammed the glass door shut with a powerful backhand. Finding it unlocked, he tried to find something to secure it. "Hey, wait, there's no need to close the door." It had been so long since he'd seen a survivor close a door the moment they entered. Tian was momentarily stunned. "We have to close the door. The mutants are coming." "Oh Wei, seal the gap in the door with dirt. No air can get through." Zhou Wei was already prepared. Unleashing his supernatural power, he saw dirt filling the gap in the glass door at an incredible speed. Tian was left in a state of confusion. Before she could say anything, the system issued a warning, prohibiting the use of supernatural powers on the hotel door. Then, the door, sealed with dirt, vanished. After that, Zhou Wei continued to use his supernatural power, but nothing happened. Zhou Chao and Zhou Wei instantly tensed up, unconsciously adopting defensive postures. "Calm down. Look, the mutants have been kept out." The mutant's sense of smell was sharper than that of the zombies. The giant python, far behind, sniffed the ground and followed suit. Now, a dense swarm of mutants gathered outside the hotel's barrier. Confined by the barrier, the animals circled the path Zhou Chao and Zhou Wei were walking on. "Why aren't these mutants fighting? They're just thinking about eating people." "Too much," Zhou Wei exclaimed angrily. "Is that the point?" Shocked, Zhou Chao glanced at his younger brother speechlessly. "Brother, what's that out there? Why can't those mutants get in?" Ignoring his slower brother, Zhou Chao looked at Tian. "Hi, this is Tian's hotel. I'm the owner, Tian. Welcome." "Hotel? Someone still runs a hotel in the apocalypse. What's that outside?" "It's the hotel's barrier. It keeps out all mutant animals and zombies. The hotel is absolutely safe. Zhou Chao observed carefully and noticed the hotel sign. Second branch? Is this a chain? Zhou Chao's tone was uncertain. Opening a hotel in the apocalypse was already surprising, but this was a chain. Yes. Tian knew what they were interested in, and without waiting for them to ask, she introduced the hotel's current shops. Zhou Wei was stunned, and Zhou Chao's expressionless face also showed some emotion. After explaining the branch, Tian ushered them in while explaining the current shop. There aren't many customers here yet, so we don't have a restaurant, pharmacy, or daily necessities store. But don't worry, we have them in the future. Zhou Chao and Zhou Wei were bewildered. Did a normal hotel have so many things? A restaurant, an entertainment room, and a hot spring? Forget about that. The resort next door also had hot springs. And what about weapon shops and pharmacies? A normal hotel would have these things? There's air conditioning. Brother, not only is there electricity here, but there's also air conditioning. They'd been so nervous earlier that they hadn't noticed the hotel had air conditioning. Now, with the electric heater, they noticed. Then, they realized they were covered in virus-laden water, and they somehow managed to dry it out. What happened? Why was it so strange the moment they entered this hotel? Is there a ghost? Zhou Yu asked nervously. Ahem, there was a breeze when I came in. It must have dried out then. Zhou Chao was much calmer. Yes, there's a cleaning system at the entrance that will dry out the water stains. How impressive. The two brothers were exhausted after a day of running around, but they were thrilled to see the weapons shop. They had weapons, but after 6 months of apocalypse, their ammunition was nearly depleted. It was time to worry. The hotel had all sorts of weapons. How could their eyes not light up, even though they only had one of each type? I don't know of any, but the hotel is limited right now and only has one on sale. A new one will appear after you buy it. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Really? That's great. How do I buy these, boss? Tian glanced at them and said with a smile, Do you want to rest for a while? Tian could see that the two were extremely tired, their steps unsteady, and their faces etched with fatigue. Yes, oh, I'm exhausted. Zhou Wei rubbed his waist and limped to the sofa in the lobby. Comfortable. Zhou Chao was more composed than him, but as he sat down, his expression was noticeably relaxed. After sitting down, the two began to briefly recount their stories. They were from the 1st Brigade of Daping Village. Both brothers were police officers, but they served in different areas. After the apocalypse, they awakened their special powers and led the villagers to seek refuge in the mountains. At the same time, they also rescued many tourists from the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing they were police officers and had saved so many lives, Tian rushed to the counter and offered them her bread and drinks. Zhou Wei's eyes lit up. Is that all right? Tian nodded quickly. Wow, boss, you're the cutest person I ever met. Zhou Wei took a big bite. The sweet taste spread throughout his mouth, and he almost cried with happiness. It was so delicious. Zhou Chao wasn't polite either, but he ate with restraint. As he ate, he recounted the situation on the mountain, and this time he finally spoke more. Everyone's on the top of the mountain. It used to be uninhabited because of landslides, but now we have no choice. There are countless zombies in the town, forcing us up there. But there are mutant animals there, so we have no choice but to go up. They cut down all the trees on the mountaintop, dug deep trenches to isolate it from the area below, and then built high walls. Every day, they cleared the area around the mutant animals. They used the mutant animals to create a barrier, and only then did they manage to keep the mountaintop quiet. As for the base of the mountain, they also established a barrier. While they didn't dig trenches, they did build walls, primarily to prevent the zombies from the county town from reaching the mountain. Every 5 to 7 days, they would send an Earth-type and an Attack-type psychic down to check on the situation, identify any gaps, and be prepared for any future events. Today was their brother's turn. They left early in the morning, carefully navigating the path until noon. After their inspection, they were about to head back when it started raining. The weather was fine when we left home in the morning, but it changed when we returned. The weather in the mountains after the apocalypse is so weird. Chapter 111. After resting for a while and replenishing their energy, the two inquired about the hotel's bills and learned that they could top up their accounts with crystal cores, which was very tempting. The hotel had warm, clean rooms with showers, a wide selection of fast food, clean mineral water, and all-you-can-drink sweet drinks. If they didn't have these, they could just make do with sleeping on the sofa in the lobby. The sofa in the hotel lobby was already a very nice place. Seeing that they were so tired but still forcing themselves to fight the mutant animals, Tian Tian offered to lend them money. Loan? Aren't you afraid we run away? Zhou Wei exclaimed. He thought the hotel owner was very kind. Not only did he give them free food, he also allowed them to stay in the lobby as they pleased, and now he was willing to lend them money. Zhou Chao also looked over. He didn't think the owner was a pushover. He must have some powerful means to keep them from running away. My hotel is unique in this apocalypse. No one who stayed here wants to leave. I'm not afraid, you just walk away. Tian Tian was now confident. She was the owner of 2 large hotels, no longer a clueless college student. I also trust your integrity. You won't default on the loan. That's not necessarily true. What if we simply refuse to repay? Well, then you'd be blacklisted by the hotel. Tian Tian asked them to review the relevant penalties. Then Tian Tian asked them to pay attention to the hotel laws. The 2 brothers were even more surprised. They hadn't expected such a thing to happen in a hotel. Tian Tian then recounted what happened at the second branch. They nodded and praised Chao Guodong, worthy of being a major city leader. They also said the people at the Shuguang base were despicable. The 2 brothers still took out a loan, promising to return later to pack up and bring more people to the hotel. They were exhausted afterward, but thankfully the hotel's amenities were convenient. The elevator closed and immediately opened, and they were at their destination. Their room was just a few steps away, no key needed. The door opened with the touch of a finger. As darkness fell, Tian Tian knew no one would come, so she closed the door. On her way out, she glanced at the mutant animals still circling outside the barrier. They're so ugly and smell so fishy, Tian Tian frowned. That's how it is after mutations. All sorts of strange things can happen. It'd be better in the future, the system said. Tian Tian didn't pay attention to what it said, but was curious about what these things ate. Don't snakes eat mice? Why doesn't it eat them? After the mutation, whether snake or mouse, they were considered members of the same species, and they didn't eat their own kind. Tian Tian smacked her lips. With so many animals and zombies in the world, all wanting to eat humans, is there any hope for humanity? And can she really complete that ultimate mission? The hotel hasn't been opening very quickly. Only 3 branches have opened in over 6 months. Many people must have died outside the hotel. I wonder how many people are still alive, and if the remaining ones can help her eliminate all the zombies. However, why not get some practice and join the others in killing zombies? Don't worry, these mutants will first eat ordinary animals. Just like humans, not all animals have become man-eating zombies. Some are still normal, and some have even awakened superpowers, like humans. But they are a very small minority. The majority are still ordinary animals. Animals are more perceptive than humans, aware of the danger posed by mutants. They run much faster than humans, but these mutants are so powerful that most ordinary animals die in their mouths. This is actually a good thing for humans, though. With mutants having other food sources, they attack humans less often. However, things will certainly get more difficult in the future. However, with the intervention of the yin, the situation changes. In short, while the mutants are preying on ordinary animals, the yin opens to rescue humans. By the time the mutants attack, humans won't be afraid of them anymore. Hearing that the mutants were preying on ordinary animals, Tian Tian felt relieved. But upon hearing that the ordinary animals in the mountains had been nearly wiped out, Tian Tian's heart tightened. This means the survivors on the mountain are facing immense danger. I think opening the inn in the mountains is the best option. What do you think, system? The Minghai base retreat cost a lot of points. At that time, Tian Tian had wanted to open the inn directly within the larger base. The current location was the system's suggestion, and the system has been helping her along. Although she hesitated, she still followed that advice. Now she feels some regret. This truly is the best location. It's close to the county town in the mountains, so both zombies and mutant animals are abundant. It's a prime location, sure to make the hotel a fortune. As for the survivors, with the hotel here, they definitely make it through safely. It's a bit more difficult, but it's not entirely without drawbacks. They can also hunt mutant animals and accumulate crystal cores along the way. That's right. Tian Tian thought of the business card barrier and felt the system was right. Her goal was to eliminate all zombies, and a hotel closer to the zombie horde would be more convenient for guests. It's just that the mutant animals are a bit annoying. Do you think the guests will stop fighting zombies and only fight the mutant animals? After all, the zombies were once humans, so fighting animals wouldn't be too stressful. Have you forgotten how difficult it was for Rinyu and the others to fight the mutant animals? That's right. Unless the mutants attacked or they had to be dealt with, they generally didn't fight them. It's really relaxing to just look at the scenery outside without looking at the mutants. On a rainy day, the forest, the moistened earth, the dripping eaves, the warm lights, the classic decor, it's truly picturesque. Tion, enjoying her milk tea, felt quite relaxed, looking at the scenery. The hotel was peaceful, but the survivors on the mountain were frantic. Shou's father, ignoring the blizzard, stood on the observation deck, gazing down at the mountain, his face etched with worry. The other survivors weren't much better off. They were familiar with each other from the same village, having relied on each other for over 6 months, sharing weal and woe. Whether they were fellow villagers or tourists, everyone was incredibly united, and anyone missing would be worried. Why haven't they returned yet? It's already dark, and there's no sign of anything. Do you think something's happened to them? If something's happened, will they still send people down the mountain? The Zhou family's relatives' faces darkened upon hearing this, and Zhou's mother nearly fainted. The village chief quickly stopped them. Don't speculate. They're coming back because of the snow. That's right. It's snowing, and they can't come back. And it's raining. It's raining heavily down there, flooded, and it's hard to walk. I guess they found a place to stay down there, and are waiting for better weather to come up. That's definitely the case. Zhou's mother wiped her tears. I call old Zhou back right now. Don't worry, the children are fine. He ended up falling ill. Yes. Hurry and persuade him to come back. Someone had said before that the snow was heavy on the mountainside, and the Zhou brothers might not be able to return. Old Zhou ignored them, stubbornly insisting on waiting for his sons. Now it was dark, and they definitely couldn't come back. The main problem was that there was no movement. The lookout tower was carefully built at a certain angle, allowing for a long-range view. They had also cleared trees along several key sections of the road, ensuring they wouldn't miss any passing creature, whether human or animal. The lookout tower was constantly manned, but no one was seen. They did see a few mutant animals, though. They definitely couldn't come back. Everyone said they must have found a place to hide, but in their hearts, they couldn't help but imagine the worst. The Zhou family, in particular, was so panicked that they didn't even listen to what the village chief said at the meeting. The village chief was also anxious. The Zhou brothers were not only capable, but also highly responsible. Their police credentials had earned them the trust of many, making them influential figures. If they died outside, it would be a huge blow to them. But there was another important matter to discuss. It's snowing, and the moat is about to be filled in again. Tomorrow we need to organize everyone to clean it up. It would be best if we could dig 2 more moats. I'm feeling uneasy. Those mutant animals outside have been making a lot of noise lately. I'm worried they might attack. We need to be prepared. All Earth-type psychics should go tomorrow, and Gold-type psychics should also go. Zhou Wei is an Earth-type psychic. He has strong abilities. With him around, we'd definitely be able to dig faster. The mention of Earth-type psychics brought back memories of the brothers Zhou Wei and Zhou Chao, and the atmosphere turned tense again. Without 2 capable people, work was much slower than usual. Mother Zhou couldn't help crying again, and Father Zhou was wiping his eyes. Can we send someone down to look for him? Yes, old village chief. Why don't you send Ian and the others? They go down there often and are familiar with the route. The old village chief paused for a moment and said, I discussed this with the team leaders. After the meeting, the old village chief summoned the team leaders from each team, and the Zhou family also stayed to hear the outcome. After some discussion, they finally decided to send someone down to look for him if the weather was clear tomorrow. Despite this arrangement, no one slept well. In the hotel, brothers Zhou Chao and Zhou Wei managed a rare good night's sleep. After entering their rooms, the brothers took showers, each taking a full hour. Afterward, they didn't rush to bed. Instead, they bought several snacks and a few bottles of beer, enjoying the snacks and beer with them. It was a refreshing experience. After eating and drinking their fill, the 2 brothers collapsed onto their soft single beds. At that moment, they both sighed in relief. This hotel is wonderful. The double bed is large and soft, and the environment is wonderful. The double room they booked came with a tatami mat for tea, which was particularly elegant. The 2 brothers had just sat there while enjoying their drinks and meals. The tatami had room for their feet under the table, making it incredibly comfortable. The food was delicious too. I could tell it was made by a good chef. It didn't feel like one of those awful fast food restaurants. Zhou Wei had studied in a big city before, and had eaten his fair share of fast food. While those fast foods were truly unpalatable, they were just filling. Just a few hours ago, those fast foods had been incredibly delicious. The hotel's fast food was far superior, and they were thoroughly satisfied. This hotel is wonderful. I bring everyone in tomorrow. Zhou Wei's voice faded, and soon, he was silent. He fell asleep. Zhou Chao was a little more alert, but listening to the sound of rain, lying in the soft quilt, and having a clean body, he fell asleep very relaxed. Chapter 112. The survivors, anxious all night, gathered early in the morning. We confirmed that no one came up from any direction last night. They must be staying down the mountain. The weather was beautiful today, and the Zhou family looked at the old village chief with hope. The old village chief picked up his pipe and habitually took 2 puffs of his unlit Han cigarette. Xiao Zhou, don't worry. We won't give up on them. Many people had died along the way. Initially, they were worried about insufficient food, but now they simply felt they were too few in number and powerless against the zombies and mutated animals. Old village chief, thank you so much. Father Zhou almost knelt, looking at his son's colleagues. Thank you too. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. I won't refuse. Oh, and take these for the journey. Father Zhou thanked them, as he accepted the steamed buns that Zhou's mother had prepared. The buns were made with cornmeal and sugar, steamed to perfection and fluffy. They looked delicious, and the large bag was a generous portion. With vegetables scarce these days, steamed buns made with cornmeal are a great treat. Wu Yun and the others bowed and took them. Wu Yun helped Zhou's hunched back to his feet. In just one night, the once energetic middle-aged man had become hunched over, looking several years older. Wu Yun and the others sighed as they watched. Let's all go today, each searching in different areas. Once we find someone, come back immediately. We'll be back by noon at the latest, so we still have time to help everyone dig the moat. Wu Yun took the lead in outlining the plan they had come up with. Zhou's father and mother smiled at this, but Wu Yun and the others' parents and relatives frowned. They worried their children wouldn't return. They remembered the first few months, when people died every time they went down the mountain. Even though nothing had happened in a while, the despair remained etched in their minds. Will they be all right? Someone couldn't help but ask. No, absolutely not. My 2 sons will be all right, ah. Mother Zhou shook her head repeatedly. Father Zhou wanted to speak, but seeing the others' worried looks, he opened his mouth but found himself speechless. As parents, they were definitely worried about their children and didn't want them to take risks. With so many people going down the mountain, if something happened, it would mean sacrificing the lives of other children for their own, and he would feel incredibly guilty. Mother Zhou's heart was completely focused on her children, and she kept pushing her husband to say something. Father Zhou didn't say anything, but Grandma Zhou, the mother-in-law, spoke up. More people means faster search, and we have someone to look after them. Others also supported a larger search, hoping for a quicker return. We definitely need people to go down and search. More people is better than fewer. Fewer people is unsafe. Some parents also supported the idea. If their children were missing, they would definitely want someone to rescue them. However, their children weren't part of the search team, so their words carried little weight. If I had superpowers, I would go down too. Thank you for saving my son. Ordinary people would die in the face of mutant animals. They wouldn't even be able to outrun them. This was universally acknowledged, and those who spoke sincerely meant it. However, they had long ago established that ordinary people were not allowed to descend the mountain. Previously, parents and children whose children had lost their children had volunteered to descend the mountain to contribute, without the persuasion of other relatives, only to perish at the foot of the mountain. Some were accidents, while others were simply desperate, intentionally seeking their own deaths. It was a tragic scene. After everyone found out, ordinary people were no longer allowed to leave the mountain. However, those with special abilities not only improved their physical condition, but also became more resilient. While they were still sad, they would turn their sadness into motivation, killing more zombies or mutant animals to avenge their families. Some people have erratic tempers, but in such an environment, everyone has erratic tempers. Everyone has psychological issues to some degree, but they suppress them just to survive. In crucial moments, like when fighting mutants, they become more resolute. The parents were very reluctant to let their children go, but they couldn't tell them not to go. They had thought that since there were fewer people going, their children might not be included. But they unexpectedly decided to go together, and they even said it in front of everyone, leaving the parents extremely anxious. The words just now were a result of uncontrollable emotion. Any more words couldn't be uttered, lest it disrupt unity, offend everyone, and get kicked out, which would be disastrous. The parents were reluctant, but they could only remain silent. After quickly gathering everyone's opinions, the old village chief finally nodded and agreed to let them go. You must return safely, and soon. We can't leave you here. As soon as the decision was made, some parents burst into tears, which in turn made everyone, including their sons and daughters, feel awkward. Joe's father stepped forward and said, "Everyone must ensure your own safety. Even if you can't find the person, don't get yourself into trouble." Old Joe is right. You must return when the time comes, regardless of whether you can find the person or not. The old village chief was very pleased with Joe's father's words. As the father of the missing brothers, his words were perfectly appropriate. If it had been anyone else, it would have been heartbreaking for the Joe family. "Got it, village chief. We be careful and return on time." This arrangement finally put the parents at ease. Before everyone left, the old village chief quietly pulled Captain Wu Yun aside to whisper something. The Zhou brothers hadn't had a good night's sleep in ages. Fortunately, they went to bed early, otherwise the whole morning would have passed. It was already 8 o'clock when they arrived at the hall. Not seeing Tian there, they bought breakfast and ate. Then they prepared to return to the mountain. After taking a few steps, they spotted the mutant animals that had followed them yesterday and were forced to retreat. Then, their path was once again blocked by mutants. What's wrong with these things? They can't catch anyone, yet they're blocking the way. Zhou Yu was furious. Something's going on. Zhou Chao observed the situation and noticed something. "What's going on?" Zhou Yu asked anxiously, his tone irritated. Zhou Wei was always impatient. Before the apocalypse, he managed to calm down thanks to Zhou Chao's reminders, and he also been intent on improving his abilities and doing his job well. After the apocalypse, the harsh environment weighed on the young, inexperienced, and impatient Zhou Wei, feeling suffocated. Fortunately, he awakened his special abilities, and now, he was only verbally impatient, a bit unsteady, and lacking in subtlety, but overall, there were no major issues. This situation was still not normal, Zhou Chao knew, but there was nothing he could do. However, now that they had a hotel, he could help his brother adjust. Zhou Chao remained calm. These things are getting very impatient, like they're really hungry. Had they run out of food? Zhou Wei speculated. Zhou Chao glanced at his brother approvingly. His brother was still on top of the important matters. That should be the case, otherwise they wouldn't be so persistent and refusing to leave. Then what should we do? We're trapped? One night's fine, but if we don't go back, everyone will be worried. The hotel is nice, but it's only truly good if everyone stays together. It wouldn't be safe just the two of them. 2 options. 1, take a detour from the back, or kill those mutants. The second one's impossible. There's no way we could do it just the two of us. Zhou Wei shook his head. The detour is also dangerous, and the other route isn't easy. It's fine if we don't encounter mutants, but it could be very troublesome if we do. Contrary to his brother's opinion, Zhou Chao preferred the second option. You decide. Zhou Wei didn't want to dwell on it. Zhou Chao said nothing more, pulling his brother back to the hotel. Upon entering the hotel, their check-in cards displayed a notification, suggesting the most suitable weapon for them, the small Esper light cannon. After reviewing the recommended weapons, and comparing them to more common firearms, the two brothers hesitated for a moment before finally choosing the light cannon. After all that work, they owed the hotel 1 million points. Brother, that's 1 million. Zhou Wei's heart trembled. Time is important. Points can always be earned back. Tian didn't sleep in today. New guests always have questions, so she set her alarm to answer them. Unexpectedly, the alarm went off too early, and out of boredom, she began restocking the store, stocking the shelves with several powerful and expensive Esper weapons. Even putting one of these weapons on the shelves required payment of points, so Tian didn't dare to buy more than she wanted, choosing only the ones most in demand at the moment. As soon as the weapons were put on the shelves, Chao Guodong from the second branch came over. If it were just for the weapons, Tian wouldn't have left. He had something else to do. Tian was currently at the first branch. We contacted the military base. They divided themselves into hundreds of teams to fight the zombie horde. The zombies have become more powerful, and each team lacks enough psychics. After hearing about our situation, they wanted our support. The military base's leaders had long ago begun dispersing operations. Everyone, young and old, men and women, had undergone military training. Before this zombie horde could completely encircle the human race, they quickly separated. Afterwards, the zombies, following the crowd, dispersed and gathered around different teams. This reduced the danger of large groups, but due to the insufficient number of psychics and their uneven abilities, the strengths of each team varied. While the number of zombies clustered according to the size of the population, the mutants were not evenly distributed across regions. Some teams were unlucky, and encountered even more mutants despite their weaker strength. Luckily, they had made sufficient preparations in the previous months and had communication devices, allowing them to communicate with each other. However, they were all surrounded by zombies, and unless they could clear the area and rush to rescue them, there was no way out. However, the base commander was more resourceful. After receiving the signal from Mihai Base, he immediately contacted them. In fact, the headquarters had not pinned their hopes on Mihai Base for rescue. They were more concerned about its destruction. They had calculated that if nearby survivors flocked to Mihai Base, and Mihai Base did not take the same measures as them, this zombie wave would be extremely dangerous. It was a pity that they had not been able to contact Mihai Base before. When they heard Chao Guodong's loud and excited voice, the military base leaders were stunned. When they heard him say that Mihai Base was developing smoothly and discovering talent that could be trained into psychics, the military base leaders were speechless with shock. When will people with special abilities be trained? When will zombie hordes become minor issues? Nothing to be feared? The more the better? After listening to the legal provisions of Mihai Base, the leaders cautiously asked, Xiao Chao, have you been disturbed by something? Are you mentally unstable? Has Mihai Base been destroyed? Is Xiao Chao left alone guarding the office building and gone mad? If that's the case, what can we do? The base's aircraft are no longer operational. Xiao Chao is hopeless. Chapter 113. The old commander of the military base was filled with remorse, tears welling up in his eyes. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have allowed all the survivors near High City to go to Mihai Base. He would have relocated the key scientific researchers here. Mihai Base has all the necessary facilities, but the researchers are incredibly important and should be well protected. Old commander, what are you talking about? The researchers? They're all fine, except they're temporarily without equipment, making research difficult. But we have new research materials. The military base owes Mihai Base a debt of gratitude, owes a debt of gratitude to the millions of people who have been affected, and owes a debt of gratitude to the researchers. Chao Guodong, what's going on? Old commander, did you misunderstand something? Chao Guodong slapped his head. Why had he only focused on reporting on the situation at Mihai Base without mentioning the hotel specifically? Chao Guodong then explained many times, finally convincing everyone that he wasn't crazy, and that a magical hotel had truly saved Mihai Base. The old commander immediately responded, Rescue. We desperately need your help. Xiao Chao, do you have any solutions? Of course he didn't have any. The words had already been spoken. Yes. We have a group of people who can help with the rescue. The hotel is surrounded by zombies, and we need to get out and eliminate them. But commander, I contact the owner to see if she has any solutions. I leave it to you. This was the whole story. While Chao Guodong was calling Tian Tian, the hotel's weaponry was equipped with new supernatural light cannons. The system offered suggestions, but Chao Guodong insisted on discussing it with Tian Tian face to face. Having this light energy cannon is fantastic. Do you think we should build them in these locations? Of course, the base will cover the costs. We quickly clear out the zombies, leaving only a few for the locals to earn money, and then we send out rescue teams. Of course. The system can also help with a plan. Tian Tian readily agreed and pushed the system out. The AI they purchased had limited computing power and wasn't as powerful as the system. Thank you so much. One more thing, accommodating the rescue workers. I'd like you to build a few more buildings. The hotel now has 6 buildings, greatly increasing the range of guests. Mihai Base has also recruited more guards and even increased the time each person has to fight zombies. At this rate, it won't be long before a large family can send 2 people to fight zombies, which will further improve everyone's quality of life. Now, with only one person in a large family fighting zombies, and earning only 1,000 points a day, a family of over 20 people still struggled. However, these conditions were undoubtedly much better than before, and few complained. No problem. Thinking of the huge income that would soon come, Tian Tian generously decided to build a few more buildings. After this expansion, the layout also needed to be considered. Fortunately, the system provided options. One with the most zombie-killing locations, one with the most beautiful living environment, and so on. In the end, Tian Tian chose the option with the most zombie-killing locations, which would require some adjustments to all buildings. Basically, the distances between buildings are wider, with the safe connection area between them only 3 lanes wide. Zombie hunting areas are located on either side of these 3 lanes, while the rest of the areas between the buildings are unsafe zones, allowing zombies to spread through these areas and spread to the surrounding areas of each building. This means that zombie hunting isn't limited to the exterior of each building, but can be done from all directions. Combined with the upstairs locations, the number of zombie hunting locations at the first branch has increased several-fold. Small and medium-sized psychic light cannons are also installed in locations with the highest number of zombies and access to routes outside. Besides the price difference, the user requirements for small and large psychic light cannons vary. Large ones require a level 5 psychic to operate, and they must always have recharge potions. Small ones can be used by level 2 psychics, though of course, their power will be much less. Mihai Base still has level 5 psychics, and if they're short, they're planning to issue bounties, inviting psychics like Tang Jie and Chen Xiao to contribute at a high price. Proper use of the light energy cannon could generate huge, one-time profits, and Mihai Base wouldn't have to worry about not being able to pay its bills. Chao Guodong was delighted with the changes to the hotel. Once profits were made, various arrangements could be adjusted. First, regarding the lives of ordinary people, individual zombie hunting time could be extended. Families with larger families would receive more zombie hunting slots. Those with previous outstanding performance would be invited to join the base's guard team and trained as psychics at the base's expense. With the light energy cannon, psychics would have greater potential applications, and these psychics would be trained as backup forces for rescue operations. Furthermore, with the expanded living space, various leisure activities shouldn't be neglected. A balance between work and rest is essential. Compared to the population, the hotel's free-range area is still relatively small. Only zombie hunters are allowed outside the residential area. Everyone else remains confined to the residential area. However, they already plan to install some public recreational facilities on each floor, which was the main focus of their conversation with the manager. Before, when food was scarce and survival was a concern, they naturally didn't think about these things. Now that they're safe and have better food, they need to develop recreational activities as well. Additionally, they need to continue investing more in light energy cannons, equipping all the psychics remaining at the base. This is the cornerstone of generating significant revenue for the base, and will also be useful for subsequent rescue operations. Tian wholeheartedly supports the idea of developing these recreational activities, as it will undoubtedly boost consumption at the base. Currently, consumption is limited to food and has not developed at all. Chao Guodong is also pleased. The more people participate in the zombie hunt, the more talented individuals he can cultivate. He has always believed that passive defense is not a solution. Humanity must proactively attack, and the sooner they do, the safer it is. Otherwise, once the zombies evolve, things will become increasingly difficult. The Research Institute has long since discovered that zombie evolution is universal. It's just a matter of time. On the human side, however, only those with special abilities can evolve, while ordinary people remain ordinary. Luckily, there's the hotel. Otherwise, it won't be long before only those with special abilities survive, and ordinary people will be in dire straits. This is something he absolutely doesn't want to see. Now that they have the support of the hotel, it's absolutely necessary to speed up their efforts. No matter how many hotels there are still places they can't reach. If they take action here, every zombie lost is a chance for humanity. Just after finishing up business at the first branch, the system alerted her that a new customer from the second branch had taken out a large loan yesterday and asked her to approve it. Tian's eyes widened. These two new customers were truly courageous. The existing mutants couldn't repay the loan. After the system's assessment, they have to clear the county of zombies completely before they could even afford it. A reasonable repayment deadline was set, and Tian confirmed it. When she returned to the second branch, the brothers Zhou Chao and Zhou Wei were already wielding their light energy cannons. Amazing! I think this weapon is even better than Mu Song's. Mu Song and the others also had it. A single shot at a mutant's head wouldn't kill it. This powerful weapon, aimed at the mutant's head, could kill it with one strike. The light energy gun could also penetrate, so it could destroy a whole bunch of them with one shot. It was so satisfying. This is just a small one. The medium and large ones will definitely be able to kill even more, Zhou Wei said excitedly. Zhou Chao said calmly, "You can have dreams. This is good enough right now." Zhou Wei patted his chest. The price of a mid-sized house could buy a house in a big city. Elsewhere, Wu Yun led a team of 12 people, carrying tool backpacks, down the mountain. We split up into groups of 2 and check our weapons again. Everyone, remember to make arrangements, right? Remember, Captain, don't worry. We be fine. We're all familiar territory. Don't be careless. Let's search the west first, carefully observing any signs, and then reunite at the intersection. What if they're not there? It depends. If they're not there, we search the east. With so many of us, we split up into several routes and reunite at the main road. Remember, you must return at the appointed time. I understand, Captain. Also, if you encounter an emergency, prioritize safety and be flexible. The 12 men reached the mountainside and found that the snow and the ground had formed a small cliff, requiring a rope to descend. After some effort, they finally descended the snowy cliff. They quickly split up and searched as planned. They didn't find the person, but they did find traces. Looks like they went east. It must be the rain. Rain on the west side is troublesome, so hiding east makes sense. William glanced at the sky. There's still time, let's go. The group immediately set off eastward. The journey was surprisingly smooth, and the team members relaxed, but William became even more vigilant. Anything unusual wasn't a good thing. There are traces of mutant animals. Oh no! They hadn't encountered a single mutant animal, yet there were so many traces of movement on the ground. Everyone knew at a glance that the mutants were chasing something. The person they were looking for must be the one they were after, and the one who was chasing them so frantically must be the one they were looking for. They're in danger. It's been a whole day and night, nothing's happened, right? Everyone looked at the captain, unsure whether to continue the search and rescue. William checked the time and weather again. Continue searching along the trail, move quickly. We shouldn't get separated. If anything goes wrong, retreat. No one objected. They still held onto a glimmer of hope. What if Zhou Chao and Zhou Wei were alright? Or perhaps they were fighting hard, waiting for rescue. If they gave up now, there might be no hope for the brothers. The group moved forward cautiously. They discovered traces of mutant animals, and also traces left by humans, and they became even more cautious. They no longer followed the mutant animal path, but instead ascended the mountain, searching from a higher vantage point. They should be down there. Prepare for battle. As they approached, they heard a series of noises, and everyone's expressions grew tense. The noises were quite loud, suggesting there must be many mutant animals down there. Before they could even begin to process what was happening, they witnessed a shocking scene. Chapter 114. In the forest below, a villa with white walls and black tiles stood. Through the glass windows, wooden chairs and sunflowers in a white porcelain vase shone a striking elegance, a tranquil scene reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era. Outside the villa stood two men, wielding a cannon-like weapon and firing their beams at the mutant zombies surrounding the villa. A straight beam of light shot out, and the mutants in the line fell. The two men's movements were incredibly rhythmic, and after a few strikes, a large number of them fell. Looking closely, beneath the fallen mutants, there was a pile of dead mutants. And weren't those two the Zhou brothers they were looking for, the ones they thought were in dire straits, struggling to survive? Brother, this feels so good. All those bastards are finally dead. I didn't expect to kill so many. Zhou Wei exclaimed, unfazed by the prospect of attracting new mutants. Zhou Chao also smiled. He threw out a zombie decomposer, got some money. The decomposer dropped, and the mutant animal's corpse quickly disintegrated, revealing a tiny crystal nucleus. Zhou Wei stared at the crystal-clear nucleus as if it were worth millions. Collect, collect, collect. The mutant animals scattered on the ground quickly disintegrated. The crowd above stared in astonishment, and someone finally couldn't help but shout, Zhou Wei, what are you doing? The two Zhou brothers looked up, saw Wu Yun and the others, and exclaimed in surprise, you came to see us? Wu Yun immediately stopped them. Don't speak so loudly. Yes, yes, come down quickly, come here, it's safe here. The team members looked at the mutant animals lying in a circle outside the barrier, truly confused by the logic. Go down? Wu Yun had barely opened his mouth when he noticed something was wrong, and his voice immediately changed. Hurry, run downstairs. Something's coming. The group hurried back, turning and heading down the road to the inn. The mutant wolf following them was swift, nipping at the heels of the group. The last team member nearly got bit several times. Come here. Quick. The team members gradually ran into the barrier, their momentum pulling them toward the inn. Since some hadn't made it in yet, Zhou Chao didn't move, and Zhou Wei grabbed one. No need to run. It's safe here. Everyone was still confused, but concerned that some of the team members hadn't made it in yet, they didn't enter the inn. They simply observed the main door. It was open and appeared to be locked, so it should be able to close properly. As they observed it, everyone subconsciously thought, why is it a wall of floor-to-ceiling glass? It looks unsafe. Be careful. Before they could think any further, Wu Yun's voice rang out. Wu Yun, a highly skilled and leader of the group, had just retreated, running at the front. Standing by the barrier, he kept a close eye on the others. Seeing the last person about to be captured, he immediately called out. The man, a level 1 psychic, was quite agile and dodged the fatal blow, but he lost his balance and fell to the ground. The crowd was horrified. With that man's abilities, he would never get up again. He couldn't avoid a second blow. Wu Yun moved, running towards the fallen man. As he emerged, he silently vowed to bring everyone back safely. But he knew it was too late. The distance was too great. In that instant, his eyes welled up, and his blood rushed. Get out of the way, get down. Zhou Chao moved, aiming his light cannon in the direction of the fallen man. Everyone obeyed instinctively. The next moment, the light cannon blazed, blasting the mutant animal 20 meters away to death. The fallen man, after lying on his back, flipped and shifted, facing the mutant, wanting to take it with him. At the critical moment, the incredible beam of light blew the mutant animal's head off. He was safe too. He was certain to die, but he survived, unharmed. Ha ha, he said, wanting to laugh out loud. Incredibly surprised, he jumped up, and someone came to help him, and then everyone ran behind the inn's barrier. There were still a few mutant wolves behind them, but Zhou Chao didn't rush to fight them. He had already used up a lot of his energy, so he needed to take a break. There was no rush now. The important thing was to understand the situation. Are you all okay? Are you hurt? We're fine, everyone replied, then, looking at the mutants running towards them, asked somewhat panically, aren't we going in? No, just wait and see. The fun is about to begin, Zhou Wei said excitedly. Now, let's show the inn's might. The inn's barrier never disappoints its guests. The mutants were stopped outside, then began to wander around as if they couldn't find their target. The team members, witnessing this scene for the first time, widened their eyes in shock. Captain Wu Yun also showed a look of surprise. Zhou Wei smiled at his friend's expressions, delighted. He and his brother had the same expression when they first saw this. Isn't that impressive? Despite only being there for a day, Zhou Wei had already decided to treat the inn like his own home, praising it like a true owner. Amazing. Amazing. What's going on? And this villa? Tian Tian Hotel? It's a hotel? What's its background? It's got a lot of history. At his friend's inquiries, Zhou Wei launched into a flurry of descriptions of the inn. Hearing the inn was a chain, the friends were delighted. So we can connect with relatives working in High City? And those tourists on our mountain? There are quite a few from High City, right? They'd be thrilled to hear this news. Not only that, the boss said there will be upgrades later. Did you know about those upgrades? Have you read the novels? It's just like what's described in the novels. What's with the upgrades? Are there new shops? The imaginative friends immediately had an idea when they saw the weapon shop. You guessed right. What shop is it? Zhou Wei continued to be excited, as if the inn was his own. I want to eat normal food. Are there any restaurants? Is there a pharmacy? My mom's out of medicine for her high blood pressure. Hey, we have them all. Let me tell you, the pharmacy doesn't just sell common medicine like high blood pressure medication, it also has magical potions for superpowers. Do you know what this means? What? Everyone was curious. It means ordinary people can become superpowered. Really? More real than pearls. Is it that amazing? I believe it. Look at this barrier. This inn is really special. Oh, by the way, I remember there wasn't a hotel here before. It was all trees. When did this hotel appear? Someone had the most incredible thought. Everyone involuntarily took a deep breath. You just said, this is a chain store? As the words fell, Zhou Chao's light energy cannon lit up, a dazzling display that everyone saw like fireworks, captivating and beautiful, but not fleeting. Everyone, check in at the hotel and get ready. Hurry, we have to rush up. While everyone was talking, Wu Yun and Zhou Chao reviewed the situation. They also discussed the follow-up plan, which was simple, and they didn't discuss it for long. Let's go inside and take a look. It's freezing outside. The team members happily rushed into the hotel. Brother, can I go help them? Zhou Wei wanted to see the shocked and moved expressions on his friends' faces. Go ahead. Zhou Chao nodded. Zhou Wei hesitated again, worried that his brother wouldn't be able to handle it. Go ahead. Collecting these crystal cores is a piece of cake. I'm not afraid of mutant animals. They can't catch up with my speed. Then I go. Be careful, brother. Zhou Chao nodded, holding the crystal core collector in one hand and the supernatural light gun in the other, and calmly walked out of the barrier. Zhou Wei was completely relieved. That light gun was a powerful weapon worth $1 million. With it, there was nothing in this mountain that couldn't be dealt with. Zhou Wei bounded into the hotel. Zhou Chao took a look and a smile curled his lips. Wow, This check-in method is so cool. I love tattoos, right on my hands. I still want the card. This card is super cool too. After checking in, the group rushed to the vending machine for food and water. Everyone ate some and bought some more, packed them in bags, and prepared to show them to everyone. Wu Yun also planned to buy some weapons. Like the Zhou brothers, they were incredibly poor, so naturally they would take out a loan. They didn't want to buy expensive weapons, like the light energy gun, but they also had a slight disdain for ordinary weapons. Ordinary weapons were too much of a struggle against the thick-skinned mutants. Since they knew they would definitely need to buy weapons later, it was better to do it all at once to avoid wasting money on inappropriate items. In the end, they settled on a compound crossbow, which used its psychic power for ranged attacks. Fire-based psychics could also imbue the arrows with fire, while metal-based psychics could use their metal powers as arrowheads. Wood, water, and earth-based psychics could also imbue arrows with psychic powers, depending on the user's psychic abilities and imagination. It was a very practical weapon, and the end's best seller. After they had the weapons, they also coveted the psychic power potion. With too many mutants, psychic powers wouldn't be enough. Without them, psychic weapons would just be ordinary weapons. But there was no rush. The inn didn't have a pharmacy. Besides, they were definitely moving, so they could consider these things afterward. After everything was ready, everyone, including the two Zhou brothers, stepped out of the hotel's barrier, backpacks on their backs. Not long after they left, the rain began to fall again. Wu Yun had a bad feeling. Hurry up, hurry back. Even with quickened pace, they still couldn't make it up the mountainside before the snow began to fall. They couldn't go up the mountain now. Experience showed that the snow would soon turn into a blizzard, and even though they were familiar with the terrain, they didn't dare go up the mountain in a blizzard. Let's go back to the hotel, Zhou Chao said calmly. It's the only way. Wu Yun sighed. What's wrong, Brother Wu? We have the shelter of the hotel now, and we don't have to worry about safety. It's so comfortable. Why are you so worried? Zhou Wei asked. You kid, don't you know how worried your parents are? Wu Yun scoffed. Having the hotel was indeed reassuring, but the people on the mountain were probably worried sick. Even they hadn't gone back this time. Hopefully nothing would happen. No, they had made a promise. If they didn't go back to the mountain tonight, there would be chaos. They had to discuss a solution with Zhou Chao. Chapter 115. Father Zhou still stood on the lookout, watching, like a stone. As time passed and the sky darkened, more and more people came to the lookout to watch. Haven't they returned yet? Not yet. It's not time for them to return yet, right? They'd definitely be back when the time comes. Of course, of course. Everyone spoke with relief, occasionally running to the lookout to check on them, their frequent inquiries every few minutes betraying their worry. Until the snow began to fall again on the mountain. Haven't they returned yet? The snow made everyone feel particularly nervous. The weather was fine just now. Why is it snowing again? It's hard to walk in this snow, isn't it? Oh, I hope they can move quickly and avoid getting hurt. A few minutes later, someone asked again, are they back? Have you seen them? Father Zhou shook his head, looking exhausted, his hands trembling slightly, and he pulled his sleeves together to hide them. Hey, you said those kids promised to be fine when they left, so why didn't they come back? It's dangerous with the snow. Yes, they promised. Father Zhou replied in a low voice. His two sons had always promised them they would return, but why did he feel so uneasy when the appointed time came and no one showed up, and the snowstorm intensified? The parents started to make a fuss, some even crying. Why haven't they come back? They can't come back in this much snow. If they can't come back, they're stuck down the mountain. What will they do with all those mutant animals? Did something happen to them? Everyone calmed down. The old village chief came out. The snow's getting heavy. Let's talk inside. No, I'm not going in. I want to see them back. At this moment, everyone was like Zhou's father. Don't worry, they considered this kind of unexpected situation. They won't play with their lives. Even if they can't save the Zhou children, they won't risk their lives. Wu Kid is very reliable, don't you trust him? With this, everyone calmed down a little. After entering the house, everyone started asking questions. What did they plan? Is there a safe place down the mountain? Did they arrange it beforehand? How else could they plan it? Things like this can only be handled improvisationally. If there really was a safe place down the mountain, would they still need to hide up there? But they couldn't tell the truth. There are houses down the mountain, and several of them are good, without any mutant animals. There weren't any when they left. They all know the place, Zhou Chao and Zhou, you know it too. They must have stayed there. Is that so? Then we can rest assured. Someone else has questions. Have people been checking these houses to make sure they're safe? The old village chief's hands trembled. Everyone has checked. Everyone has checked. Where does he have the time to check? It's so dangerous down the mountain. He always goes and comes back quickly. He only checks when he's on his way. None of them are safe. Otherwise, he wouldn't always instruct those going down the mountain to return on time. Everyone fell silent. They subconsciously sensed something was wrong, but none of them wanted to face the harsh reality right now. Everyone, don't sit around. Get busy. Dig the snow. The more you dig, the safer everyone will be. With that, the old village chief stood up and walked into the inner room. A staff member from the base stepped forward to help him, but before they could reach him, his legs gave way and he nearly fell. Fortunately, the staff member reacted quickly and helped him up without any harm. The others in the office saw this and couldn't help but shout, "Old village chief!" The old village chief, not even realizing he hadn't yet stood firmly, quickly raised his hand to muffle his voice. "Young man, don't be impatient. Don't be impatient. Are you talking about tomorrow's extra meal? Take your time." Everyone's voices were caught in their throats, but their expressions were grim. The old village chief had just been outside, and they were all watching closely. If things had been better, he wouldn't have been able to stand steadily. Now, being helped to a seat, his expression was filled with exhaustion. The 12 parents over there were supporting each other as they walked out the door. The husband comforted his wife. "Let's go help." "How could I be in the mood to help?" Mother Chi, the particularly fragile wife, had just been holding back her emotions, but now she could no longer. "It's all the Joe family. They lost their son and want our child to find him." "Don't say that. Anyone who loses a child wants someone to rescue them, and our child is no different." "Don't say that." The husband tried to comfort her awkwardly. He felt bad too, but he knew the importance of that. Such words were not good. "I just want my child back safely. I can't care less." What bullshit. Is my child's life more important? If they want to find the child, why don't they go themselves? Why don't they, the whole family, let our child go? We're not even related. We didn't even know each other. My child isn't a police officer. Let the police handle this. And the Zhou family, especially that Zhou, why do they always harm our child? Are they incompatible with our child? You can't say that. Why not? Isn't that their responsibility? My son just graduated from college. He's still a student. The girlfriend of one of the children was supporting the aunt. Her face was filled with worry, a hint of panic, yet she was at a loss as to what to do. She moved her mouth, unsure whether to offer any comfort or not. Zhou's parents were staggering upon hearing these words. They were the most distressed. Besides their own child, there were so many others to look for. It was like a mountain, ready to crush them at any moment. The mountain was restless, and the people below were also anxious. Knowing that their father had risked his own life to stand guard at the lookout tower, waiting for them to return, and had even nearly knelt down to beg for help, the brothers Zhou Chao and Zhou Wei were devastated. Alas, it's not just your parents and their families who are worried now. Ours must be too. My mom is so fragile. She might be complaining now. Shi Hao was distressed and helpless. He's always been carefree and loyal, and everyone has always taken good care of him. He's not afraid of mutant animals, and is always willing to fight, but he has an emotional mother. Since childhood, his mother has been controlling him in every way, and she's also very emotional, crying whenever something goes wrong. It's really hard for him. If he weren't naturally insensitive, he'd be terribly distressed. Even then, he couldn't bear it anymore. He studied hard and got into a third-tier university. This time, he came home at his mother's insistence, saying she missed him and asked him to come back. Although he couldn't bear his mother's fragility, he was still grateful to be home. After all, his mother was family, and being with her in the apocalypse was a blessing in disguise. Therefore, he felt even more pity for his girlfriend. This time, she followed him back, only to be disliked by his mother. He finally managed to coax her back, but then the apocalypse struck again, and now he had no idea how his parents and family were doing. She hadn't awakened her powers, was unfamiliar with the place, and had no choice but to rely on him. Even his mother didn't like her, which was tough on her. Alas, there was nothing he could do about it. The apocalypse was too difficult. He said his mother had opposed him coming down the mountain in front of so many people this morning, which was really embarrassing for him. Luckily, his brothers didn't mind, knowing he was a man. Mother Chi's temper was well known far and wide. Some villagers even used to say she was mentally ill, but over time, Everyone knew her tantrums were only directed at Father Chi and her son, Chi Hao. She was perfectly normal around everyone else, so no one cared anymore. Since it didn't bother anyone else, Father Chi didn't say anything. It wasn't his business. However, once Chi Hao was involved, Chi's mother would unleash her fury, disregarding the dignity of the local community. Zhou Wei had been scolded by Chi's mother before, and she even come to her house. Zhou Wei and Chi Hao had been classmates since elementary school and had a close relationship. In junior high, an internet cafe opened in town. Chi Hao wanted to go but had no money, so Zhou Wei, having money, invited Chi Hao to go. Chi's mother found out, and Zhou Wei still remembers her look at that moment, a madman. From then on, his and Chi Hao's brotherhood was strained. In high school, Chi's mother even had the school separate him and Chi Hao, and reportedly even gave the school money. Later, the two went to different universities and had less contact. Until the end of the world, their personalities were naturally compatible, and as the youngest of the group, they supported each other and rekindled their childhood friendship. But the thought of Chi's mother still made his scalp tingle. "Brother, we have to find a way. Indeed, yesterday when you didn't go home, we were able to keep things stable. But with so many of us still here today, I'm afraid there's going to be chaos," Wu Yun affirmed. Asked the boss. Zhou Chao turned and walked towards Tian Tian. "It's easy. The hotel has drones for rent, and business cards to activate them. Take a look. The key is to consider the price. There are also options where the hotel can directly issue business cards, which costs more points. Drones are much cheaper. It all depends on which one they choose. You know how to use a drone, right? If not, it's okay. It's easy. You can even use it in a snowstorm on the mountain?" Wu Yun was surprised. Of course, the hotel's products. Before Tian Tian finished speaking, Zhou Wei immediately added, "They must be top-notch." "Not bad," Tian Tian smiled. "Wow, boss, your smile is so adorable. Does boss have a boyfriend?" Zhou Wei exclaimed. He really liked cute girls, cute and kind. Boss even treated them to dinner. If he hadn't been so exhausted and tired yesterday, and hadn't had the energy to strike up a conversation. Chi Hao already had a girlfriend, but he was still single. He wanted one too, but he hadn't dared to think about it before. Now, could he pursue boss? Not yet, but I think it should be soon. Tian Tian's smile was tinged with sweetness. Thinking of that guy. She was worried about him. Zhou Wei, on the other hand, was about to show some excitement when he felt a chill run down his spine, instantly shattering his excitement. He no longer had any thoughts about boss. Is this a drone? It's a robot. It's not even afraid of a snowstorm. Everyone gathered around the sofa in the hall, staring at the projection screen on the wall, excited. It's impressive, even in the dark. Too bad it has no firepower. Expecting firepower at such a small size is unrealistic, but can we hope the hotel produces long-range, high-powered weapons like this? The dreamy Zhou Wei said. Maybe we get there soon. Turn on your headlights. Chapter 116. The sky darkened, and a deathly silence fell over the gathering place of survivors on the mountaintop. They dared not turn on the lights or make any noise. Every night, they had to rely on psychics to take turns on the night watch, and they also had to see in the dark. Fortunately, psychics had very good physical and visual abilities. Although they couldn't see details in the dark, they could distinguish the outlines of movement. When the drone appeared, the guards were first greeted by a blinding bright light. Their immediate reaction was, "It's been ages since I've seen night lights. This is the light of civilization." After a few seconds of shock, he turned pale. "What is that?" His movement immediately set the guards below in motion. "What's going on?" "There's light. It's a machine." A moment later, the old village chief and village officials emerged. They saw the black drone flying in from the wall. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a mixture of astonishment and delight. "Is this a drone? Is the government coming to rescue us?" Before anyone could speculate further, the drone flew in front of the old village chief and his companions, and a light screen popped up. This startled the old village chief and the crowd that had gathered around him, and they all stepped back. At this moment, a dozen or so young men appeared on the screen. "Grandpa Village Chief. It's us." The crowd's first reaction was disbelief. "Grandpa Village Chief, it's us. We're all fine, not one of us is missing." The young men laughed. Afraid the village chief and the others wouldn't believe him, Zhou Wei even stood up and greeted them, to show he was fine. "Are you really the ones?" "Yes, look at my brother. The mole and pimples on his face are from before he came down the mountain." "Zhou Chao, Though speechless, Zhou Chao still cooperated, revealing the pimples popping up on his face. Great, we're so glad you're okay. Your parents were so worried, and now they can finally rest assured. The old village chief's eyes welled with tears. What are you doing now? We've been rescued. Here's what's going on. An inn has appeared at the foot of the mountain. You can think of it as a supernatural power. It's absolutely safe, and they sell all kinds of supplies. The owner is very kind. We're inside the inn now. It's incredibly warm, not cold at all. It's air-conditioned, so you don't have to worry about your legs hurting. The inn has many branches, and guests can call each other. So amazing? Everyone was amazed. Yes, there's even a promotional video for the inn. Do you want to see it? The old village chief was about to nod in agreement when the parents and relatives of the young men and women came running out. Chi's mother ran the fastest. Upon seeing her son in the light channel, she burst into tears. Son, is it really you? Are you okay? Are you hurt? You shouldn't have gone down the mountain. Do you know how worried your father and I are about you? The other parents weren't much better off, each one addressing their sons on the screen. For a moment, the old village chief couldn't get a word in. The young men over there immediately tried to comfort them and let them know they were safe. Most of the parents were quickly appeased, but only Chi's mother continued to cry, and no one could console her. The old village chief had no choice but to talk to Zhou Chaoyun in the other corner. Do you want to play the video now? Why play a video? I need to talk to my son. Chi's mother scolded. The old village chief also said, let's not release them yet. We already understood the general situation. We just need to figure out how to make the next arrangements. Let's discuss this. This was serious business, but Chi's mother couldn't be persuaded. She wanted to stand aside and talk to her son, rambling on and on, regardless of whether he listened or not. As a last resort, the old village chief and the staff met on the other side. In fact, there wasn't much to discuss. After just a few words, everyone decided to move. The old village chief immediately ordered everyone to pack up and leave tomorrow, weather permitting. Village chief, look at the button on the drone. It has the hotel's business card. Activating it deploys a barrier that will protect everyone. We also come up the mountain to meet you tomorrow. The agreement was settled, and the old village chief and his men were leaving to make the arrangements. Chi's mother continued to ramble on, while her son, Chi Hao, stood aside, looking embarrassed and helpless, but unable to do anything about it. Chi Hao's girlfriend, Do Yi, stood nearby, seemingly trying to comfort Chi's mother, but in reality, she was listening intently to the conversation between the old village chief and Wei Yun and Zhou Chao. After hearing everything, her eyes brightened, and her expression, no longer gloomy, became filled with hope. Seeing the old village chief and his companions leave, Do Yi released Chi's mother's arm and followed them. Chi's mother pouting upon seeing this, she began to complain to her son about how awful his girlfriend was, saying she hadn't seen her cry much in all the time he'd been away. Chi Hao tried to call his girlfriend, but his mother interrupted him again. His girlfriend also ignored him, as she had before, making Chi Hao feel a little irritated. He glanced at his mother, who was still chattering, but ultimately spoke up for his girlfriend. Chi's mother grew even angrier. Chi Hao was caught in the middle, feeling helpless. Before the apocalypse, his mother had disliked his girlfriend, but she'd been polite, just a bit cold. She only talked to him privately about anything, never quite so hysterical. After the apocalypse, his mother completely let her temper run wild. Luckily, his girlfriend was gentle and tolerant. He felt she was truly relatable. They get married after they got to the hotel and contacted her family. Chi's father was much more calm. When he learned the Zhou brothers had saved his son, he rushed to thank them and apologize on his wife's behalf. Chi Hao was the one who ran last and nearly died. So, if the Zhou brothers hadn't found the hotel and taken out a loan to buy good weapons, his son would have been the only one who never returned. However, Chi's mother disagreed. She felt her son had been in danger just to find the Zhou brothers. Fortunately, he was fine now, otherwise she would have fought the Zhou family. The Zhou brothers were right to save him. But another way of thinking, if they hadn't gone looking, the Zhou brothers would have been fine, and they would have been able to bring back good news about the inn, though the Zhou family would have suffered more. If everyone had gone looking, the Zhou family would have felt immense pressure and guilt, and they privately thanked them countless times. In the end, it was a happy outcome. Everyone was even, and everyone was happy, and no one brought it up again. After going looking for them, if something happened, it wasn't really the Zhou family or the brothers' fault. It could only be attributed to the cruelty of the apocalypse, as most people thought. The old village chief held a meeting overnight. The village had no electricity, and they didn't dare use a generator. In the end, everyone decided to use the drone's light to illuminate the area, allowing everyone to see the person in the light channel for peace of mind. Seeing the old village chief's scowl, Mother Chi finally stopped hogging the drone. The drone flew over to the central square on the mountaintop, and everyone arrived in an orderly and quiet manner, their eyes dazed as they watched the lights. The light channel turned on, and everyone's eyes widened. Upon hearing the call for help, many excitedly spoke, but they dared not speak loudly, whispering only to those next to them. The old village chief, understanding their suppressed emotions, did not intervene. He was about to make an announcement, and his voice would be louder than anyone else's. The square was at the innermost part, and they had previously tested it, so there wouldn't be any problems. Everyone spoke for a short while before looking at the old village chief expectantly. After he finished explaining everything, everyone fell silent at first, then some began to sob, expressing joy. Others immediately stood up and went back to pack their things. Before Mother Chi arrived at the square, the Zhou family and several other families had gradually arrived. Although they all understood, they were even happier to be with everyone. They also wanted to see their son again. It was their son who had found the inn and brought back the news. They were visible through the screen, and everyone was grateful. They were also very proud of their son. Sharing this would be a glorious thing to do later. Mother Chi pulled Father Chi aside to complain about her son's girlfriend and the Zhou family, blaming Father Chi for not thanking them. Mother Chi's voice grew louder, and the guards, unable to stop her several times, felt frustrated. But remembering the good news today, they relaxed their guards and didn't go down to chase the men away. They were close to the city wall, and the noise they heard was heard, and the mutant animals were stirring in the darkness. By the time the guards noticed, many of the mutants had already jumped into the first defensive pit. Not good. Chapter 117. At the inn, everyone else was still chatting with the villagers via video. Only Tian noticed what was happening. She called Zhou Chao aside and explained the situation. After Zhou Chao understood, he immediately returned and quickly spoke. Everyone, including the old village chief, was stunned for a moment, then panicked. Everyone knew that mutant animals were powerful and dangerous to encounter, but since migrating to the mountaintop, they had always been safe and had never encountered anything like this. The mutant animals have been acting strangely lately. I suspect they're running out of food, Zhou Chao said calmly. Low food is the reason they're attacking the people on the mountaintop. So what do we do now? What do we do? Everyone calm down. I give everyone business cards. Activate them. Don't panic. The purpose of the business cards had already been explained, and everyone felt much more at ease. If they were truly that magical, they wouldn't have to be afraid. After a brief discussion, Wu Yun and Zhou Chao said, Village Chief, let's discuss this and go up the mountain to support everyone. Using the business card to activate the barrier only isolates the mutants, but it can't disperse them. Given the current situation and the topography of the mountaintop, the people on the mountain will undoubtedly be surrounded. We must break through quickly or use force to create a breach. A quick breakthrough is impossible. No one is prepared, and the mutants move very quickly. Using force to create a breach is feasible, but we still don't have enough manpower. Half of the mutants are at the foot of the mountain, and even with the 14 of them, the remaining 10 or so would be a stretch to escort so many people. For those without special abilities, using ordinary weapons would be too difficult to deal with the mutant animals. The most important thing is that the business card barrier requires points. They can borrow money, but they can't exceed it. So they must break out of the mountain without delay, and the barrier must be used as economically and effectively as possible. These all require detailed discussion and evaluation, but the drones are equipped with AI, so there are plans and instructions for how to proceed, so there's no need to worry too much. The old village chief distributed business cards methodically, still by family, and they were very fast. After the distribution, everyone activated their cards, and when the barrier screen popped up, everyone finally relaxed. Some even laughed and joked. The old village chief quickly stopped them, and explained the barrier costs, and the goals they had to achieve. When everyone heard that they had to pay back the money after taking out a loan, and that they couldn't enter the hotel without it, they quickly closed the barrier. Yes, that's right. Everyone, just try opening and closing it. When you evacuate, follow the instructions to open it. The instructions will be sent to the business card, so you don't have to worry about missing the instructions. The old village chief nodded. Now, everyone, line up, organized into families, with the elderly and children in the middle, in 3 rows. Those in the middle, take the business card and retreat in an orderly manner through the gap created by the psychics. The psychics and all staff will be spread out at the front, sides, and back. Leave everything behind. No more. You still have food on the mountain, right? You don't want that either? And clothes and daily necessities. It's inconvenient without those. Everyone else was meaningless. It would just make everyone feel bad and heartbroken. No, the hotel has them. If you need them later, you need them. Now, everyone, retreat to a safe place. Saving your lives is paramount. The square was bustling with activity, but with order. The situation stabilized, and the old village chief breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, an emergency meeting had been held tonight to gather everyone. At least one person from each household had arrived, so there was no need to worry about missing anyone. The staff were all here, and the resting psychics had arrived. Everything had been arranged. Only the night watchman remained. The old village chief had heard the footsteps reporting in. At the front gate, the mutant animals were particularly excited by Mother Chi's voice. Originally drawn from all directions by the faint scent of the ground, they converged on the main gate upon hearing the sound. They moved faster, making it easier to cross the moats, which had been filled in by the snow. Mother Chi screamed in fear when she saw the dark mass of unknown mutants. This excites the mutants even more, eager to devour Mother Chi immediately. The mutant cat also does the same. The guard, who had been signaling Mother and Father Chi to leave, reacted quickly. He stood in front of the two, his supernatural powers unleashed. Everything was going smoothly, but Mother Chi was too nervous and subconsciously pushed the guard. And just like that, the guard was scratched. In that instant, Xiao Zhang felt a wave of regret. Why had he tried to protect these two? He knew this person was abnormal, and now, scratched by a mutant and infected with the zombie virus, even a supernatural being couldn't resist, and could only wait for death. He was so unwilling to give up. There was clearly hope. The mutant cat that jumped in was killed by Xiao Zhang. Fortunately, there wasn't another one like it, and the other mutants hadn't gotten in yet. Father Chi glanced at Xiao Zhang, feeling rather guilty, but he knew they were a burden here, and evacuating quickly was the best option. He pushed Mother Chi away. Mother Chi knew what was at stake, and, furthermore, she was terrified and wanted to see her son even more, and her son's equipment was in the square. So she ran even faster than Father Chi, completely ignoring Xiao Zhang, who had been injured for him. Xiao Zhang watched the two flee, feeling helpless and a little angry. "What's wrong, Xiao Zhang? Are you okay?" A colleague from the guard team called from the wall. Dazed, Xiao Zhang gave a bitter smile. "I got scratched by a mutant." Xiao Li, the Inquisitor, was horrified and hurriedly asked what had happened. Xiao Zhang, thinking he was going to die, and losing so unfairly, wasn't as docile as before. However, he calmly recounted what had just happened. "I do my last bit. When I turn into a zombie, you kill me immediately. Wait, I go ask the captain." Xiao Li scurried towards the observation tower. Captain Qian Feng, puzzled upon seeing his recently departed teammates return, asked, "What's wrong? Any questions about the arrangements?" "Captain, something's happened to Xiao Zhang." Qian Feng, understanding the whole situation, frowned. Xiao Zhang was now a level 2 psychic. He only had 2 hours to survive the injury. After that, he would mutate, and there would be no way to save him. He had just heard that the hotel had a solution, but given the current situation, there was no way they could reach the hotel in 2 hours. Xiao Zhang was in great danger. Thoughts raced, and Qian Feng immediately sent Xiao Zhang to the square to find the old village chief. "Xiao Li, you and Xiao Zhang should go find the village chief. If all else fails, have a good talk with your family." Qian Feng patted Xiao Zhang on the shoulder. He was a good kid, still thinking about making a contribution even at this time. He couldn't miss the chance to see his parents and relatives during this time of separation. Xiao Zhang nodded obediently and went. Xiao Li understood the captain's intention. He was quick-witted. Once at the square, he let Xiao Zhang find his parents and relatives first, while he helped Xiao Zhang find the old village chief. Xiao Zhang's parents and relatives had a separate area, and Xiao Zhang easily found them. Xiao Zhang's parents were delighted. They had always worried about the dangers of their son's security work, and they were extremely nervous every time he went to work. Although the family could get more things, they were nothing compared to their son's life. Now, finally, with a place like the hotel, they no longer had to worry so much. "Son, have you heard? We're going to the Tianyang Hotel. It's a great place." Mother Zhang instantly remembered the name. It was their hope for the future. Just hearing the name told her they knew their future life would be sweet. Seeing his parents' joy, Xiao Zhang temporarily forgot about his own affairs and joined in the laughter. Mother Zhang was even happier, and kept talking to him. "Father Zhang, sensing something was wrong, interrupted, "Why are you back now? Don't you need to defend the city wall anymore? Or are you planning to retreat now?" Mother Zhang realized, "Yes, are there any plans?" Xiao Zhang then explained the situation. Mother Zhang felt as if the sky was falling. Father Zhang's face was grim, and he was even trembling slightly. "Where did you catch it?" "Showed Dad. They only had one son, Xiao Zhang. If he died, how would their family survive?" Xiao Zhang avoided his father's hand, fearing he would also be infected with the zombie virus. However, he still let his parents see his wounds, but he wouldn't let them touch them. "No!" After seeing Xiao Zhang's wounds, Zhang's mother broke down in tears. Zhang's relatives and close neighbors gathered around. After learning what had happened, they were filled with grief, speechless. Even then, the old village chief, upon learning of the incident, took it very seriously and immediately informed Zhou Chao and Wu Yun. Wu Yun dragged Qi Hao over and explained what had happened. Qi Hao, overcome with guilt, quickly apologized to the screen. Will an apology be of any use? This is a life at stake. Qi Hao lowered his head even lower, at a loss for words. Here's how we should do this. Wu Yun had just begun to speak when the Zhang family arrived, crying, and the others made way. What should I do? Is there any way to save my son? How long has it been? Is there any way? Is it still too late? Mother Zhang cried heartbreakingly, clutching Xiao Zhang tightly, worried that if she didn't do something, her son would disappear. In this situation, no one could get a word in. How could this happen? Why did she push my son? He was clearly fine. Mother Zhang asked with empty eyes. Qi Hao tried to hide, but Wu Yun held him back. Seeing this, Zhang's mother felt incredibly uncomfortable. In a fit of anger, he apologized, "I'm sorry, on behalf of my mother." "Qi Hao? You're her son, by the way. Why are you allowed to live? My son saved them, and it's fine, he didn't even get a thank you. But why did she push him?" "She pushed him, and then ran away without a word. Is she even human?" Zhang's mother was a normal person. Although she hated Qi Hao, she knew it wasn't his fault. Whoever made the mistake should bear the responsibility. But how could that woman bear the responsibility? Not only could she not bear it, she wouldn't even bother to. Zhang's mother didn't want to contact her, lest she endanger her son's life. "What do you say we should do?" Qi Hao was at a loss. He couldn't just say he was going to die. That was impossible, but what could he do? Chapter 118. Wu Yun saw that it was almost time, and was about to speak when he suddenly sensed a shift in the hotel. The video didn't show any changes to the hotel. All he could see was a group of young men, who had been talking seriously, suddenly open their mouths and widen their eyes. It was unclear what they had seen that had so shocked them. "What's wrong? What happened?" "Good news, it's good news," Wu Yun replied immediately. The others followed suit. "You can't see, the hotel has changed drastically. They suddenly expanded to include several new shops, including a pharmacy." Mother Zhang faintly heard someone shout, "There's an antidote. It can cure the zombie virus." Her anxious and desperate heart suddenly felt soothed. "There's antidote. Is my son saved?" "Yes. The hotel has antidote. Life-saving medicine. We don't have to worry about being bitten by mutant animals. No more fear." Mother Zhang held her son, crying and laughing. "Son, did you hear that? There's antidote. You could be saved." Little Zhang was also delighted, his once gloomy expression brightening with joy. "Son, you must live. Live well," Father Zhang said solemnly, supporting Little Zhang. Little Zhang nodded emphatically, and Mother Zhang anxiously asked when the medicine would arrive. Wu Yun had already made plans. "We send it up by drone. We have extra supplies ready for emergencies." Okay. Mother Zhang nodded, and Father Zhang asked about the cost. This cost. Father Zhang had memorized everything discussed in the meeting. From now on, when they arrived at the hotel, everyone would focus on making money by killing zombies. Unlike now, where those who work harder and those who work less, they get more. He also planned to fight zombies and mutant animals with his son. "I pay for your expenses," Qi Hao interrupted. He already felt guilty, and now that he had the chance to make amends, he naturally had to step up. At this moment, Qi's mother suddenly jumped out. "What? You're going to pay for their expenses? Shouldn't injuries be covered by the government? Why are you paying? How hard will that be?" After arriving at the square, Qi's mother overheard the plan to go to the hotel and earn money by killing zombies. Knowing it was safe there, she urged Qi's father to help her son kill zombies while he was there. She felt sorry for her son's hard work, but also felt that his father should continue working before retirement age. Chi's father naturally agreed. He had always been unable to control his wife. After inquiring about the situation, Chi's mother, despite Chi's father's attempts to stop her, rushed towards the drone, intending to continue talking to her son. But when she saw Zhang's mother and her family gathered around, crying, she felt uneasy and didn't dare to approach, but she kept her ears open. When her son offered to cover their expenses and compensate them, her love for him immediately overcame any remaining guilt. Thinking of the better life ahead, she felt even less fearful and stood up to protest without hesitation. Shihao, unable to contain his frustration, collapsed. "Mom! Stop it! Stop it! Do you have the nerve to do that? This is settled. Hey, why are you?" Chi's mother was used to being domineering at home, and her son had always been obedient. Suddenly, seeing her humiliated in front of everyone, she was furious and ready to teach her son a lesson. Zhang's mother was already furious when she heard Chi's mother's words. Seeing Chi's mother still refusing to give in despite her son's yelling, she became even more furious. She immediately started arguing with Chi's mother, demanding to know why she had pushed her son. Of course, Mother Chi refused to accept this. "Isn't it all right? The hotel will be sending medicine soon. Why are you so persistent? You? Without the hotel's medicine, my son will die. Do you know that? If that happens, I won't let you go." Mother Zhang lunged forward, intending to hit Mother Chi. But she was being supported by her son and husband. Father Zhang didn't hold her back. He was angry, but he didn't want to hit a woman. In the end, it was Xiao Zhang who held his mother back. Mother Chi was startled, but she remained undeterred. She pulled Father Chi and pushed him, trying to get him to confront Mother Zhang. At this moment, the old village chief spoke up. "All right. Shut up. Chi family, go back and pack your things. You're the only ones left unprepared." Mother Chi wasn't afraid of the old village chief. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed everyone present, except the old village chief, glaring at her. Only then did she realize she was a little frightened. Mother Chi stopped making a scene, and the Zhang family was able to appease her. The matter was finally over. The situation on the city wall wasn't optimistic. Several people had already reported the danger and the difficulty of holding it. Those who could defend it had already gone up to hold the line, while the square was still in disarray. "Is everyone here? Line up quickly. Someone hasn't arrived yet. Pack your things at home." The person in charge of organizing the migration hurried up to report. They were accustomed to organizing before the apocalypse. Although they didn't get everyone together all at once, they were still able to quickly control the situation. "Forget all that. Don't you understand?" The old village chief stamped his cane anxiously. "Village chief, we can't hold the front anymore. Someone's injured. Those mutant animals are getting even more frantic at the smell of blood. There's a gap ahead." The old village chief took a deep breath. "Hold on a little longer, we must close the gap. Don't worry about getting hurt, medicine will be here soon." Then, someone immediately rushed to pass on the message. The injured man had been about to fight these creatures to the death, but at the critical moment, he was pulled back. Hearing the news of a cure, he was so surprised and happy that he couldn't help crying. Qian Feng, in his busy schedule, patted the man's shoulder and pushed him to the back. Now that the medicine is available, the injured should go to the back to rest, recuperate and take medicine. Don't stay out front. Losing your life in a moment of carelessness would be a mistake. The mutants won't care. Staying here means a truce. Because the mutants' attack was fierce, and everyone was fighting to the death, the number of casualties increased. Those who knew about the battle were also extremely nervous. Those who had been leisurely watching the injured retreating from the front also became nervous, and stopped being lazy. Of course, some people didn't take it seriously until the old village chief ordered a drone with a loudspeaker to shout that anyone who didn't arrive at the square would be left behind. Some, however, were reluctant to leave and pick up their belongings. The horn's blast ignited the mutants into an even more frenzied state, and the old village chief couldn't care less. If this dragged on, no one would be able to escape. After everyone had gradually twisted and turned into countless rows, the resistance in the front slowly retreated. Many of them were injured, some seriously, covered in blood and being supported by others. It was a terrifying sight. Everyone retreated upon seeing this. Even their relatives and friends didn't dare approach. These people were arranged to recuperate in an office near the square. Seeing that the most seriously injured were on the verge of collapse, the antidote finally arrived. Meanwhile, Wu Yun, Zhou Chao, and others had already arrived to provide support. Great! Give them the medicine quickly. How long can they hold out? In addition to the outer barriers protecting the city, There were several more barriers within. The first wall couldn't be defended, so there were the second and third, each higher than the last, with traps in between. We retreated to the second wall, but it's almost broken. Hold on a little longer, be careful not to get hurt. If things don't work out, retreat. We're preparing to evacuate. The old village chief planned to give the injured 2 or 3 hours to rest, then assign them tasks during the retreat, thus ensuring everyone's safety to the greatest extent possible. However, the situation was too dire. Immediate preparations were needed. Even then, the staff were ready to depart at any moment. The old village chief waited for everyone to take their medicine and apply the medicated lotion. Seeing the men visibly improving, he finally felt relieved. Great, this medicine works. It's incredibly effective. Everyone who saw it was amazed. How is it? How do you feel? Those who took it and used it were also amazed. My head isn't dizzy anymore, my wounds are healed, and the pain is gone. I'm just a little weak though. Probably from the excessive blood loss. The most seriously injured person's clothes were stained with blood. They were healing now, but they wouldn't be back immediately. It was normal to feel weak. Just as he was about to arrange for someone to take care of this person, the next moment, the injured person, who had drunk the superpower and blood-replenishing potion, immediately had a rosy complexion. He looked like nothing had happened, even better than before. He himself felt exceptionally good. I think I can handle another mission or even a night shift. It was truly a pleasant surprise. Of course, no one would assign him heavy duties, but he still had some responsibilities, guarding the center of the group and handling business cards. To ensure business cards weren't misused, wasting points, and incurring unmanageable debt, and to maximize everyone's safety. After all, most people on this mountain had never faced zombies or mutants directly except during their initial escape. It was best to give business cards to those with experience and courage. After all was ready, the group began to advance. By this time, the third inner circle could no longer be defended, and the last guards retreated, fortunately uninjured. They quickly retreated to the group, took their assigned business cards, and learned how to activate them from the handover officer, then tried to open the barrier. Due to the darkness, these actions went unnoticed by those behind until the mutants breached the defenses. With the drone's lights leading the way, many people saw the mutants only a few meters away. Then, there were screams, and the group began to disarray. The old village chief was also panicking. He was supported by someone, forcing himself to hold back, but he couldn't help but feel nervous. Everyone on the mountain was already here, and the consequences of a possible disaster would be unimaginable. Then the team fell into chaos, and the old village chief quickly used a loudspeaker to urge everyone to stay calm, hoping the mutant animals weren't hurt, and that they were the ones getting trampled and injured. Thankfully, the team had staff members. Although they were nervous, they kept reminding themselves that their business cards would be useful. They'd seen Wu Yun, Zhou Chao, and others use the same method to escape the mutants, and they were already outside to support them. The staff members, one by one, urged those in their respective lines to remain calm. With their calming calls, the team remained in a state of peace, and there was no stampede. But the screams were unavoidable, especially when the mutants scurried down the wall and attacked the front line. Those who saw the situation screamed uncontrollably, while those who didn't kept asking, "What's going on? What's going on? Didn't they say it would be okay? Is the protective barrier up?" The barrier remained impenetrable, blocking the mutants. Chapter 119. The screams abruptly ceased, followed by a shocked discussion. This. There really is a barrier. That hotel isn't lying. We can't even see this barrier, but I didn't expect it to actually work. Of course it works. That's what my sons and the others said. How could they lie? Besides, they're still using it, said Zhou's mother. She had just been part of the group maintaining order. Ever since hearing the news about their 2 sons, Zhou's parents had visibly brightened up. The staff also followed suit with praise. They knew more details. The Zhou brothers had not only found the hotel, but also rescued people. Putting that aside, they'd been conducting exploratory missions down the mountain for the past few months. For this reason, they deserved everyone's respect and deserved praise. Others also gathered around to flatter them. The announcement had just said that the people at the hotel would come to support them. For them right now, support was crucial, otherwise, they might be stuck and unable to leave. The barrier could deter mutant animals, but it wouldn't repel them. Only with external support to clear the passageway, which could be blocked at any moment, could they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, wasting their hotel points and ultimately failing to repay their debt would be a consequence they couldn't afford. So, while relaxing, everyone was willing to speak well of the Zhou family. This was especially true when the orderly moving team suddenly stopped. The staff learned the news from the activated business cards. The front group had already exited the base gate, but their path was blocked. But don't worry, the support team, armed with weapons, had already begun clearing the passageway. It wouldn't take long. Once the passageway was cleared, they could all descend the mountain smoothly. They simply needed to work in an orderly manner according to the plan established at the outset. First, they synchronized information with everyone, ensuring a sense of security and calming their nerves. Second, they checked the protective shielding. Those exiting the spiral queue area in the square only needed to secure their shielding close to the outermost barrier to prevent any gaps. This not only minimized costs, but also reduced the burden on their security personnel. Almost everyone in the inner queue brought small benches, allowing them to rest while waiting and conserve energy. They could chat with the people surrounding the outer security perimeter, which was also very worry-free. The outer security personnel would also take turns resting, also saving energy. As the queue continued forward and exited the spiral queue area, the staff members on duty, who were sitting nearby and closest to the queue exiting the spiral, immediately stood up. They moved forward rhythmically with the crowd, then guarded both sides of the crowd. Those who hadn't yet activated their shields also activated them, ensuring that neither side of the queue was vulnerable to mutation. At the front, the group that had already exited the gate quickly retreated back after being spotted by the mutants. There were so many mutants outside, so densely packed that once one spotted them, all of them surrounded them within a minute, leaving them with no room to move forward. Furthermore, with no shelter around them, they felt extremely insecure. The psychic guards at the front could still withstand the pressure, but the ordinary people couldn't. They all suggested turning back, their bodies involuntarily retreating, and those behind them followed suit. Fortunately, the small door was wide enough, and those at the door unconsciously moved to the side to make room for the retreating ones. The guards initially remained motionless until most of the civilians retreated to the main gate, creating a gap there and forcing them to retreat slightly. Even so, no one retreated entirely, figuring every bit of progress would be a welcome relief for the support personnel outside. But realizing that these extra steps would cost more energy, the guard captain gave up and eventually retreated to the side entrance. This widened the line, but allowed him to retract 5 or 6 barriers, saving some points. So the team sat down at the entrance, waiting for support personnel outside to clear the path. At first, everyone was relatively calm, chatting and observing the blocked mutant animals in amazement. But as time went on, not for long, someone began to panic. Fearing an emergency, the guard captain quickly contacted his colleagues in the rear, and a drone flew over from behind. This medicine-delivering drone, which served both as a delivery and a communication tool, emitted a light signal above the crowd. With drones like these, and such high technology, they'd definitely be fine. Everyone's attention immediately focused on the optical channel, their emotions calming down considerably. The optical channel showed the situation of Zhou Chao, Wu Yun, and the other support personnel. They had reached the intersection leading down the mountain, and were slowly approaching the rear of the mutant herd. They were all wearing the hotel's protective suits, with lights flashing on their bodies, looking exceptionally reliable and safe. It's them, coming to support us. What are they wearing, combat gear? They look impressive. Everyone was excited, as if they were watching an exciting movie. But with everyone's lives at stake, it was truly more thrilling than a typical movie. Someone immediately discovered something new, sending everyone's emotions spiraling like a mountain. Ah, there are mutants running nearby. Aren't they being surrounded by them? The thought of their sole support member being trapped by the mutants, trapped and unable to escape, made everyone's breath catch, and some even froze. How could Zhou Chao and his team have made such a mistake? They had already made plans. The hotel's protective suits weren't cheap, but they were worth the price. The active protective suits blocked odors, and the protective boots reduced noise. As long as they were careful, those wearing the full suits wouldn't attract the attention of the mutants and zombies. This wouldn't be conducive to attracting zombies and mutants to earn points, but it was safe and perfectly suited for their current situation. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the mutants ignore them, and they happily returned to lighthearted conversation. But then, someone thought, with so few people, can they possibly handle so many mutants? Everyone grew nervous again, unsure what they would do. Everyone knew that dealing with mutants was a difficult task for psychics. Otherwise, they wouldn't have erected layer after layer of protective barriers to keep them out. And then, as everyone held their breath in anticipation, Wu Yun unleashed his light gun. The light gun silently yet brilliantly emitted a burst of light, like a ray of hope that shone into everyone's hearts. At this point, not only were the survivors at the entrance watching the screen, But those queuing in the square were also staring intently at it. They were no longer afraid of the mutants constantly breaking through from outside. They were all transfixed by the beam of light. The beam flickered continuously, seemingly growing longer and longer. In reality, the mutant animals quickly fell and gave way wherever they struck. Wu Yun and Zhou Chao each fired at intervals. Their movements were swift and steady, and they soon covered an area. They simultaneously activated the barrier with their hotel check-in cards and advanced rapidly. The others behind them followed suit at intervals. Before the people staring at the screen could react, they had already advanced most of the way. They formed teams of 2, standing at intervals, creating a safe barrier passageway, allowing the evacuation team to pass safely. Wow! That's amazing! What weapon is that? Is it one of the hotels? I wonder if ordinary people can use it. If so, I'd like to buy one. With a weapon like that, what's there to fear from mutant animals? Everyone's excitement was renewed, even higher than before. This continued until the support team arrived at the main gate and connected with the evacuation team. Cheers rose one after another, and at this moment, everyone's excitement reached its peak. Wu Yun and Zhou Chao exchanged a few words with a leading staff member. The captain looked at the weapons glowing in their hands and asked, "Do you still have any of these?" With such powerful weapons, they truly had nothing to worry about. They could even consider eliminating all the mutant animals on the mountain and then slowly relocating. There are only 2. This one is very expensive. One is rented by the hour, so it's not cheap. Purchasing this one would cost 2 or 3 times more points than retreating. The rental fee is also quite high. Buying several bottles of awakening potions at once made renting less cost-effective than buying. But they couldn't afford it. The hotel system had already calculated it for them. Taking out a loan to buy another one would be incredibly stressful. The hotel didn't recommend it, nor were they willing to do so, so they recommended renting. If the hotel system hadn't suggested 2 people were safer, they would have saved the expense. Zhou Chao will lead the team later. He carry a light energy gun and lead everyone back to the hotel. The others and I will stay at the back. Okay, that's a great arrangement. The old village chief nodded repeatedly. In reality, the escort team on the mountaintop wasn't large enough to protect everyone. All the civilian staff who hadn't been down the mountain were also assigned escort duties. As a precaution, they were spaced out in the middle of the escort team. Even so, it still wasn't enough. The backup team would stay at the back, which would barely be enough. If they weren't enough, some braver individuals would be assigned. Upon hearing that their sons would be staying at the back, several parents and relatives had different reactions. Most, including Zhou's parents, were worried about their 2 sons, one leading the way and the other at the back, unable to see them. After a moment of subconscious worry, they immediately relaxed, simply because the hotel provided such a great service. The others shared the same sentiment and didn't say anything. They just let it go. The only one who objected was Chi's mother. She was extremely displeased when she discovered her son was being left at the back, muttering to herself for a long time. Furthermore, according to the order, her son was left last. Chi Hao was standing behind Zhou Chao. When Zhou Chao was about to lead the team, the front position vacated, and Chi Hao naturally filled it. By the time they retreated, the person who had been at the front, closest to the gate, was now at the very back. Chapter 120. Why is this arrangement? Can't my son come with us? No, I want to find my son and have him go with us. After saying this, Mother Chi tried to squeeze forward. Thanks to their son's contributions, the 3 members of the Chi family were at the front of the line, not far from the gate. While everyone was quietly watching the screens and listening to the subsequent arrangements, the commotion spread far and wide. Chi Hao, who was at the gate, also heard it and was speechless. This position wasn't a random one, it was his request. The reason was, of course, that his mother had been injured by pushing someone, and he felt guilty, so he offered to take on the dangerous task, hoping to atone for his sin and make himself feel better. Wu and Zhou understood his feelings, but they were still worried that he wouldn't be up to the 2 most difficult tasks. So they assigned him this one, and he and Wu would walk at the end of the retreat. He was grateful for the opportunity. His teammates, who had initially been somewhat uncomfortable with him, welcomed him as their brother after seeing his actions and the final outcome, and even comforted him by saying, "Don't take the past personally." It hadn't been long, and his mother was already causing trouble for him again, as if he wasn't annoying enough. Chi Hao didn't give in. He simply called her mom and threatened to not go back, finally getting his mother to stop insisting he leave with her. "Why don't we stay with you?" Chi's mother remained unwilling. Chi Hao was exhausted. You guys will be a burden to me if you stay. Hearing that she would be a burden to her son, Chi's mother immediately changed her tune. Ah yes, we're old and in poor health. Staying would be a burden to you, but... Chi's mother pushed Chi Hao's girlfriend, Do Yi, out. Your future wife can stay with you. She just ate and can work. Do Yi clenched her fists, her face calm. Chi's mother was furious at her deathly state, and immediately grabbed Do Ye's arm. She didn't think the force was heavy. She usually used it with Chi's father. But she forgot that men and women have different tolerances. Chi's father had been doing farm work for years, and he was muscular. Do Ye's delicate skin couldn't withstand it. After the apocalypse, Chi's mother would often do this whenever she was unhappy. Do Ye's arms would often turn purple. At first, Chi Hao would defend her, but each time ended with Chi's mother scolding them both. Chi Hao would then persuade her to be patient and silently apply medicine to her. Later, Chi Hao, overwhelmed and exhausted, didn't have the energy to care about her anymore and ignored the bruises on her hands. Do Yi herself wouldn't say anything. This time, too, even though the pinching hurt, Do Ye's face revealed a gentle smile. Annie's right, I should stay and be with him. Satisfied, Chi's mother quickly called out to Chi Hao, saying that Do Yi missed him and insisted on staying, and they couldn't stop her. This statement embarrassed both Chi Hao and Do Yi. Do Yi desperately hoped that Chi Hao would continue to resist as before. She had had enough and didn't want to be associated with this family even for a moment. The only reason she hadn't turned on him just now was because, despite their constant persuasion, they had also provided her with food and shelter. But this was the last time. Once they got to the hotel, she would definitely part ways with them immediately. Chi Hao, for his part, thought his girlfriend was a bit willful and foolish to make such a request at this time. But when he thought of the injustice she had suffered at home, he felt he should compromise. So, despite the pressure, he reluctantly nodded. Now Mother Chi was delighted. Her goal had finally been achieved, and she also made her son less fond of his girlfriend. It was truly a two birds with one stone move. Do Yi observed Mother Chi's expression, her smile frozen as she felt a deep sense of disgust. She knew exactly what Mother Chi was thinking. It was a double standard. She felt that her son's girlfriend should be gentle, prioritize her son's care, and sacrifice herself. Furthermore, she felt that her son's wife should be submissive, obedient, and provide for her mother-in-law. She herself had been cared for by her husband her entire life. She never did heavy work, let alone work. Even housework was done by her husband, and she complained incessantly when she did even a little, until Father Chi grew impatient and couldn't help but take action. Chi Hao had told her about this before. Back then, they both remarked on how happy Mother Chi was, and Chi Hao had sweetly assured her that marrying him would bring her happiness, just like his mother. She loved cleanliness and had no objection to cleaning and doing chores, but she also didn't want to be her husband's babysitter. Sharing the chores between them was fine, and she was still very happy to hear such sweet talk. Little did she know the truth was completely different. The truth was that after the apocalypse, she was forced to join this family, and became the one doing the chores. Chi's mother wouldn't let Chi's father do it, let alone Chi Hao, but only let her do it, saying it was her job as a wife and daughter-in-law. She discussed this privately with Chi Hao, and when Chi Hao, feeling guilty, offered to help, he was immediately scolded by Chi's mother. She then realized that Chi Hao had never done chores at home before. Although Chi's mother often vented her anger at Chi Hao never did any chores when he returned home. After being scolded by Chi's mother once about housework, Chi Hao immediately brushed it off, saying how hard she worked, acting like he truly cared for her. After that, he acted as if he'd forgotten the incident, never mentioning it again. Whenever it came up, he changed the subject. It was clear that Chi Hao didn't enjoy housework at all, and believed it was her job. She could imagine that, as time went on, Chi Hao would confidently claim that housework belonged to women, and that his mother's refusal to do it was simply because she was wrong. Chi Hao, who had privately complained to her about his mother many times, would definitely say something like that. Those sweet nothings, haha, only a blind eye would believe them. Perhaps because her hardship would soon be over, Do Yi vividly recalled many of the details of her previous PUA treatment. The more she recalled them, the more she wanted to get to the hotel as quickly as possible. In contrast to Do Ye's torment, after this little episode, the group began to march, and everyone was exceptionally cheerful. Zhou Chao led the way. Once outside the established safety zone, he paused, waiting for the guards to step out and set up on either side before continuing forward. After several attempts, there were no problems. Even if a gap appeared a little too late and a mutant animal charged, it would be slowed down by the guards' compound crossbows before it could reach them. By the time the mutants charged again, the guards had already filled their positions, establishing an impenetrable safety barrier for the team. Wu Yun paced the edge of the group, firing his light energy gun continuously. The mutant animals around him fell one after another, and soon both sides of the safety zone were piled with mutant carcasses. The rescue team members, standing still, calmly threw out the corpse decomposition agent and collected the crystal cores with the crystal core collector. The compound crossbow was far less efficient than the light energy gun, but every kill was a kill, and at best, each kill earned 100 points. They could average one kill every 3 minutes, which meant earning 100 yuan in 3 minutes. How could everyone not be excited? Wu Yun's light energy gun was even more powerful, killing one in 2 or 3 seconds. If it weren't for the drain on his own superpowers, Wu Yun wouldn't want to stop. There was no other way. To save money, superpower replenishment potions had to be used at critical moments. When their superpowers were running low, Wu Yun swapped roles with his teammates, making the most of the light energy guns. The dense swarms of mutant animals on the mountaintop no longer frightened them. They were even delighted to have so many of them earning them money. At least the rental fees for the light energy guns would be recouped. If they could clear the mountaintop, perhaps even the cost of the barrier would be paid off. Seeing their dedication and overwhelming advantage against the mutants, everyone who entered the passage felt relieved. Many members of the escort team had killed mutants before, and watching them enjoy themselves was exciting. It was a shame they didn't have good weapons, otherwise they would have killed a few more along the way. Chi's mother, father, and Do Yi finally reached the gate. Mother Chi was very reluctant to leave, holding her son's hand, somewhat reluctant to leave. Chi Hao, preoccupied with dealing with the mutants, didn't even glance at them. Father Chi held Mother Chi, persuading her. Mother Chi, fearing she would burden her son, finally gave up and pushed Do Yi. Do Yi didn't resist and walked toward Chi Hao. Chi Hao glanced at him sideways, a look of displeasure on his face. There's nothing I can do. Stand next to me, and don't hinder the team's progress. Passers-by noticed that Chi Hao was standing about a man's length from the team, right at the edge of the barrier, where he wouldn't delay the evacuation. Their frowns softened. As they walked, they whispered that while the Chi family's parents were unreliable, Chi Hao was a good kid, more sensible than them. Chi Hao's expression relaxed slightly upon hearing these words. Do Yi, on the other hand, lowered her head, her expression grim. She had heard someone say that the Chi family's daughter-in-law wasn't a good person either, very spoiled, from a big city, and couldn't bear it even for a moment, clinging to Chi Hao. Chi Hao heard these words too, but instead of defending himself, he pretended to lecture her. Are you scared? Do you miss me so much? I really can't do anything about you. This time, let it go, but it won't happen again. Do Yi remained silent, her face stern. Chi Hao frowned and was about to say something else when a mutant animal rushed over, stopping him from speaking. Do Ye's eyes lit up as she watched him dispatch one in a few moves. Chi Hao, seeing her admiring expression, felt a surge of pride, and he killed the mutants even faster. Zhou Chao led the team down the mountain, finally reaching the mountainside where they could see the inn. The inn was now a modern villa with a classical style, featuring antique glazed tiles, floor-to-ceiling glass windows, and solid wooden beams. The bright lights shone brightly, a stark contrast to the surrounding darkness. This warm light gave everyone great hope, and many felt like crying. Since moving to the top of the mountain, they had never seen such bright lights at night again. There were generators on the mountaintop, but they didn't dare use them, not even at night, not even during the day. They relied solely on solar generators to collect electricity, which was only used by the staff, primarily to charge cell phones, flashlights, and recorders. It had been so long since they had felt the touch of civilization, and seeing it now made them want to cry.